Chapter 1401. Take a closer look, you're Snow White all over. How about I call you Whitey? No, master, look. This little fat squirrel is also covered in white fur. He's more suitable for this name. The little snake betrayed his teammate without a second word. Chirp. The little fat squirrel expressed that he didn't understand what they were saying at all, and his little furry face revealed a bit of foolishness. Don't bully Chirp. He's so small, and his comprehension is limited. Arbor said softly. After saying that, the phoenix, chicken, snake, and ape all swept a disdainful glance at the fat squirrel that was acting dumb. Jojo, high-level mystic beasts all have spiritual intelligence, not to mention the ones beside you. As long as they're divine beasts and above, they can all transform into human form. Mo Lien coughed lightly and said while pointing at the little fat squirrel, he should be a sacred beast. Otherwise, when the Bloodfire Phoenix egg entered your conscious pool back then, you would have kicked it away long ago, no? Arbor blinked. Aside from the ape and the divine bird Ching Wan, in other words, the little white snake, the phoenix egg, and the little fat squirrel beside her are all sacred beasts? Mo Lien nodded vigorously. So don't be fooled by their adorable appearances. Who's adorable? The Bloodfire Phoenix was the first to cry out in defiance. This lord has never acted cute or foolishly. Don't compare me with those two idiots. If I'm not wrong, this little white snake that's acting dumb, it should be the ancient netherworld great void serpent. He has the power of the netherworld. Mo Lien swept a glance at the little white snake whose eyes flickered. Arbor picked up the small bowl and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. She looked at the little white snake with sparkling eyes. Then how about I call you Miming from now on? When the little white snake heard that, compared to the unreliable snake, soft, thin, and white names, this Ming sounded much more pleasing to the ear. It quickly nodded its head and agreed, worried that its little master would go back on her words. Egg. The Bloodfire Phoenix's mouth twitched. I'm no longer an egg. All right, last time I named you Fire. Arbor nodded. The day after tomorrow, I, your master, may go into seclusion for a few days and take that bone-forging pill. All of you better behave yourselves. Don't fight with each other, okay? All of them nodded their heads in unison. At first glance, they looked rather obedient. Master Silver, that immortal venerable, is here. He has been pacing back and forth in your sleeping quarters. I think he doesn't know how to get in. Why hasn't he disappeared yet? Arbor looked at Mo Lien in shock. He's been here all this time? Yes. Mo Lien nodded slightly. These days, I've had Hidden Flower accompany him to drink and chat. Don't worry, he won't be too bored. Master, do you want to drag him in? Hey, what do you think? He should be an expert in the God realm. Wouldn't it be a problem if he didn't go back? Wouldn't the heavenly Tao find trouble with him? Or could it be that there was actually a freaking God-sending talisman, but she just didn't know how to draw it? Huh. Cho laughed. Master, you have a lot of God realm experts around you. Don't all of them rely on things like Dharma treasures to hide their auras and hide from the heavenly Tao's search? Arbor was startled, and his gaze naturally shifted to Mo Lien. Cho chattered endlessly. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll just be dragged to the heavenly Tao's punishment realm for a walk. Cho, what did you say? Master, what did I say? Chapter 1402. Arbor's face was stoic as she said coldly, You did. You were talking about the realm of punishment. Cho, who had a quick tongue, immediately glanced guiltily at Mo Lien, who had an ugly expression on her face and hurriedly stuffed mushrooms and meat slices into her mouth. No. Cho didn't say anything. Don't tell me you're hiding something from me. Arbor keenly sensed that something was amiss. Mo Lien hurriedly pulled her to her side and smiled reassuringly. It's fine, Jojo. Don't listen to Little Tree's nonsense. What does it know? It's just spouting nonsense all day long. Don't mind it. The sapling flattened its little mouth that was embedded in the tree trunk and snorted. It waved its arms and legs and shouted, Master, I'd better drag the venerable peach blossom immortal in. He's still rummaging through your bedroom looking for you. Arbor. A moment later, A certain venerable peach blossom immortal's eyes brightened as he discovered that he was in a place filled with flying peach blossoms. He looked up and saw that the little girl and her group were under a peach blossom tree not far in front of him. They were sitting in a circle and eating as if they were having a picnic. Wow, little fellow, this mystic domain of yours is probably tailor-made for me, right? Look at how beautiful the peach blossoms are. It's definitely the most suitable place for me to stay. Arbor was speechless. Don't you want to go back? I want to go back, but it's fine if I stay here for a few more days. The venerable peach blossom immortal turned to glance at Arbor pitifully. You don't know where we are. We only know how to cultivate all day long. There's neither good food nor good wine. There's no joy at all. It's not easy for me to come back. I must eat my fill and drink to my heart's content before I leave. Arbor! Exclamation point. You glutton. In other words, you dared to provoke the heavenly Tao for the sake of eating and drinking. Won't there be any problems? There will. If the heavenly Tao finds out, it'll be terrible. A small punishment might be being struck by lightning. A big punishment might be being thrown into. Woo 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 woo. Before the venerable peach blossom immortal could finish speaking, little tree Chio pounced over and stuffed his mouth with a branch. Fuck you. The venerable immortal angrily pulled the little treant off his face and snorted. Then he put on a smile and sniffed a few times. What are you eating? Come on, add another pair of chopsticks. Hurry up. It's more fun to eat with more people. After the venerable peach blossom immortal forced his way into this small circle, the three of them gathered together with their beasts. They even brought a few bottles of wine and planned to have a drink. However, Arbor felt as if something was pressing down on her heart. She felt heavy. Occasionally, she would raise her head and see Mo Lien smiling innocently at her, which made her swallow the question she was about to ask. Sigh, forget it. Since I don't want to talk about it for the time being, then I won't ask. Arbor finished the rice in his bowl and wanted to scoop 2 spoonfuls of soup, but then he found. Where's the soup? There's no more soup. This pot of stew was enough for at least 7 or 8 people, but it was finished just like that. Everyone's appetite was really good. The next day, Mo Lien accompanied Arbor back to the marquee of Jiuyen's residence. Knowing that the crown princess was returning home today, the main gate of the marquis's residence opened wide early in the morning. Xiao Zhongbong and his family were all waiting expectantly. When they heard a servant come to report that the crown princess's carriage had already entered Minshun Avenue, they immediately rushed over. Xiao Zhongbong, second Uncle Xiao, and the rest of the family all rushed toward the main gate and looked at the entrance excitedly. They saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman appear at the main gate hand in hand. Chapter 1403. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, greetings. Everyone's eyes curved into crescents as they stepped forward to greet him. We're all family. No need to be so courteous. Older sister is back. Older sister is back. Shaolin cheered and was about to pounce over to give her older sister, whom she hadn't seen for many days, a hug. Unexpectedly, a small figure was faster than her. He jumped in front of Arbor and hugged her leg, shouting, "Benefactress, benefactress, benefactress." Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. She bent down to pick up the little monk and knocked on his little head. You miss me? This little monk missed Benefactress very much. When Benefactress wasn't here, this little monk couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Woo-woo. The little monk sniffled and nodded. You heartless little one. Wei Ziqin was amused and annoyed at the same time. I wonder who's been cooking all kinds of vegetarian food for you recently to make you happy. Benefactress's mother, the little monk said in a childish voice. Arbor rubbed his little bald head in amusement. Mother, let's go in and talk. The group of people moved to the main hall and gathered together, laughing and chatting happily. When they talked about yesterday's trip to Showa Street to distribute food, Shaolin pouted angrily and said, Why didn't Big Sister bring me to something so fun? Wei Ziqin hit her daughter in annoyance and reprimanded softly, You can play with anything. Father, mother, second uncle, second aunt, younger brother, younger sister, we brought you some small gifts. Take them and distribute them. Emolian had people move the things in and handed them out one by one. For mother and second aunt, there was a set of head ornaments and jewelry. For father and second uncle, there was a famous calligraphy and painting. For younger brother, there was a set of the 4 treasures of the study. For brother Xiao Hu, there was a famous sword. For Xiao Lin, there was a pair of golden brocade wristbands. Everyone couldn't help but hold their gifts, grinning from ear to ear. This is for eldest aunt and cousin Rulin. If mother visits them later, you can bring it over. Good, good, good. Wei Ziqin chuckled and nodded. The little monk sat on Arbor's lap and looked at the gift boxes in everyone's hands. He asked weakly, I don't have any. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a pink and fluffy hat from his inner world and put it on the little monk's bald head. Nice. Yes, yes. Ha ha ha. Jolin was laughing so hard that he fell down. Did you see that? That lotus flower was embroidered by Big Sister. Do you like it? Arbor's eyes curved as he lowered his head and asked the small monk. The corners of Emo Lian's mouth twitched silently. He didn't know if he should praise his wife for her hobby of embroidering lotus flowers. The little monk reluctantly nodded his little head. She looks a little ugly. Everyone hurriedly held back their laughter, pretended to cough, and each took a cup of tea to drink. Don't complain, I'll tell you. Arbor flicked his little head. Wear it when you go shopping in the future. Don't always show your bald head. But it's a little hot. Second Uncle Xiao choked on his tea. It was going to be hot soon, and his little niece actually gave the little monk a fluffy hat. This was simply, did you do your morning ritual today? Arbor changed the topic. I finished it yesterday. The little monk muttered to himself, immediately forgetting his earlier protest. Chapter 1404. After eating lunch, Arbor followed Emolian back to the Eastern Palace. Since he didn't have anything to do in the afternoon, Arbor took out the bone-forging pill and glanced at it. Are you going to take it now? Emolian asked as she set down the scroll in her hand. Chocho said it would take 3 days, but I feel like it's a bit of a scam. It'll probably take 5 to 7 days. Okay, if you finish forging as soon as possible, there won't be any problems afterwards. Emolian wouldn't stop things that could increase her strength. On the contrary, she was very supportive. Arbor nodded. After forging my bones this time, I hope that my body won't be so weak when fighting against people below the spiritual realm. At the very least, I won't vomit blood after getting hit by 2 palms. Jojo, you will definitely succeed. Emolian nodded with a smile. Let's go. I'll bring you to the cultivation area in the back room of the bedchamber to enter closed-door cultivation. Arbor hummed in assent and stood up, allowing her to lead him to the secret room. After the stone wall on the wall shifted back to its original position, Emolian turned around and walked out of the secret room with a smile. Huifeng flipped in from outside the window and cupped his hands. Your Highness, how is the investigation going? Huifeng nodded. According to the information that the Hidden Night Pavilion has collected over the past few days, we have basically confirmed it. It was Commandery Princess Ian who arranged for a group of local ruffians to cause trouble on your Highness's big day. A severe glint flashed past Emolian's eyes. As expected, it was this sick woman. She actually dared to ruin such an important day of his big day. Simply abominable. Your Highness, Emolian ordered coldly, continue. But that day, when the Crown Princess was serving tea, the person who bribed the royal maid, Kaichin, to poison Her Majesty, the Queen Dowager, was not Commandery Princess In. Huifeng said, but Her Majesty, the Queen Dowager, seems to be convinced that it was Commandery Princess In who poisoned her. Was it the vassal king of Anan's estate? Huifeng nodded. That's right. There is a maidservant in vassal king Consort Wu's estate, and she is the royal maid Saichin's younger sister. After this person was captured, Princess Anam had been secretly instructing Kaichin to do things. Emolian sneered. You don't have to tell me the truth. Let's just let grandmother think that this ingrate did it. This way, it would be easier for him to make his move and prevent his grandmother from being soft-hearted and obstructing him. Before evening, the crown prince went to the great king's imperial study and talked to his father about something. When night fell that night, an abrupt imperial edict was sent to the vassal king of Anan's estate. The edict praised the vassal prince of Anan both overtly and covertly, saying that since the vassal prince had reached the marriageable age, Commandery Princess Ian was to be his principal wife. This edict came out of nowhere and caught everyone off guard, but the vassal prince of Anan was rather happy. Previously, he was still looking forward to how he could get his father to ask the great king for an imperial edict. He didn't expect that the edict would come just as he was thinking about it. Although it came very suddenly, it didn't hinder him from achieving his goal. The vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, was very happy. He led his family members to kneel down and respectfully receive the edict. On the other hand, the vassal king consort of Anan and the vassal king consort looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding why this edict was issued so strangely. When Huifeng reported this matter to the crown prince was taking a nap in the studies compartment, so he merely nodded when he heard this. He was the one who wanted to ask for the imperial edict, so he already knew about it. But why does the crown prince want to fulfill the vassal prince of Anan's wish? Huifeng asked in puzzlement. It had to be known that the vassal prince of Nan had always been interested in Commandery Princess and had already expressed his desire to marry her. The crown prince scoffed. "We're going to fulfill their wishes and let them die." Chapter 1405. A pair of scumbags and a bitch. What a joke. Of course, they couldn't do anything to the vassal king of Anan's family for no reason. After all, the vassal king of Anan's ancestors had fought alongside the former king. If they were to target a meritorious official for no reason, not to mention that the common people's spit would drown the Mo family, even the imperial censors would certainly remonstrate to death. However, the vassal king of Anan's estate had been constantly making moves recently. What was even more laughable was that they thought he was unaware as the crown prince. It was fine. Let them continue to make trouble. By then, Ian would have already married into the family, so he could behead them all at once. This way, they would have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. At that time, not to mention that he was vicious and merciless, they had brought this upon themselves. Huifeng looked at Prince Mo's expression and quickly lowered his head. "Your Highness, there is another matter. The several dozen burly men who caused a ruckus on South Shiloah Street should have been hired by someone. Someone wanted to cause a large number of casualties, but they didn't expect your Highness to arrive so quickly with the royal guards." The crown prince narrowed his eyes. Continue investigating and ferret out the mastermind. He had a premonition that the organization behind this wanted to make another move after failing to clean up the polluted water source. This time, perhaps they were targeting the Mo Kingdom base. After all, the Mo Kingdom base had the most human traffic and had the most complete defensive fortifications. As long as they wiped out the Mo Kingdom's defensive fortifications, it would be easy to dismantle the other fortifications. He keenly sensed an impending storm, and he closed the book in his hand. On the other side, when news of the betrothal reached Commandery Princess Ian's Anya Pavilion, she simply couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Say it again." The fine-toothed comb in Commandery Princess Ian's hand unwittingly fell to the ground with a clatter. She sat on a small stool with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were wide open, and her rosy face after bathing appeared as ghastly pale as a sheet of paper. Su immediately burst into tears. "Miss, the great king's decree has already reached the vassal king of Anan's estate, and the vassal prince of Anan has already received it. The wedding date is set for 1 month from now. After the Queen Dowager's birthday banquet, it will be Mrs. turn to get married." Commandery Princess Ian's vision darkened, and she nearly toppled off the stool. Fortunately, Su'er saw that something was wrong with her and immediately rushed forward to support her. Miss, you have to hold on. You must not fall. What did the Empress Dowager say?" The Queen Dowager also knows the great king's intention behind this marriage decree. Commandery Princess Ian shrieked. "How can the great king make such a decision on his own? Without the Empress Dowager's permission, she personally arranged my marriage. Please be careful with your words, Princess." On the side, the long-faced senior maidservant Ming Qian calmly said, The great king did not disgrace the commandery princess's reputation by betrothing you to the vassal prince of Nan. Even if the queen dowager finds out, she probably won't object. No, I won't marry him. I will not marry Cho Fu. I won't. Commandery Princess In stood up, losing control of her emotions. This was the first time she had revealed such a furious and agitated expression. I want to see the Queen Dowager. Su-er, follow me to see the Empress Dowager. Yes. Miss, please think thrice. Ming Qian hastily chased after her and shouted. In the current situation, the great king has already issued his royal edict. It is impossible for the Queen Dowager to disgrace the great king for the commandery princess's sake. Commandery Princess In instantly collapsed onto the small stool. Chapter 1406. However, before she could sit properly, she collapsed limply onto the ground. Su-er's heart ached when she saw this, and she called out repeatedly, Miss, help! Help me to the Queen Dowager. Help me over. Commandery Princess In pleaded with reddened eyes and tears. No matter what, she had to go and try. No matter how slim the hope was, she could not just casually entrust her future to a strange man like this. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. A summer rain abruptly arrived after dusk. The torrential downpour poured down like a hole in the sky. Thunder boomed. Two people were kneeling in the rain, their faces covered in mist, unable to open their eyes from the rain. Fenggu walked up to the two people while holding an oil paper umbrella. She looked down at the two delicate women kneeling on the limestone floor and said with a shake of her head, Commandery Princess, it's raining heavily outside. You had better return early. Nanny Feng, I want to see the Queen Dowager. Nanny Feng, the Queen Dowager has already rested. Fenggu gazed at her coldly before telling Su-er, why haven't you brought your master back yet? Nanny Feng, I want to see the Queen Dowager. I want to see the Queen Dowager. Nanny Feng. Commandery Princess, don't be so unappreciative. What kind of person is Her Majesty the Queen Dowager? Is she someone you can meet whenever you want? Fenggu swept her an indifferent glance and said, why haven't you withdrawn yet? Do you want me to order the royal guards to carry you back? She said this extremely bluntly. Commandery Princess In collapsed to the ground in shock and fury. Under the rain and wind, she actually fainted in Su-er's arms. Miss, Su-er shrieked in shock. Fenggu scoffed inwardly with a mocking expression. She turned to instruct a junior royal maid behind her coldly. The Commandery Princess is unwell. Go to the royal physician building and invite a royal physician over to take a look. Yes. Su-er supported her young miss who had fainted and shouted at Fenggu's departing figure. Nanny Feng. Su-er felt chills in her heart. It turned out that after losing the Queen Dowager's favor, the master and servant pair's days in the palace were actually so difficult. My Lotus's section break. Ever since Arbor consumed the bone-forging pill, he sunk into a wondrous realm. She activated her inner vision and could see that her bone marrow and meridians were being forged and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Naturally, this process was extremely unpleasant. However, after experiencing the pain of the secret realm fusing with the blood vessels in his dantian, all of this seemed to be nothing to Arbor. She calmed herself down and sat there cross-legged. Just like that, she stared at her own bone marrow meridians as they changed inch by inch under the forging of the bone-forging pill. At this moment, her bone marrow was gradually covered with a layer of white light from her thighs, sternum, to her skull. It looked extremely holy and radiant. If there were any outsiders here, they would definitely be very surprised to see that the little crown princess was emitting strands of holy white light all over her body. When all of her bones turned into a lustrous white color, Arbor understood that this should be the metamorphosis that the sapling Chiochio had mentioned, the transformation from a mortal skeleton to a mystic skeleton. At this time, the changes to her body were very obvious. Not only had her defensive endurance greatly expanded, but her attack power had also reached the point where she could send a mystic cultivator below level 15 flying with a heavy punch. It was hard to find a match below the spiritual realm. Chapter 1407. No, she might even be able to disregard the attacks of some low-level soul realm cultivators as ineffective against her. Moreover, the changes to her bone marrow continued to change with the passage of time. With this change, Arbor truly felt the horror of having her broken bones reconstructed. It was the pain of having her bones broken inch by inch and being reconstructed anew. Even the bloodline in her body could not help but scream crazily. Pain! Pain! It was too fucking painful. However, she could not be afraid of this pain. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt. She could only overcome this psychological fear by facing it head-on. Miss Chow simply blocked her 5 senses, concealing her spirit and chi, and entered a state of complete emptiness. However, the pain in her bone marrow did not mean that she could not feel it immediately after blocking her 5 senses. The pain that penetrated deep into her bone marrow still existed, but it was slightly better in comparison. Arbor suddenly opened her eyes. Within her inner vision, she discovered that her bone marrow had turned from glowing white to being covered with a layer of faint purple light. This faint purple light was still gradually turning into a faint pinkish-yellow color. However, cold sweat trickled down her head, and she felt that her bone marrow was about to go numb from the pain. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared beside her. With a flick of his sleeve, the little girl fell to the ground with a plop. A certain venerable immortal sighed. With another flick of his sleeve, he supported her body. The little tree, Chiochio's tree face, was full of guilt. Dodo hopped out of the paradise. Master, master, master. So noisy. The venerable immortal brushed this noisy tree man aside in annoyance. You are too bold. You actually gave her a god-level bone-forging pill. If she can't take it, you know what will happen. Master, master, she won't be able to take it. The venerable peach blossom immortal glared fiercely at the tree man. She has already reached the half-step immortal bone realm. If she takes another half-step, what do you think will happen? Her mystic realm cultivation will not be able to take the violent transformation of her bones and blood. She will. No. The little tree man was sweating profusely as he spun around on the spot. Then he wailed, I was wrong. Venerable immortal, please save her. She's fine. The venerable peach blossom immortal glared at the little tree. Haste makes waste. You'd better remember this. The little treant drooped its head listlessly. 5 days later, Arbor opened a pair of slightly dazed eyes and was shocked by a little treant that suddenly jumped in front of him and cried loudly. What exactly did little tree experience? The leaves on his head seemed to have been roasted by fire, and there were 2 panda eyes hanging on his head. He looked like he'd been beaten up several times. Arbor was speechless. He touched the scorched leaves of the sapling and asked, What's wrong with you? Master. Just as the sapling was about to jump onto the bed, it was kicked to the corner by the little water baby who suddenly jumped up. The sapling held its head and counted mushrooms. Master. The water child's tears pitter-pattered down. With a flip of her hand, Chow Mu took out a jar from her inner world and adeptly collected the sacred water. The little water baby was speechless. Master, you worried us to death. A squarish lump of dirt suddenly popped out from behind the little water baby and said naively, You don't know. You've been unconscious for 4 to 5 days. You scare me to death. Chapter 1408. 2. 844 Fooling Around. Are you even human? With a flick of her sleeve, Mo Yin brushed the little ones to the side. Sitting down by the bed, he raised his hand to touch Arbor's forehead. The man's eyes were slightly worried. Jojo, you're too much of a troublemaker. Arbor blinked, looking at him in confusion. She glanced at the little treant hiding beside the cabinet, and her heart skipped a beat. I thought you were going to forge your bones, and only forge your mortal bones into a mystic skeleton. I didn't expect you to take a god-tier pill. Arbor instantly glanced at the little treant hiding behind the cabinet, looking at her with a guilty expression. Needless to say, it must be this troublemaker's doing. She knew this little guy was unreliable. Sure enough, he wanted her to reach the heavens in a single bound. But she was only at the 14th level of the profound realm. If she couldn't reach the heavens, she would explode. But at this moment, she secretly looked inside herself and could see that her bones were actually an extremely light yellow. "I've forged my spirit bones?" "Not only that." Emolian shook her head. "You forged your half-step immortal bones." Emolian helplessly reached out to stroke her head. "With your current body's defensive power, as long as you aren't surrounded by more than 10 great spirit masters at the same time, most spirit masters below the 10th level won't be able to do anything to you." Arbor's eyes brightened. Originally, her original goal was to not get injured in the hands of people below the 5th level of spirit masters. She didn't expect the forging of her bones to go so smoothly this time. "Smooth your head." Emolian raised her hand and lightly patted her forehead. She snappily grabbed her and gave her a hard bite on her little face. If I don't keep a close eye on you, you'll mess around. When you go into seclusion in the future, I'll watch over you from the side." Darling Qiao immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. No. How can I calm down with you by my side?" Hearing this, Emolian's phoenix eyes brightened. She raised her hand and pulled her into her embrace. "Why? Are you panicking when you see me?" Arbor was both amused and annoyed. He raised his hand and smacked him. "Nonsense. How are you talking nonsense? Why don't you admit it?" Emolian rubbed her head. "How are you feeling now? How do you feel?" Arbor tilted his head and suddenly reached out to pinch his face. "I feel a little hungry. You haven't eaten for 4 or 5 days. Emolian held her hand and got off the bed. He turned his head and stared straight at her. Arbor looked down at himself. "Why are you staring at me like that? Take a look." Emolian casually stuffed a bronze mirror into her hands. Xiaomu couldn't help but be taken aback after taking a look. As it turned out, after forging her bones, her skin had become even more delicate and translucent. On her tender little face, her almond-shaped eyes were glowing, and she looked extremely beautiful. So delicious. Emolian reached out and picked her up, then frowned. "You've lost weight again. Someone prepare the meal." Emolian carried her to the table while muttering softly, "Jojo, you have to eat an extra bowl of rice every day. This way, you can quickly grow taller and fatter." She no longer had extravagant hopes for growing taller. After rolling his eyes at him, Arbor dragged a stool over to sit next to him. "Nothing happened while I was in seclusion, right?" "No. Everything was calm and peaceful. I was so idle that I had nothing to do every day. If you want to talk about something major, it might be the great king's betrothal between the vassal prince of Anan and commandery princess in..." Chapter 1409. Arbor, who was drinking soup, almost choked. "You did it." Her expression was a bit odd. MHM. Emolian nodded vigorously, looking like he was asking for praise. He looked at his wife with a grin and said, "Who told that he had to always hover around us like a housefly? It's so annoying. The earlier we marry her off, the easier it'll be. What do you think of my handling of this matter?" "Not bad." Darling Qiao also nodded in agreement. "I don't know what's wrong with that person, but she always likes to deliberately get close to me. Do I look that stupid? How can I become good sisters with her just by letting her bluff me a bit? How can there be such a comical thing in this world? I don't like her. She's terribly scheming." Arbor scooped up a spoonful of rice and swallowed it. When she looked up, she saw Emolian, this guy, staring fixedly at her with his flickering phoenix eyes. "You don't know why she got close to you?" "How would I know?" Arbor scooped up another spoonful of rice and swept him a suspicious glance. "Cough. Then let me ask you something." Emolian coughed lightly and moved the stool closer to his wife. He asked cautiously, "That day, we ran into Old Fourth, which is the 4th princess. Do you still remember?" "I remember this. She even ran to your father and fiercely complained about me, saying that I beat her up so badly that she couldn't go out to meet people." Arbor fumed whenever she recalled this matter. "Why don't you tell me? Where did I beat her up?" The crown prince couldn't resist face-palming. "My darling, you really don't remember?" Arbor's hair would stand on end whenever she heard the words "don't remember." After experiencing passive amnesia, she would often stubbornly say to other people that she remembered everything. How could I not remember? Emolian really wanted to laugh when she glanced over with her small gaze. Subsequently, he nodded repeatedly with an everything my wife says is right attitude. He quickly said, right, right? You remember everything. It was that time when you stepped in to save eldest Cheen on the street. You beat up Old Fourth. Arbor was suddenly enlightened. Why didn't you say so back then? Emolian couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed that some people, no matter how many times his wife saw them at the palace banquet, would turn a blind eye to them. No wonder she looks familiar to me. Arbor muttered to himself as he ate a mouthful of food from his small bowl. But she still had the cheek to cry to your father. She's robbing people on the street. Is she in the right? Emolian, Bao. She really wasn't here to rob us that day. She was here to capture eldest Cheen. Emolian felt that it was necessary to talk to the little girl about the relationship between men and women, lest she was either cultivating or fighting all day long. Prince Emo thought to himself that if he chatted more, he would definitely be enlightened one day. Why? Arbor looked at Emolian curiously. Why? Emolian coughed lightly. You've heard that Emo Shuang wants to marry eldest Cheen, right? It must be because Emo Shuang likes him that she wants to marry him. Arbor put down her bowl and chopsticks. But didn't eldest Cheen reject her long ago? Yes, but there are so many infatuated men and resentful women in this world. It's not as if the other party can give up just because the other party rejects, right? Arbor instantly understood and nodded. Fourth princess is too persistent. Emolian, say, this little girl doesn't understand, but she immediately understands when you tell her. Say, she understands, but she always looks like she doesn't understand. How worrying. Chapter 1410. What you mean is, that commandery princess actually likes you and wants to marry you? That's why she's been trying to get close to me and become good sisters with me? Look, this little fellow was so perceptive and could infer many things from one instance. She could completely understand with just a little bit of explanation. It looked like there was still a lot of hope in enlightening her. He had to put it on the agenda as soon as possible. However, Arbor felt very uncomfortable on the inside. She didn't know why, but when she heard Emolian say that whatever commandery princess wanted to marry him wholeheartedly, it was like she had swallowed a fly. She felt very uncomfortable all over. When is she getting married? Wasn't this topic jumping a bit too quickly? Emolian couldn't resist replying. After the Queen Dowager's birthday banquet. You can't let her get married right away? Darling Xiao pulled a long face. Emolian couldn't resist sputtering with laughter. A vassal prince and a commandery princess getting married in a month is already considered a hasty wedding. Darling Xiao pursed her lips. All right then, I wish them a long and happy marriage. Look at how awkward she was and how proud she was as she said it. Emolian laughed out loud and pulled her onto her lap. Jojo, you're unhappy. I am unhappy. Arbor nodded honestly. I don't like her liking you. Emolian's eyes were bright as she looked down at her. Darling, do you know why? Arbor nodded and replied bluntly. Because you are mine. I forbid her from liking you. Oh my God. This answer simply made Prince Emo burst with joy. Darling, what should I do? You're going to charm me to death. Sure enough, this fellow in front of her was so close to her, and her pair of beautiful eyes were glowing. Such a good-looking person indeed made her a bit flustered. Arbor coughed dryly and muttered good for nothing inwardly, her large eyes darting to the side in embarrassment. Do you know Jojo? Emolian cupped her small face in his hands and gazed at her intently as he said seriously, My love for you is already indescribable with words. Arbor thought about it and nodded. Me too. Prince Emo held back his laughter and said seriously, My love for you is so deep that you can't even imagine it. Darling Xiao tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding. Me too. Look, this little guy is interesting. She was a person who wouldn't act until she saw a rabbit. You have to take a big step first. Then she will follow you and take a small step. She will follow in small steps, and one day she will be able to walk side by side with him. Prince Emo once again praised himself in his heart. How could he have been so wise and far-sighted back then? He really admired his own wit. Arbor reached out to rub his face. I just don't get it. Since fourth princess has already been clearly rejected, why can't she just switch paths? Why must she run headlong into an iron-headed tree like eldest Chin? Not everyone is as decisive as you. Prince Mo's heart stirred, and he hugged her tightly in his arms and stroked her hair. You can say that she doesn't understand love, but she can see things so clearly sometimes. Mo Lien lowered his head to kiss her face. Xiao Xiao, let me ask you something. Yesterday, I found a small booklet with both pictures and text in your official box. Was it for you to study? MHM. Mo Lien widened her almond-shaped eyes and looked innocently at Arbor, who had reached out to cover her mouth. The little guy spat at him, and her face flushed red as she immediately moved away from his lap and ran out. I'm going to eat first. Wait. Chapter 14:11. After the eagle's cry, the well-built, black-clothed youth stepped onto a huge rock and stretched out his left arm to catch the eagle that was flying straight down towards his face. The eagle's small, sparkling eyes looked back and forth as it let out several short cries. Congratulations, young lord. Congratulations, young lord. You have tamed the most ferocious eagle king of our western wilderness prairie. An earth-shattering roar came from behind the youth. The youth turned around, his wolfish eyes hidden in the messy hair in front of his forehead, emitting an unruly and ruthless light. He raised the eagle on his left arm high up. In an instant, the several hundred personal attendants below erupted into thunderous roars of praise. Young lord, young lord, young lord. The youth was about 20 years old. He was tall, his skin was nearly the color of wheat, and his hair was combed into a small braid. His facial features were deep and handsome. His black tights wrapped around his perfectly streamlined body, and his entire person exuded a wild, unrestrained, and awe-inspiring, domineering aura. Young Lord didn't come out of seclusion for 3 years, but the moment he did, he intimidated everyone. The white-haired Aikido tribe patriarch Ahan, whose face was covered in wrinkles, said with a smile, Young Lord is growing too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he has grown to the point where we are left in the dust. Another clansman said with a smile, Patriarch, Lord Patriarch. In the distance, a young clansman riding a horse quickly arrived in front of Patriarch Ahan. He dismounted and respectfully handed over a letter. This is news from Northern Mo. Ahan frowned. He opened the letter and quickly skimmed through it. He couldn't help but be startled. I didn't expect that Northern Mo's royal crown prince has already gotten married. Father, what is the news? The youth ACI collected his gaze and quickly walked over to Ahan. It's news from Northern Mo. Take a look. Ahan handed the letter to him. ACI took the letter and gave it a cursory glance. His wolfish eyes glowed with a faint green light. Father, the letter says that Northern Mo's Queen Dowager's 70th birthday has been set on the 8th of June. I plan to personally lead a team. What? Ahan was taken aback. He then shook his head and said, That's inappropriate. With your status, why do you need to attend the birthday celebration of a mere Northern Mo Queen Dowager? The birthday celebration is just an excuse. The most important thing was that he finally had the qualifications and strength to meet this crown prince of Northern Mo. He was determined to get back at this person for all the humiliation he had suffered back then. Big brother, Ollie spread his legs and straightened his body. I'll go with you. Ollie, you're also causing trouble. Ahan glared at his son, Ollie, in disapproval. Young master. Ahan wanted to say something else. However, Yas raised his hand and stopped the latter half of his sentence. Yas turned around with a cold expression and fiercely flung the black cloak behind him. I've already made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Pass down the order. Bring some gifts. We will set off tomorrow. Yas stepped down from the hill and looked up at the clear blue sky. A dark light flitted across his deep eyes. Wait, damn girl. I said I would come back for you. Wait, he muttered to himself as his tall figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Ollie originally wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by his father, Ahan. Don't chase. Since young master has decided. Ollie, you will set off tomorrow to accompany young master to Northern Mo. Remember, at the crucial moment, Use your life to protect our young master. Yes, father. Chapter 14:12. Chieftain, chieftain. Two clansmen carrying wooden bows on their backs rushed overexcitedly. Chieftain, we've discovered the figures of the Alava tribe. Oh, these little rats are finally willing to come out of their holes to look for food. Go capture them all. Ahan raised his hand and roared. The roars of the vigorous clansmen instantly echoed in all directions. On the other side, after ACI left the slope, he headed toward the tent area next to the water source. There were many large and small tribes like this in the western wilderness. Each tribe would lead their clansmen to choose a place with abundant water and grass to set up camp and pass their days. However, in recent years, the ecological environment had worsened. The drama of fighting for territory occurred every day in the western wilderness, and people died everywhere. 3 days ago, a small tribe nearby had collectively turned into zombies overnight. Fortunately, he had already come out of seclusion and led his clansmen to quickly and appropriately clean up, preventing the crisis from spreading. ACI pursed his lips and pulled open the curtain of the large tent with a swish with a handsome face that didn't have a smile on it. A fiery and delicate body pressed against him and wriggled coyly on his body. She called out sweetly, "Big brother, AC." ACI frowned and pulled off the woman clinging to him. He shoved her away. "Go away." His disgust was evident in his words. Akir's small face stiffened. She had deliberately dressed up today to see her big brother ACI. With such stunning looks, no matter who saw her, they would be very attracted to her. However, only her big brother ACI was so disdainful of her from beginning to end. She was the peerless pearl of their Aikido tribe and the adopted daughter of the chieftain. She had been born proud and outstanding. Whether it was in terms of talent or beauty, she was one of the best among her peers. She was deeply loved by countless men in the Aikido tribe. But now, for this even more outstanding man in front of her, she didn't mind lowering her noble head. "Big brother ACI, I also want to go to Northern Mo with you. I heard others say that Northern Mo's land is vast, with glazed tiles and gold everywhere. I want to see this kind of country. Big brother ACI, we're a large group of men. Why would a woman like you come with us? You won't be able to make it." Yas's words were full of contempt for Akir. Akir immediately said indignantly, "I'm a level 8 mystic cultivator. In the entire clan, I can be considered to be one of the top few. Big brother, you see, you underestimate me too much. Isn't it just traveling? How can I not keep up with your speed?" Yas glanced at her coldly. "Women should just stay in the tent obediently and wait on people. Don't come out and cause trouble. You don't need to be stronger than a man." Akir's eyes immediately reddened with grievance. She stomped her feet and said, "I'll tell Daddy that I must go with you. You can't get rid of me." After saying this, he lifted the curtain and ran out, almost bumping into a bearded clansman. That clansman immediately laughed and said, "Akir, what's wrong?" Akir ran off without looking back. ACI coldly glanced at her back but didn't say anything. "Young master," ACI looked up and said to the bearded man, "Prepare to set off tomorrow." "Yes, Sonka will solemnly obey young master's orders." The bearded man placed his hand across his chest and bowed respectfully. Chapter 14:13. Today's weather was exceptionally good, so Arbor had someone bring out the food box and tea. She ate while flipping through medical books in the Eastern Palace's small garden. With a wave of her small hand, a royal maid immediately handed over a plate of cut oranges. The little fellow raised her head and glanced at this royal maid who had just been transferred to her side, Haidang. In reality, she could tell at a glance that this Haidang should be from the female hidden guard camp. Like Xiao Yao, she was skilled in martial arts. However, compared to the chattering Xiao Yao, this Haidang was much quieter. At such a young age, she was very steady and did things methodically. It was just that she was a bit wooden. "Crown Princess, do you want to change the tea?" Haidang suddenly asked. "All right, change it then." Arbor flipped through a page as she spoke indifferently. "Crown Princess, then Haidang will change it for you." Arbor watched as she skillfully changed the tea and suddenly asked, "What has the Crown Prince been busy with these past 2 days?" Why is he nowhere to be seen all day? His Highness the Crown Prince has been busy receiving guests from various countries these past 2 days. There are still 2 days until Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. His Highness the Crown Prince will be very busy. Oh. Haidang replied stiffly. Arbor pursed her lips. How many countries have come? Northern Wei will arrive at our Mo Kingdom capital today. In this way, all the northern countries, large and small, have basically all arrived. As for the south, the southern Bailey Kingdom and southern Shao Kingdom will come. Also. Oh, okay. Arbor was only casually asking. Her head hurt when she heard Haidang recite the names of the various countries as if they were her family treasures. It wasn't like she really wanted to get acquainted with them. If she had so much free time, she might as well go to sleep. Miss. Xiao Yao ran over jubilantly, but before she could speak, Arbor teased her. Calm down, my sister-in-law. Xiao Yao's pretty face immediately flushed red. Embarrassed, she rolled her eyes and said, Miss, you're teasing me again. What joke? Your marriage is already on the agenda. Otherwise, the Crown Prince wouldn't have put Haidang by her side. This was to transfer Haidang, the female hidden guard, to a place where she could order her around. I don't want to talk to you about this. Xiao Yao stomped her feet. I almost forgot about my business because of you. I'm telling you, the princess of the southern Shao Kingdom is here. Arbor's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, Where is it? We're almost at the city gate. Xiao Yao beamed with joy and said, Miss, do you want to go out of the palace and take a look? Today, the streets are even more lively than yesterday. Do I look like someone who likes to join the fun? Arbor said expressionlessly. Xiao Yao was about to say no, fawningly, when she heard Haitong's stiff voice suddenly ring out. Yes, Xiao Yao, but big sister, you can't be little master's personal guard like this. Seeing that the little stoic was about to flip out, Xiao Yao quickly said with a smile, Miss, of course you're not someone who likes to join in the fun. Unfortunately, your subordinates like us just like to join in the fun. As she said this, she tugged at Haitong's sleeve and repeatedly signaled her with her eyes. Haidang nodded dumbly. I like to join in the fun the most. Arbor's mouth twitched, and she found it funny on the inside. She waved her slender hand and summoned a huge Qingwan. Let's go. Let's go meet those old acquaintances. She didn't expect that something would go wrong at this moment. Black Monday, so tiring. I'm going to sleep tomorrow. Chapter 14:14. The most important thing was to see Xiaomi, that fool. Arbor didn't care about the others at all. On the other side, Haidang was startled. She had only followed the Crown Princess for 2 or 3 days and had always heard her companions talk about how powerful the Crown Princess was. Today, she saw her summon a heavenly bird with her own eyes. The three of them jumped up and left the palace without any obstructions. The Imperial Guard commander guarding the gate, Hui Feng, only raised his eyelids before rolling his eyes and turning a blind eye. Hui Fan was a new official. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help but ask curiously, Big brother, isn't that the Crown Princess? Does the Crown Princess travel so casually? That's right. When you see this heavenly bird in the future, just ignore it. Hui Feng couldn't help but gulp when he thought of the young Crown Princess's savagery. If by any chance some idiot went crazy and stopped the young Crown Prince Consort, then there was a 99% chance that he, the commander of the Imperial Guards, would be out of luck. All right, big brother. I'll listen to you. Hui Fan nodded. Arbor's party left the palace and flew to the north gate under Xiao Yao's directions. Miss, the streets around the north gate have been controlled these 2 days. You're wise. We flew all the way here, and no one could stop us. Xiao Yao giggled and pointed below. Let's go to the tea house opposite Rui Pavilion. Yes, that Fubei restaurant. People came and went on the streets, and the commoners all saw a large green bird flying towards the city gate. However, the large bird's flying speed was especially fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the entrance of Fubei restaurant. 3 slender figures flashed, and the large bird disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, Arbor's party had already stepped into the first floor of Fubei restaurant. The 3 of you, please come in, please come in. These few days, The imperial court had been welcoming guests from various countries of the North Gate, causing his small tea house's business to be unprecedentedly good. He couldn't stop smiling all day. On this end of North Street, his tea house was relatively high class. If some of the nobles wanted to come and watch the fun, they would definitely go to his tea house. Opposite Fubei Tower, a figure was leaning against the window of Rui Pavilion. His swollen eyes shone with a cold light. I didn't expect the crown princess to join the fun. Second prince, a girl around 16 or 17 years old, who was wearing a thin red veil, walked out from the inner room. She leaned against the second prince and subconsciously sniffed the fragrance of the dragon's saliva on his body. Haha, Lily. The second prince raised his hand and patted the girl's head as if he was petting his pet. Have you picked out your jewelry? I have. Wei Mingli beamed with joy as she nodded and said, Thank you for your reward, second prince. Hey, you deserve it. As long as you do well in the future, these rewards will continue to come. Did Imperial Father think that he would starve to death by stopping his salary for 3 months? His second prince estate at least held some businesses, and this Rui Pavilion used to be considered a profitable business. It was impossible to make things difficult for him. A cold light flitted through second prince Mo Lu's eyes. How could he take it lying down after being toyed with like a drowning dog? Lily, are you ready? Mo Lu lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms with a lustful gaze. When he thought of having to send such a beautiful woman to that person's side, he felt waves of discomfort in his heart. Fortunately, he had already enjoyed her tenderness. Chapter 14-15. A severe glint flitted across the girl called Lily's lowered eyes. She nodded and called out delicately, MHM, I am ready to cooperate with you at any time, second prince. Ha, good. The second prince, Mo Lu, laughed loudly as he pinched her soft buttocks. I just knew that you were a smart person. You didn't waste the large amount of manpower and resources I spent to train you for the better part of a year. Lily will never forget second prince's great kindness to me. Miss Lily called out delicately again. She raised the man's chin with her slender finger and restlessly crawled over the man's protruding Adam's apple. Mo Lu's heart warmed slightly. When he thought about how he was going to give away such a stunner today, he might as well make the best use of his time. The second prince picked up Miss Lily and strode behind the screen. Miss Lily giggled delicately. Not long after, Miss Lily's light gasps of pleasure could be heard from inside. The screen was vaguely imprinted with 2 intertwined figures. The second prince had already lost himself in the passion and was completely intoxicated. However, Miss Lily abruptly turned her eyes away and shot a sharp gaze outside the window. She thought to herself, Wei Mingli, will definitely become outstanding and have boundless glory in this life. Whoever had humiliated her in the past would have to pay back 1,000 times the price in the future, including this second prince who treated her like a plaything. Miss Lily's slender fingers, which were painted red, slid across the back of the second prince's head, causing the man's entire body to tense up instantly on the other side. Arbor and his servants were sitting in a private room by the window on the second floor. After ordering a pot of tea, they sent the waiter away. This year, a pot of good tea also cost a lot of mystic currency. There was no other reason than that ever since the tea trees were largely contaminated, the tea leaves would only become more and more expensive in the future. Commandery Princess, please. A voice came from behind the curtain. Arbor turned to look and saw Commandery Princess Ian slowly walking in, accompanied by her maidservants Ming, Qian, and Sur. After not seeing her for so many days, Ian looked haggard. Her palm-sized face was filled with worry, and she looked listless, her eyes very dim. It seemed that as the wedding day approached, her heart was also suffering. However, Arbor did not sympathize with her. She had heard the crown prince mention that this commandery princess and had invited many local ruffians to cause trouble for her on the day of her wedding. If she really got her way, wouldn't the crown prince lose face? In addition, the crown prince secretly suspected that the reason why Ding Yun was able to sneak into the palace that day was because someone had led the way, and this guide was most likely Commandery Princess Yin. Ian did not notice Arbor and his servants in the small cubicle by the window and headed straight for the private room after entering the tea house. Arbor ignored her and turned his head to look at the bustling scene outside the window. There were guests from various countries entering the Mo Kingdom capital every day these past few days. The people of the Ministry of Rites were very busy making arrangements for the guests' accommodations. At this moment, a commotion could be heard from the northern city gate. The commoners who were watching the commotion all stretched their necks to take a look. They saw a long procession entering the city gate, and the southern Shao Kingdom's flag was mounted on the horse of the person leading the procession. Princess Mi's carriage rolled into the Mo Kingdom capital's northern city gate under the escort of the crowd. Arbor's eyes lit up, and he was about to fly down when Xiao Yao pressed down on his petite hand. Miss. Chapter 14:16. Xiao Yao couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Why was her young miss so strange? You suddenly jumped down in public. With so many guards from the southern Shao Kingdom, it would be strange if they didn't think you were an assassin. I was bored and wanted to reminisce about the past. Arbor pointed at Princess Xiaomi, who was surrounded by a thin veil. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. If you jump down now, the streets will definitely be in chaos. Arbor pursed his lips and leaned against the window with his chin propped up. His eyes flickered as he looked at Princess Mi's carriage. Xiaomi definitely didn't see me now. There are so many people below. Xiao Yao suddenly paused midway and frowned as she looked at the group of people barging into the city gate. Make way, make way, make way. The carriages behind suddenly squeezed through the city gate and attacked the southern Shao Kingdom's guards without any explanation. The southern Shao Kingdom's guards naturally weren't fools and wouldn't passively take a beating. The two sides started pushing and shoving, and it quickly turned into a street brawl. The Assistant Minister of Rites, Huang Yi, was dumbfounded when he saw the situation. He hurriedly ordered his soldiers to go forward and stop the two sides. Everyone, please calm down, calm down. Who dares to attack our southern Shao Kingdom's people so rudely? Xiaomi angrily shouted. She lifted the thin veil curtain and jumped out. Her red dress sparkled under the sunlight, and Princess Mi's eyes revealed a trace of pride. Princess Mi, the Assistant Minister of Rites, Huang Yi, quickly went forward and cupped his hands. Please calm down. Young lord, young lord, young lord, young lord. Without waiting for Princess Mi to shout a few words in an awe-inspiring manner, the other party's voice, which was obviously more powerful than hers, immediately suppressed the voices of her and the group of weaklings from the southern Shao Kingdom. Fuck! Princess Mi's face was bursting with anger. Where did this fool come from? He just entered the city and already caused such a big commotion. Was he trying to show off his power to Baimois? Yas was draped in a black cloak. He dismounted from his horse and strode toward Xiaomi. At first glance, Xiaomi felt that this person was somewhat familiar. When her line of sight shifted to the prideful faces of Ollie and Akir, she suddenly seemed to recall something. She slapped her thigh and said, Ollie, what's your name again? That guy from Aikido. Ollie's expression immediately turns furious. He glares at Xiaomi and says, Princess Mi, you dare to be disrespectful to my big brother? This is my big brother, the young chief of the Aikido tribe. You can call him young Master ACI. Oh, yes, it's you. Xiaomi nodded heavily as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Yasi, it's me. You must be that idiot Yas. The one who was beaten up like a dog by my sister a few years ago. Ha ha. I didn't expect that after parting at Shuang City in the west, we would meet again today. Xiaomi's eyes suddenly widened as she stared at the fist that was suddenly thrown at her. For a moment, she even thought that she was hallucinating. What's going on? This person really dared to casually make a move in Northern Mo's territory. The fist was about to fly toward her face. Earth-shattering bear. Gong Sun Yang roared and immediately summoned the earth-shattering bear to charge forward and block in front of Princess Xiao Mi standing motionlessly at the side. Gong Sun Lai couldn't help but twitch his mouth speechlessly. You deserve it. The princess deserves a beating. You said in front of young Master ACI that he was beaten like a dog previously. Who wouldn't beat you up on the spot? Arbor abruptly flew down from the window. Chapter 14:17. At that time, Xiao didn't even have the time to grab her. She could only watch helplessly as her little mistress heroically jumped down. She and Haitang looked at each other in dismay. Bam! Arbor jumped in front of Xiaomi and patted her shoulder without waiting for her to return to her senses. Are you all right, Princess Me? Little sister. Xiaomi was startled for a moment before excitedly grabbing her little hand. Oh my, you really scared this old lady to death just now. I didn't expect that temperamental fellow to be so shameless. He actually made a move on a beautiful girl like me in public. Arbor, why did she keep feeling that Princess Me was innately hilarious? When she saw her, it was as if all her worries would disappear without a trace. Sometimes this fellow was so naive that it was almost frightening. All right, beautiful girl, I'll send you to the guest house. Arbor patted her hand. Xiaomi giggled in response. Sure, you don't know how travel-worn I was on the way here. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Xiaomi wrinkled her nose as if she thought of something. She tugged at Arbor's sleeve and lowered her voice. Little sister, do you still recognize that person? Arbor coldly glanced at AC. That gaze was as if she was looking at a stranger, causing Assie's heart to sink with a thump. How could this be? To think that the person he had been thinking about all this time did not even have the slightest impression of him when they met again. Therefore, he stopped her with a look of displeasure on his face. Arbor used her gaze to ask Xiaomi, who is this person? Back in the Mystic Beast Forest, Xiaomi already knew that this little sister of hers had long since forgotten someone like ACI. What was more unbearable than being completely forgotten by someone? Xiaomi shook her head and sighed. She quietly muttered to her, do you still remember Shuang City? Back then, you captured Medicine Man. It's you. Arbor turned around to glare at ACI in astonishment. Yasa's eyes lit up, but he instantly noticed the displeasure in the little girl's eyes. Because Arbor recalled that it was this person in front of her who led the Falcon battle team to Shuang City's entrance and threw bamboo needles at her, Murong Sun, and the others, attacking people without any explanation. This person was extremely detestable. Arbor glanced at him disdainfully and immediately pulled Xiaomi away. He didn't even bother to look at Yas now. He exploded with anger. However, before he could say anything, Ollie had already jumped out and roared, didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The likes of you want to keep me here? The little stoic couldn't help but be enraged and abruptly stomped her foot. The Assistant Minister of Rights, Huang Yi, had a bad premonition. Sure enough, he saw layers of earth rolling up from under their feet, directly pouncing towards Ollie. Ollie, Akir cried out in alarm. Just as she was about to take a step away, she saw several palm-sized hands in the soil. They abruptly grabbed her dress and firmly fixed her in place. Akir shrieked in terror. It was too late to take care of things in the blink of an eye. ACI leaped to his younger brother Ali's side and pushed him aside. He then conjured a layer of earth with his palm, hastily suppressing the layers of earth waves that Xiao Mu had sent out. A thick earth defense rose from the ground in front of Ali, protecting him from any harm. Chapter 14:18. When he looked up again, he saw that Arbor had already pulled Xiaomi far away. ACI couldn't figure out what he was thinking. He stood dazedly on the street like this with mixed feelings in the depths of his heart. However, Akir was already so angry that she couldn't choose her words carefully. How can this woman be so loathsome? She was already loathsome enough when they met in the Mystic Beast Forest, making people feel uncomfortable all over. He didn't expect to meet her again on the Mo Kingdom capital's North Main Street. This woman's loathsome level had clearly increased quite a bit compared to before. Assistant Minister of Rights Huang Yi's expression darkened, and he cupped his hands at Akir and said, Miss, please be careful with your words. Do not be disrespectful to our Northern Prince Mo's consort. In other words, if you dare to be so disrespectful again, I won't be polite to you. Akir couldn't help but be taken aback, and then her heart relaxed slightly. She inwardly thought, that damn girl is already married. Marrying is good. Marrying is good. After marrying, She wouldn't fight with her for Big Brother Assie's favor anymore. She believed that as long as she stayed by Big Brother Assie's side, there would come a day when Big Brother ACI would understand her goodness. Akir smiled softly. Just as she was about to snuggle up to Yas, he unexpectedly shot her a cold glance. Her footsteps froze, and she froze on the spot. ACI was about to be annoyed to death by this woman. She followed him around all day with a courtship look and didn't even draw a basin of water to look at herself in the mirror. She looked like a vixen and wasn't the woman he liked at all. The woman he liked was definitely with Asai, was slightly taken aback and abruptly realized that when he thought of the woman he liked, the little stoic's face once again inexplicably surfaced in his heart. What was there to like about the little stoic, this unlikable damn girl? ACI irritably raised his hand and scratched his head. He turned around and mounted his horse. Without saying anything, he whipped his horse and galloped away at lightning speed. Miss Lily stroked the hair on her temples and walked out of the Rui pavilion. When her sharp gaze swept over Arbor and Xiao Mi's departing figures, she recognized Arbor almost immediately. It was her, that arrogant and insufferably arrogant bitch who used His Highness the Crown Prince's power to kick her, Wei Mingli, out the door. She would always remember that expressionless face of hers. Miss Lily's eyes narrowed as she grinned with a gloomy expression. Then, she walked gracefully towards a luxurious carriage parked in front of the Rui Pavilion. Mingli? You are Mingli, right? Suddenly, a dark and thin old woman stumbled through the crowd and rushed in front of her. She grabbed her wrist excitedly. Wei Mingli forcefully flung the old woman's hand away in disgust. You've got the wrong person. No, I'm not mistaken. You're Mingli. You're my Mingli, the tanned and skinny woman exclaimed. Mingli, Mingli, I'm your grandmother. Mingli, Mingli. Grandmother had a hard time looking for you. A cold glint flitted across Wei Mingli's eyes and transformed into a sharp blood blade in an unseen place. Huh! A crisp slap suddenly landed on Granny Nyo's old face, startling her for a moment. Old woman, have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? You still want to claim kinship? You should draw a basin of water and take a look at your wretched appearance. Can I, Lily, have such a poor and pedantic relative like you? Wei Mingli pursed her lips and revealed a lofty expression. Granny Nyo was stupefied. Chapter 1419. She originally thought that as long as she cried in front of Wei Mingli would definitely take her in on account that she was her grandmother. Who would have thought? Wei Mingli actually slapped her in the middle of the street. Was this still how a granddaughter should behave? Granny Nyo immediately collapsed to the ground and acted shamelessly like a shrew. She wailed, "Granddaughter is unfilial. Granddaughter hit grandmother." Seeing that there was a show to watch, the onlookers immediately surrounded them and pointed at Wei Mingli and Granny Nyo while gossiping. Wei Mingli wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Granny Nyo on the ground with a sweet smile and said coldly, "Do you think that a dignified official's daughter like me would have such a country bumpkin for a grandmother? My father, Wei Zhong, is a second-rank imperial physician in the Imperial Physician Building. His medical skills are renowned far and wide. My grandmother is naturally enjoying life at home right now. Why would she be like this old woman, throwing a tantrum and rolling around on the streets?" Wei Mingli harumphed coldly and swept a disdainful glance at Granny Nyo. "Why aren't you dragging this ignorant thing away?" Two page boys immediately ran up from behind Wei Mingli and fiercely dragged the throwing tantrum Granny Nyo off the ground, about to drag her away. Granny Nyo hugged the carriage shaft tightly and screamed, "Murder! Murder! Granddaughter killed grandmother. Ah! Granny! Madame Nebo, who had been hiding in the crowd for a long time, saw that the time was ripe and immediately rushed out to support her grandmother. She looked at Wei Mingli and scolded her. "Mingli, you shouldn't have done this. Even if you have a foster father now and have a meteoric rise, you can't forget that your biological grandmother is still living in an abyss of suffering." Wei Mingli chuckled. "Then what do you think I should do?" Of course it's... Before Madame Bo could say anything improper, she heard Wei Mingli's cold voice. "What are you all still standing there for? Hurry and chase these two village women away. Go, 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 go. Several page boys immediately walked out of Rui Pavilion and chased away Madame Nyo and Madame Ne Bo, who were wailing and shouting at Wei Mingli. Go! No, don't chase us away. Mingli! Mingli! The cries grew further and further away. After Wei Mingli boarded the carriage, she immediately put down the curtain in her hand and waved her hand in annoyance. Let's go. Proceed according to the original plan. Those two good-for-nothings deserve to die in the alley and be fed to the dogs. On the other side, Madame Nyo and Madame Bo, who had been chased away, were beaten up by the manservants. Not only did they not get any benefits, but their bodies also hurt from the beating. The two of them scolded Wei Mingli for being unfilial as they walked. When they thought of how their family had ended up like this, and how only the two of them were left, they couldn't help but look at each other in sorrow. Granny, I think we should look for Mingli. There's only hope if you follow her. When a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw the glamorous Wei Mingli just now, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. Ever since their entire family was chased out of the Marquis's estate with old Madame Chiao, their luck had deteriorated day by day, and their lives were not as good as before. Therefore, when they saw Wei Mingli, who had disappeared for almost half a year, suddenly become so rich, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. Mingli is so ruthless. I think she won't acknowledge us anymore. Granny Nyo sighed. Then what should we do, Granny? Chapter 1420. The two abruptly stopped in their tracks as they stared in horror at the dozen or so local ruffians surrounding them with clubs. Who are you people? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hugged each other as they trembled, a bad premonition slipping through their hearts. When Wei Mingli left just now, they both noticed the hint of loathing and hatred she was suppressing in her eyes. Was it like this? But the two of them were at least her only remaining close relatives in this world. Brothers, attack. Our employer said it. Beat them to death, ha ha ha. A group of ferocious ruffians rushed forward and surrounded the two powerless women. They raised their clubs and gave them a good beating without any explanation. Soon, a personal guard appeared in Wei Mingli's carriage. Reporting to Miss, those two old women have already been beaten to death in the back alley by the local ruffians. Their corpses were fed to the wild dogs. Excitement flitted across Wei Mingli's eyes, and she nodded. Well done. She would repay these people who had tormented her in all sorts of ways and treated her terribly in the past bit by bit. Just wait. A shrewd glint flitted across Wei Mingli's eyes, and she lifted the curtain. She saw a carriage hurrying over on the official road across from them. Wei Mingli abruptly let go of the curtain and took a deep breath. Get ready. Mo Yen had received definite news the moment he came out of the town hall that his little crown princess had run off on Qingluan. Thus, he decided to head to the North City Gate to find his wifey and also welcome the late second prince of Southern Bailey, Bailey Shi. However, the carriage had just stepped onto the official road of North Main Street and hadn't gone far when another carriage suddenly sped over. The accompanying guards' faces darkened, and they were just about to step forward and shout for these two bold carriages to stop and not disturb His Highness the Crown Prince's grand self. Unexpectedly, a startling change occurred in that instant. A wheel suddenly flew out of the oncoming carriage, and the entire carriage swerved and crashed straight into Prince Mo's carriage. If they were hit head-on, Prince Mo's carriage would also be knocked askew. Then should he still go and fetch his wife? Should he meet Bailey Shi? Mo Yin put down the bamboo tube in her hand and put back the information she had received from the other bases. As soon as she raised her head, she heard the coachman's terrified roar. The carriage immediately tilted to one side until there was a loud crash. Mo Yin suddenly saw darkness in front of his eyes, as if another carriage was pressing down on his carriage. Crown Prince Mo's carriage driver shrieked in fright, and he steered the carriage to adjust repeatedly. However, the other party's carriage was firmly pressed against their carriage like this, so no matter how he steered, the carriage still tilted in one direction. Boom! Prince Mo naturally wouldn't stay in the carriage like an idiot. After gathering all the information in the carriage into his inner world, He broke through the roof of the carriage and exited. At this moment, a slender figure also climbed out of her own window. She was about to stumble into the crown prince's arms. The group of guards running after the carriage shouted angrily, "Your Highness!" They saw His Highness valiantly kick away the woman who had fallen to his side, that no one else could do this. Everyone thought only their crown prince could do such an unreliable thing. Such a delicate girl. She must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They saw the person who flew out in a parabola dot with a PAU. She flew far away and landed heavily on the ground. She would probably have a nosebleed from the fall. I'll be busy until Friday. I might have to move it to Saturday, depending on the situation. Goodbye, Wave. Chapter 14:21. The guards swarmed forward to check on the woman who was sprawled on the ground and hadn't moved for a long time. A guard hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, she's fainted." What a joke. How many people in this world could withstand a flying kick from His Highness? Perhaps this unlucky woman still hadn't figured out how she had flown out. Miss. Who are you people? Why are you treating my miss like this?" The coachman crawled over and cried out in a panic. Prince Mo glanced at him. Then his gaze landed on the other party's hands. That coachman reflexively looked down. There was nothing else in his 2 chubby hands that were as white as radishes. Mo Yin curled her lips mockingly. She turned and leaped onto the horse that the guards had brought over and rushed toward North Main Street without looking back. Cough, cough, cough. When Wei Mingli woke up, she felt an excruciating pain in her chest. That man's flying kick just so happened to land right on her chest, making her feel as if her chest was about to collapse in that instant. My heavens, how could there be such an insensitive man in this world? When he saw a delicate beauty throwing herself into his arms, his first reaction wasn't to reach out and embrace her, but to kick her out? Where exactly did this weirdo come from? Wei Mingli coughed several times. She was about to struggle and asked the coachman to help her up when she suddenly saw a swarm of guards rush in front of them and press the 2 of them to kneel on the ground with long and short knives. Wei Mingli was so angry that her pretty face instantly flushed pink. The moment she spoke, she tossed aside the pretense of delicateness from before. What are you doing? What do you want to do?" None of the guards paid any attention to her. They simply lifted the 2 of them up, tied them up, and threw them onto horses. Then they yelled and shouted as they headed in the direction of the Ministry of Justice's prison. The moment Wei Mingli saw the words Ministry of Justice appear before her eyes, she was stupefied. She was so angry that her entire body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't fear. It was truly anger. That weirdo was actually so resolute in his actions. Not only did he kick her on the street, but he was also attempting to imprison her in the Ministry of Justice's prison. This forced her to lower her head and examine herself again. Wasn't she beautiful? In the past half a year, whether it was her temperament or her beauty, she had steadily improved by more than one level. Thus, even the second prince was mesmerized by her beauty. But now, Wei Mingli and the coachman were dragged into the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. Without another word, the prison guards tied the 2 of them to the 2 pillars used for interrogating prisoners in the dungeon lobby. A prison guard swung a whip soaked in chilly water and smiled fiercely at her and the coachman. Wei Mingli's hair stood on end. "Pa!" The whip lashed down, and the coachman let out a squeal like a pig. "TSK, TSK, TSK." The guard commander stood at the side and watched, his eyes filled with disdain. "You've only been lashed once, and you're already screaming like that. How many more lashes do you think you can take? Brother." "No, don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm just a car driver." Everything was instigated by Miss. It was the young Miss who instigated it. As soon as that carriage driver finished speaking, Wei Mingli, who was tied to another pillar, was so angry that she couldn't stop kicking him. "You coward, what did you say? Hit her, hit her. It really has nothing to do with me. This lowly one is just a hired passerby. Sob, sob, sob." Chapter 14:22. Beat him. At the guard commander's command, the whip dipped in chilly water lashed the coachman's body again and again until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It was only then that Wei Mingli felt scared. Her body, which was tied to the pillar, trembled nonstop against the pillar. She was truly scared. That day, when she saw His Highness the Crown Prince chase them out of the marquee of Jian's estate, she should have known that this crown prince was very cold-blooded and heartless. He wasn't someone to be trifled with at all. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Before she tried, she thought that she would definitely capture this man's heart with her beauty and figure. It was only after she tried that she realized how naive she and His Highness the Second Prince were. This mission that His Highness the Second Prince assigned was simply impossible to complete, because His Highness the Crown Prince was completely heartless and extremely cold. He wouldn't be moved by her, Wei Mingli, because she was a woman, and he definitely wouldn't be intoxicated by her beauty and be unable to extricate himself like other men. How terrifying! Wei Mingli shuddered all over and reflexively swallowed. At this time, the jailer had already knocked out the white, fat man next to her. He was in a rather wretched state. His perfectly fine white robes hung in strips on his body, and whip wounds covered his face, body, and the back of his hands. At this time, he was already breathing out more than he was breathing in. "Miss, it's your turn now. See, are you going to confess properly? Or are you going to be fiercely whipped like this man before confessing properly?" The jailer's eyes roamed over her voluptuous body as he spoke with a wicked smile. Wei Mingli only felt her body tense, and an unprecedented nervousness crept into her heart. Her eyes stared helplessly at the whip in the jailer's hand, and before he could raise it high, she shrieked, I'll confess. I'll confess everything. It'll be fine as long as you confess." The guard commander on the side put his hands on his hips and took the whip from the jailer's hand. He patted it in his hand and said, "Speak. Who sent you here to trick His Highness?" Wei Mingli shuddered and stammered, "I'll speak. Huawei, it's the Second Prince. I'm a songstress in the Second Prince's estate." The guard leader was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "Do you know where your biggest flaw is? A coachman who has been driving a carriage for many years. His entire body is white and fat. Not to mention that His Highness doesn't believe you. Even with my eyesight, I can tell that something is wrong with you." Wei Mingli's face was ashen. The white fatty was a small steward in the Second Prince's residence. He was the brother of the Second Prince's favorite concubine and was usually trusted by the Second Prince. The mission of getting close to the Eastern Palace was very important, and Mo Lu still didn't quite trust her. Thus, she had originally planned to have this plump and fair steward follow her into the Eastern Palace. Under the guise of assisting her, he would actually monitor her and prevent her from forgetting her original mission once she was in the Eastern Palace. Unexpectedly, that although the Second Prince's plan was good, the Crown Prince was too powerful and saw through it with a single glance. Wei Mingli didn't know what to think. "What do you want?" Wei Mingli's heart was trembling. She didn't expect that not only would she not be able to get half a step closer to the Crown Prince, she would even be thrown into prison. Wei Mingli shuddered as she watched the guard commander bring people over to untie her and the white fatty. "Officials, this little girl knows her mistake. Stop talking, let's go." The guard commander gave her a shove. Chapter 14:23. Wei Mingli's nerves were taut as she staggered forward. She glanced to the side and saw that the fair fatty was like a dead pig. After he was put down from the pillar, his head drooped as he was dragged forward. What are you doing?" Wei Mingli asked, trembling. The guard commander and his entourage didn't say anything else to her. They directly dragged the two people onto their horses and rode toward the Second Prince's estate while yelling. On the other end, Mo Lu smugly stepped into his house. His happiness lasted for less than an hour. He saw the steward run inside in a panic and shout, "Master, master!" Something happened. Something happened. The main entrance. The Second Prince's expression changed slightly, and he hastily followed the steward to the main entrance. As he walked, he anxiously asked, "What happened?" "Miss Lily has returned." "Lily?" The Second Prince's face instantly darkened. His first thought was, Lily actually failed? She really was a good-for-nothing. How long had it been? And she was already back. Did she not encounter his good sixth brother at all? Or did she not manage to get close to anyone else at all? The second prince thought about how he had painstakingly groomed Wei Mingli for the better part of a year, but she was actually of no use at all at the crucial moment. Thus, he stomped out of the main entrance with a belly full of anger. He saw a junior commander dressed in royal guard attire standing at the bottom of the steps with a fake smile and saluting him from afar. Second prince, this lowly officer is here to deliver a gift in return on His Highness the Crown Prince's orders. Open it. At the junior commander's command, 3 to 4 royal guards immediately dragged the person down from the horse and directly threw her at the second prince's estate's entrance. The second prince looked down and saw Wei Mingli curling up and rolling on the ground. She scrambled up the steps with all her might as she wailed mournfully, "Your Highness." Then he looked at that fair and fat junior steward. He had actually been beaten to the point that there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on his body. The second prince couldn't help but be stupefied when he saw this. This wasn't a failure at all. Rather, the crown prince had seen through her identity, right? How long had it been? He had painstakingly cultivated such a beauty for half a year. Originally, he wanted to use her as a delicate chess piece and secretly place her in the crown prince's residence. He had thought that in the future, this little chess piece would surely be able to take a stunning step forward, but he never expected that all his previous efforts would be wasted today. In less than 2 hours, Wei Mingli was exposed by the crown prince and thrown back to the second prince's estate. The second prince only felt that his face was unbearably painful. It was as if someone had smeared chili oil on his face, causing him to feel a burst of burning irritation. Could it be that Mo Lu's IQ was actually so much lower than 6 brothers? The second prince couldn't accept it no matter how hard he tried. He just stood there in a daze at the entrance of the second prince's residence. He didn't even know when the group of people who had come to deliver the gifts mounted their horses and left. His eyes were fixed on one spot, and his mind was completely blank. Other than the sound of Wei Mingli's cries filling his head, he felt as if countless ghostly hands were pulling at his brain and screaming, "Show off!" It was a blatant demonstration. The second prince choked on a mouthful of blood and rolled his eyes to the sky. Unable to withstand the stimulation, he fell backward and landed in front of the gate with a thud. Oh no, oh no! The second prince fainted from anger. Hurry and come. Hurry and go to the palace to summon the imperial physician to treat him. Your Highness, your Highness! The second prince's estate was instantly thrown into chaos. Chapter 1424. On the other side, His Highness the Crown Prince, who had just finished giving his second royal brother a big gift, finally felt a bit more at ease. This wondrous second prince simply disgusted him to death. He simply couldn't understand how his second royal brother's brain worked. How could he be this stupid? How did he think of secretly grooming a songstress, wanting to fish in troubled waters, and toss her into his eastern palace as a spy, without anyone knowing? Did he think that everyone was as stupid as him? What kind of person did he think he was? A random chance encounter on the street was enough to make him willingly bring that woman back to the Eastern Palace? It was still the same question. What was his second royal brother thinking? This second royal brother was probably really a fool, so he thought that everyone was a fool that after being delayed by Wei Mingli. When Mo Lien rushed to North Street, Darling Xiao had already pulled Princess Xiaomi back to the guest house to stay. Prince Mo hastily ran over to pick up his wifey, but instead of his wifey, he picked up the icy-faced Bailey Shi. "I'm honored that Your Highness the Crown Prince personally came to welcome me." Bailey Shi cupped his hands towards His Highness and said expressionlessly, "His Highness the Crown Prince." He inwardly criticized, "Don't flatter yourself. We didn't come to pick you up." On the surface, he raised a smile that was like a spring breeze. "Second Prince Bailey, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever." Bailey Shi nodded. "Crown Prince praises me too much." Hey, you too. How long has it been since we last met? You keep calling me Your Highness the Crown Prince and Second Prince Bailey. Aren't you tired and annoying? And mocking laughter came from the side. Wei Nanfeng was like a monkey as he rolled down from a roof and arrived in front of the two with a grin. "I heard that you were entering the city today, so I came to welcome you. How is it? I'm a good brother, right?" Wei Nanfeng stepped forward and elbowed Bailey Shi's arm. Let's go. We haven't seen each other in a while. Let's find a place to drink. At this time, Assistant Minister of Rights Huang Yi also rushed over after hearing the news. When he saw the Crown Prince, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. The Crown Prince swept a glance at Assistant Minister Huang and asked seemingly absent-mindedly, "Have you seen the Crown Princess?" Yes. Assistant Minister Huang nodded repeatedly. Hearing this, Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. Where is she now? The Crown Princess accompanied the Princess of the Southern Shao Kingdom to the guest hotel. Hey! Wei Nanfeng's body flashed as he extended his hand to block Yin's path. Yin, you can't be serious. We brothers have only met for less than half an hour, and you want to leave? Prince Mo immediately waved his hand and said, I'll have tea with you some other day. What a joke. What was there to talk about with these two stinky men? Of course, finding his own wife was more important. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left the two men behind without looking back. He mounted his horse and galloped towards the guest house in the capital. Bailey Shi and Wei Nanfeng were left behind. They looked at each other in dismay and shook their heads in unison. They sighed inwardly. Yin, this guy, why did he become more clingy with the little stoic after not seeing him for so many years? But speaking of which, they hadn't seen that little stoic for a long time. So how about? The two of them exchanged a look, mounted their horses in unison, and followed after him. After Arbor saw that Princess Xiaomi had settled down, he chatted with her for a while before coming out of the guest house. Before she could board the carriage, she heard the clip-clop of horse hooves, and a familiar voice called out to her from afar. Jojo, Jojo. Chapter 1425. Arbor was exasperated as she watched Prince Mo gallop over on his horse. Just as he was about to reach her, that guy suddenly flew up and arrived beside her with a swish. He cried out pitifully, Jojo, Jojo, it's bad. Hubby was almost taken advantage of by a scoundrel. Hurry and comfort hubby's nearly injured body and mind. Arbor, she couldn't take it anymore. Ever since they got married, this guy's skin had become increasingly thicker, and she couldn't reverse it no matter what. Arbor reflexively hugged his waist and patted it with her small hand. What scoundrel? Lien hastily recounted everything that happened just now from beginning to end to his wife. After he was done, he even took credit for it in front of his wife. Jojo, am I smart or not? Say, is this Lu stupid or not? Where did he get the confidence to think that he could fool me with this kind of underhanded trick? Darling Xiao was a bit angry. Wasn't this Lu punished by the great king and grounded for 3 months? How come he can come out now? You know the old man. It's impossible for him to enforce orders and prohibitions. It's already good enough that he didn't change his orders constantly. When Lien saw her serious expression, he quickly pinched her small face in amusement. Don't worry, hubby has always been careful and prudent. I absolutely won't be taken away by a scoundrel. Arbor pursed her small lips. Where are those two people? I sent people to throw them back to the second prince's estate. It's not like I can keep them for dinner. Apparently, second royal brother was so angry that he fainted. Serves him right. A cold glint flitted through Arbor's eyes. He got off easy. Of course I can't let him off easy like this. This guy is so good at jumping around. I'll find something for him to do. Oh, as expected, he forgets his brothers after getting a wife. Bailey, look, I guessed correctly. I knew this guy abandoned us and ran off. He must have come to see the little stoic. Mitchum. Bailey nodded expressionlessly. The two of them hadn't seen the little girl for a while, and they couldn't help but marvel in amazement when they saw her today. What an icy beauty with a face as bright as the moon and eyes as cold as the stars. After this little stoic grew up, she seemed to make people unable to take their eyes off her. What are you looking at? Lien pettily hooked his hand and pulled his wifey into his arms. Xiao, ignore them. We're going home. Arbor nonchalantly nodded his head. His gaze only swept over Wei Nanfeng and Bailey Shi's faces before withdrawing. Too heartless. Wei Nanfeng let out a howl. Arbor turned a blind eye to him. He turned back to look at Bailey Shi and nodded. Thank you for the ebony pieces. It's no trouble at all. Bailey, she nodded with an indifferent expression. This is for you. The little stoic waved her hand, and a brocade pouch landed in Bailey She's hand. I see that you're about to break through to level 13. There are 2 level 13 Mystic Breakthrough pills in the bottle, which should be able to help you break through smoothly. Although the little stoic was expressionless, her words seemed to stir up 1,000 ripples. Bailey She and Wei Nanfeng were both flabbergasted, especially our dear Wei Nanfeng, who was originally waving the folding fan in his hand flirtatiously and confidently. He was so frightened by Arbor's words that his fan fell to the ground with a clatter. His entire person seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he was blown away by the wind. Princess Mi said that you two are about to get married, so this can be considered my wedding gift to you in advance. Chapter 1426. You're getting married? Wei Nanfeng and Mo Lien simultaneously turned to look at the stupefied Bailey She. Bailey She had yet to wake up from the ecstasy of receiving 2 level 13 Mystic Breakthrough pills when he instantly sunk into the stupefied state of getting married. How come he didn't know when he was actually getting married? The little stoic pattered forward at this time and patted Bailey She's shoulder forcefully. Xiaomi is pretty good. You're an ice cube and don't like to talk, while Xiaomi is chatty all day long. You won't be oppressed in the future, so the 2 of you just happen to complement each other. Treat her well. The 3 men present puffed. Wei Nanfeng burst out laughing at an inappropriate time. The little stoic promptly swept him a disdainful glance. What would a person without a wife like you know? You still have the face to laugh at others. Just be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Wei Nanfeng. Ha 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 ha. Emolian truly couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. He flashed forward and pulled his wifey into his embrace. Jojo, Jojo, my Jojo. Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but be speechless. Hey, brother, why don't you say something about your wife? Why is it that after so many years, she still doesn't like me? Look, she gave away 2 precious level 13 Mystic Breakthrough pills to Bailey She in one go. As for him, he wouldn't be hurt if he didn't make a comparison, but once he did, he would simply be infuriated to death. Not only did he not get the Mystic Breakthrough pills, but he was also dissed by the little stoic. So what if he got married? All right, you guys should also get off the bed and rest early. Tomorrow, I'll have someone show you around the city. Grandmother will summon you the day after tomorrow. After Prince Mo finished speaking, he pulled his wifey's hand and galloped away on his horse with her in his arms. Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but be a bit envious when he saw the 2 of them glued to each other like glue and honey. He grumbled, "If I knew earlier, I would have married a considerate wife as soon as possible. Then I wouldn't have been poked in the heart by the stoic today." Bailey She put away the brocade pouch containing the 2 level 13 Mystic Breakthrough pills and walked straight into the guest house. When Wei Nanfeng saw this, he couldn't help but shout angrily from behind. "Hey, you Bailey She, don't you know how to comfort your brother? What an ungrateful fellow." One day later, the Empress Dowager's grand birthday banquet began in Jinxiu Garden of the Longevity Palace. The officials of the 3rd rank and above had already brought their beautiful wives and daughters to the main hall of the Jinxiu Garden in the Longevity Palace. The eunuch in charge shouted, "Northern Wei's 3rd prince congratulates the Empress Dowager on her birthday. A pair of Wanghai pearls and a dendrobium of white jade pearls. Southern Bailey's 2nd Highness wishes the Empress Dowager a long life." Groups of guests from various countries walked into the hall with smiles on their faces and rosy cheeks. The Empress Dowager was sitting on the main seat at the top of the steps. She was dressed in bright red, smiling as she looked at the people from all walks of life who came to congratulate her. Feng Gu stood next to the Empress Dowager and occasionally bent over to explain to the elderly lady which country's guests were standing in the main hall. Today was the joyous day of her 70th birthday. The Empress Dowager was in great spirits. She couldn't stop smiling as she looked at the hall full of children and grandchildren. The Aikido tribe's young chieftain wishes the Empress Dowager a happy birthday. Present, the Alava tribe's little princess congratulates the Empress Dowager on her birthday. Present. One after another, greetings and gifts were announced. One after another, and one after another, continuously. Everyone beamed from ear to ear as they looked at this prosperous scene. Arbor sat next to the crown prince and looked on indifferently. However, when he heard the eunuch announce the Alava tribe's name, his eyelids twitched slightly. Broken Sleep. Chapter 1427. The Alava tribe. There was an indescribable sense of familiarity. Arbor was just thinking about how he had heard of this tribe's name before when he saw a red figure leading a dozen or so men and women of different tribes walk into the main hall. This red-clothed girl was about 18 years old. She wore a neat scarlet riding outfit and a pair of black riding boots. Her long hair was tied up, revealing a small, spotlessly white face that resembled a full moon. There was a small, extremely familiar dimple on her left cheek. Arbor's eyes bulged, and he stood up from his seat, almost out of control. The crown prince was taken aback, and he looked up at his wifey, who suddenly stood up. At this time, the red-clothed girl also seemed to have noticed Arbor, who had abruptly stood up. When she clearly saw the girl's little stoic face, her eyes instantly turned round. However, before she could quickly walk up to meet Xiao Mu, a brawny man with an unshaven beard suddenly walked out from the Aikido tribe's team in front of her. He gave her a boorish smile before saying disdainfully, "Ha! The little rats of the Alava tribe actually have the courage to walk out of their tiny caves and come to northernmost territory. How did you hide along the way?" The people of the Aikido tribe roared with laughter, completely disregarding whether they attracted the attention of the other guests, as they publicly berated the red-clothed girl from the Alava tribe. The red-clothed girl unsheathed her sword and slapped it on the brawny man's chest, pushing him back with all her might. She said with an icy expression, "Today is Northern Mo's Queen Dowager's birthday, so this girl won't lower herself to your level." Scram! The Aikido tribe's brawny man with a stubble immediately jumped up and furiously swung his fist at the red-clothed girl. His action incurred the displeasure of Northern Mo's officials, and they all looked at him coldly with suppressed anger in their eyes. However, because he was a guest, and the great king and the queen dowager had yet to speak, they naturally couldn't be the first to criticize him. Swish, 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 smack. A crafty green vine drilled out of nowhere and directly transformed into the shadow of a whip, fiercely whipping the brawny man's elbow-sized fist. Ow, wow! The brawny man howled uncontrollably as a bloody mark appeared on his fist after being hit by this blow. Among the people present, some of the sex and family heads who were invited couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes again. This unlucky man could have made a move in front of anyone, but he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the little crown princess. Although most people didn't know who did it, they were all secretly pleased. The people of the Aikido tribe actually disregarded their dignity and attacked another group of guests from Northern Moi at the Queen Dowager's banquet. They should indeed be taught what etiquette was. Who attacked me? Who? The bearded man angrily turned his head, his gaze searching the hall back and forth. Everyone was glaring at him with sullen faces. Even the Empress Dowager, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly darkened her face. Her somewhat angry gaze fell on the big man's face. The great king slammed the table and said angrily, "Who are you? How can you be so rude?" The bearded man was still somewhat respectful and fearful of the great king of Northern Moi. When he heard this, he hastily crossed his chest and bowed respectfully to the great king. "Honorable Northern Moi great king, this lowly one is the chiliarch of the Aikido tribe, Kaisen. This lowly one has come with our young chief to offer birthday gifts to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager of Northern Moi." Chapter 1428. I was actually attacked for no reason at this time. As the great king of Northern Mo, shouldn't you give this lowly one an explanation? After all, this lowly one is a guest of Northern Mo, and your great Mo kingdom has a duty to protect me. Everyone couldn't help feeling indignant at Kaisen's rascally appearance. Give you a bullshit explanation. You were the first to attack someone at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and you still have reason? Now that someone had secretly attacked you, you actually have the face to complain tearfully to the great king for an explanation? The people from the Aikido tribe, standing to the side, didn't make a sound. Instead, they watched all of this with interest. The Aikido tribe had always been the most powerful tribe in the Western Wastelands. Their people never needed to beg for mercy or shed tears. Whatever they encountered, they would directly face it by themselves. Kaysen was their Aikido tribe's chiliarch and a valiant level 13 body cultivator. They believed that with Kaysen's ability, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, they seemed to be overly confident. I'll give you an explanation. An icy voice came from the front of the main hall. A red figure flashed, and the person landed in front of Kaysen. There wasn't the slightest bit of expression on her snow-white face, and there was only a solemn and chilly air. Kaysen was taken aback, and a trace of amazement suddenly rose in his eyes. However, before he could tease her, an enormous force suddenly attached itself to his body. Kaysen was greatly shocked, completely not expecting that this little girl would actually attack as she pleased. Before he could say anything, he was lifted up by the enormous force and fell out of the main hall. Kaysen simply didn't know what was going on. However, everyone else in the main hall saw everything clearly and without a shadow of a doubt. The young crown princess didn't allow any explanation as she sent a palm flying through the air. Dense mystic energy slapped Kaysen's body, sending him flying out. Just one move was enough to send a level 13 body cultivator flying like a little chick. The force behind that slap was probably at least 1,000 pounds. The expressionless little crown princess dashed out of the main hall in a single stride. Before the unlucky Kaysen could get up from the ground, a palm, formed by the earth spirit, firmly covered his body. At the same time, everyone in the main hall rushed out like a swarm of bees. To watch, Kaysen was slapped by an earth spirit's palm and sunk into a flower bed of various sizes, forming a rather ridiculous human-shaped pit. He spat out a mouthful of blood as nourishment for the flower bed. Cough, cough, cough. Kaysen looked at the little girl in shock. He had never imagined that he, a 13th level body cultivator, would be unable to withstand a single blow from this little girl. What was going on? Even if this little girl had started to absorb the heaven and earth profound energy in her mother's womb, she shouldn't have grown to this extent. Arbor took out an ice sword that glinted with awe-inspiring light. He looked at him coldly and said, "Today is grandmother's birthday. I'll spare your life. Don't provoke me. You won't be able to bear the consequences." The little stoic calmly threw down this sentence before turning around and walking towards the woman in red. Unexpectedly, the woman cried out in alarm, "Junior sister, be careful." "Kaysen, stop right there." ACI bellowed angrily. Kaysen swept over from behind with a sinister and malicious glint in his eyes. He clenched his fists and hammered two enormous forces at the back of the young crown princess's head. Chapter 1429. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed through Prince Mo's eyes, and he was about to fly to the little stoic's side. However, he saw the little stoic's figure abruptly vanish from a spot. Kaysen's two punches missed, and he staggered forward a few steps with a stupefied expression. At this time, the young chief of the Aikido tribe, Isai, had already arrived at his side and gave Kaysen a heavy slap across the face without allowing for an explanation. "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Who gave you the guts to kill her?" Kaysen clutched his swollen left cheek and shrunk his neck submissively. In the blink of an eye, they saw the little crown princess jump down from the main hall's roof. Everyone stared at her, stupefied. They looked at the place she disappeared from and the main hall's roof. Fuck, that was a huge distance away. They couldn't figure out how she could jump down from the roof. Mo Lien arrived beside her in a flash and grasped her small hand. He knew that this little fellow was holding back for grandmother's sake. Other people didn't know what was going on, but the discerning people present were very clear that the little crown princess had used a talisman. Arbor had precisely used a teleportation talisman to teleport away, because she was worried that if this continued, she wouldn't be able to control herself and would slaughter this stinky man on the spot. A weakling actually dared to attack her from behind? This guy was full of flaws. One had to know that in that split second, Arbor had over a dozen ways to make him die on the spot, and he would die a very ugly death. However, She herself would feel extremely disgusted if someone died during grandmother's lively birthday banquet. Not to mention what grandmother would think. Kaysen didn't know that the Queen Dowager had imperceptibly saved his life. He didn't know what witchcraft the little crown princess had used to quickly teleport him to the roof. He only glanced at the little crown princess before his entire body trembled, and he retracted his gaze. He felt that the little girl's gaze was a bit too sharp and couldn't be looked straight at. Young Chief ACI, if you don't know how to manage your subordinates, this crown prince doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Mo Yin glanced at Yasi. Without waiting for him to reply, she took Arbor's little hand and walked back into the hall. Arbor had too many questions that he wanted to ask the woman in red from the Alava tribe. However, celebrating his grandmother's birthday was more important, so he had to put everything on hold for now. It was just that its pair of big eyes would occasionally glance at the face of the red-clothed woman from the Alava tribe. The light in its eyes couldn't be suppressed, and everyone could see it. Situi nodded at the red-clothed woman, fanning himself as he sat in his seat, occasionally exchanging a few words with others. I really didn't expect to see junior sister Doya well after so many years. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when they went to Xixia Valley for the competition, the group of girls from the Holy Water sect were all very familiar with each other. No wonder little junior sister is so happy. Situ, he stopped fanning and smiled faintly. Sitting at the head seat, the Queen Dowager looked at her grandson and granddaughter-in-law with a grin. She recovered her cheerful expression and nodded repeatedly at the guests who were entering the hall again. The third crown prince of the Eastern Kingdom, Ing Fa, congratulates the Queen Dowager on her birthday. A pair of ceremonial blue spiritual sparrows, a piece of fish dragon mystic jade, 5 fluorescent spirits. Commandery Princess Ian has arrived. Following this announcement, Ian slowly walked in from outside the main hall in a gorgeous and dazzling robe with fluttering sleeves. She instantly attracted all the guests' gazes. As expected of the Commandery Princess who has always been by Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's side. Beautiful, generous, and lovely. Chapter 1430. Although the volume was not loud, Commandery Princess Ian enjoyed hearing the praises that came from all around her. They were all praising her with all their might. Sure enough, she was also excellent. She knew it. She was not inferior to that crown princess at all. It was just a pity that His Highness the Crown Prince kept a distance from her from beginning to end, unwilling to look her in the eye. Otherwise, she would definitely let him know how good she was. Commandery Princess Ian gracefully walked to the bottom of the steps with a graceful smile. She bowed docilely to the Queen Dowager and said softly, Ian wishes Her Majesty the Queen Dowager good fortune, longevity, and good health. Ian has specially prepared a small gift for the Queen Dowager to express Ian's filial piety. Su-er, who was bowing behind her, hastily raised a large red tray above her head. On top of it was a large red 100 lifespan painting, which was exquisitely and ostentatiously presented to everyone. Wow! The Commandery Princess personally embroidered a 100 lifespan painting for Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. As expected, her filial piety is commendable. Look at this 100 lifespan painting. It is about several meters long and exquisitely embroidered. It can be seen at a glance that she put in a lot of effort and time. That's right, that's right. It seems like it's not just this 100 lifespan painting. There's also a porcelain bottle. When Ian heard everyone mention the porcelain bottle on the tray, she couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. Inside the porcelain bottle is a high-grade prolongation pill. I hope it will be useful to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. Wow. The main hall was abuzz with discussion. Could it be that Commandery Princess Ian was the one who bought a prolongation pill at an astronomical price at the House of Treasures last time? Oh, I also heard about this. Everyone praised Commandery Princess Ian with smiles. Her filial piety moved the heavens and moved the earth. In order to increase Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's lifespan, she did not hesitate to spend an astronomical price to purchase a prolongation pill. With Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's level 14 phenomenal success cultivation as a mystic cultivator, consuming a prolongation pill was actually not that effective. Although prolongation pills were high-grade pills, the higher the cultivator's cultivation, the less effective they were. Moreover, they heard that this prolongation pill that the House of Treasures was auctioning was only a middle-grade pill. Due to the different grades of medicinal pills, their medicinal effects would naturally differ greatly. If the Empress Dowager took this middle-grade prolonging life pill, it would at most increase her lifespan by 1 or 2 years. However, this was still a good amount of time. Cultivators who didn't wish they could have a longer lifespan, so they could have more time to break through. The Queen Dowagers were the Queen Dowagers' eyes to end. Especially the heads of the aristocratic families who had been invited, their shrewd old eyes shifted to the porcelain vase one after another. The Queen Dowagers' dowagers. In Dowager Douse, eyes of her queens and her Douse, the Queen Dowager's gaze flickered, and she glanced at Commandery Princess indifferently before nodding with a smile. "I've troubled you." Dowagers was, but then, after the Empress Dowager took the prolonging life pill and reaped the benefits, she would naturally treat her as well as she did in the past. This estrangement was only temporary. Everyone seems to be curious about the prolongation pill. Since that's the case, then pass it around for everyone to peruse. Yes, Queen Dowager. The junior supervisor eunuch hastily walked down with a large red tray. Everyone was overjoyed, and they passed it around to look at the pill inside the porcelain bottle. The little stoic was startled. Someone turned around with a smile to look at the pill patrician family's patriarch and the two young sirs. Chapter 1431. Family Head Sheen, eldest young master, second young master. You three are pill experts. May I know how much lifespan this prolongation pill can extend for the Queen Dowager? The one who spoke was second Master Wu of the Wu family. His old eyes fell on the small porcelain bottle, and he almost could not take his eyes off it. Qin Guolu smiled faintly and stood up solemnly. He cupped his hands at the Queen Dowager and said, "The prolongation pill that the Commandery Princess purchased is a middle-grade, advanced-level prolongation pill. According to its effects, if the Queen Dowager were to consume a middle-grade prolongation pill with her cultivation, perhaps, the lifespan it can extend will not exceed half a year at most." As soon as Qin Guolu finished speaking, there was an uproar below. Rumors had already spread outside that this middle-grade, advanced-level prolongation pill that the House of Treasures had auctioned off had been sold for the astronomical price of 170,000 high-grade mystic currency. Wasn't it a bit of a loss for such an astronomical price to only extend the Queen Dowager's lifespan by half a year? Although everyone was criticizing her in their hearts, they were all flattering her on the surface. Omega Kitoku looked up slightly, and her gaze swept past the little stoic's face so quickly that it was almost undetectable. However, the little fellow was still keenly aware of the oppressive gaze. When she looked over, she only saw that everyone in the main hall was talking loudly about the life prolongation pill. She didn't notice any suspicious gazes at all. She only felt that she was overthinking things, so she lowered her eyes slightly. On the side, Prince Imo squeezed her small hand gently, and the two whispered into each other's ears. When Commandery Princess Ian saw their affectionate appearance, the discomfort in her heart abruptly expanded. Commandery Princess Ian's eyes flickered, and she suddenly smiled at the Queen Dowager. She said softly, "Ian heard that the Crown Princess also prepared a big gift for Her Majesty, the Queen Dowager. I really want to broaden my horizons." The crowd that was originally still chatting and laughing became absolutely silent all of a sudden. The main hall was so quiet that it was simply a bit frightening. Even the great king and the queen, who were sitting on the steps, had also put away their smiles, and their first glance reflexively landed on their daughter-in-law. "It's over." The great king wailed in his heart. Did Ian take the wrong medicine? Why did she suddenly attack the little crown princess? Today, other than that idiotic Chiliarch of the Aikido tribe, who else would go against the crown princess for no reason? What a fool. Ian realized with a start that the crown prince's cold gaze had suddenly landed on her. His heart trembled slightly, and he paused for a moment. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The little stoic suddenly stood up expressionlessly and pattered to the center of the main hall. With a flip of her small hand, she took out a peach the size of a wash basin and held it up with both hands. For your grandmother. No matter how he looked at it. This scene was adorable as the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Their eyes were filled with smiles. The Empress Dowager was grinning from ear to ear. Oh, my good granddaughter-in-law, where did you get such a big peach of immortality? Good, good, good. Quickly present it. The Queen Dowager nodded repeatedly with a grin. The junior managing eunuch instantly put on a beaming face as he pattered down the steps to take the big peach of immortality that the crown princess handed over. The little stoic expressionlessly took out another one. The junior managing eunuch quickly ran back and forth twice to present the peach of immortality, smelling the peach's fragrance with an intoxicated expression. Damn, what kind of peach was this? Not only was it big, but it also emitted a spiritual energy, and its fragrance permeated the air. Chapter 1432. When the little crown princess took out those two peaches, everyone could smell the fragrance filling the hall, and they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. It was as if their eyes were glued to the peaches, and they couldn't shift their gazes away. The 12th prince even jumped up exaggeratedly. Eldest sister-in-law, this peach, it's such a big one. Mo Lien speechlessly face-bombed and shot the little 12th a glare. Shut up. The 12th prince pursed his lips aggrievedly and sat down pitifully, muttering softly, Eldest sister-in-law, your birthday is also coming up soon. Everyone, the little stoic glanced at him before retracting her gaze and looking at the junior steward eunuch who was jogging toward her again. Arbor beckoned the junior eunuch over with his small hand. The junior eunuch quickly ran over while bowing and saying with a chuckle, Crown Princess. That little stoic expressionlessly flipped her small hand, and two white and clean small porcelain bottles and a small jar appeared in her hand. She tossed them all into the junior eunuch's hands. For grandmother, the old Queen Dowager was holding a large immortal peach and examining it carefully, grinning from ear to ear. When she heard this, she quickly looked up and looked at the two small porcelain bottles and the small jar that the junior eunuch had brought over. The Queen Dowager was moved, and she asked curiously with a smile, What are these, granddaughter-in-law? 3 prolongation pills. Everyone. 1 level, 15 mystic breakthrough pill. Everyone. And a box of beautifying ointment. The entire main hall once again sank into a deathly silence. This time, no one really spoke anymore. Everyone sat there quietly, gazing at this stoic-faced little crown princess as if they were looking at a guest from another star domain. Impossible. Ian barely controlled her bellyful of anger and looked up, but she still couldn't resist giving the crown princess a mocking look. Could it be that you want to tell everyone that you are a pill alchemist? Don't mention that beautifying ointment. I've never even heard of it. No one in the entire Seacone planet can refine something like a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill. Don't think that just because I don't know how to refine pills, I don't know about medicinal herbs. I heard that the fire spirit rhinoceros leaf, an essential medicinal ingredient for refining a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill, has long been extinct on Seacone planet. As she spoke, she once again glanced mockingly at the stoic face. Without the fire spirit rhinoceros leaf, what materials will you use to refine a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill? She wasn't the one who refined it, all right? That level 15 profound breakthrough pill was Long Chiyun's creation. She was merely using it to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. However, the little stoic, whose natural disposition was undisciplined and disinclined to explain, naturally wouldn't waste words with her. She cast her a glance before pattering back to the crown prince's side and sitting down. Everyone was speechless. Duan Yu was unbearably amused. He only heard Commandery Princess berating the crown princess with all her might, as though she wanted to expose something. The fire spirit rhinoceros leaf is the sole ingredient used to concoct the level 15 mystic breakthrough pill. It could be said that without this earth-grade medicinal ingredient, it was simply impossible to concoct a level 15 profound breakthrough pill. Empress Dowager, it's better to be cautious, so as to avoid. After that, she purposely stopped speaking, leaving room for other people to imagine, but who didn't know that her following words would definitely be, so as to avoid accidentally consuming a fake pill, failing to break through and damaging her body instead. The little stoic creased her brows and suddenly pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from her inner world. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment. Sitting next to her, the crown prince saw everything clearly, and his mouth involuntarily twitched. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1433. Duan Yu swept a glance over and immediately saw what the crumpled, tattered paper in the little stoic's hand was. It was a list of gifts that had been presented along with the gifts. The little stoic remembered that there was definitely something called the fire rhinoceros leaf among them. She flipped through it and finally found that gift list that included the fire rhinoceros leaf with much difficulty. Pursing her small lips, the little stoic stood up and flung that gift list just like that. The gift list fluttered down to the ground. Written on it were the details of the gifts. There were all sorts of miraculous elixirs and rare treasures. Tap, tap, tap. The little stoic was afraid that Ian could not see clearly due to her poor eyesight, so she walked up to Commandery Princess Ian and abruptly slapped that gift list at her face. See for yourself. Father Chiao, who was sitting with the officials, face-bombed in exasperation. Qin Gulu wasn't too sure if other people had seen the details of this gift list, but family head Qin had seen this gift list clearly. There were all kinds of rare medicinal herbs, medicinal pills, and all kinds of defensive artifacts. This was simply that unfilial son. Family head Qin glared fiercely at eldest young Sir Qin, who was face-palming. To be honest, the eldest young sir had presented such a generous gift back then in order to disgust His Highness the Crown Prince. Who would have thought that the little stoic would pull such a stunt for him today and even let family head Qin discover it with heartache? He had presented so many gifts. Cough, cough, cough. Although young Sir Omega Katoka was expressionless, his gaze shifted to the eldest young sir's face. Who would have thought? This guy had actually presented such a generous gift. Judging from the length of that gift list, there were probably 200 different gifts from beginning to end. TSK, he really was generous. Commandery Princess Ian stared dumbfoundedly at the large words imprinted in front of her eyes. The 4 words, Fire Rhinoceros Leaf, were clearly written on the gift list. Her face flushed red, and she simply wanted to cry, but had no tears. Previously, she had told everyone present with a strong case that it was simply impossible for the Crown Princess to refine a level 15 mystic breakthrough pill because she did not have a soul herb like the fire rhinoceros leaf as a catalyst. In the end, she had slapped the little stoic's face in a matter of minutes. Commandery Princess Ian only felt her face burning with pain. However, if she were to take a step back now, it would only make things worse. Every pair of eyes in the hall were staring at her. Most of them were waiting to watch a good show. How about you shrink back? Commandery Princess Ian took a deep breath before saying with a sneer, even if you have something like the fire rhinoceros leaf, even if you're a pill alchemist, this still cannot prove that this level 15 mystic breakthrough pill has no problems. Princess, there's no point in saying that. Liang Qingqing interrupted her with a sullen face. Whether little junior sister is an alchemist or not, and what her alchemy skills are like, I believe that some of the people here know better than you. That's right, Wei Nanfeng said with a mischievous grin as he waved his fan. This whatever Commandery Princess, the little stoic really is a pretty good pill refiner. The day before yesterday, this little guy gave Bailey's Second Highness a level 13 mystic breakthrough pill. Look today, this person from the Bailey family is already a level 13 mystic cultivator. Wei Nanfeng's dunce words immediately caused a huge commotion, and everyone looked towards Bailey Shi. Sure enough, they discovered that this Second Highness had the energy fluctuations of a level 13 mystic cultivator from his body. The little stoic was disinclined to explain and put away that messy gift list before walking back to sit next to the Crown Prince woodenly. Meanwhile, Commandery Princess Ian was flustered and exasperated. What did she mean? Chapter 1434. She gave 1 prolongation pill, But this stoic face gave 3 to the Queen Dowager? Was he trying to step on her face to demonstrate his prowess? She had spent her entire fortune to buy a prolongation pill for Her Majesty, the Queen Dowager, with great difficulty, all for the sake of stunning everyone in the main hall today. But now, there was no harm if there was no comparison, but once there was a comparison, it was a critical hit. The stoic face was like a peerless nouveau riche, taking out 3 prolongation pills at the slightest disagreement. It was as though prolongation pills were as worthless as cabbages that could be found on the streets. How could she endure this? How could she endure this? Commandery Princess pursed her stiff lips as she swept a cold glare at the expressionless stoic face. She really wanted to tear apart this expressionless face. She wanted everyone to see her true colors. Hypocritical, vain. This little lady was not as carefree as she appeared on the surface, not caring about anything at all. Her objective today was to ruthlessly slap her, Yan's face. Abominable, abominable, abominable. If the little stoic could hear Yan's mental activities, she would definitely turn her nose up at her. You must be crazy. Who would have the free time to tear you down and slap you in the face? Who told you to be so unlucky, giving out a gift that was more or less the same as mine? Who was to blame? She could only admit that she was unlucky. You said that your bottle contains 3 prolongation pills. Then do you dare to pour one out and let Family Head Sheen, the Elixir Patrician family, appraise it? Family Head Sheen, who had gotten shot while lying down, looked at that commandery princess in astonishment. What was going on? Why did you drag this old man down with you? Can this old man say that he won't appraise it? Arbor didn't even bother to bat an eyelid and turned his face away, not wanting to talk to a fool. Prince Imo pinched her small hand in amusement before replying on her behalf. As you wish. However, this crown prince suggests that since Commandery Princess Ian's prolongation pill is to be appraised as well, then Family Head Sheen should appraise it as well. Your Highness is right. The officials all nodded in agreement. Family Head Sheen, please. Since someone was so eager to embarrass herself, then she had no reason to refuse. Arbor glanced at Commandery Princess indifferently, but did not say anything. Chingalu had no choice but to stand up and say, since your Highness has spoken, then this old man will appraise it. If there's anything wrong with what I said, please correct me. At this moment, the great king's interest was completely aroused. He hurriedly nodded and said, Family Head Sheen, please. Chingalu first picked up Commandery Princess Ian's pill. I already said earlier, this was a middle-grade pill with blue veins. After the Empress Dowager takes it, her lifespan will increase by half a year. Blue vein pills have their own pill fragrance. Everyone should be able to smell it. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Chingalu picked up the jade bottle that the little crown princess presented. As soon as he opened the lid of the jade bottle, everyone smelled a faint medicinal fragrance that refreshed the heart and mind, lingering in the main hall. It smells so good. Everyone took a deep breath in unison, as if they wanted to completely inhale the medicinal fragrance of the pill out of thin air. On the other hand, Chingalu was so excited that he almost jumped up. This is a high-grade purple vein life prolongation pill. If the Queen Dowager consumes it, she can extend her lifespan by 2 years. Right. This kind of high-grade life prolongation pill can only be consumed 3 times in 20 years at most. Wow. There was a commotion below. Everyone looked at the little crown princess in shock. Chingalu even cupped his hands in salute at the little crown princess. May I ask, was this pill refined by the crown princess? Chapter 1435. Impossible. Who had originally wanted to expose the crown princess for using a fake pill to deceive the Queen Dowager, didn't expect that she would be the one to dig her own grave in the end. Commandery Princess was so infuriated that her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs ached. She only felt that her face was unbearably hot. It was as if everyone was staring at her strangely, as if they were looking at an idiot. She couldn't tolerate this, especially when that Family Head Sheen actually said that this stoic face had personally refined such an impressive high-grade, advanced-level prolongation pill. So, how is this possible? Before the Crown Princess could speak, Commandery Princess In beat her to it with a high-pitched voice. She swept a glance at Family Head Sheen and said in a mocking tone, "The Crown Princess's cultivation is so high, so she must have spent a lot of time and energy on it. How could she have the spare time to become an advanced-level pill refinement master? In the entire Seacombe planet, there are no more than 10 advanced-level pill refinement masters who can refine high-grade pills, and each one of them is an elderly man on the verge of death. The stoic face in front of you is merely 15 years old. Even if she started learning pill refinement in her mother's womb, there still wouldn't be enough time." Commandery Princess indirectly called the Crown Princess stoic face in her desperation. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. This Commandery Princess used a condescending expression to analyze the truth in front of her. Afterwards, she swept a glance at Family Head Sheen again before saying with a nonchalant shake of her head, "Family Head Sheen, your words are too laughable." Qin Guolu was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if these 3 advanced-level prolongation pills were truly refined by the little Crown Princess, then she was really too amazing. Not only did she have great accomplishments in cultivation, but she also had such great accomplishments in pill refinement. This sounded too unrealistic. However, this conceited Commandery Princess's tone inevitably made people uncomfortable. Qin Guolu frowned and said rudely, "Only the Crown Princess knows best whether or not it is true." Commandery Princess's words seem a bit arbitrary. The little Crown Princess sat there without saying a word. Only those who were close to her could see that the child was extremely impatient. This Commandery Princess and was unwilling to let go of her, which really made her feel gloomy. The little stoic stood up again and pattered to Qin Guolu. She suddenly swiped her hand, and a large pile of porcelain bottles appeared in front of Qin Guolu. Qin Guolu glanced at her in shock, and his hand trembled as he opened one of them. Life Extension Pill. The second one was the Life Prolonging Pill. The third one was still a Life Prolonging Pill. The large pile of life prolongation pills made Family Head Sheen's jaw drop. Was this mass production of life prolongation pills? He tapped on the bottles and inspected them. Then he said in a trembling voice, 100 bottles of life prolonging pills. Pills. Gulp. Family Head Sheen realized that he could hear himself swallowing his saliva. 5 pills per bottle. Wow. Gasps could be heard from the hall. Everyone looked at the little stoic in shock. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of courage it took to take out 500 prolongation pills all at once. Is it really okay for you to scare people like this? After a moment of silence, the hall suddenly erupted with shouts. "Crown Princess, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Are these life prolongation pills for sale? Crown Princess, sell one to me." In an instant, the entire hall had turned into a wet market. Everyone was so excited that they wished for nothing more than a pounce on this pile of pills. Chapter 1436. Crown Princess, I'll pay 170,000 mystic currency to buy a prolongation pill. I'll also pay 170,000 mystic currency. Buy one, I'll buy one. Crown Princess, I'm begging you, sell the prolongation pill to me. Crown Princess, I'll pay 1 million mystic currency. Can you give me 6 prolongation pills at a cheaper price? Scram, you actually want 6 pills. The main hall was immediately filled with the sounds of people shouting prices and quarreling, turning the place into a chaotic mess. However, the little stoic swiftly put away the 100 bottles of prolongation pills and silently swept everyone a glance. That gaze was as disdainful as it could be, and it made everyone feel disgusted to death. Duan Yu guffawed and waved the raven bone fan in his hand, saying with a grin, "How could Jojo lack your bit of mystic currency?" Everyone thought about it and realized that this was true. Mystic currency wasn't created by the imperial court, so the little Crown Princess could have as many mystic currency as she wanted with a stretch of her hand. Hence, everyone clamored again. Then Crown Princess, how about this? How about I use a black rank medicinal herb to exchange for a prolongation pill? The little stoic turned to look at Family Head Sheen, who spoke and nodded reluctantly. What black rank medicinal herb will you use to exchange with me? 50 stalks of interlocking chain herb. This price was high enough, right? That was 50 stalks of black rank medicinal herbs for a high rank pill. No matter how one looked at it, the little stoic crown princess had a better chance of winning. Who would have expected that the little crown princess would shake her head? I already have this kind of black rank medicinal herb. What? Family head Chin widened his eyes and reflexively turned to look at eldest young Sir Chin, who had turned his face to the side. Unfilial son, completely disregarding the clan's interests and acting willfully and recklessly. If the clan head knew, he would definitely severely punish eldest young sir. Right? Oh wait, the second young sir was also the one who gave the gift. The two young sirs should be severely punished together. Family head Chin ground his teeth and then asked, "Wind throat flower?" The little stoic shook her head again. After shaking his head several dozen times in a row, Chin Galu was so infuriated that he wished for nothing more than to immediately jump over and beat eldest Chin up. In the end, he finally reported a black rank material called Earth Date Leaf. The little stoic's eyes brightened slightly, and she nodded, agreeing to family head Chin's request to exchange 50 Earth Date leaves for one prolongation pill. Family head Chin's heart ached, but it was not a loss to exchange for a high-grade life prolongation pill. The rest of the people swarmed over like a swarm of bees, wanting to exchange longevity pills with the little crown princess. However, he was stopped by the crown prince's gaze. Only then did he take a few steps back in embarrassment. Prince Imo led his little wife back to their seats and looked up at the crowd. Those who want to use precious herbs, magic treasures, and forging materials to exchange for longevity pills. When the banquet is over, register yourselves. When the crown princess finds it feasible, she will send someone to inform you to exchange. Only then did everyone excitedly return to their seats. In their hearts, they were all secretly calculating what precious items they should use to exchange for a life-prolonging pill from the crown princess. Commandery Princess, who was standing in the center of the main hall, had been in a daze for a long time. This continued until the Queen Dowager couldn't stand it anymore and coughed lightly, saying, "Ian, if you don't have any questions, then go down and take a seat." Ian instantly felt her cheeks burning, and she quickly lowered her head. She quickly strode back to her seat. During the rest of the banquet, Commandery Princess Ian kept drinking silently with her head lowered, not making any more noise. She truly didn't have the face to make any more noise. Chapter 1437. When the great king saw that the atmosphere was gradually improving, he revealed a smile again and gave Empress Zhao a look. Empress Zhao nodded and ordered for the dancers to perform a birthday dance. All the courtiers stood up in unison to congratulate the Queen Dowager on her birthday. After experiencing some minor twists and turns, the birthday banquet finally ended satisfactorily with both the host and the guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. After the banquet ended, everyone swarmed to the Eastern Palace's junior eunuch, Xiao 11Z, to register their purchase of the prolongation pill. However, Arbor had long impatiently skipped to the red-clothed girl's side. She bit her lips and reached out to her with an aggrieved expression. Doya hastily gave her a big hug and softly said with tears in her eyes, "Little junior sister, it's really great to see you." Arbor also felt that it was very great to see Doya. She originally thought that the entire Holy Water sect had been massacred to the point that there was no one left except for her. When she suddenly saw Doya, she recalled the red-clothed girl from another tribe she met on the first day she went to the Holy Water sect 8 years ago. "You're also here to participate in the Holy Water sect's entrance examination, right? Don't be afraid, just stay by my side. We're from the western regions, a lava tribe. I'm called Doya. What about you? What's your name?" Some memories might seem distant, but when she thought about it now, it was as if they happened right before her eyes. They were so fresh that they could be touched. She thought that Doya had long died in that 6 prefectures massacre. She thought that her corpse had long dissipated from the world without a trace. That was because when she finally collected the sect's corpses alone in a daze, she only counted the corpses of 500 disciples. There were too many people who self-detonated in the sect that day, So the life lantern shadows in the ancestral hall were also incomplete. She hadn't seen everyone's life lantern shadows. The little stoic wasn't sure whether Doya was among the group of people who self-detonated. Arbor only felt sad and aggrieved at this moment, and some negative emotions firmly bound her. Junior sister, don't be sad. If Marshall Uncle's spirit is in heaven, she also wouldn't want to see you like this. Doya reached out and gently patted her back. Come, let's talk outside. Seeing that some people in the main hall had finished registering and kept glancing at them, Doya pulled the little stoic's hand and led her outside. Actually, they didn't have any ill intentions. It was just that they couldn't help but take a few more curious glances at the stoic-faced crown princess. Prince Imo had been paying attention to his wife's movements, but he did not go over to disturb her reunion with Doya. Your Highness, In just ran away with her tail between her legs. Huifeng appeared beside Imo Lien and reported with a grin. The good show just now was really a little exciting. Ian had been publicly slapped in the face by the crown princess several times in a row. Even he felt his face hurt for her. Imo Lien's gaze gradually chilled. She and the vassal prince of Nan are getting married the day after tomorrow. That's right, the 10th of June. Imo Lien smirked. Keep an eye on him. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Let the two of them get married smoothly. Yes. Huifeng nodded vigorously. Doya pulled her little junior sister along and found a slightly more remote waterside pavilion in Brocade Garden, pulling her into the pavilion. At this time, it was already deep into the night, and the water surface swayed under the moonlight with a gentle breeze. The two of them sat on the bow-shaped bench while leaning against the railing. The Alava tribe's clansmen were all standing far away outside the waterside pavilion, and no one came to disturb the senior sister and junior sister. Chapter 1438. Little Junior Sister. Doya tightly grasped her hands and said in a slightly choked voice, I knew you would be fine. Senior Sister Doya, can you tell me what happened to you that day? Doya nodded. That day, after we bid farewell to you and left Shishao Valley, Aunt Master instructed me to stay outside Shishao Valley. Aunt Master had already guessed that you would follow us out at that time. She wanted me to keep you in Shishao Valley no matter what method I used and not let you return to the sect. Doya's expression was pained as she recalled that day. I wasn't willing. I wanted to return to the sect with my master. But in the end, I was still kept behind. I waited for you outside Shishao Valley for 3 days, but I didn't see you come out. I thought that Shishao Valley's Valley Master must have blocked you somehow. So I planned to make a trip back to the sect. But on the way back, when I crossed the Great Swamp by myself, I was surrounded by perils and almost lost my life. Senior sister, the little stoic couldn't bear it anymore and threw herself into her arms with a wah. The two sisters hugged each other and wept bitterly, as if they wanted to vent all of their grievances, pain, and resentment in this lifetime. Thankfully, the summoning talisman you gave me came in handy at that time. I finally wasn't fighting by myself. With a summoned beast accompanying me, I finally ran out of the Great Swamp after more than 10 days. But when I returned to the sect, I only saw thistles and thorns everywhere, and there wasn't a single person in sight. There was nothing left. Doya's eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face. She pounded her chest and said, I don't know how I managed to hold on at that time. I searched everywhere on the ruined mountain. There wasn't a single survivor. I didn't even find a single one of their corpses. I'm too useless. When Doya said this, she covered her face with both hands. Arbor took out a handkerchief to wipe her face and shook her head. Senior sister, don't say that. Doya exhaled deeply and said, I wanted to seek revenge from the 6 prefectures, but I was alone and weak, and I didn't even know where to find them. My heart is filled with hatred, but I know that it's impossible for me to take revenge alone. So I returned to my tribe. I want to make my tribe stronger. But all these years, we've been in constant conflict with Aikido in the Western Wastelands. In order to preserve his strength, he had no choice but to hide and wait for an opportunity to become stronger. At this point, Doya's face was filled with dejection as she lowered her head. But the resources in the Western Wastelands are scarce, and the strength of our clansmen is far behind that of the Aikido tribe. Reality is just so frustrating. Doya turned her head and pulled out a bleak smile at Arbor. Even if you risk your life and want to climb the peak step by step, without that opportunity and resources, it's useless no matter what you say. During this time, I remembered that Master mentioned that your home is in Shiju City. I was worried about you, so I thought of going to Shiju City to look for you and try my luck. Maybe I'll really find you. At that time, we sisters won't be alone anymore. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Unfortunately, I didn't find you in Shiju City. After that, the Aikido tribe kept pressing on. I was exhausted from running for my life, leading the people of our tribe to hide here and there. Junior sister, am I very useless? Chapter 1439. Arbor forcefully shook her head again and again. Doya looked at her and smiled again. During Northern Mo's Queen Dowager's birthday this time, I recalled your relationship with Mo Kingdom's Crown Prince. I only came here with the idea of seeing if I could meet you, but I didn't expect. Junior sister, I'm really happy. My decision this time was finally correct. These years, Aikido has always chased after us. On the way here, I was still thinking about what to do if we encountered those Aikido barbarians to minimize our tribe's losses. But I didn't expect that the entire journey would be so smooth and that we wouldn't encounter those Aikido lunatics. When Doya said this, a flowery smile blossomed on her face. She tightly grasped Arbor's small hand and said, I'm guessing that Aunt Master, and the others must be blessing me from the heavens, allowing us to reunite here. MHM. Arbor nodded vigorously. Doya smiled and rubbed her small head. For a moment, it was as if they had returned to the past. The sisters cried and laughed for a while before wiping away their tears and restraining their emotions. Doya suddenly gnashed her teeth and said, Junior sister, later, did you see that beastie Lingmin? Arbor shook her head. After that, I didn't see her at all. She actually disappeared without a trace after causing such a huge disaster. After the sect was massacred, she didn't even show up. If I meet her, I'll definitely kill her and clean up the sect. The little stoic didn't say anything and only lowered her small head listlessly. Junior sister, you mustn't sympathize with her. Although she's your third senior sister, she's also the main culprit behind the sect's destruction. Doya understood this little fellow too well. Although she had a cold face, her heart was warm, especially toward the sect. She had an unforgettable feeling. Think of eldest senior sister Su Shanshan, second senior sister Xue Xiao, eldest Aunt Master, and your two Aunt Masters, who didn't leave innocently. Junior sister, we mustn't be soft-hearted toward this person, because all of this was caused by Yi Lingmin. Even if us senior and junior sisters join hands to kill her, she only has herself to blame and can't blame anyone else. Doya gazed icily at the surface of the water before her, before turning around to firmly grasp Xiao Mu's small hand. Xiao Mu subconsciously nodded her small head. Doya calmed her emotions and suddenly took out a letter from her inner world, placing it in the little stoic's hand. Junior sister, Aunt Master left you a letter before she left. This letter has been in my hands for 8 years. Today, I can finally give it to you. Xiao Mu impatiently tore open the letter and read it line by line, word by word. The letter read, Disciple, let me guess. You are reading the letter while scolding me for being a big liar. Yes, Master is a liar. Master has indeed deceived you this time. If there was a 1 in a billion chance, Master would never abandon you. Every time I think of you being alone in the future, I feel as if a knife is being twisted in my heart. But disciple, you have to promise Master that even if you're the only one left in the sect, you have to live on well. During your most difficult time, Master feels guilty for not being able to stay by your side. But you have to believe that you have to face any obstacles by yourself and walk through them with large strides. On the path of cultivation, what we cultivate is both the body and the heart. Only with a strong heart can we face anything fearlessly in the future. Chapter 1440. If you must go to the 6 prefectures continent, then go to Shuntian Prefecture's Lava Mountain Range first and enter a top-notch academy to study for a while. You only need to show the pine jade bracelet I gave you to the headmaster of the top-notch academy, and he will naturally take good care of you on my behalf. I know that with your personality, you definitely won't let the matter of the sect go. But my disciple, you must remember that before you become strong, you must not speak lightly of revenge. Also, don't act rashly without understanding the situation of the 6 prefectures. Only by preserving your strength will you have a future and hope. Everything about the Holy Water Sect will be entrusted to you. The final signature was, Monsieur Master, Morong Sun. The little Stoic's gaze paused on the words, Miss Your Master. Unwittingly, tears splashed onto the letter, nearly blurring the word master. She hastily blinked and wiped away the moisture on the letter. She blew on it before folding the letter and putting it away. She muttered to herself, big liar. She originally thought she would never cry again, but she didn't expect her tears to come so abruptly when she saw Murong Sun's letter. Doya wrapped her arms around her shoulders and patted her comfortingly. Little junior sister, what did eldest Aunt Master say? The little Stoic mentioned the top-notch academy that Murong Sun mentioned in her letter to Doya. Could the headmaster of this top-notch academy be eldest Aunt Master's old friend? Doya exclaimed in surprise. I don't know. Arbor shook his head. There's still a month before the normal passage between the 6 prefectures and the lower star domain opens. I plan to go up the passage and go to the 6 prefectures continent. When Arbor said this, he recalled how the prefecture lord of Shuntion Prefecture intended to control his life, and new and old grudges surged into his heart. I won't let a single one of those people off. All right, I'll go with you. Doya looked down at herself. I only heard that to enter the passage, one must have sensed the power of the 5 spirits. Unfortunately, I still haven't. Arbor blinked. There's still a month's time. Senior Sister Doya, don't worry. If you really can't, I'll bring you to the 6 prefectures continent first. It'll be much easier to sense the power of the 5 spirits there. After all, in the lower starfield, it was basically impossible to sense the origin energy of the 5 spirits. Currently, Senior Sister Doya's cultivation was a level 12 mystic cultivator, so she still had to raise it a bit more. The little Stoic tilted her head and glanced at Doya before taking out several bottles of pills and a handful of talismans from her pocket and stuffing them all into Doya's hands. Senior Sister, here are 2 bottles of energy-gathering pills and a level 13 mystic breakthrough pill. Try and see if you can raise your profound strength to the 13th level within this month. At that time, when we go to the 6 prefectures continent, you can also break through to the spirit realm in the shortest time possible. If I haven't reached the 13th level of cultivation, how can I go to the 6 prefectures continent? Doya muttered in confusion, and then she was overjoyed as she reached out and held up a pile of medicinal pills. So many talismans? After you activate the talisman with your blood, it will form a mystic guiding talisman array to help you cultivate. All right. Junior sister, there's still a month left. I'll definitely work hard. My clansmen are. Don't worry, I'll get someone to take good care of them. MHM. Doya nodded with a smile. The 2 of them looked at each other and read a trace of determination and hope in each other's eyes. 6 prefectures, just you wait. Chapter 1441. After dismissing everyone, Emol Yin waited for his wifey in a corner of Brocade Garden. He knew that Jojo and his senior sister should have a lot to talk about after reuniting after a long time, so he was not in a hurry. However, he flung off a transparent chain on his wrist and sighed. Give me one more month. Yura was a smart child. In these 2 months, he had continuously arranged all kinds of political affairs for him. Although he did not say anything, this child had probably already guessed his objective. He would leave, but not right now. However, this heavenly law was very annoying and wanted to drag him away from time to time, that he reckoned that the seal inside his body would not last another month. Sigh. He had to continue holding on even if he couldn't. Emol Yin abruptly turned his head, and without even looking, he directly kicked out. After letting out a delicate cry of surprise, Commandery Princess Yin fell to the ground in resentment. The sharp pebbles on the ground had scratched out faint bloody marks on her hands. Your Highness, Commandery Princess Ian's tears came on a whim. Unfortunately, other than his wifey, any other woman's tears were worthless in the Crown Prince's eyes. Commandery Princess Ian was wearing a peach-pink chiffon that could barely conceal her beautiful figure. She knelt on the ground with a tear-stained face and resentful eyes. Why? Why was that man still indifferent towards her, even though she had lowered her status and pride to throw herself at him? She had no more time. She was going to marry into the vassal king of Anand's estate the day after tomorrow. But she was unwilling. She was also completely helpless, which was why she took the risk in desperation to get close to this man who was as handsome as a god. She wanted to become his, even if it was as a beloved concubine that right now, her entire body was covered in that kind of drug. She wanted him to fiercely possess her. She had already thrown caution to the wind and was already shameless. She only wanted to become His Highness the Crown Prince's woman. But why? Why was His Highness the Crown Prince still so disdainful towards her even at a time like this? Could it be that she was not beautiful? If it was any other man present today, they would not be able to restrain themselves from pouncing on her after seeing her attire that was as beautiful as peaches and plums. But only His Highness, that heartless and callous His Highness. If she's so unbearably lonely, then I'll send her to consummate her marriage with the vassal prince of Anan in advance. The Crown Prince brushed off the white powder on his sleeves. After some thought, he tore off a piece of his sleeve and threw it on the ground. Yes, Your Highness. Huifeng immediately walked up nimbly and picked up Commandery Princess Ian. No. When Commandery Princess Ian heard the man's heartless words, her entire body started trembling. Her eyes contracted in horror as she shook her head repeatedly and screamed. She didn't want to become the vassal prince of Anan's woman. Although the vassal prince of Anan was considered handsome, and the vassal prince of Anan's estate was considered influential, the vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, couldn't even compare to a single finger of His Highness the Crown Prince. She, Commandery Princess Ian, had sworn to become the most honorable woman in the world. She could not let the vassal prince of Anan ruin her like this. Don't. Commandery Princess Ian shrieked in horror, but Huifeng directly knocked her unconscious with a karate chop. After picking up this pretentious woman, Huifeng turned around and jumped onto the roof. By the time Arbor arrived, this farce had already completely ended. There was only a faint smell of aphrodisiac left in the air. Chapter 1442. What's that smelly smell? The little one puffed up her cheeks and grumbled unhappily. She bounced over to Crown Prince's side. The little Crown Princess wrapped her arms around his waist and burrowed her head into his embrace. The Crown Prince's heart was about to be melted by her. He hugged her back and cried out in grievance. Chow. When you weren't here just now, a female scoundrel came over and wanted to drug me, but I kicked her away. Arbor looked up at him, her eyes round and bright. Where is she? She was going to kill her. She could tell that this drug wasn't anything good just by smelling it. With such strong effects, it wasn't good for the body. She hurriedly fanned her hands in front of Crown Prince to help him get rid of the smell of the drug. Does it hurt? It hurts. My whole body is burning up. Crown Prince took the opportunity to rub against the little one. What should I do, Jojo? Arbor rolled her eyes and pushed his handsome face away. Stop pretending. You have the drug in your body. Unless it's a neurotoxin like the devil's grass, all other drugs won't work on you. Burning up? Oomph. Big Liar still wants to trick Jojo. Moreover, as his drug improves, neurotoxins like the devil's grass won't be able to do anything to him in a while. Sai, my wife is too smart. I can't fool her. Mo Lien looked at her helplessly. Jojo, have you finished talking to your senior? Arbor looked at him with bright eyes. Mo Lien, there's something I need to tell you. Okay, let's talk on the way. Crown Prince Mo grasped her soft, petite hand and pulled her onto the royal carriage, heading straight for the Eastern Palace. Arbor thought for a moment and said, Mo Lien, the normal passage between the 6 prefectures and the lower star sector will open at the beginning of July, right? Mo Lien was startled when he heard this, and then he nodded. Are you planning to go to the 6 prefectures continent? Arbor nodded her head vigorously. Whether it was for public or private reasons, she had to find the Shuntion Prefecture's prefecture lord to settle accounts. She had to find him to settle the grudges between her past life and this one. All right, Mo Yin nodded without hesitation. Since the little one had already made her decision, he would support her unconditionally. Plus, with her talent of 3 out of 5, going to the 6 prefectures to cultivate would only be beneficial to her. If it's a normal passageway, as long as one's profound strength is at the 13th level or above, and is able to sense even a trace of the 5 spirits' power, they will be able to go up. Mo Yin said with a smile. You've already met the requirements, so it won't be difficult for you to go up. At that time, the normal passageway will open above our Mo Kingdom capital. The 3,000 steps that appeared were called the Stairway to Heaven. You just have to climb up. For someone like you who already possesses the power of the 5 spirits, this is not difficult at all. Arbor looked at him with bright eyes and shrank into his arms. Let's go together? Or do you need to take care of some matters before coming to find me? The tiny Northern Prince, Mo, couldn't keep Northern Prince Mo. With his cultivation, he definitely couldn't stay here for long. Rather than letting heavenly law drag him away, he might as well obediently go up himself. Prince Mo's breathing stopped slightly. He gazed at his little wife in his arms tenderly and said, Jojo, there's something I must tell you as well. Speak. Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, Prince Mo couldn't help but chuckle as he gazed at her large, bright, curious eyes. He lifted his arms and hugged her, saying, It's fine, I'll go with you. I'll accompany you wherever you go. Chapter 1443. Boom! A white light flitted across the horizon, turning the dark night into day in a split second. Why is there thunder all of a sudden? Arbor looked up at the sky in bewilderment. Prince Mo looked up at the pitch-black night before lowering his gaze and squeezing Arbor's small hand silently. Jojo, I will always be by your side. Mo Lien patted her head. Okay. Arbor nodded. She hugged his arm and leaned against him, squinting her eyes as she gazed at the stars in the distance. In this lifetime, my life will no longer be controlled by others. Arbor muttered to herself as she hugged his arm. She tilted her head and rested her head on it, looking like she had fallen asleep as the carriage moved slowly. Mo Yin turned to look at her before simply pulling her into his arms and adjusting her into a comfortable sleeping position. It was a quiet night. Under the stillness of the night, the towering palace walls in the distance were dimly illuminated by the dusky palace lanterns. The carriage wheels rolled across the corridor paved with yellow marble, exiting Splendid Garden and heading for the Eastern Palace. The two people's figures drew out 2 oblique shadows on the ground. The starlight shone, stacking together in a sticky manner. The vassal king of Anan's estate. It was late at night. Inside vassal prince Cho Fu's room, it was currently the time of spring. Just now, someone had thrown Commandery Princess inside from outside the window, giving Cho Fu a false alarm. When he chased after her, she had already disappeared without a trace. However, he saw that the beauty's clothes were half exposed under the lamplight. She was incomparably beautiful, and most importantly, she had even thrown herself into his arms. In a moment of impulsiveness, Cho Fu carried this woman, who would be marrying into the vassal king's estate the day after tomorrow, into the back room. In any case, she was the one who initiated it, and they were about to get married, so Cho Fu didn't care that much. Everything was fine at first, right? The two of them hugged each other and rolled around in bed. It was nothing much. Most importantly, that Commandery Princess actually called out the words, Your Highness the Crown Prince, when the vassal prince of Anan was very pleased. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on young Master Chow's 80-feet-tall fire. Fuck, he had spent so much effort in the middle of the night, and this woman still thought that the person she had slept with was the crown prince? This was intolerable. No man would be able to tolerate this. There was a fucking green grassland above him, and the horses were galloping. Vassal Prince Cho immediately slapped the dazed Commandery Princess Ian awake. Unexpectedly, after the princess woke up, she was even worse off. When the princess discovered that her virginity, which she had preserved for 17 to 18 years and wanted to offer to the person she admired, had been ruined by this vassal prince of Anan, it was over. The princess let out a mournful shriek that was comparable to a nightingale's mournful wail, and it immediately jolted everyone in the vassal prince's courtyard awake from their sweet dreams. The princess immediately pounded the vassal prince of Anan's chest with her small fists as if she had gone mad. She even kicked him off the bed, throwing a tantrum. The vassal prince of Anan's flock of concubines even thought that a thief had broken into the vassal prince's room. When they barged in after knocking on the door, they saw this strange scene. The vassal prince had fallen naked on the ground, and he was currently curled up with his back arched. He was clutching his thing, and the veins on his forehead were bulging from the pain. Meanwhile, that naked whatever commandery princess was currently kneeling on the bed. When she saw so many women rushing in, she immediately let out another hoarse shriek. Chapter 1444. This shrill scream immediately attracted a large number of royal guards from outside the courtyard. The vassal prince of Nan's face had turned green from anger. He pointed shakily at the door and shrieked, "Close! Close the door! Close the door!" Slap! The concubines quickly closed the door for the vassal prince. The vassal prince stood up, stark naked. His entire body was trembling from the pain, and he was so angry that he had lost all face. He walked up to the commandery princess and roared, "Ian!" Blurt! Commandery princess Ian immediately spat out a mouthful of filth. It all landed on the vassal prince of Anan's face. The group of concubines looked at each other in bewilderment. Ian, the vassal prince of Anan, was nearly disgusted to death. He wiped his face, but he still felt that his hands and body were emitting a foul stench. The vassal prince let out a furious roar and took out an ox whip from his inner world with a flip of his hand. He then swung it directly at commandery princess Ian's naked body. Commandery princess Ian screamed as she dodged. She suddenly lunged forward like a madwoman and grabbed the vassal prince's head, biting at his chin. Ow, ow! The vassal prince screamed in pain. Who the hell knew how miserable he was today? Did this Ian go crazy? She wasn't the one throwing herself at him. She was the one who took the initiative to invite him to roll in the sheets, all right? What was wrong with her now? She was going back on her word after doing it. As the two people overlapped, the vassal prince lost his balance and fell backward, causing Ian to sit heavily on his abdomen. Subsequently, the vassal prince's expression changed. His eyebrows were crooked as he bared his teeth and screamed, "Ow!" It felt like that thing was about to be crushed. Go to hell. The naked commandery princess Ian abruptly punched the vassal prince's left eye heavily. The vassal prince fell backward in response, and the back of his head smashed heavily onto the floor tiles with a thump. Cough, cough. Arbor didn't even know when he returned to the Eastern Palace last night. When he woke up, Arbor lowered his head and looked at himself. He was nestled in the big bed made of agarwood, clean and tidy. Did little M.O. secretly change her clothes yesterday? "Miss, you're awake now." Peony smiled as she lifted the curtain and walked in. "You slept well last night, didn't you?" It's okay," Arbor said embarrassedly, looking around. "Where's M.O. Lien? His Highness has been teaching the 12th Prince how to handle government affairs these days. Both of them are probably still in the Great King's Imperial Study." "Oh." Arbor nodded and stole a glance at Xiao Yao. He coughed softly and said, "Xiao Yao, when did I come back yesterday?" "MHM, about 1 o'clock in the morning." Xiao Yao walked up with the clothes in her hands with a chuckle. However, before she could get close to the bed, the clothes in her hands had already been taken away. When she looked back, she saw that maid Haitang walking up methodically and reaching out to help her miss get up. Yet Xiaomu rolled over and sat up, jumping off the bed with a stomp of her legs and running to the side. Haitang quickly chased after her with the clothes and advised seriously, "Crown Princess, you have to get used to Haitang's existence. In a few days, Xiao Yao will be going back to prepare for her wedding." His Highness the Crown Prince instructed Haitang to do everything personally in the future and not let the Crown Princess get involved if she can help it. Chapter 1445. Arbor, thank God I'm not a useless person. Xiao Yao was also behind him, and she couldn't help but twitch her lips. His Highness must be out of his mind to actually send Haitang to the Crown Princess's side. Then you could just send Peony, Duan or Camellia, and Osmanthus over. Crown Princess, you can't touch this. Haitang, come here. Crown Princess, don't touch that. Haitang, come here. Crown Princess, put it down. Crown Princess, don't. The young Crown Prince Consort pattered out the door and slammed the door of the Eastern Palace's bedchamber with a loud bang. With a deafening sound, Xiao Yao pursed her lips speechlessly. As soon as she turned around, she saw Haitang glaring at her with an honest and wooden expression. Big Sister Xiao Yao, His Highness has instructed you to take your leave starting in 3 days, right? Why aren't you leaving? Xiao Yao, Sister Xiao Yao, this is His Highness's order. Oh, can you not always add words like you and oh when you're talking? It made her subconsciously and inexplicably add these 2 words. Xiao Yao wiped her sweat and looked at her worriedly. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said, His Highness didn't send you to the Crown Princess's side on purpose, did he? The Crown Prince couldn't be thinking of using the wooden and somewhat hilarious Haitang to amuse the Crown Princess every day, right? Xiao Yao's lips twitched speechlessly. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. How would I know? Xiao Yao's outstretched hand hung down speechlessly. She really wanted to ask Haitang if she could stop adding suffixes at the end of every sentence. Someone told me that it's more cordial to talk like this. Xiao Yao's head was full of black lines. Arbor was annoyed to death by this Haitang. He walked all the way out of the door. She entered the small garden from outside the palace walls and strolled for a short while before she saw 2 plump eunuchs leading the Aikido tribe's young master Isai and his group. They were currently walking towards her. When Arbor saw this, he immediately turned around and left. She just came out to relax. There was no need for her to argue with a group of people. However, in Assie's eyes, her action of turning around and running away looked like she had a guilty conscience. He immediately shouted, "Stop right there!" Arbor didn't listen to his nonsense and ran away without a trace. Yas was so angry that smoke almost came out of his head. This little guy was simply too detestable. Big Brother Yas, why did you call her? Akir couldn't hide the unbearable jealousy in her eyes. She wasn't stupid. She could see that there was an unusual flame leaping in Yas's eyes toward that little slut, and she especially wanted to extinguish these 2 flames that were slowly rising. Don't talk nonsense. ACI glared at her coldly. Then, his figure flashed and chased after Arbor. Akir angrily stomped her feet. Big Brother Ollie, look at him. Ollie also had a displeased expression on his face. Big Brother was too concerned about this northern prince consort emo. Arbor ran very far away in one breath before stopping. She reached out and took out a teleportation talisman. When she thought about it, this teleportation talisman wasn't reliable. Who knew where it would teleport her? Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Yes, that bull probably wouldn't shamelessly follow me with his manly tone. The little stoic withdrew her small feet and circled around to another garden, planning to stroll around casually. However, she saw 2 dejected little royal maids walking towards her. One of them was holding a pot of wilted begonia. Chapter 1446. Sigh, what a pity. Nanny Feng even summoned the famous gardeners among the people into the palace. But this Jasper begonia still can't be saved. Sigh. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager is going to be in a bad mood. We should be more careful these few days. Nanny Feng told us to throw this pot of flowers far away. This place is far enough, right? Sigh. Throw it away, throw it away. The 2 of them put down the pot of Jasper begonia and walked away with their heads drooping and sighing. Arbor ran to the Jasper begonia and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she reached out a small, jade-white hand and covered the withered and curled leaves at the top of the begonia. In just a moment, the leaves seemed to have been reborn. They unfolded and turned from yellow to emerald green. Every tender leaf emerged from the stem of the flower. Suddenly, a flower bud emerged from under the emerald green leaves, followed by a second, a third. Several flower buds rolled into a ball and bloomed in unison. ACI, who followed behind, stared blankly at the small figure with her back facing him. At this moment, he only saw a patch of green blooming in front of his eyes. The light green begonia flowers intertwined with the dark green leaves, creating a visual feast. Arbor retracted her small hand and tilted her head to look at the jasper begonia that was blooming in high spirits. She reached out and hugged it in her arms. Sent it back to grandmother. The little fellow made up her mind. She turned around and was about to head to the Longevity Palace when she almost bumped into ACI, who was walking quickly over. "What are you doing?" Darling Xiao pursed her lips, looking like she didn't want to see him, and took a step back. Assie's pupils constricted slightly. He saw that the little girl was wearing a seaweed blue dress and holding a pot of blooming begonia flowers. However, her snow-white face was not inferior to the pot of begonia flowers she was holding. "Are you deaf? I told you to stop, but the more I told you to, the faster you ran?" ACI quickly averted his gaze and bellowed at Xiao Mu in humiliation. "You're purposely pretending that you didn't hear me calling you, right?" Arbor threw him a cold look. "Excuse me, you haven't answered my question." ACI reached out angrily, wanting to grab her wrist. However, Xiao Mu stomped her leg over, ruthlessly kicking his black boot. "Shut up. Who had the time to talk nonsense with this person?" Yas laughed instead of getting angry. "Do you really think that no one can control you?" After saying that, he reached out to grab Arbor. Arbor only felt a strong and powerful force rushing towards him. He was slightly startled and dodged to the side, a trace of anger appearing in his eyes. Originally, she didn't want to argue with this person, but he insisted on finding trouble with her. Since that was the case, then, teach, train, him. Arbor simply reached out and stored the jasper begonia into his inner world. He summoned the feral from his conscious and leaped into the air to strike Yas's head. "You woman, you're still coming?" This scene evoked a strong sense of familiarity in Yas's heart. "Bastard!" ACI met the attack with a mystic energy palm strike, but it was instantly neutralized by the little stoic's feral. When the two mystic energies collided, considerable energy ripples rose and fell in the small garden. Arbor reached out to press down a defensive boundary, which protected the nearby plants from harm. A flame as thick as a wrist suddenly sprayed out from the feral and burned toward Assie's chest without warning. "It's over, time to wake up." Chapter 1447. This was probably Arbor's smoothest usage of wood spirits to date. With a wave of her small hand, a dozen or so wooden vines shot out from her sleeves. They snaked forward like a dozen whips, lashing out at ACI at the same time. ACI had to dodge the fiery lines from the feral on one hand and evade the entanglement of the wooden vines on the other. This caused his movements to slow down a bit. Arbor took advantage of this opening and quickly summoned the startled swan dagger from her conscious. She suddenly aimed at Assie's chest and stabbed. Yas quickly dodged, barely avoiding the shockingly fast attack. However, the startled swan dagger was too fast. Even though he dodged quickly, the trace of mystic energy on the startled swan dagger had already cut open Assie's heavy clothes and left a faint cut on his chest. Yas glanced down. When he raised his head again, there was a trace of a sneer between his proud brows. "What? You want to cut open my clothes and admire my body? If that's the case, you should have said so earlier." Arbor only thought that this person was sick, and quite sick at that. With a raise of her hand, a dozen or so vines shot out from her sleeves and wrapped around Assie's legs. ACI narrowed his eyes and suddenly stomped on the ground. The earth beneath his feet immediately roiled, erecting 3 earthen walls in the blink of an eye. He forced Arbor into the earthen walls and suddenly reached out to grab Arbor's shoulder. Arbor couldn't help but fly into a rage. She threw a backhanded punch at one of the earthen walls. This punch contained no less than 500 kilograms of force. It directly caused the earthen wall to crack a few times and the layer of earth to rustle and fall. It was at this moment that Assie's fingers were about to touch her wrist. Arbor kicked his hand away with a flying kick. She glared at him coldly, her almond eyes blazing with fire. She suddenly activated the teleportation talisman, and her figure instantly disappeared from Assie's side. ACI was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly spread out his consciousness to sense where she was. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that the little fellow's figure had actually moved several hundred meters away. However, this short distance was not enough to stop him from quickly catching up. After Arbor threw out the 3 teleportation talismans, he discovered a fatal problem. If she was fighting with an enemy and the enemy's speed was extremely fast, then this teleportation talisman would only be able to solve the problem for a moment and would not be able to completely get her out of danger. That was because the teleportation talisman only had a range of 1,000 meters. Although it could move infinitely, it had no sense of direction. There was no guarantee that it would move out and then move back. When Yas caught up again, he saw the little girl in blue standing along the towering palace wall, staring at him with cold, unblinking eyes. Assie's handsome face darkened as he sneered. "Run? Why aren't you running anymore? I thought you could run really fast." Crack! Yas suddenly felt a slight wind behind his head. His entire body tensed as he abruptly shifted to the side. However, it was too late. A metallic fist had already landed on his back as fast as the wind. ACI grunted and turned his head in a daze. He subconsciously met the golem's icy fist. After a hoarse eagle cry, a sharp eagle king swooped down from the sky and grabbed the golem's head. However, the golem didn't care about the eagle claw at all and directly threw a punch at ACI. Bang! Chapter 1448. Assie's body swayed slightly, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly that he had almost fallen into the hands of a golem again. That golem was too strange. Not only were its movements smooth, but it also seemed to have unparalleled thinking ability and could come up with a sneaky move from time to time to make him suffer. Arbor stood on the side and watched Big Treasure and Assie's exchange. His figure suddenly moved, and an icicle flew through the air toward Assie's handsome face. ACI, who was dealing with the golem, was slightly startled and couldn't help but be flustered. As he dodged, that icicle cut Assie's arm again. Arbor creased her brows, seemingly very dissatisfied that her all-out attack only left a bloody mark on Assie's arm. Compared to several years ago in Shuang City, this guy seemed to be much stronger. It was a bit inconceivable. Even if he ate tonics every day, he couldn't possibly advance this quickly. After all, when she fought with ACI in Shuang City, he was like a cripple and was completely suppressed and beaten up by her back then. There was something strange about this guy. However, she also had many fortuitous encounters these past few years, so it didn't mean that ACI couldn't have him too. Big Treasure, attack his lower body. At Xiao Mu's command, the golem immediately swept its leg and kicked at Assie's legs. ACI sneered. When he turned his head, he saw that little stoic swiftly dashing over. With a wave of her sleeve, a white mist suddenly pelted his head and face. Not good. The damn girl was going to use a malicious move again. ACI hastily covered his mouth and nose and blocked his 5 senses, trying his best not to inhale that white mist. However, what was the meaning of that wound on his arm, suddenly feeling so painful? Assie's expression changed, and he rushed to Arbor's side with a large stride. He raised his palm. A copper bangle shot out. Arbor's small hand quickly retracted, but she couldn't stop the copper bangle's speed. Just as that copper bangle was about to wrap around her wrist, a peach-colored figure swayed and appeared next to Arbor. With a flick of her sleeve, a powerful force shook Assie's hand away. At the same time, that copper bangle was tossed into the air with a ding. Assie's eyes changed. He suddenly tore open the void and summoned. Chien, come out. The huge black shadow instantly filled the space. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at the huge shadow that had suddenly appeared in front of him. It had bull horns on its head and a body like a giant python. His expression changed slightly. Ancient python bull? Why would a sacred beast like the ancient python bull appear here? While he was distracted, he heard a whoosh sound. That copper cuff descended from above and abruptly wound around Xiao Mu's slender wrist, trapping her firmly in place at once. Young master, the golem Arbor roared. Just as he was about to pounce forward, he saw Yas take a misstep and close in on Arbor's side. His hand suddenly pressed down on Arbor's left shoulder. "Damn girl, you poisoned me again." Yas coughed twice, feeling as if the pain all over his body had multiplied countless times. Not only was the wound on his arm unbearably painful, even the cut on his chest was starting to hurt fiercely. ACI also had a copper bangle on his hand. His other hand moved to Arbor's neck and squeezed her slender neck. He sneered. "You're certain that I won't kill you, right, HM? Unfortunately, you're still trapped by my dual-star immortal spirit bangle, aren't you?" Chapter 1449. Assie's lips curled into a cold sneer. "Once the dual-star immortal spirit bracelets encircle you, all your strength will be sealed. How is it? Do you feel terrible without those sharp little claws and fangs?" ACI couldn't help but glance at her smugly. Bam! At such a close distance, the little fellow directly raised her violent little fist and punched him in the eye. Ow! How the fuck was this possible? The dual-star immortal spirit bracelets should have already sealed all the mystic energy aura on this damn girl. She shouldn't be able to use any strength, so why was her fist still so hard? It was practically like jade and directly smashed his eye until it was swollen. ACI reached out his left hand, and the hand encircled by the copper bracelets forcefully tugged at the little girl's right wrist. He saw Arbor staring at him expressionlessly with a stoic little face, but she didn't move at all. She had activated a Vajra talisman and a gravity talisman for herself, so it would be strange if ACI could drag her. Right after that, Arbor sent ACI flying with a flying kick. However, their wrists were locked together by the copper bracelets, so if she didn't run after ACI when he flew, her wrists would be pulled until they were close to breaking. The unbearable pain was unbearable. "Undo it." Darling Xiao was furious. Her left fist, encircled with the Vajra talisman, struck Assie's face like raindrops. "Stop it, stop it, stop it." Hearing the commotion, Ali and Akir, who had rushed over after hearing the news, ran over one after the other. Their eyes widened in horror as they pounced forward to separate the two people. Especially Akir, when she saw darling Xiao squatting next to ACI and forcefully punching his face, she almost went crazy. She hugged Assie's body and pulled him back with all her might. ACI groaned in pain. His hand was about to break from being pulled by this stupid woman. Arbor was in even more unbearable pain. She was anxious, angry, hateful, and angry, and a ruthless glint appeared in her eyes. Her startled swan dagger swiftly flew out and stabbed straight at Akir's neck, communicating with her mind. "Akir!" Ollie cried out in alarm and pulled Akir over. The startled swan dagger brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a deep bloody gash with a swoosh. It could be seen how fast and cold this dagger was. The young crown princess wanted to take Akir's life directly. What kind of deep hatred is this? How could you be so ruthless to Akir? You vicious woman. Ollie was like a lion whose tail had been stepped on, roaring angrily. "I want all of you to die." Arbor bellowed angrily. The little stoic's face was ablaze with viciousness, and the substantial killing intent in her eyes instantly shut Ollie's mouth. He was extremely alarmed. As it turned out, the little stoic wasn't an expressionless person. When she got angry, she was really quite terrifying. "Kill them all," Arbor roared. An extremely thin white snake suddenly burrowed out of the paradise and transformed into a huge python, heading straight for Yas, who was sitting on the ground, to devour him. The gaping mouth caused the Yas siblings to feel fear in their hearts. "No, don't," Akir screeched. Sensing that its master's life was in danger, the ancient python bull hastily retracted its tail, abandoning the venerable peach blossom immortal who was tangled with it. It roared angrily and swiftly slithered toward the little white snake. Little Mingming, quickly dodge. This ancient python bull had already entered the initial stage of growth, so its strength was naturally much higher than the little white snake that had just entered the holy beast level and was only at the initial stage of infant stage. Chapter 1450. If they fought it head-on, not only would both sides suffer, The little white snake might even lose its life. Even the venerable peach blossom immortal had to be careful when dealing with this ancient python bull, let alone an infant great void netherworld serpent. Fortunately, this ancient python bull had yet to reach the middle stage of its growth stage. Otherwise, even the venerable peach blossom immortal would be in trouble. Compared to humans, sacred beasts' physical bodies and strength were incomparable. Roar! The ancient python bull's roar stunned everyone present. Even Xiao, Qing Wan, and the others who had just run out also stopped in their tracks and looked at it cautiously. Cough, cough. ACI half-squatted on the ground and pushed the python bull's head away, preventing it from attacking Arbor. I'm fine. Arbor tugged at the bronze bracelet on his wrist. His eyes were red with anger. Suddenly, he shouted, "Let go, let go, let go! Let go! Let go, let go!" His voice became louder and louder. Arbor shook the bronze bracelet on his wrist in agitation, as if it was being grabbed by a ghost. He tried to break free with all his might. There were red marks where the bracelet connected to his wrist. On his snow-white hand, it was a ghastly sight. The venerable peach blossom immortal sensed that something was wrong with the little fellow's emotions. He quickly came to her side and grabbed her little hand. Jojo, be good. Don't panic. Jojo, there's a way. There's a way. Uffed. Yas simply sat cross-legged behind the python bull and endured the pain all over his body. He coughed twice and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What can I do? Unless our minds are connected, there's no way to undo it. The venerable peach blossom immortal turned his head and shot a cold gaze at ACI. Shut up. He stepped forward and kicked Assie's chest. This kick was so fast that the python bull could not stop it in time. When the kick landed on Assie's chest, he felt his blood churn and blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Roar! The mountain-sized python bull straightened its body and glared at the venerable peach blossom immortal with its ferocious eyes. Disgusting, 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 disgusting. Arbor's small face scrunched up. His eyes were red as he shook his wrist. Seeing that there was no way to take that thing away from her wrist, her expression turned serious. She suddenly recalled the startled swan dagger and cut it off her wrist. However, a spiritual item like the startled swan dagger had already gained sentience. How could it bear to cut off its young master's wrist? The dagger was about to touch her wrist when it paused. Shocked, the venerable peach blossom immortal hurriedly grabbed her right hand, which was wearing the bronze bracelet, and exclaimed, "No! JoJo's dual-star immortal spirit bracelets are no ordinary profound armaments. They can be big or small. Even if you cut off your wrist, they can still fit on your upper arm." On the other hand, Yas, who was sitting on the ground with his wrist raised high, looked at the fierce and decisive little girl in front of him with a sour feeling in his heart. Just now, she actually wanted to break her own wrist without hesitation, just because she didn't want to be tied to him. Why was there a sharp pain in his heart? Where did this uncomfortable feeling come from? Did she hate him so much so that she was willing to harm herself just to leave him? Ah! Arbor screamed uncontrollably. At this moment, there was no one in front of her. Isai, Akir, or Ollie. She only saw herself tied to a stone bed, her hands and feet firmly bound to the stone bracelets. Chapter 1451. She only saw Fan Chioha smiling gently at her. He raised the tool in his hand, cut open her body, and rummaged through her dantian for something. Ah! Arbor, who had lost control, stared straight ahead in horror. There, the person sitting there was no longer Yas. In Arbor's eyes, ACI was Fan Chioha. Akir was also Fan Chioha, and Ollie was still Fan Chioha. Many Fan Chioha were grinning maliciously at her in front of her. She frantically swung the bronze bracelet on her wrist and screamed, Fan Chioha! Fan Chioha! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Fan Chioha! Ah! Jojo! Emolian, who had heard the news, couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he left the bedchamber in the morning, his baby was still fine. She was sleeping quietly and adorably while hugging the blanket. What was going on now? It was as if she had suddenly contracted bipolar disorder. She was mutilating her arms uncontrollably. If the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hadn't grabbed her and firmly held her trembling hands, the little fellow might have fractured her arms. Jojo. Emollient hurriedly rushed over and hugged her in his arms. He hurriedly comforted her. Jojo, it's okay, it's okay. Jojo, Jojo, look at me. Jojo, I'm Lien. Jojo, Jojo. Arbor's eyes were as deep as a vast expanse of smoke. They were so dark that it was as if she had fallen into an abyss. Emollient didn't say anything. He still hugged Arbor with one hand and raised a ball of purple flames with the other. He threw it directly at ACI. Whoosh! The rising purple flames condensed into a ball and pounced straight at Assie's head. What this attack wanted was his wretched life. Big brother! Ollie screamed. Without waiting for him to step forward and protect him with his life, the mountain-like boa lifted its head. Roar! The python bull swallowed the purple flame in one gulp. Then its expression changed again and again. It roared a few times before opening its mouth and spitting out the flame. However, this ball of flame was no longer purple. Instead, it was suffused with traces of gold. With a pa sound, it landed at Emollient's feet and melted a bluestone brick on the ground. Ancient Python Bull. Emollient sneered and looked up at Yas. Did you bully my Jojo with this animal? Bah, who's bullying who? You better figure out. Yas laughed instead of getting angry. At this moment, Arbor, who had been quiet for a while, began to fling his wrists as if he had gone crazy. His eyes trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, Don't tie me up, don't tie me up. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Jojo, Jojo. Emollient reached out and grasped his wrists tightly. She stared at the large red marks on his wrists, and a trace of heartache flitted across his eyes. Jojo, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We'll definitely find a way to undo this, Jojo. Emollient impatiently comforted the little fellow in her arms. A black flame quietly lit up on her fingertips. A sudden clap of thunder flashed across the horizon. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's eyelids twitched slightly. He hurriedly reached out and pressed down on Emollient's restless hand. Don't be rash. Don't attract the heavenly Tao, ah? Besides, burning this fellow to death is even more troublesome now. It's even more impossible to remove the twin star immortal spirit bracelets. I feel that what Jojo hates the most is not being tied up with this fellow, but the bracelets on his wrist. Chapter 1452. Was that really the case? The dejected Assie's ears twitched involuntarily when he heard the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's words. He suddenly looked up at them. However, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and Emollient were not looking at him. Instead, they were staring at the copper bangles on their hands. The copper bangles looked very ordinary. Between the two copper bangles was a copper rope that was not too long. However, this pair of seemingly ordinary copper bangles was actually a spirit weapon. Emollient frowned as she pondered over a solution. Does the little fellow still have some inner demons? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal asked as he looked at Prince Emo thoughtfully. If that's the case, it's not good. If the inner demons are allowed to grow to a certain stage, it will greatly affect the speed of her cultivation in the future. It might even affect the refinement of her mental state. Emollient was silent for a moment before she said coldly, No, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned to look at Arbor. Take her back first. However, when Emollient picked up Arbor and saw the burden beside her, she wanted nothing more than to burn this person to ashes with her sacred fire. The group returned to the Eastern Palace in silence. Everyone in the palace knew about the huge commotion that had happened just now. After setting Xiao Mu down on the brocade divan, Emollient hastily covered her wrists with a blanket to prevent her from staring. Assie's entire body was in pain. The little fellow had poisoned him with a poison that infinitely increased the pain in his nerves. Although he had a poison-repelling fruit in his body that could cure hundreds of poisons, this neurotoxin was not ordinary. Even if he wanted to neutralize it, it would take time. The process was excruciating and painful But ACI did not make a sound. Only cold sweat kept breaking out on his head. The python ox, which had shrunk to the size of a chirp, knew that its master was in a bad situation. It circled around Assie's feet with a gloomy expression. ACI endured the pain all over his body. Just as he was about to sit down on the couch, Missouri Lien, who could not bear it any longer, kicked him, causing him to fall to the ground. Ayo! The python ox roared angrily. The copper rope wasn't long to begin with, so Arbor's little hand moved slightly. Seeing that he was about to pull on her wrist again, Lien hurriedly dragged ACI a little closer. ACI felt like he was a tool that was being dragged around by that damn man. Jojo, don't be afraid. If worst comes to worst, I'll just reforge this spiritual weapon. Inject a trace of your aura into it, and let it become your spiritual tool. That way, you will definitely be able to unlock it. Mo Lien pondered for a moment, and felt that this was the fastest and most convenient way to unlock it. Arbor stared at the beam above his head with a pair of clear black and white eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. It was just that his silence made everyone feel a little stifled in their hearts. It was as if he had suddenly lost his vitality, making people feel very uncomfortable. Inner demons must be eliminated. This can't go on. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but say, "Do you know what inner demons are?" He fled to the middle 6 prefectures. Mo Lien's eyes flickered. "But I think he's not the only one." "What do you mean?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal asked, stunned. "You're right. Inner demons must be eliminated. No matter who it was. If they became Jojo's inner demon, only death awaited them. No matter how many people there are, they must all die." Sheen Exion suddenly woke up from her dream. Her demonic eyes widened as she stared blankly at the dark night sky outside the window. That dream just now was so terrifying. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1453. In the depths of Sheen Exion's eyes, a dim green light flashed. He hurriedly sat up and walked to the window. He pulled out a thin silk robe and looked at the night sky outside the window in a daze. What? It's already dark. Pushing open the door, he had just taken a step out when he saw a figure about his height appear in front of him. The figure flashed past his eyes and then passed by. Dark purple clothes, a tall figure. And that back view at first glance was exactly the same as his own figure. What's going on? Could it be the same as last time, that he was still in a dream and had not escaped? Omega Katoku stared blankly and hurriedly chased after him. Taking a deep breath, Sheen Exion followed the person in front of him into an underground dark room. This dark room was divided into several sealed cells along the stone wall. At a glance, it was pitch black and seemed to have no end. When the person in front of him walked past, suddenly, an unkempt face covered in grease appeared at the small window of the iron door. He shouted hoarsely, "Let me out, let me out." The person in front of him walked past without looking sideways. Sheen Exion's footsteps paused. When he approached the window, he subconsciously looked back. His line of sight met with 2 broken eyes with their eyeballs dug out. Slightly startled, he hurriedly walked forward. But before he reached the last sealed cell, he saw the figure slowly walking over with something in his arms. Sheen Exion stared blankly and stood in the long, dark corridor. As the other person slowly walked closer, he saw his appearance clearly and his heart thumped. Sure enough, it's me. If that's the case, he should still be in a dream. What kind of dream is this? Why can he see it so clearly? It's like he's looking at his past self as a bystander. He saw that when the other him in the dream walked over with someone in his arms, he did not notice his existence at all. When he slowly passed by him, Sheen Exion could not help but subconsciously turn his head to take a look. With this look, he was stunned on the spot. What did he see? Although that little face was thin and sallow, and the eyes were sunken and lifeless due to hunger. But that pair of clear black and white eyes and that skinny and lusterless little face was clearly Mu Xiaobao himself? No, it was Arbor. Why is Arbor here? At this moment, Sheen Exion's heart seemed to be gripped by something, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. He even wanted to shout out loud, as if that would release the pin-up frustration in his chest. However, the scene in front of him dissipated like water ripples, and he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him shocked him. My Joe's section break. Rumble. The wooden wheelchair was pushed to the shore and stopped. A woman in a light green, casual robe with a long skirt that reached the ground touched the unique bun on her head and walked to the beach. She narrowed her eyes and looked at a large cargo ship coming from afar. She chuckled and said, "The ship is here." Arbor could only move her little head. The woman was standing against the light. She only felt that the 5 fortune jade hairpin inlaid with large pearls on her head was emitting a dazzling luster under the sun. Then she looked at her own tattered clothes and her dried-up hair drooping sparsely on her head. He was so envious of this beautiful lady. Why did she make her life so terrible? Chapter 1454. Hey, the cargo ship is about to reach the shore. I'll send you up in a moment and let you leave this place as you wish, okay? The woman giggled and turned around to look at her with a gentle and charming gaze. Don't worry, I'll see this through to the end. I'll send an old nanny to take care of your food and lodging in the future. The woman smiled seductively and clapped her hands several times, allowing an old nanny in green with drooping eyebrows to come to her side. As long as you obediently disappear from Xian's side, I'll promise you anything. I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. The woman giggled and looked at the cargo ship slowly reaching the shore. She gave the old nanny in green with a look. The old nanny nodded knowingly and pushed Arbor's wheelchair toward the ferry. 2 boatmen came over to unload the goods. They bowed and bowed in front of the woman for a while before receiving a bulging money bag. They beamed with joy and said, "Young miss, you also know that women have heavy energy. We boatmen are most afraid of inauspiciousness and generally don't like to bring women along. Hey, you guys send him a Sichuan in a good way. You can ask for as much money as you want." After saying that, the woman took out another money pouch and threw it to the boatman. "All right, Miss Sure, we will definitely send that miss safely to Sichuan." Miss Sure touched the Rui hairpin on her head and nodded with a smile. She watched as the old nanny in green pushed Arbor onto the ship. When they reached the shore, she exhaled and said faintly, "I hope you never come back, little pet." The wheelchair scraped across the deck. Several crew members winked at each other, and their gazes followed Arbor's wheelchair to the deck. Cough, cough, cough. The old nanny in green coughed a few times and stopped after pushing Arbor onto the deck. The cargo ship had already moved. This ship was 2 stories high, and the deck alone was very spacious. Gusts of cold wind blew against her body. Arbor was wearing a thin and pockmarked spring garment. Her eyes were empty as she stared blankly at the sparkling surface of the sea. What a beautiful sea. She hadn't seen it for many years. Being able to die in this place is also pretty good, Xiao Mu muttered to herself. The green-robed old woman was startled. "What did you say? How did you know?" "Madam, can you please throw me into the center of the sea? This way, my body shouldn't be washed up on the shore again," Arbor said faintly, his face unconsciously showing a trace of relief. "You," the green-robed old woman couldn't help but be stunned. "You? Since you knew that our second miss tricked you onto the boat to take your life, why didn't you ask for help? Why didn't you beg for mercy? Why are you still willing to board the ship?" "Oh," Arbor uttered a meaningless monosyllabic word and didn't say anything. He closed his eyes as if he was tired and took a deep breath. How long had it been since he breathed in this fresh and slightly salty air? "Aren't you afraid of death?" The green-robed old woman was startled. She didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. In their China, a 20-year-old girl's life was just beginning. The average lifespan of a person in China could reach more than 200 years, even if they were ordinary trash. This 20-year-old girl in front of her was like a dry well. There was no trace of life in her eyes. Chapter 1455. Apologies, Second Miss gave this old servant a death order. The blue-clothed elderly nanny clenched her fist and looked at Arbor with a bit of guilt in her eyes. "I can't disobey." Arbor tilted her head and glanced at her. You should be a servant of the Sure family, right? Although I don't know you, I'm very grateful. Don't hesitate. Come. The blue-clothed elderly nanny's heart inexplicably trembled. She didn't know what to say now. A young lady whose life had yet to blossom actually had such a heavy death wish. A powerful, faint, golden halo of power emerged from the blue-clothed elderly nanny's fist. It was just that this golden color was closer to a faint yellow and was very faint. Arbor closed her eyes and calmly waited for death to descend. She had finally waited for this day. She finally didn't need to struggle at death's door to survive in this world. She could go see little Six Young, Huat Gu, Captain Gao, and the others. How wonderful. The blue-clothed elderly nanny silently apologized in her mind. Her palm swiftly struck out, and it looked like it was about to land on the back of Arbor's head. A streak of purple-red lightning suddenly enveloped this part of the world. It enveloped the entire cargo ship. What? Several boatmen quickly jumped up from the deck of the ship, gazing blankly at the distant sky. They saw a huge dragon rapidly moving and tumbling through the clouds. Enveloped in bursts of purple mist, it sped toward them at lightning speed. Arbor's expression abruptly changed, and she almost immediately urged, "Hurry, hurry and do it." The blue-clothed elderly nanny inwardly complained incessantly. Currently, her entire body was enveloped by an enormous pressure, so how could she still have the strength to do anything? Forget about doing anything. It was extremely difficult for her to even lift a finger right now. She was completely helpless. Whoosh! A purple figure landed on the deck at an astonishing speed. His entire body was emitting traces of chilling anger. Arbor's pupils contracted, and her body unconsciously tensed up in a defensive posture. All of you must die. The purple-clothed man's cold gaze swept over the green-clothed old nanny and the crew. Suddenly, he flew over with a palm strike, directly sending 3 of the crew members flying, heavily crashing into the ship's mast. The man was like the Grim Reaper. With just a light step, he arrived in front of the other 2 startled crew members. Without waiting for them to kneel down, a pair of hands reached out and grabbed their necks. Like pinching the necks of chicks, with 2 cracking sounds, their necks were crushed at the same time. After he quickly circled around the ship, there were no longer any survivors among the crew. The 2 people on the deck, one standing and one sitting, looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. However, the old granny in green clothes did not understand. Why was there such panic and fear in this young lady's eyes? Shouldn't she be happy that someone finally came to save her? But her expression actually revealed a deep sense of despair. What was the meaning of this? The old woman knew that her life would end here. Young master. Aye. She knew that she could no longer explain anything for herself. That cold hand grabbed her head, and the old woman trembled all over. No, don't search my soul. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Young master, The purple-clothed man grabbed the old woman's head and searched through her memories. Then, he suddenly turned his head. Wait. Chapter 1456. He smiled at Arbor instead of getting angry. You want to die? Is that so? He bent down and approached her, reaching out to pinch her chin. His smile was very gentle, but it made Arbor's heart turn cold. Xiao, did I say you could leave? I already said that I'll take good care of you in the future. If I don't force you to call me master, what else do you want? The man's eyes surged with emotions as he stared at her in frustration. I won't marry the Sure family's second Mississippi. I've already promised you everything. What else do you want? Don't push your luck. Xiaomu abruptly opened her mouth and bit down hard on his slender finger. The force that burst forth from her teeth seemed to wish for nothing more than to bite his finger off. Roar! Seeing that its master was attacked, the purple heaven thunder dragon swooped down from the sky like a reflex. With a sweep of its tail, it directly pulled Arbor and her wheelchair out of the deck. No! Qin Xian's pupils shrank, and he suddenly sat up from the bed. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he looked at the dark night outside the window. He almost couldn't tell if he was still in a dream or had returned to reality. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. Thinking back to the moment when Arbor was pulled out of the ship by Zi Xiao, he seemed to have seen a trace of relief in her eyes. She did it on purpose. She deliberately let Zi Xiao attack her, deliberately seeking death. Why? Why didn't she want to live? Qin Xian's mind was in a mess now. Some memories that were both familiar and unfamiliar to him kept popping up in his mind. They were abrupt and natural, as if they were his memories to begin with. He suddenly jumped off the bed, pushed open the door like a madman, and rushed into the night. He kept running until a faint light seemed to appear in front of him. If this dream wanted him to pick up the fragments of his memories piece by piece, then the memory in front of him should also be a part of his memories. Bam! The door was kicked open, and Qin Xian's expression changed. Didn't you say that you didn't have any improper thoughts about him? But why did he insist on bringing you back? Wouldn't it be fine if you just boarded the ship? Why did you come back? Why did you come back? A good-for-nothing like you, who can't even take care of yourself? What qualifications do you have to follow the young master? Ridiculous. Following the woman's questioning, the sound of a whip pierced through the air and lashed out at the frail little body. There was already a pool of blood on the ground. Arbor was curled up on the ground, waiting for the whip to fall. Why wasn't she dead yet? She was sent flying by the lightning dragon. Even with such a huge force, her body was actually not torn apart. Fan Xiaohe was right. Her body was very strange. Qin Xian rushed over, wanted to reach out and pick up the girl who was like a broken doll. But when his hands passed through the other's shoulders, he realized that he was still in a dream. He stared blankly at the girl who was curled up on the ground like an injured animal. Her eyes were deathly still. However, it was this deathly stillness that deeply burned his heart and even the depths of his soul. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting him. Qin Xian subconsciously shouted at the woman, holding the whip with all her might. Chapter 1457. Jojo. By the time Mo Yin realized that something was wrong, Jojo's body was already very cold to the touch. It was as if his entire body was covered in a layer of ice, and the touch of his skin was bone-chilling. Don't be afraid, it's okay, Jojo. Mo Yin's hand lit up with a wisp of fire spirit, and she injected it into Arbor's body to help her stabilize her chaotic breathing. Arbor was muttering, "You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Whip. Why does it hurt? If it hurts, why aren't you dead? Why aren't you dead yet? It hurts, whip ugh." Arbor curled herself into a ball, half bent on the brocade couch like a small shrimp. Her delicate brows were deeply furrowed. Mo Yin panicked when she heard this. "Jojo, who hit you? Who?" She seems to have been possessed by a nightmare. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked disdainfully at the flustered Mo Yin. He directly used a knife to land on the back of Arbor's neck, causing her to pass out. Mo Yin wanted to flare up, but she realized that Jojo had suddenly stopped making a fuss. He no longer uttered those heart-wrenching murmurs. He calmed his heart, and with a flick of his sleeve, swept her wrinkled little face. He used a sleeping drug, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. A pair of sharp phoenix eyes abruptly shot toward Isai, who was sitting on the carpet beside the brocade couch. Assie's heart couldn't help but skip a beat at the murderous intent in that gaze. "No, it's not like that. I really didn't do it on purpose. You see, I couldn't help but mutter, Isai. I just saw her running all day long. When I wanted to talk to her, she ran away too. I really didn't know that her reaction would be so big. If I knew it would be like this from the start, I definitely wouldn't have done it. Sigh. There was no point in saying all this. Things had already happened. Right now, he regretted it more than anyone else, all right? How could he have known that Xiao Mu's reaction would be so big? After he put that thing on her wrist, she felt like she was suffocating and her entire person was delirious. What exactly triggered her? Mo Yin sent a palm strike over, but was stopped by the venerable peach blossom immortal. "If you beat him up, you'll drag Jojo down with you. Wait a minute. Let's take off the dual star immortal spirit bracelets first." After saying that, he turned to look at Yas and pretended to kick him in the chest. ACI couldn't help but be startled and shrink his neck. "Hurry up and tell me the truth. How do you want to undo it? Two people have to inject their spiritual power at the same time. Yas confessed honestly. But now, Jojo was unconscious. How could he inject spiritual energy into him? What kind of spiritual power? Earth spirit. Yas said listlessly. I'm at the 9th level of spiritual soil, so the other person has to be at least at the 9th level of spiritual soil. Otherwise, they won't be able to undo the dual star immortal spirit bracelets. When Xiao Xiao wakes up, you will immediately assist her and undo this damned thing. Yas was silent. Are you deaf? All right. Stop arguing. The venerable peach blossom immortal hurriedly pushed away Mo Lien, who couldn't wait to attack Isai. I think this fellow should have understood. It's fine. Since there's a way, it can naturally be undone. When Jojo wakes up later, just don't provoke her. ACI couldn't help but want to look at the little person curled up on the brocade couch. Mo Lien's figure flashed and blocked his view. Get away. Chapter 1458. ACI couldn't help but feel a little angry. He lifted the copper bracelet on his wrist and glanced coldly at Mo Lien. For now, Scram. Mo Lien couldn't help but feel exasperated. She really wanted to burn this bastard to ashes. This ridiculous man had caused his Jojo to be captured by a nightmare. She must have recalled that annoying nightmare again and been frightened by some of the things in the nightmare. Xiaomu really did sleep a bit deeply this time. It wasn't until dawn that she showed signs of waking up. When Mo Lien saw her little hand move, she hurriedly moved to the side of the brocade couch and looked at her. Jojo. Arbor fluttered her long eyelashes and opened her eyes. For a moment, she looked blankly at Mo Lien. Lien. She wanted to raise her hand for a hug, but when she moved her wrist, she heard the frightening sound of the chain clanking. Don't be afraid, Jojo. Don't worry, it's fine now. We've already found a way to undo the Twin Star Immortal Spirit bracelets. Seeing the little girl's expression change slightly and about to turn hostile, Mo Lien hurriedly went forward and hugged her, patting her back comfortingly. All right, let's undo the Twin Star Immortal Spirit bracelets now. The venerable peach blossom immortal grabbed ACI, who was sitting on the floor, and pulled him to the little girl's side. Arbor glared at him angrily, then turned her head and shrunk into Mo Lien's embrace. ACI looked on unhappily. Suddenly, he pulled hard on the copper bracelet on his wrist. What are you doing? Mo Lien quickly grabbed the other end to prevent him from pulling hard and hurting Arbor's wrist again. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? The venerable peach blossom immortal kicked ACI in exasperation. Don't play tricks. Hurry up and undo it. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your clansmen. ACI looked coldly at the two of them, then turned to look at Arbor. I didn't do it on purpose. What's the point of saying all this now? It doesn't matter if you did it on purpose or not. You scared Jojo. The venerable peach blossom immortal rolled his eyes at ACI. All right. Hurry up and undo it. Cut the crap. I didn't do it on purpose. Yas stiffened his neck and glared at Arbor solemnly. Arbor didn't even bother to look back at him. He hid in Mo Lien's arms with a displeased expression and didn't say a word. Yas only felt that his heart was suffocating. He wanted to say something else, but when he came into contact with North Prince Mo's cold and ruthless gaze, he couldn't help but be startled. We guarantee that if you continue to speak nonsense, those clansmen that came with you, including your sister-in-law, will all die within my northernmost borders today. Are you trying to start a war with the Aikido tribe? So be it. The Crown Prince smiled disdainfully at him. A loser isn't worth mentioning. You lost me once, so you will lose to me 100 or 1,000 times over. If the Crown Prince became willful, he was an existence that even Northern Mo's great king was afraid of. ACI shut his mouth and stood up to walk to Arbor's side. He raised his hand. Let's begin. 2 streams of pure wood spirit energy were injected into the copper rings from their respective bodies. With 2 clicks, the copper ring in Arbor's hand instantly sprang open and landed in Mo Lien's hand. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual weapon was instantly devoured by the black fire in his hand, turning into a pile of dust. ACI couldn't help but be slightly alarmed. He glanced at Mo Lien before turning to Arbor and saying, "Count it as my rashness this time." Fragmented consciousness. Chapter 1459. But you were in the wrong, too. If you hadn't run off the moment you saw me, I wouldn't have. Arbor and Mo Lien turned to glare at him at the same time. ACI took a deep breath. Okay, it's my fault. To make it up to you, how about this? Don't you need a medicine man? I could be your medicine man. My body is strong anyway. I'm not afraid of you drugging me. Assie's eyes lit up as he suddenly spoke. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at him as if he was an idiot. Bring it on. ACI closed his eyes and made up his mind. He made up his mind to let Arbor vent his anger. He wouldn't cry out in pain. Arbor couldn't be bothered with this person. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, then shrank back into Mo Lien's arms. Scram! Mo Lien kicked him in annoyance. She carried the little fellow and walked into the inner room. Hey, stinky girl? ACI frowned, extremely displeased. Why was she looking at him with disdain when he wanted to be a medicine man? Big brother. Ollie walked quickly to his side and said angrily, Big brother, you've been beaten up so badly by them. Are we just going to let this go? He looked at his big brother's handsome face, which was now bruised and swollen. There was even a bruise on his eye. Ollie was furious, but had nowhere to vent it. The venerable peach blossom immortal sat on a round-back chair at the side. He crossed his legs and glanced at him. What? Do you want to continue? Master, don't talk to this person. The little python bull swam around Assie's legs and gave the venerable peach blossom immortal a wary look. This person was clearly an immortal supremacy. Why would he appear in the lower star domain? He was different from a sacred beast that had been contracted by its master. It was too strange for an immortal supremacy to appear in such a place. The venerable peach blossom immortal sat there calmly and even asked the palace mates to brew a pot of tea for him. A certain immortal supremacy, who was holding a teacup and enjoying himself, chuckled and gave the little python bull a look. What? Are you waiting for me to make you leave? Bah! The little python bull immediately swam around ACI. Master, let's go. This place did not welcome them, so why should they stay and provoke others? Yas hesitated for a moment and glanced at the inner chamber. Big bro, what are you looking at? Let's go. Ollie couldn't help but pull Yas back. Big brother Yas, since they've already chased us out, why are we still standing here? Akir asked in a neutral tone. What do you know? He hadn't reconciled with the little girl yet. He was worried that if he left like this, the next time they met, the little girl would be even colder to him. It's all that North Prince Mo's fault. He's such a busybody. No, there's also this celestial venerable in front of him. He was even more annoying. Yas reluctantly walked out of the Eastern Palace's bedchamber. He turned his head to take a look, his expression somewhat irritated. At this time, Arbor, who had been carried into the inner room by Mo Lien, was leaning on him with a sad expression, his little head drooping listlessly. Jojo. Mo Lien carefully applied the ointment on the red marks on her wrist. She lowered her head and asked softly, Are you feeling better? Does it still hurt? Arbor shook her little head and turned to look at him. He's sick. Mo Lien nodded. That's right. He's very sick. Although Mo Lien said that, he was deep in thought. Could it be that Yas had not forgotten his Jojo all these years? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Why did he meet such a fool? Chapter 1460. Jojo. Mo Lien placed the little fellow on his lap and looked at her seriously. Were you trapped by a nightmare? Arbor nodded and reached out to hug his neck. She rubbed against him like a small animal and said pitifully, Someone whipped me. It hurts. Mo Lien's eyes flashed with anger. Who? Arbor shook her head. I couldn't see her face clearly, but if I see her again, I'll definitely recognize her. Mo Lien patted her back twice and carried her to the bed. Don't think too much. We'll make them pay back what they owe us. You should sleep for a while more. At this moment, the little fellow looked dispirited and especially tired, which made Mo Lien's heart ache immensely. Jojo, I'll only be at ease if you're fine. Mo Lien murmured softly as he half laid her down on the bed with him. He reached out to stroke the furry back of her head. Sleep. I'll watch over you. Arbor tilted her head and laid on top of him. She reached out to hug his waist and snuggled into his arms. You don't have to go to court today. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here and accompany you. Emolien patted her lightly. All right, don't talk. Be a good girl and go to sleep. We'll talk when you're fully rested. Xiaomu mumbled a muffled MHM. She rested her head on his chest and heard his steady and powerful heartbeat. Soon, she drifted off to sleep. Emolien gently held her little hand. He wanted to use the medicine to treat the red marks on her wrist, but when he looked at it, he was stunned. Her little wrist was white and tender, and there was no trace of the red marks. TSK, the little fellow's recovery ability, was a bit shocking. Even if he had his own medicine, he might not be able to recover so quickly. Crown Prince Mo's thin lips lightly kissed her small, fair wrist before he shifted his body and slid out from under the little fellow's body. He then placed her properly on the bed and covered her small stomach with a thin blanket. Emolien flicked his finger, and a defensive boundary appeared in the bedroom. He then quickly pushed open the door and left. Take care of this person on the way back. Emolien waved his hand indifferently, and the dozen or so hidden figures quickly left. Huifeng appeared next to the crown prince with his head lowered and said softly, Lightning's team knows they didn't protect you well, so they've already returned to Marshall Mountain to receive their punishment. When he thought of Lightning's unlucky brothers, Huifeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Crown Prince Mo's gaze flickered, and he nodded apathetically. Got it. AOE and the others? Yes. AOE is still reliable, Your Highness. When Huifeng thought of that big brother AOE, he couldn't help but praise him. Humph, the Crown Prince said with dissatisfaction. Have Mei Yi lead the team and eliminate them. Just tell us what mystic weapons and spirit weapons you need. But what if young Master Assie's group doesn't return so quickly, and they might have to stay in our Guanlan city for a while? Huifeng asked weakly. Then let them live for a few more days, the Crown Prince said with a cold expression. When the time comes, I'll have Little Seven accompany them to deal with that ancient python bull. Leave the rest to Mei Yi and the others. They must not leave a single one alive. Yes. Huifeng silently lit a candle for ACI in his heart. Good luck to you, young Master ACI. Chapter 1461. Hey, that kid is an ordinary person. You'll be in big trouble if you kill them so rashly. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal chuckled as he glanced at Emolien with a cup in his hand. You're so long-winded. Oomph. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes. I'm reminding you out of the goodness of my heart. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. After all, that kid has something like a poison-repelling fruit in his body. You should know very well that there's no such thing in this shabby minor starfield. That young master, Isai, should be from the upper 3 continents, right? His identity is probably not simple. I just don't know if he's from the Divine Continent, the Tsang Continent, or the Underworld Continent. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal winked with a smile. By the way, how's my Jojo doing now? Who's your Jojo? How annoying. Emolien glared at him fiercely. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked aggrieved. She summoned me. I'm hers, and she's mine. If she's not mine, then whose? He couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this scoundrel. The truth was that Jojo was his wife. It was that simple. At the same time, in a dilapidated temple on Shiloah Street, hundreds of masked men in black had gathered here. Master has ordered that the operation will be brought forward. Everyone is to prepare for the operation in 3 days. The middle-aged man under the metal demon mask issued the latest order with a cold expression. Yes, the Rakshasa princess led a group of Rakshasa ghost sect disciples and stood respectfully at the very back. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to make sound. Everyone, go back and rest for now. Wait for orders. After the man with the metal demon mask finished speaking, he vanished from the dilapidated temple like a wisp of smoke. The Rakshasa princess heaved a sigh of relief. The man's presence was too oppressive. She almost couldn't stand still just now. This was the difference between the great spiritual realm and the ordinary spiritual realm. However, the Rakshasa princess had just heaved a sigh of relief when she suddenly realized that the man with the metal demon mask had appeared beside her. Rakshasa. There was a hint of coldness in his voice, causing the Rakshasa princess to shiver inexplicably and nod repeatedly. If this operation fails again, I think there's no need for you to exist anymore. Princess Luasha's pupils constricted. She nodded and stuttered, I will not disappoint you, Home Master. A cold light flashed through the eyes under the iron ghost mask. He nodded and said, Rakshasa, don't disappoint me again. Then, he disappeared from Princess Luasha's side. This time, he had left for real. However, even after he left, Princess Luosha still felt weak all over, unable to muster any strength. It was as if she had been drenched from head to toe by the rain. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't move at all. Hundreds and thousands of men in black disappeared from the ruined temple. Princess Luosha clenched her fists. Last time, the rice distribution incident didn't cause many casualties, which caused her master's plan to fail again. That Prince Imo was truly a troublesome opponent. She could see through her master's plans time and time again. She hoped that everything would go smoothly this time. Speaking of which, why didn't her master take care of such a strong opponent once and for all? This thought flashed through Princess Luasha's mind, but she didn't dare think about it anymore. How would she dare guess her master's thoughts? Chapter 1462. But the Rakshasa princess simply couldn't figure it out. At the very least, Master's underground village had been destroyed by Prince Mo's men several times in a row. It was impossible for Master not to resent such a great loss, especially that time in the Mystic Beast Forest. In the end, such a large deployment was easily destroyed by the people Crown Prince Mo sent. Their organization's largest underground base on Seacombe Planet was subsequently disbanded. It had to be known that they had used the news of the Phoenix Egg with great difficulty to lure so many people to the Mystic Beast Forest, all for the sake of that Master had suffered at the hands of this Prince Mo 2 or 3 times in a row. With Master's personality, it was impossible for her to continue lying low. This time, she would certainly teach the Northern Prince Mo an unforgettable lesson. When she thought of this, the Rakshasa princess curled her lips into a gorgeous yet callous smile. Pop, pop, pop. Firecrackers rang out as the vassal prince of Anan and commandery princess Ian's lively wedding ceremony proceeded rapidly in a strange atmosphere. Commandery princess was a young lady who had married out of the palace, and she was also the Queen Dowager's adopted granddaughter in name. As a result, her dowry was arranged according to the highest princess-like scale. Logically speaking, this should be a grand wedding. It was only slightly inferior to the crown prince's wedding. Not to mention most of the high-ranking officials in the court. Even some members of the sex and patrician families also attended this grand wedding out of respect. Yet who knew that at this moment, the people attending the wedding ceremony all felt their scalps tingle. Not to mention the groom's seething malice. What was going on with him, which inexplicably made people feel a bit scared? Also, what was the meaning of this groom cough, that obvious row of teeth marks on his chin? The funniest thing was that his left eye was swollen and bruised, which made it very awkward. Not only did it affect the vassal prince's looks, but it also made him look a bit more comical. When the vassal prince led commandery princess into the vassal prince of Anan's estate while holding the other end of the red silk ribbon, everyone felt a seething, killing intent. Fuck. Wasn't this a grand wedding? Why did it look like a funeral? There was something wrong with the vassal prince's expression. The crown prince looked as if he had lost his parents. His face was taut, and he did not smile from beginning to end. Was it really a good idea to hold a wedding like this? There was also that commandery princess who was reluctantly tugging at the end of the red silk with small steps. She would pause twice after taking a step, causing the vassal prince to continuously turn around to glare at her. Cough, cough. This wedding ceremony was really the strangest one they had seen recently. Ian gripped the end of the red silk tightly as she asked Sir, who was beside her, in a low voice, "Did the crown prince come over?" "No, I didn't." Sir was about to cry. What happened the night before was like a nightmare. Her miss had not even entered the house, but she had already become a joke in the entire residence. Now, not to mention vassal Prince Even the vassal king of Anan and the vassal king consort also disliked her very, very much. Damn, lass. You didn't give the letter to Xiao 11Z? Ian grabbed Su'er's arm, her sharp nails nearly digging into her flesh. Su'er whimpered. Miss Su'er gave it to you. I gave the letter to eunuch Xiao 11Z. Woo-woo. Then how come His Highness didn't come? Miss, I heard that the crown princess got a fright yesterday, so the crown prince didn't even attend morning court today. He stayed in the Eastern Palace to accompany the crown princess, Su'er said aggrievedly. Chapter 1463. Impossible. Commandery Princess Ian simply could not accept this news. He actually didn't even go to morning court for that little bitch. She really is a bewitching little vixen. Commandery Princess Ian gripped Su'er's arm tightly and stopped walking forward. The red carpet from the patio to the main hall was only 200 steps away, but they had to stop and walk for more than half a cup of tea's time, and they still hadn't finished walking. The vassal prince of Anan tightened his grip on the red sash, causing the veins on the back of his hand to bulge. Let's go, he shouted. His shout almost scared the guests out of their wits. Cough. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Commandery Princess Ian promptly flung the red sash in her hand in a fit of rage. She abruptly lifted the red veil and looked at the vassal prince of Anan frigidly. Who do you think I am? One of those lowly concubines in your inner court, yelling and shouting at me. Don't forget my identity. When Princess Anam Wu Honma saw that this daughter-in-law had no regard for her dignity and actually lifted the veil on her own before the wedding ceremony and criticized her son with disdain, she was instantly infuriated. She walked up with the help of someone and raised her sleeve to slap Commandery Princess Ian. You wicked woman. You shameless bitch. If it weren't for the great king's decree of marriage, do you think that our vassal prince's estate would still tolerate you as the vassal prince consort with your ruined body? You wouldn't even be able to become a maidservant, let alone a lowly concubine. Commandery Princess Ian was so angry that her face flushed red, and she kicked Wu Honma's waist ruthlessly. You are the ruined old woman. Wasn't it all thanks to her bitch son that she became like this? Every time she thought of how her virginity was snatched away by a man who was practically a stranger, Ian was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Wu Honma didn't expect Commandery Princess Ian to be so bold and shrewd, daring to kick her mother-in-law as soon as she came up. This was completely inconsistent with her usual image. After Ian kicked Wu Honma to the ground, the surrounding people started making a fuss about nothing. Vassal Prince Consort. King Consort. The vassal king of Anan was so angry that his face was flushed red, and his entire body was trembling. After their brainless princess consort's shout just now, everyone was looking at the vassal prince of Anan with sympathetic gazes, sympathizing with the lush greenery above his head. How pitiful. According to Princess Anam's meaning, the great king had appointed a withered woman to be the vassal prince of Anan's official wife. That was a little unkind. However, the great king had always been muddle-headed. He would do whatever he wanted to do. It wasn't the first time that he had randomly played matchmaker. However, among the Mandarin ducks that he randomly selected, some were filled with happiness, like the crown princess and the crown prince, while some were in so much pain that they wished they were dead, like the pair in front of him. Cough, cough. How should I put it? The great king's success rate was 50/50ths. He wasn't completely muddle-headed. At this time, the vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, who was clenching his fists, couldn't take it anymore and slapped Commandery Princess Ian's cheek. Scram back to the palace. I'm going to divorce you. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. At the same time, it couldn't be, right? The wedding ceremony hadn't even fucking ended yet, all right? They were going to divorce just like that? These two people's actions seemed even more unkind. Would it infuriate the great king? Shut up. At least there was still a rational vassal prince of Anan among this bunch of irrational people. Chapter 1464. This slap stunned Commandery Princess Ian's entire being. A minute later, Commandery Princess Ian clutched her face and lunged forward, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a madwoman. She completely disregarded her dignity and pounced over to bite the vassal prince of Anan. Seize her! The old vassal prince of Anan swiftly pointed at Commandery Princess In, and several robust maidservants immediately crawled over and pinned Commandery Princess In down tightly. They then pinned her hands behind her back and shoved her forward. Wu Honma had just suffered a loss, so when she saw that this shrew had been subdued, she immediately rushed up and slapped her daughter-in-law with both hands. The old vassal prince of Anan glared hatefully at Princess Anam and felt his old face burning painfully. He had been humiliated by this brainless family. Just look at what day it was today that so many court officials were present. If this matter landed in the mouths of those people who were at odds with him, it would become a source of idle laughter. What's more, they might even use this to attack him. It was simply abominable. This marriage was personally decreed by the great king. Even if you too are 1,000 times unwilling, you have to restrain your hatred and carry out the wedding ceremony to the end. The old vassal prince of Anan declared with a sullen face. Afterwards, the newlyweds were tied up and brought into the wedding hall. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, simply at a loss for words. Wasn't this just like an old saying? Don't force a cow to drink water. Seeing this newlyweds being pushed to their knees and forced to perform the 3 cowhouse ceremony, everyone looked at each other again, feeling that this wedding ceremony was extremely laughable. Once the ceremony was over, the old vassal prince of Anan immediately ordered for Ian to be tied up and brought back to the bridal chamber. Only the vassal prince of Anan, whose face was bruised and swollen, was left behind. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guests, he made up an excuse to leave. This wedding banquet was like a funeral banquet. Everyone was distressed and sullen, and after forcing themselves to drink 2 cups, they all made excuses to leave. After all the guests had left, Wu Honma smashed an exquisite tea set on the spot and cursed indignantly. Look at what kind of daughter-in-law this is. What sin did I, Wu Honma, commit to have such a daughter-in-law? No, I want to enter the palace. Come back. The vassal king of Anan's face revealed a bit of viciousness. What do you want to do by entering the palace? Do you want to find the great king and scold him? Do you still not understand? The great king is clearly trying to make our Chiu family the laughingstock of the whole world. The vassal king of Anan clenched his fists and snorted. He purposefully betrothed Ian to Fu-er. However, I will also make him understand that the vassal king of Anan's estate isn't that easy to bully. The old vassal king of Anan's eyes revealed a trace of ruthless fury as he tightly clenched his fists. Achoo! The great king, who didn't know that he had been tricked by his son and had infuriated the vassal king of Anan's estate by randomly choosing a marriage. At this moment, he was in the royal garden, accompanying his 16-year-old noble lady, Ing, to recite poems, compose couplets, and admire the flowers that Xiao Mu rubbed her eyes. When she woke up, she looked up slightly and met Crown Prince Mo's phoenix eyes, which were staring at her unwaveringly from up close. She quickly moved her small hands and tried to crawl up. The Crown Prince then helped her sit up in passing. Have you slept enough? Arbor nodded. Seeing how grinning you are, could it be that you have something good to tell me? The Crown Prince smiled. Did you know this scoundrel has finally married into the vassal king of Anan's estate? Chapter 1465. Arbor's eyes lit up, and he hooked his finger. She didn't play any tricks? How could she not play any tricks? The Crown Prince pursed his lips and said, She even sent someone to deliver a letter to me yesterday. Where's the letter? Burned it. Arbor looked at him in astonishment. Didn't you see what she said? What could she say? It didn't matter what she said. She was going to be a dead person soon anyway. Arbor glanced at him speechlessly. Perhaps she wanted to tell you some secrets. Secrets? Then let her bring it underground and tell it to the king of hell. The Crown Prince glanced at the little fellow in amusement. What lousy secrets could she have? Don't worry. Arbor also thought that this was true. Ian was merely a girl raised in a boudoir. Even if she had some secrets, it probably didn't mean much to them. She kicked her short legs, and Prince Mo helped her up with a grin. There are still about 20 days before the Heaven Ascension stairway opens. Jojo you should stay in the cultivation ground and cultivate properly for the next few days. Don't wander around. Arbor looked at him suspiciously. Is something special about to happen? What's so special about it? The crown prince stood up with a grin and walked to her side to hold her small hand. It's just that there have been too many mundane matters recently. Look at you. You've even fallen behind in your cultivation. Isn't that bad? MHM, it is bad. Arbor nodded. Your Highness. Xiao 11Z jogged in submissively and reported with a salute. Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen has sent a verbal edict. She has invited a group of noble ladies from other kingdoms to June Mountain's Yuting Court to admire the lotus flowers the day after tomorrow. She has invited the crown princess to accompany her. Yin, that what is going on? He had just instructed the little fellow to behave and stay at home, yet his mother had jumped out to mess things up again. Not going. The crown prince waved his hand impatiently and said, Go and report to Muhu. Tell her that the crown princess hasn't been in good spirits these past 2 days and needs to recuperate. Arbor blinked but didn't say anything. Since she was married, she had to follow her husband's wishes. Seeing Haidang come in with a bowl of porridge and a few dishes, Arbor sat down and started eating. Yesterday, he had been busy for most of the night and hadn't eaten much. Now that he smelled the fragrance of the porridge, he was really hungry. Arbor was eating at the side with a spoon when he heard Xiao 11Z say bitterly, That won't do, Your Highness. Her Majesty the Queen has already specified for the crown princess to accompany her. If we go back to Her Majesty now, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate? Xiao 11Z cautiously consoled his capricious master. From time to time, he would glance at Arbor with his little eyes. Crown Princess, say something. Arbor looked down at himself in astonishment, then continued to eat the porridge with the spoon. What would she say? She didn't want to go anyway, so it was just nice that her husband was blocking her. Who had the time to admire flowers with a bunch of orioles and swallows? She might as well stay at home and cultivate. Xiao 11Z panicked when he saw this, and he stammered, Your Highness, Crown Prince Consort. To Her Majesty the Queen sent a messenger. She even emphasized that the Crown Prince Consort must accompany them. Yin frowned and walked outside. I'll go talk to Muhu. Forget it. Arbor pursed his lips and said, If you go talk to her, she'll misunderstand and think that I'm instigating you behind her back again. So be it. She wasn't afraid of anyone. Chapter 1466. Can you tell me now if something has happened? After Xiao 11Z left, Arbor looked towards Yin with a spoon in her mouth. Yin helplessly flicked her small forehead. What's the point of being so smart? He sat down beside her. I suspect that organization will make a move again in the near future. Arbor's expression turned solemn, and she put down the spoon in her hand. Right now, they're hiding in the dark while we're out in the open. We have no idea when they're going to make a move or how they're going to make a move. Yin nodded. If they want to make a move, your mother's trip to Mount June's Yuting Court this time has provided them with a very good opportunity. Yin nodded again. This little fellow understood immediately, so he didn't need to waste his breath explaining. It's not a good idea if we keep hiding. Arbor stood up and said, Why don't we beat them at their own game and take the initiative to attack? Yin sighed softly. He had originally wanted to take the initiative to attack, but the prerequisite was that this little fellow had to stay in the Eastern Palace and not go anywhere, so that he didn't have any worries. But now, I'll go talk with Royal Mother and have her cancel this trip. Since he knew there was danger, it wasn't his style to walk in the face of danger. Although Northern Kingdom was powerful enough to look down on the other kingdoms, but if the noble ladies of the other kingdoms were all implicated by the mysterious organization during this trip to Mount June and innocently lost their lives, then it wouldn't be easy for Northern Mo's great king and the kings of the other kingdoms to account for it. Arbor grabbed his hand and shook her head. The queen must have already passed down the verbal order to everyone. It wouldn't be good to go back on our word now. Send more people to follow us. Arbor's eyes flashed. She swiped her left hand across the air and drew out a blue ebony storage talisman. Don't worry. If there's an emergency, I'll knock out all those orioles and swallows and throw them here. Emolian glanced curiously at the talisman in her hand. This storage talisman can store people now? Okay. Arbor was rather pleased with himself. He raised a small head and said, "Ever since I became a yellow-level Great Talisman Master, my storage talisman has also risen to a new level. Currently, a single yellow grade ebony blue talisman had a storage space of 50 cubic meters. You can even store living things." Emolian pulled her into his arms and kissed her hard. He praised, "My JoJo is amazing." Arbor took out several upgraded storage talismans and stuffed them into Emolian's hands. "I'll help you store your things. You can rest assured now. If there's any danger, I'll put them all in the talisman. Then, I'll hide in Paradise Planet. Who could do anything to me?" Although what she said sounded very safe, Emolian still felt a little scared. She didn't want her to lure the snake out of its hole and put herself in danger. "JoJo, don't worry." Arbor raised her small head and cupped his handsome face. She suddenly smacked her lips against his. "Lure them out. It'll be best if we can catch them all in one fell swoop." Arbor shook his small head. He increasingly felt that this method was excellent. "Prepare well in secret. Once we're surrounded, bring Situ, Duan Yu, and the others over to save us. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we coordinate from the inside and outside?" Our dear Emolian didn't know whether it was wonderful or not. He only knew that. His wife kissed him. He kissed him. Chapter 1467. Arbor still hadn't realized what was going on when he saw this fool's dazed expression. She poked his handsome face. "What are you doing?" Emolian cupped her small cheeks with one hand and kissed her small mouth with a squeak. "Wife, you kissed me just now. Kissed me again. Here." She wouldn't have felt anything if he hadn't said it. But the moment this fellow said it, the little girl's entire face turned red. What was going on? Wasn't it just because this fellow casually mentioned it? She felt a bit flustered and short of breath, as if she had a guilty conscience. Especially when he leaned over, looking like he was asking for a kiss. So what if she kissed him? Humph. If she wanted to kiss him, she would kiss him. In any case, he was hers, so she would kiss him. Humph. Smack. She gave him another peck on the face. She reached out her small hand and subconsciously fanned herself in front of him. Strange, her face felt so hot. Arbor picked up the spoon and continued to drink the porridge in all seriousness. He tried to find a topic to talk about. Today's porridge is pretty good." "Really?" Prince Emo blinked and leaned close to her with a grin. "As long as you like it, wife. In the future, husband will cook it for you every day. How about it?" Arbor. One day later, Northern Mo's queen and crown princess led a group of concubines, princesses, and commandery princesses to June Mountain's Yuting court to entertain the noble ladies of other kingdoms. When the sky brightened, everyone arrived at the appointed location and met in front of Huazhong Gate. Huazhong Gate's main hall had a wide staircase that stretched up to 100 steps. At this time, many carriages and horses had already gathered at the bottom of the staircase. The noble ladies sat in the carriages, their faces red as they looked at the handsome young men across from them through the curtains. Today, the male guests would follow the great king and the crown prince to West Mountain to hunt, while the female guests would accompany Her Majesty the Queen to Yiting Court to tour the lake and admire lotus flowers. Northern Mo Kingdom hadn't been so lively in a long time, so everyone was in a very good mood. Some of the girls who were on good terms with them had already gathered together and were chattering about the gentleman across from them. At this moment, a group of officials and sons of aristocratic families were also gathered together. However, they were not as bored as the noble ladies. They were gathered together and enthusiastically discussing the prizes of today's West Mountain hunting competition. The great king took out 3 profound armaments as the prize. "Ha, young Master Su, I'll have to compete with you in today's hunt." Same here. Let's just rely on our own abilities." "But I say, it's useless for you to fight here." A young master winked at a certain place. Everyone turned to look and saw Northern Wei's Third Highness, Wei Nanfeng, Southern Bailey's Second Highness, Bailey Shi, standing together with the Duan family's 4th young master, Duan Yu, and Heavenly Dao Sec's young sect master, Sida. From afar, they saw the Qin estate's Grand Duke Zi Qin Xian walking over with the two handsome young masters of the Dou clan and sixth young master Zheng's group. When they saw this, they immediately felt that it was hopeless. With so many powerful opponents here, their hunting trip in the West Mountain was most likely to be a mere accompaniment. Sigh, why was it so vexing? These powerful young masters must have made an appointment to come here together. The great king and Her Majesty the Queen have arrived. Someone called out, and everyone looked up in awe. On the long steps, the great king and the crown prince led several princes and heir apparent down the steps. On the other side, Her Majesty the Queen was also walking down the steps with the support of the Green Mammy. Behind her were Consort Chung, Lu Fei, and a large group of womenfolk. Chapter 1468. The young crown prince consort looked as if she hadn't woken up yet as she followed them from a distance with her head drooped. Haidang followed beside her, wanting to reach out to support her from time to time. To tell the truth, she had originally thought that they would be setting out at noon. Who knew that Her Majesty the Queen would be in such a hurry, having everyone gather at the crack of dawn? Xiaomu inwardly yawned and sleepily raised her eyes. The moment she raised her eyes, he saw Ian glaring at him with animosity. She was crazy. The young crown princess glared back, not to be outdone. This female scoundrel kept trying to seduce her husband. Humph! She would teach her a good lesson later. She would let this female scoundrel know why flowers were so red. And Mei Chim, she had to find a secluded place and teach her a good lesson. Looking at the sneaky foot that had appeared in front of her, the young crown princess directly stomped on it forcefully without a change in her expression. Only a kacha sound was heard, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The group of young masters and noble ladies at the bottom of the stairs all turned around and looked up at a certain woman who was rolling downstairs. Over 100 steps of stairs. This woman was truly in a sorry state as she rolled down. She had rolled all the way to the bottom and had almost bumped into a certain young master's thigh. Fortunately, that young master had dodged in time, evading her with a sidestep. As a result, that woman didn't manage to stop in time after rolling down, and she crashed into the carriage's wheel with a bang before coming to a stop. That horse was so startled that it raised its hooves and neighed. Just as that horse's hooves were about to land and break the woman's neck, Duan Yu flicked his sleeve, and a pebble hit that horse's leg with a whoosh. The horse flipped over in pain and fell heavily to the ground, lying side by side with that unlucky woman. The woman and horse neighed continuously. Crown Prince Emo raised his phoenix eyes and glanced at her in amusement. Empress Zhao creased her brows as she quickly walked down the stairs with a group of royal concubines to the side of the carriage. Looking at that woman who was hugging her leg and rolling on the ground while wailing in a cold sweat, she couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Sister. The Marquis of Placation's estate's fourth miss, Su Mingxin, turned pale with fright as she ran forward and hastily reached out to support Su Mingzhu. The woman who had just disgraced herself by rolling down the stairs was the third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, Su Mingzhu. Su Mingzhu hugged her legs and rolled back and forth on the ground. When she saw Her Majesty the Queen walking over, she hastily rolled in front of her and cried out with a mournful expression, "Your Majesty, please judge clearly. Your Majesty, I beg you to uphold justice for this subject's daughter." Empress Zhao coldly glanced at her. So, it's the Marquis of Placation's estate's third Mississippi. How could you be so careless? Someone, go to the Imperial Physician building and summon a bone-setting expert Imperial Physician to take a look at Miss Su's leg. Su Mingzhu shuddered. She knew that Empress Zhao was warning her not to talk nonsense. But she couldn't accept it. Su Mingzhu hardened her heart and gritted her teeth. She wailed, "Your Highness, Mingzhu wasn't careless. Someone pushed Mingzhu down. Someone wants Mingzhu's life." Empress Zhao couldn't help but fly into a rage. "You better think carefully before you speak." Empress Zhao couldn't quite wipe away the embarrassment that this incident had happened before they even set out. She instantly didn't have a favorable impression of this third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate. Unexpectedly, the third miss was brainless. She didn't see through Empress Zhao's anger and even pointed in a direction as she shouted sternly, "Her, it's her. She pushed me." Chapter 1469. It's her, it's her. She pushed me. Su Mingzhu's eyes revealed a hint of smugness. Everyone turned to look and immediately saw the young crown prince consort looking all around. She then shifted her small feet to dodge to the side. Duan Yu, Situ Yi, and the others involuntarily twitched their mouths. The direction Su Mingzhu's finger was pointing at was precisely the young crown princess's direction. However, that little fellow didn't seem to understand at all, and even looked around in confusion. When she saw someone else pointing at her, she even innocently dodged to the side. Her "you're pointing at the wrong person" expression was simply infuriating. Su Mingzhu was furious, and she kowtowed to Empress Zhao while weeping pitifully, begging Your Majesty to uphold justice. It's her. It's the crown princess. The crown princess pushed me. Woo-woo. This subject's lowly words carry little weight. Begging Your Majesty to uphold justice for this subject. I didn't push you. The young crown princess wasn't an idiot. How could she not speak up when someone else pointed at her like that? Besides, she naturally wouldn't admit to it since she didn't do it. You pushed me. How could this subject not know who pushed this subject? Su Mingzhu was inwardly resentful. This crown princess was actually someone who dared to do it, but didn't dare to admit it? Wasn't she very fearless? Why was she acting like a coward now? The young crown princess was angry, and a harsh glint flashed across her eyes. Who has the leisure to push you? You put your leg in front of me yourself, so who am I supposed to step on if not you? Haitang nodded repeatedly on the side and said with a straight face, That's right, this servant can testify for the crown princess. This miss doesn't even know how to walk properly and would stretch her leg in front of the crown princess after walking for a while. The crown prince consort is only stepping on her feet. Everyone, Su Mingzhu suddenly wailed and kowtowed repeatedly in front of Empress Zhao. Your Majesty is wise. The crown princess admitted to pushing me. She didn't step on me. She pushed me. Since when did I not walk properly? Of course, the servant by her side would speak up for her. Your Highness. Empress Zhao felt a headache coming on. She turned to look at the little crown princess and massaged her aching head. She felt a little regretful. Perhaps he shouldn't have invited the crown princess to attend this event. She still remembered that when she mentioned to the concubines yesterday that they had called the young crown princess to accompany them on this trip to Mount June, everyone looked like they had eaten a fly. Even now, when she thought about it, the memory was still fresh in her mind. Consort Cheng, Lu Fei, and other veteran concubines even repeatedly asked her to exempt the crown princess from this exhausting trip to Mount June. Now that she thought about it, the crown prince consort must have done something out of line in the past to intimidate all of them. What's the fuss about? Arbor's voice was cold as he glared daggers at Su Mingzhu. Those who were familiar with her immediately cursed inwardly. The little fellow was really angry this time. Prince Mo was just about to step forward to comfort his wife when he saw an afterimage glide past him with a whoosh. The crown prince's eyebrows immediately twitched. When everyone looked over, they saw the little crown princess carrying the screaming Su Mingzhu and climbing to the top of the steps in a matter of minutes. A bad premonition slid through everyone's hearts. The great king and Empress Zhao both looked over in shock at the same time, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Sure enough, the crown prince consort stretched out her leg and kicked Su Mingzhu's, but with a kick. Chapter 1470. Su Mingzhu's mouth instantly formed in O shape, but she didn't have time to scream before she rolled head first onto the steps. She cut an extremely sorry figure again, and even rolled down even more ruthlessly. Everyone was flabbergasted and simply didn't know what to say. Empress Zhao reflexively shifted to the side and stared blankly as Su Mingzhu rolled down the steps. In the end, she even forcefully crashed into the wheel of the same carriage before abruptly coming to a stop. Su Mingzhu was completely stupefied from this fall, and she could only hear her useless fourth sister, Su Mingxin, screaming. Something soft seemed to flow out of her ears, and Su Mingzhu only felt like her head had been forcefully smashed by a large hammer. She was groggy and couldn't hear clearly at all. She had completely fainted, scaring Su Mingxin, who was kneeling on the side, so much so that she almost fainted as well. The crown princess's kick was too ruthless and directly knocked her unconscious. Arbor calmly floated down the steps and patted his small hands as he softly said, "Did you all see? As you all can see, this was indeed my kick." Duan Yu raised his fan to block his face. Situ Yi twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes at him. "Don't think that no one can see you snickering just because you're blocking your face with a fan. Everyone—" Xiaomi couldn't resist sniggering. She ran up and hooked her arm around Arbor's shoulder as she exclaimed, "Sis, I just like your personality. We're truly the same. What we did is what we did, and what we didn't do is what we didn't do. Since someone said that we kicked her down the stairs, then we might as well solidify this reputation of kicking people. Ha 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 ha." Everyone looked at Princess Mi speechlessly. "You dunce, can you stop laughing?" Empress Zhao took a deep breath and inwardly warned herself. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. The daughter-in-law is our family's daughter-in-law, and our son has acknowledged her. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. So angry. They hadn't fucking set out yet, but she already made such a scene. How shameless was she? Consort Chung glanced sympathetically at Empress Zhao before hastily stepping forward to help Empress Zhao up. She quietly said, "Cough, Your Highness, in my opinion, this third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate should be sent home to recuperate. Then fourth miss, let her accompany third miss back." What else could he do? Even if he had fainted from the fall, he couldn't be carried on the road. Empress Zhao glared at Arbor in annoyance. She allowed the green mammy to help her into the carriage and ordered people to send the two young misses of the Marquis of Placation's estate back. "Nyang Nyang, calm down. Quickly drink some water first." Green mammy hurriedly handed her a cup of tea. Empress Zhao slammed her cup on the table. She was so angry. Along the way, Consort Chung and the others felt uneasy. Actually, Consort Chung didn't want to come today. Don't ask her why. Ever since the prayer event at the Honghai Temple's Nimpin Tower, Consort Chung swore that she would never go out with the little crown princess in this lifetime. Going out with the little crown princess was simply too torturous. But this time, it was Her Majesty the Queen who had personally sent out the invitation. Fortunately, the person leading the group was Her Majesty the Queen, so the incident at the Nimpin Tower wouldn't happen again. That time, the young crown prince consort had really tormented their old bones to the point of choking them. Every time she thought about it, Consort Chung couldn't help but shudder. Quickly look. June Mountain's Yuting Court is right in front. TSK. Looking at it from afar, the scenery is delightful. It's really beautiful. Xiaomi fussed. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1471. June Mountain's Yuting Court. From afar, one could see the continuous rise and fall of the mountains, which were steep and straight. In the center of the jade green courtyard, three sides were surrounded by water. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant. Once they arrived at their destination, Princess Mi impatiently hopped out of the carriage. She stretched out her arms and made a hugging gesture as she giggled. Good. No zombies or mutated beasts, and such a large jade-green lake can be maintained. The trees provide shade, and the fragrance of flowers assails the nostrils. I like this place. Arbor lifted the curtain and expressionlessly crawled out of the carriage. Hearing Princess Mi's words, for some reason, she actually subconsciously looked back and forth. Haidang immediately assumed a defensive posture and vigilantly looked around before whispering. Crown Princess, as Princess Mi said, there are no mutated zombies or zombie beasts appearing. Xiao Mi's mouth twitched, and she glanced at Arbor from the corner of her eyes. Cough. Younger sister, your bodyguard is rather interesting. He also appears to be very skilled. At this time, The noble ladies of the other kingdoms and the young misses of the patrician families all crawled out of their accompanying carriages and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of them with pleasant surprise. Her Majesty the Queen's mood improved greatly, and she said to everyone with a smile, "This place is the same as June Mountain's Wang family's hunting ground. There are people specially assigned to watch over this place." As expected of Northern Mo's fortifications, Southern Bailey's fifth princess Bailey Jun couldn't help but sigh. To be able to plan such a large fortification in such an orderly manner, the entire fortification, from the building defense to the perfect protection mechanism and the deployment of personnel, could be seen from every aspect of it that it was extraordinary. June Mountain's Yiting Court didn't seem to have changed much from the environment before the zombie outbreak. Previously, some mutated zombie beasts appeared in the lake here, but there weren't many of them, so they were promptly dealt with. Now, there are about 70 to 80% fewer aquatic animals in this body of water. Empress Zhao sighed. "Everyone, don't worry. Let's board the ship first. Your Majesty, please." Everyone courteously let her go first. Docked at the shore was an exquisite and gorgeous 3-story pleasure boat. Under the sunlight, the top of the pleasure boat, which was outlined with glazed tiles, flickered with a very dazzling light. Under the lead of Empress Zhao, the group boarded the pleasure boat one by one. The boat slowly left the shore and headed towards the center of the lake. Yiting Court was located on a small island in the middle of the green water. From afar, it looked as if it was being embraced by a pool of clear water. The green leaves appeared to be full of vitality in people's eyes. That should be a world that hasn't been polluted, everyone thought excitedly. Arbor was also curious. It was her first time here. Unexpectedly, there was such a strange courtyard in the vicinity of Mount June. It existed independently in this world. Nyang Nyang, since this Yiting Court has not been contaminated by zombie beasts, why not move here? Jean Hongwan from Northern Wei's Jean Clan Fort was a straightforward girl. She couldn't help but be curious when she saw that the environment here was so beautiful and lush that it surpassed even the royal palace. Empress Zhao explained with a smile. Previously, there were mutated beasts roaming about, but the imperial court had always sent people to take care of this place and many small operations teams to complete missions here. Look, there are almost no aquatic animals in this lake. Chapter 1472. Everyone lowered their heads to look at the awe-inspiring surface of the lake. Sure enough, the water was incomparably clear, and there weren't even many small fish in the water. This Yiting Court is only a small resort after all. How can it fit so many people from the palace? Consort Chung continued with a smile. Jean Hongwan couldn't help but be taken aback before saying with a smile, "It was Hongwan who didn't think things through. She only thought that it wasn't easy to have a pure land in this chaotic world, but she didn't consider that there were already several hundred concubines in Northern Mo's great king's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, not to mention the many eunuchs, palace maids, and guards. Where could they fit people? A small Yiting Court could fit 3 palaces, but it couldn't fit 6 courtyards that Empress Zhao waved her hand with a smile, and the group followed the current to the front of the island. After reaching the shore, everyone went ashore in a single file and excitedly followed Empress Zhao into Yiting Court. Since this courtyard was used as the Wang family's leisure resort, it was naturally meticulously taken care of. Today, Her Majesty the Queen was bringing honored guests over. So early in the morning, the steward of the resort led a group of servants to wait in front of the courtyard. When he saw the Queen's group arrive, he hurriedly went forward to welcome them in with a fawning smile. The steward was a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears. It seemed that he lived quite freely in this Yiting Court. "Your Majesty, honored guests, please follow this humble one." That steward cheerfully led everyone into the inner court. Will everyone be first assigned to a courtyard to stay in? Or will this humble one first bring honored guests to tour Yiting Court? We didn't spend much time on this carriage journey, so we shouldn't be tired. Queen Zhao looked at everyone with a chuckle and said, "Steward who? Please lead us around this court for a while." "All right. After you, Your Majesty, honored guests." Steward Who smiled until his chubby white face squeezed out streaks of flesh. At this time, a pampered voice resounded. This princess heard that your Yuting court has a type of bamboo shoot that is extremely delicious and delightful to eat. Moreover, after eating it, one would feel that their profound energy is much more abundant. Is this true? Steward, who was a person with good eyesight. The moment he turned his head, he immediately realized that the one who was stirring up trouble was the fourth princess of the royal family, Mo Shuang, the famous, unruly princess. He hurriedly nodded and smiled apologetically. Fourth princess is right. However, the production of his spiritual bamboo shoot was extremely low throughout the year. Especially in the past 3 years, it had basically reached the point of extinction. The small amount of spiritual bamboo shoots produced every year are also presented to the Empress Dowager and the Great King. After saying that, he looked at fourth princess Mo Shuang with a troubled expression, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. It was said that this fourth princess was a normal person and had nothing to do with a mystic cultivator. He didn't know why she suddenly thought of this. So what if spirit bamboo shoots can subtly raise one's profound strength? You, the fourth princess, don't even have a fart of profound strength, so eating it would just be a waste. Where is it? The young crown princess glanced curiously at Steward Who. When Steward Who saw this, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards the young crown princess, his expression clearly flattering. Crown princess, please follow this humble one. This humble one can bring honored guests over to take a look. It's just that we haven't picked any fresh spiritual bamboo shoots this year. As he spoke, he sighed and brought everyone to the bank of a stream. He pointed at the rows of bamboo on the bank of the stream and said, Your Majesty, honored guests, this place is called Qingxi. The spiritual bamboo shoots are over there. Chapter 1473. Xiao Mu pattered over to a thin bamboo that was more than a meter tall and flicked it with her finger. This bamboo was thin and short, and it didn't have any ornamental value. It was completely incomparable to the bamboo forest that the Holy Water Sect's old sect master had raised back then. Master, these really are spiritual bamboo shoots. Chochio's voice abruptly rang out. Then, without needing her to lift a finger, 2 thin and soft vines had already burrowed out of her sleeves and directly dug up the ground, dragging in a small section of bamboo shoot. Chochio laughed happily. Master, you're in luck. Walk further in, and we'll dig up more spiritual bamboo shoots. At that time, we can also plant a bamboo forest on Paradise Planet. How about it? The more Chochio spoke, the more excited it became. In the future, our Paradise Planet will have flowers, bamboos, and trees. Ha! Don't you feel especially perfect? Arbor nodded and then asked, Flowers? Jasper begonia. Chochio smiled proudly and said, Master, I helped you plant a large sea of jasper begonia flowers. Do you like them? Come in and play if you have nothing to do. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. She didn't expect that this little fellow would also steal the jasper begonia from her inner world into the paradise. Don't drop the original pot. We still have to return it to grandmother later, Arbor exhorted. Don't worry. Originally, there was a sumaru seed inside that jasper begonia that was wreaking havoc. Master, I took out the sumaru seed and planted it in the 100 Poison Valley. Ah, is that so? Arbor couldn't help but feel astonished. This sumaru seed was a type of poisonous grass seed. Why would it fall into the jasper begonia and almost kill it? It really was a bit strange. As Arbor spoke with Chochio, she walked further into the clear stream and had Chochio display its bandit nature. It dug up all the spiritual bamboo shoots that could be picked and dragged them back to the paradise. Master, with little earth and little water's help now, the spiritual tea will probably take a while to grow. However, this spirit bamboo shoot doesn't have that many requirements. I reckon that if we raise it in our paradise for a few days, we'll be able to eat it soon. I saw that you dug up a lot of spiritual bamboo shoots. How could this caretaker who say that there are no spiritual bamboo shoots? Is he being dishonest? That's obvious. Chochio chuckled. This guy doesn't speak the truth. There's an 80% chance he's hiding something. Arbor knew what was going on and purposely kicked away the soil beside the stream so that the only spiritual bamboo shoot that Xiao hadn't dug away could be seen. This bamboo shoot was simply too small and ugly, so Xiao didn't like it. Fourth Princess Mo Shuang's eyes were sharp, and she couldn't help but cry out when she saw it. Isn't that a spiritual bamboo shoot? Steward who? Why did you say that you didn't find any spiritual bamboo shoots this year? Are you hiding something from Her Majesty the Queen? Oh my, in all honesty, how would I dare to deceive you all? Steward, whose expression didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat. Look at this little bamboo shoot. It's so crooked and wilted. In what way does it look like a spiritual bamboo shoot? Furthermore, if you all don't believe me, I can immediately have the servants cook this bamboo shoot for everyone to taste. This is definitely the most ordinary bamboo shoot and not a spiritual bamboo shoot. Haitang, where's the pot? The pot is here. Haitang took out a small black pot from her inner world and hugged it to her chest. She asked the Crown Princess with a serious expression, Crown Princess, should we cook it now? The little Crown Princess nodded vigorously. Cook it and taste it. Yes, Crown Princess. Chapter 1474. Seeing that everyone else was looking over dumbfoundedly, Haitang took out firewood and a rack from her inner world and placed the small black pot on top of it without another word. He casually took out a match and lit a fire. Then, he began to scrub the pot with the same method as before. After the water boiled, she threw the small bamboo shoots into the pot. The little Crown Princess also took out a handful of noodles from her inner world along with some ready-made shredded meat. Everyone looked at this master and servant pair dumbfoundedly. They were. Doing what? Younger sister, I suddenly realized that I'm so hungry after smelling the aroma. It turns out that it's almost time for lunch. Give me a bowl later, too. Xiaomi took out a bowl and chopsticks from her inner world and squatted next to the pot, staring at it eagerly. Empress Zhao's mouth twitched as she gazed speechlessly at this daughter-in-law. Commandery Princess N, who was walking next to her, couldn't help but laugh. Is the Crown Princess cooking lunch? There's no share for you. Arbor gazed at her coldly before having Haitang scatter the noodles. It wasn't long before the pot of delicious and fragrant shredded meat and spiritual bamboo shoot noodles was finished. By this time, everyone had noticed that manager who was standing on the side, had beads of cold sweat on his forehead, looking like he would faint at any moment. Empress Zhao's heart jolted, and she sent a look to the green mammy. Nanny Qing understood. With a wave of her hand, more than a dozen guards came out from the dark and formed a fan-shaped encirclement. They surrounded Steward who was covered in cold sweat. Arbor took out a stack of bowls and filled a small half-bowl for Empress Zhao, Mou, Xiaomi, and Bailey Zhen. He had people pass it to them, and he and Haitang also got half a bowl each. The remaining half of the pot was left there for everyone to use. When everyone saw Empress Zhao and the others drink the soup in one gulp, their eyes narrowed into slits, looking very pleased. He hurriedly rushed forward to snatch the remaining half pot of noodle soup. There were no more noodles left, but there was still some soup to drink. Those who were quick in grabbing quickly poured themselves half a bowl of soup, while those who were slow in grabbing could only watch helplessly. Mo Shuang and Yang Fengyan almost fought over 2 mouthfuls of soup. In the end, Mo Shuang gave a look to the accompanying guards to subdue Yang Fengyan, and she poured the last 2 mouthfuls of soup into her mouth. Once she drank it, whether her profound strength rose or not, it had nothing to do with her. In any case, she was just an ordinary person without any profound strength. She only felt that her mouth was overflowing with a fresh fragrance, and the 2 mouthfuls of spirit bamboo shoot soup simply left a rich aftertaste. How dare you? How dare you deceive the Empress Dowager and the Great King? Empress Zhao's face instantly darkened. 2 guards immediately stepped forward and kicked Caretaker, who was sweating profusely, to his knees. Manager, who hurriedly complained, Your Majesty the Queen, please judge clearly. This lowly one doesn't dare to deceive the Great King and the Empress Dowager. This lowly one really didn't know that the spirit bamboo shoots had already sprouted. If this lowly one knew, This lowly one would naturally have sent people to dig them up and present them to your majesty, the Empress Dowager. You're full of nonsense. Empress Zhao angrily rebuked. Tie him up. Search his residence. Manager whose face was filled with terror. He didn't know how things had developed to this point. These spirit bamboo shoots were clearly buried deep underground, and it wasn't as easy to dig up as ordinary bamboo shoots. Even he who was stationed in this Yiting court all year round, accompanied by this bamboo forest, could only occasionally dig up 1 or 2 stalks of spirit bamboo shoots. Why was it that the crown princess could casually step on a stalk of spirit bamboo shoot? Very quickly, the people who were searching manager whose residence ran back to report to Empress Zhao. Chapter 1475. Your Highness, we found a large storeroom under manager whose room. There are many rations and supplies hidden inside, as well as large amounts of mystic currency and magnetite. Empress Zhao's expression instantly turned unsightly. She stared at manager who with a sharp gaze and said, Good. All these years, these spirit bamboo shoots have become tools for you to amass wealth. Manager who couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly with a pale face. Your Highness, spare my life. Your Highness, spare my life. You unruly servant. You actually have the face to ask this consort to spare your life? Empress Zhao was so angry that she laughed instead. What are you still standing there for? Drag him out and chop him up for this consort. This unruly servant didn't consecrate the spirit bamboo shoots to the great king. Instead, he guarded this piece of land and became the great king himself. Good, 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 truly very good. Empress Zhao's eyes emitted a cold light. With a wave of her hand, 2 guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the wailing manager who out. No, you can't kill me. Your Highness the Queen. This time, manager who was truly anxious. He panicked and said, This old servant was sent here by Her Highness Imperial Concubine Shu. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Consort Cheng's expression changed as she immediately looked towards her daughter-in-law, Shu Quan. Shu Quan's expression also changed several times as she hurriedly rebuked. Nonsense! How could you be sent here by Her Highness Imperial Concubine Shu? You're clearly trying to use Her Highness Imperial Concubine Shu's name to deceive Her Highness the Queen. No, no. Manager who struggled with all his might and shouted with a pale face, I'll confess. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Your Highness the Queen, tell me, this servant is just a lowly manager. If there wasn't an order from above, how could I dare to embezzle the spirit bamboo shoots and sell them all these years? Besides, even if I were to sell these precious spirit bamboo shoots, I would still need a channel to successfully exchange them for the materials I need, right? Empress Zhao pondered for a moment, then waved her hand to have the imperial bodyguards drag the steward back. She looked at him coldly and said, You're right. I don't think you have the guts to embezzle it. Tell me who is above you and who told you to do this. Shu Quan's eyelids twitched violently. She forcefully suppressed her flustered and short-of-breath emotions, and with a cold expression, she put on airs and shouted, Wicked slave, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. Great King's second consort, don't interrupt now. Empress Zhao glanced at her coldly, a name already appearing in her mind. It's the Great King's son. It's all the Great King's son's orders. Steward who confessed everything in one go, and he continued to speak in one breath. In previous years, the Great King's son even instructed this servant to present 1/5 of the spirit bamboo shoots to Her Highness the Empress Dowager and His Majesty the Great King in the palace. But this year, for some reason, the Great King's son suddenly ran over to tell this servant that he's short on funds. It's not very convenient for him to do so, so he told this servant to keep all of the spirit bamboo shoots and not send a single one to the palace. You're speaking nonsense. Without waiting for the Great King's second consort Shu Quan to speak, Her Highness Consort Chung cried out first. She pointed at Steward who was kneeling on the ground and was so angry that her entire body was trembling nonstop. You damned lowly slave. Someone come. Drag this lowly slave away from me. Consort Chung, why are you in such a hurry? The matter hasn't even been discussed yet. Yet you're in such a hurry to have this servant die? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Chapter 1476. Empress Zhao coldly glanced at Consort Chung and indifferently waved her hand to stop her. She then turned to look at Manager, who was kneeling on the ground. You wicked servant, you better think carefully before you speak. Who exactly instructed you to secretly hide the spiritual bamboo shoots and exchange them for private goods? It was His Highness the Great King. Manager, who firmly believed that it was His Highness the Great King, as if he was biting onto a piece of fatty meat, refusing to let go even if he died. Consort Chung was so angry that her face and neck turned red. Suddenly, she almost lost control and ran forward. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to scratch Manager, who to death. Don't speak nonsense. You slander my son. When we return to the palace, I will personally explain this matter to the Great King. Empress Zhao coldly smiled. When the time comes, I will also ask Consort Chung to be present and explain everything clearly. Don't blame this consort for not giving you a chance to refute. Your Highness, please listen to me. This matter has nothing to do with my Jiaoer. Your Highness. Consort Chung was sweating profusely and wanted to refute, but how could Empress Zhao be willing to listen to her? She waved her hand and said, This consort is tired. Green Mammy, you will temporarily take over all matters in this Yiting court. Yes, this servant obeys. Green Mammy slanted her mouth and disdainfully swept a glance at Consort Chung and the Great King's second consort Shu Quan. Like a rooster that had won a fight, she led everyone away and began to arrange everyone's food and lodging. After tossing and turning for the entire morning, Empress Zhao only drank a mouthful of broth and ate 2 chopsticks of noodles. Right now, she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. She only wanted to rest as soon as possible. Arbor had a bountiful harvest, so she didn't care about how noisy this flock of orioles and swallows were and entered the court together with Princess Mi very quickly. The courtyard was allocated. Because this was only a private courtyard, with so many noble ladies arriving at once, it was naturally impossible for everyone to be assigned to a courtyard. Thus, they were randomly assigned to 2 or 3 people to a small courtyard. Little Crown Princess and Xiao Mi were assigned to the same courtyard, and everyone was happy. However, Bai Li Zhan was assigned to the same place as Mo Shuang. She was really unhappy that after returning to their own courtyard, Arbor asked Haidang to cook a pot of spirit bamboo, shoot shredded pork noodles. This pot of noodles was shared between the 3 of them, so naturally, they were able to eat until they were full. Princess Mi ate to her heart's content. She reached out to rub her belly and said, Younger sister, do you think that mother-in-law of yours really doesn't know? Or is she pretending not to know and taking advantage of the situation to make a fuss? What Princess Mi was talking about was naturally the matter of the spirit bamboo shoots. Xiao Mu sighed. Say, why do you think she brought us to this June Mountains Yiting court for no reason? Is it really just to entertain you princesses and noble ladies of other countries? That was because Empress Zhao had gathered enough evidence to use the excuse of entertaining the noble ladies to directly tear into Her Highness Consort Chung. Princess Mi widened her eyes in shock. You? How did you know? I guessed. After Arbor finished the last mouthful of noodle soup, she threw the small bowl to Haitang to wash. Then, she walked towards the side room with her small hands folded, eating and drinking to one's heart's content and having a nice afternoon nap. This is life. Who cares how much of a ruckus she caused outside? In any case, it was none of her business. Master, I have planted the spirit bamboo shoots. Chiochio's joyful voice sounded in her conscience. In the future, you will be a person with spirit bamboo shoots. Can spirit bamboo shoots still grow in that bamboo forest beside the clear stream? Arbor suddenly thought of a question. Chiochio stared blankly for a moment before saying weakly, The last spirit bamboo shoot was eaten by you guys when you were cooking noodles. That is to say, spirit bamboo shoots were really extinct in this Yiting court. Scammer. Chapter 1477. All right then, in any case, The spiritual bamboo shoots that grew in this Yating court would eventually be taken away by a pig like Steward who. It would be better to let her keep it and cultivate the spiritual bamboo shoots on a large scale. Arbor kicked off his shoes and fell onto the bed to take an afternoon nap. On the other side, Consort Chung didn't even bother to bring over the lunch and kept pacing back and forth in the room while pinching her handkerchief. Other than Shu Quan, there were also two of the great king's concubines in the room, Concubine Zhang and Concubine Wu. Concubine Zhang had always been clumsy with words and wasn't very likable. When she saw Consort Chung getting angry, she also kept her mouth shut and lowered her head, not daring to even breathe loudly. Concubine Wu, on the other hand, was smooth and slick. When she saw Consort Chung like this, she hurriedly advised, "Mother, don't be anxious. This is only Steward whose one-sided statement. It's very easy for us to deal with a mere servant. There's still a chance for us to make a comeback." When Shu Quan heard this, she sighed. She had long warned her husband that before doing anything, he had to use his brain first. Don't just look for trouble and act rashly. The crown prince's position was so secure. It wasn't something that her husband could easily fight for. If he had stood by the crown prince's side early on, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. It was a pity that her words carried little weight. Her mother-in-law and husband had their own plans and considerations. She was like a piece of duckweed, tossing back and forth on the sea with no end in sight. "Shu Quan, why aren't you saying anything?" Compared to these two concubines, Consort Chung trusted her daughter-in-law, Shu Quan's brains more. However, Shu Quan didn't know what to say at this moment. When Consort Chung saw her daughter-in-law's appearance, she couldn't help but become anxious. "Shu Quan, say something." "Mother, I feel that if this matter isn't handled properly, the great king's son might not be able to make a comeback in the future." What did you say?" Consort Chung immediately became anxious. "It's not possible. Isn't it just a few lousy bamboo shoots? How could it possibly involve so many people?" Shu Quan faintly glanced at Consort Chung. "Imperial Mother, Lord Husband is moving the cultivation resources of Her Highness the Empress Dowager, the Great King, and even the princes and grandsons. Her husband had exchanged these cultivation resources for cultivation coins and resources. What did he need so many cultivation coins and resources for? Do you think the Great King will let him go this time?" Consort Chung sat down on the stool stupidly. Shu Quan glanced at her coldly, shook her head, and walked out the door. Needless to say, on the surface, this matter was indeed the work of the Great King's son, but Consort Chung and the entire Shu family should have known about it. Perhaps the Shu family had also benefited from it. She laughed self-deprecatingly. So what if she was being cautious? With such a father, mother, mother-in-law, and husband, she could forget about living a good life. Shu Quan, you're the smartest, so you should quickly think of a way to smooth things over." "Shu Quan, Shu." Consort Chung stared blankly as her daughter-in-law walked out without looking back. She angrily picked up a teacup and fiercely smashed it on the ground. This ingrate, Jiao, respected her so much and asked her for advice on everything. In the end, at the most crucial moment, she was actually so heartless. Vice Consort Zhang was so frightened that she didn't dare say a word. Vice Consort Wu sneered and helped Consort Chung sit down. "Imperial Mother, I think we can't count on elder sister. Right now, we can only think of a way ourselves and think of a countermeasure before we return to the palace." Chapter 1478. Arbor slept for more than 2 hours before getting up. She couldn't care less about how badly battered Consort Chung and the others were. The little fellow was sleeping quite soundly. There was no helping it. The battle was probably just around the corner. If she could sleep, she should hurry and sleep. Who knew what she would encounter tonight? Haidang brought in clean clothes. After washing up, Arbor was informed that the Great King's first consort was currently in the small courtyard and had been sitting there waiting for her for almost an entire afternoon. Shu Quan, the Great King's first consort's demure face appeared in front of Arbor's eyes. She nodded and said, "Invite her in." She didn't have much contact with Shu Quan normally, but after a few interactions, she felt that this Great King's first consort was very decent and generous. Compared to her acerbic mother, she was much better. Shu Quan quickly walked in and immediately saw the little crown princess sitting by the table. Without another word, she lifted her skirt and was about to kneel. However, a strange force supported her knees and didn't allow her to kneel. "Eldest sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Arbor glanced at her indifferently and said, "If you have something to say, sit down and talk." Shu Quan pursed her lips and froze there stiffly. She didn't know whether to get up or kneel. On the other hand, she very cleverly helped her up and sent her to sit beside the little crown princess. Crown princess. Shu Quan knows that the crime of being greedy for the ink spirit bamboo shoots is very serious. Husband, the entire king's estate, and even the Shu family wouldn't be safe and sound. Shu Quan isn't afraid of death and is willing to die with her husband. However, I would like to ask the crown princess to grant Shu Quan a small request and let my 3 children live. Arbor glanced at her coldly. "Eldest sister-in-law, you should be begging the great king and the queen for this matter, not me." "I know." Arbor raised his hand to stop her from continuing. "I'm sure you know what the great king is like. To put it bluntly, the great king is so indecisive and overcautious. Is he the kind of person who would kill his eldest son? You know very well in your heart that your husband will be fine. With the great king's way of doing things, he will at most ground your husband for 5 years." Xiao Mu rolled her eyes. Shu Quan and she were flabbergasted when they heard these somewhat disrespectful words. "As for your 3 sons and daughters, they're all the great king's grandsons. If he can't even bear to kill his own sons, how could he possibly implicate his own grandsons?" Arbor had long seen through the nature of the great king. Arbor faintly swept a glance at Shu Quan and said, "Speak. What exactly are you planning? Since you're asking for my help, shouldn't you tell me the truth and be frank with me? Isn't that better?" Shu Quan didn't know why, but when she looked at the little crown princess with such a cold expression, her eyes unknowingly filled with tears, and they gushed out drop by drop. "Crown princess." Shu Quan abruptly stood up and knelt again. "Yes, I want to ask for your help. Just this once, not as the eldest sister-in-law, nor as the great king's consort. Purely as the mother of 3 children, I beg you to help me this once. I only want to be willful this once in my life." An hour later, Shu Quan solemnly bowed to the little crown princess. She stuffed a small medicine bottle under her sleeve and left quietly with the handkerchief in her hand tightly clenched. Other than the 4 people present, no one knew what had happened. She used the handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and followed Shu Quan with a resolute expression. Chapter 1479. Haidang prepared a sumptuous dinner for the little crown princess. While she was serving the dishes, she asked with a dazed expression, "Crown princess, why are you helping the great king's first consort?" "If I want to help, I'll help. Why do you ask so many questions?" Arbor said indifferently. "Oh," Haidang answered blankly. "This time, they'll definitely find a scapegoat for the spirit bamboo shoot incident. The great king doesn't want to watch his eldest son die, so old consort Shu and the Shu family will definitely be the scapegoats." Arbor drank a mouthful of the delicious fish soup and narrowed her eyes. She looked up at Haidang and said, "Haidang, have you practiced cooking before?" His Highness said that Haidang must learn anything that the crown princess isn't good at. For example, cooking, needlework, farming. "That's enough." Arbor interrupted Haitang's words with a dark expression. She freaking felt like there were so many things that she didn't know. Haitang blinked. "Crown princess, don't worry. Just bring Haitang with you wherever you go in the future. Haitang knows how to kill people and steal their goods. Below, Haitang knows how to cook. I know everything." Arbor turned to look at the dazed child and couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Go away. This annoying fellow." Haidang cleaned up the table and walked out obediently. When she reached the door, she couldn't help but look back at Arbor. "Crown princess, you should actually smile more." Arbor paused and shook her head helplessly. Their itinerary this time was to spend 3 happy days in Yuting Court. But looking at the current situation, Her Majesty the Queen and the others weren't in a good mood. They would probably return to the palace tomorrow evening. After all, Empress Zhao was in a hurry to report the spirit bamboo shoot incident to the great king. and Consort couldn't eat or sleep well, so she wasn't in the mood to play. The two at the top didn't get along well, so their emotions naturally affected the people below. Arbor's bed was newly made, and she had prepared her own bedding. Now, she could roll around on the fragrant mattress. Perfect. Before sleeping, Arbor solemnly pulled Chirps out of the paradise and patted its little head. When Master falls asleep later, remember to wake me up if anything happens in the middle of the night. The little fat squirrel hugged its belly and nodded. In the end, not only did she have a good night's sleep, but when Xiao Mu opened her eyes, she saw that fat squirrel curled up on her pillow with its belly protruding, sleeping even more deeply than her. Xiao Mu was truly speechless. Sure enough, these adorable little animals were each more unreliable than the other. She said she liked beasts. Crown Prince Consort, you're awake. Haidang walked in and curtsied. Her Majesty the Queen sent word just now. Today, all the princesses and young misses will be allowed to play in Yiting Court. Return to the palace before sunset. Arbor nodded, thinking that it was more or less as she had predicted. Queen Zhao was impatient to return to the palace and report the spirit bamboo shoot incident to the great king. It didn't have much to do with her. Since the first half of the day was free time, then she might as well reluctantly wander around. After the master and servant pair brought along Princess Mi, the trio wandered around Yiting Court for less than an hour before they started to wander around unhappily. It just so happened that there was a mountain-leaning pavilion up ahead, and the scenery looked pretty good. The trio walked over and paused when they got close. They saw Ian supporting Empress Zhao as they walked into the pavilion, chatting and laughing. Chapter 1480. The two people were followed by a dozen or so smiling royal servants. Some were holding umbrellas, some were carrying food boxes, and some were carrying teapots and teacups. It was obvious that they were going to the pavilion up ahead to have a private chat. Xiaomi blurted out, "Younger sister, why do I feel like that whatever commandery princess looks more like Her Majesty the Queen's daughter-in-law than you?" Arbor stared at commandery princess Ian coldly, and the latter also saw her when she turned around. At an angle that Empress Zhao couldn't see, she pursed her lips at her and smiled provocatively at her with the posture of a victor. Arbor was very disdainful of this. This woman had clearly already married into the vassal king of Anan's estate, so why was she still so oblivious to her status? At this time, the queen also saw Arbor and said with a nod, "Crown Princess, Princess Mi, if you don't have anything else to do, then come over and have a chat with me." Xiaomi tugged at Arbor's sleeve, and Arbor nodded. He walked up with Xiaomi and saluted according to etiquette before sitting down in the pavilion leaning against the mountain. This pavilion was built against the mountain and looked down from above, with a circle of bow-shaped seats set up around it. At a glance, one could see several floating clouds beneath their feet. If it were the early morning, it would definitely be a spectacular sight. After Ian sat down, she instructed Sewer to bring over tea and pastries. She then eagerly boiled tea and laid out the pastries for Her Majesty the Queen. Sure enough, she acted more like a daughter-in-law than an actual daughter-in-law. Xiaomi pursed her lips and couldn't resist criticizing. "Oh, Commandery Princess In, why do you have to do this servant's work? You're degrading your status. We, the sons and daughters of the Western Wastelands, aren't that particular. Just some plain water will do." Commandery Princess and was not angry at Xiaomi's sarcastic remark about her being a servant. Instead, she even smiled at her good-naturedly. It was as if the shrew Commandery Princess, and that everyone saw as a joke on her wedding day, no longer existed. She had returned to that elegant, dignified, and beautiful Commandery Princess Ian. However, Arbor could clearly see great hostility and resentment in the woman's eyes. What was she pretending for? Xiaomu swept her a glance before retracting her gaze. "Your Highness, please try this tea." A smile flitted across Commandery Princess Ian's beautiful face, and she presented a plain-patterned teacup to the queen with both hands. Empress Zhao nodded and motioned for her to put it down. "Crown Princess Yu." Empress Zhao's gaze fell on the little fellow's head. In addition to a unique phoenix hairpin, there was also a bright and glistening flower embedded in the hair. "It's the jasper begonia flower. Empress Zhao blurted out. This jasper begonia looked even bigger than the one the Empress Dowager had. It looked really nice on the little crown princess's head. Arbor thought that the queen had taken a fancy to the only phoenix hairpin on her head. She hurriedly raised her hand to touch it and said, "I can't give this to you. Emol Yin made this for me, so it's mine." The queen, on the side, Green Mammy rolled her eyes and said with a pout, "Crown Princess, our Her Majesty the Queen doesn't lack jewelry." "Then that's good." The little Crown Princess put down her small hand and said with a nod, "Even if you like it, I won't give it to you. It's mine." The queen, why did she suddenly want to kill this daughter-in-law so much? Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Imachum, her son had taken a fancy to her daughter-in-law. Her son liked her, so she must be calm. She couldn't get angry. She couldn't get angry. Chapter 1481. The queen took a deep breath and tried her best to put on an amiable expression. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I can't anger my daughter-in-law to death. Crown Princess, this queen is very fond of the jasper begonia you are wearing on your head. This flower is even bigger and brighter than the jasper begonia that this queen saw at Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's place." Oh, only then did the little crown princess realize that Her Majesty the Queen was looking at the flower on her head. Speaking of this flower, it was because she had casually removed a stalk of jasper begonia from the paradise when she was washing up in the morning. Haidang was so fond of it that she insisted on snatching it and trimming 3 to 4 flower ornaments out of it. How could the little crown princess be so happy to wear a flower on her head? She wasn't a plant, so why would she wear a flower? Yet after Haidang put it on her head, she thought that it looked pretty good, so she also wore it. The little crown princess thought that she couldn't waste the remaining flower ornaments, so she warmed them up with medicine and put them into separate boxes. Now that the queen mentioned it, she took out 2 boxes, handing one to the queen and the other to the impatient Xiaomi. "If you like it, then wear it. I have soaked this flower in medicine, so it should be able to stay bright for 10 days to half a month." Empress Zhao opened the box to take a look. She couldn't help feeling delighted when she saw the 2 exquisite, jade-colored flower ornaments inside. Needless to say, Xiaomi was grinning from ear to ear. She put away the box into her inner world and cupped her hands at Xiaomu. "Younger sis, thank you so much." Before Empress Zhao could reply with a smile, Commandery Princess Ian widened her eyes in shock. She looked like she had been provoked, and she nearly jumped up from her stool. She rushed up to snatch the box in Empress Zhao's hands. "Your Majesty the Queen, you mustn't. This flower is poisonous." Empress Zhao's eyelid jerked, and the box in her hands was nearly snatched away by... "What are you doing?" Empress Zhao's face darkened in displeasure. "Your Majesty, please believe Ian's words and immediately summon the royal physicians who came with you. If they can't detect that this flower is poisonous, then Ian is willing to eat this flower." "Ridiculous!" Queen Zhao rebuked angrily. Then, she turned to look at the young crown Prince Consort with some suspicion in her eyes. The young crown Prince Consort shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Then let's invite the royal physician to examine it." This queen believes the crown Prince Consort. Queen Zhao glanced at Ian coldly and said, "Ian, you truly were too disrespectful today." At the start, Empress Zhao's to Empress Zhao. Empress, and the queen's Empress. She saw that the jasper begonia on the crown princess's head was pretty, so the crown princess gifted her the remaining begonia flowers. How could she have planned this out in advance when this matter was so random? How could she have made the crown princess poison the begonia flowers in advance? She wasn't an idiot. Empress Zhao glared at Ian irritably. "All right, stop fooling around. Your Majesty," the crown princess herself said that she had soaked this flower in medicine. Arbor and Xiaomi both rolled their eyes. The little crown princess crossed her arms grumpily as she ordered Haitang, "Go invite the royal physicians over. If the test shows that there's nothing wrong with my flowers, and you said it yourself, eat these 2 flowers." Empress Zhao twitched her mouth. She couldn't bear to eat flowers, even if Ian wanted to. How could such precious jasper begonia flowers be eaten? Soon, 2 royal physicians were summoned to the mountain-leaning pavilion. Chapter 1482. After the two people went up to perform the greetings, they conducted a strict and repeated test for poison on the two jasper begonia flowers inside Empress Xiao's box. The results naturally made Ian feel terrible. These flowers were actually not poisonous. Not only that, but the two royal physicians were also praising them endlessly, saying that these begonia flowers were extraordinarily effective. She wondered which great medical master had used this medicine, but this medicine was only beneficial to the human body and did not harm at all. Ian was truly flabbergasted when she heard this. She felt that these two royal physicians were forced by the crown princess's status to say such flattering words. "Eat," the little crown princess grumpily shouted at Ian. Yet Empress Xiao quickly stuffed the box in her inner world and waved her hand calmly, saying, "How can we let her eat such a good flower ornament? Let's just choose two other flowers for her to eat." "Xiaomi." Ian turned to look at Empress Xiao in disbelief, simply not daring to believe her ears. Just now, what did Empress Xiao mean by that? That meant even Empress Xiao was not standing by her side anymore, but she was merely worried about Her Majesty the Queen's health, worried that she would be deceived by the crown princess. "Going back on your word." Big liar. She clearly said that she would eat flowers, but now she wasn't eating them? She was lying to Jojo. The young crown prince consort stood up in a huff. She didn't say anything as she strode out of the pavilion in a huff. Empress Xiao suddenly had a feeling that she had bullied a child. What was the meaning of this? "Xiaomi, twitch your mouth," before standing up with a cough. "Apologies, Your Majesty the Queen. I will be leaving first with the crown princess." When a little crown princess walked out of the pavilion, she suddenly turned around, her sharp gaze landing on Commandery Princess In. "You were the one who put the sumaru seed in grandmother's jasper begonia, right?" Commandery Princess In shuddered, and she reflexively shook her head and shouted, Sumaru. "I don't know what you're talking about." The young crown princess merely swept her a cold glance. Since Ian had already explained everything with a guilty conscience, there was no need for her to continue asking. After all, in the entire Mo kingdom capital, there was only one stalk of a precious flower like the jasper begonia in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Ian had mistakenly thought that her flowers were pruned from the jasper begonia potted plant that the Queen Dowager had discarded. This was also human nature. Only the person who had tampered with her grandmother's pot of jasper begonia could be sure that the jasper begonia was poisonous. Unfortunately, Ian did not know that there was currently a large sea of jasper crabapple flowers inside the little crown princess paradise. Arbor was so angry that she left. Xiaomi chased after her and said with a smile, all right, Jojo, don't worry. She won't eat flowers today, but I'll let her eat 10 liters of grass tomorrow to nourish her." Arbor's eyes lit up when he heard that. "You want to dig up some smelly grass for her to eat? Okay, I'll have my subordinates specially go to the manure pit to find some thatch." Arbor mused that this was a good idea. This was the outcome of deceiving Jojo. Not long after the two left, they heard Commandery Princess Ian's exclamation from the mountain-leaning pavilion. Startled, Arbor turned around and saw two giant night-caw birds swooping onto the island in the middle of the lake in broad daylight. At this time, they were currently grabbing at the people inside the mountain-leaning pavilion. The Queen. Arbor turned around and ran toward the mountain-leaning pavilion without even thinking. Xiaomi followed closely behind as she nervously pulled out a long sword. However, before Arbor could run 2 steps, she lost her grip on the sword, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 1483. Arbor's mouth involuntarily twitched. "Stay here and wait for me." After saying this, her figure flashed as she dashed off like a sharp arrow. "Hey, Jojo." Xiaomi was anxious, and she quickly picked up her sword from the ground before chasing after her figure. By the time Arbor reached the mountain-leaning pavilion, he saw that a giant night-caw bird had already pounced into the crowd and was currently being attacked by several royal maidservants. Fortunately, these royal maidservants also knew a bit of martial arts, so they would not be insta-killed by the night-caw bird. Arbor swiftly sent that night-caw bird flying with a burst of mystic energy. He had already arrived in front of the Green Mammy and asked coldly, "Where is the Queen?" Her Majesty left first along a small path with Commandery Princess in just now. The Green Mammy quickly replied, not daring to tarry. She was well aware of how powerful the Crown Princess was. If the Crown Princess could lend a helping hand, Her Majesty's side would be safer. As they spoke, a royal guard team also sprinted over and dealt with the night-caw bird in midair in a well-trained manner. Arbor summoned Qingluan and the fat squirrel and had them stay here to help the royal guards deal with the night-caw bird. This should be foolproof. Afterwards, he turned to tell Xiaomi, "I'm going to find the Queen. You stay here and don't leave." After saying this, he did not wait for Xiaomi to reply before swiftly dashing off in the direction that the Queen and Yin had left in like a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, Empress Zhao and Yin were sprinting up the long corridor under the protection of the royal maidservants. Previously, two night-caw birds had suddenly attacked the crowd, and they were very intelligent. One of them stayed behind to deal with the royal maidservants, while the other followed the Queen and Yin closely. Fortunately, when the two people dashed down the short corridor, that night-caw bird that was relentlessly pursuing them was scraped by the eaves of the corridor, and it was sent flying with a sharp cry. Empress Zhao hurriedly turned around and threw out a burst of Xian energy. In her haste, she missed the target and angered the night-caw bird that was rolling on the ground. It got up and flapped its wings, viciously chasing after the two of them. Ian shrieked and turned into the corridor in a panic, running toward the small garden up ahead. At this moment, 4 or 5 shadow guards caught up, and the pressure on the Queen's side was greatly reduced. The shadow guards surrounded and attacked the night-caw bird. At the same time, they turned to Empress Zhao and called out, "Nyang Nyang, you go first." Empress Zhao nodded and said, "Be careful," before following in to the other end of the art gallery. There were many flowers and plants planted on both sides of the long corridor. Normally, they looked very pleasing to the eye, but when they were running for their lives, they were always tangled up by the branches and leaves, making them very unsightly. Ian ran to the end of the long corridor in a spurt of energy. Just as she was about to pass through the small arched door, a pair of rotting wings suddenly dropped down in front of her. She saw something that looked like a long-necked crane abruptly appear in front of Ian. It suddenly opened its monstrous mouth and bit at Ian's arm. "Ah!" Ian shrieked with a pale face as she covered her mouth with both hands. The Queen rushed over with flying steps. Then she picked up the spiritual dagger in her hand and threw it over. The dagger carried a trace of flowing light and pierced straight into the long-necked crane's head. It immediately fell to the ground. The Queen quickly ran up and pulled out the short blade from the long-necked zombie crane's head. She wiped the blade carelessly with a handkerchief before pulling Ian along and saying, "Let's go quickly. What are you spacing out for?" Ian quivered and quickly nodded. She then passed through the small garden with Empress Zhao and ran toward the main entrance of Yiting Court. Chapter 1484. Just as the two people passed through the garden path, they saw 4 to 5 long-necked zombie cranes swooping down from midair. Anxious, Queen Zhao stared at the spirit artifact dagger in her hand and subconsciously swung it. In a split second, the dagger suddenly expanded by a dozen or so inches and turned into a treasured sword. Without any explanation, it cut off the head of one of the corpse cranes. This spiritual weapon short blade was given her by Arbor previously. Back then, it was the giant ape who seized it from Northern Wei's 5th Highness, Wei Nanshu. Arbor had given it to Empress Zhao as a present, so it had saved her life this time. While Empress Zhao was fighting the remaining zombie cranes, it had already found an opening to slip away first. When Empress Zhao finished dealing with those zombie cranes and looked back, she saw that Ian had already run to the pavilion on the other side, with one foot about to enter the pavilion. Empress Zhao also quickly ran over. Right now, she was already exhibiting an extraordinary speed, so she didn't care about her image when she was fleeing for her life. She dashed over in a disheveled manner, and just as she reached the bottom of the steps, she heard the stern cries of the zombie cranes in midair. At this time, she already appeared to be mentally and physically exhausted after a series of battles. As a result, she didn't even dare to look back as she quickly ran up the steps. Just as she was about to dash into the pavilion with Ian to take shelter temporarily, as she saw the two iron doors abruptly slam shut in front of her. Empress Zhao stared at those two closed doors in shock. Unable to stop in time, she bumped into the tightly shut doors with a bang. She couldn't resist pounding on the doors as she shrieked, "Ian, hurry and open the door!" Ian was scared to death, so how would she dare to open the door? She hastily braced her back against the door as she shook her head in fright. "No, I can't, Your Majesty. There are too many zombie cranes outside, so I can't open the door." Ian, the queen simply didn't dare to believe her ears. That commandery princess, in who expressed her filial piety to her day in and day out, wishing that she could treat her as her own mother-in-law. Such a demure, elegant, and beautiful commandery princess, and would actually treat her like this at a critical moment? The queen turned around and saw a group of over 100 corpse cranes flying towards her. She had already dealt with a few corpse cranes earlier, so how could she have the strength to continue? He couldn't help but think to himself, "My life is over." Empress Zhao's face turned snow white in a split second. She turned around and patted the tightly shut iron door, unwilling to give up. "Ian, let me in." On the other side of the door, and once again fixed the door sills on the door. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably, drenched in sweat, as though she had been fished out of the river. No way. She couldn't open the door. With her mediocre skills, if she opened the door, she would die together with Empress Zhao. She was still so young, only 17 years old. She couldn't die like this. In any case, Empress Zhao was also getting on in years, so she could just die by herself. Don't implicate her." Hearing Empress Zhao screams outside the door, Ian's heart clenched tightly. She clutched the front of her clothes as she muttered to herself, "I'm not being selfish. I'm not being selfish. I just don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." She covered her ears with her hands as she hastily ran into the attic. She hid at the bottom of the stairs and hugged herself into a ball, not daring to make a sound while trembling. Queen Zhao was drenched in cold sweat as she fought against the flying corpse cranes in a life-and-death struggle. Chapter 1485. She really didn't expect that this trip to Yuting Court would be the day of her death. Empress Zhao couldn't help but smile sadly. She didn't expect that after scheming and scheming, she would end up including her own life. However, she didn't regret it. Consort Chung and that restless son of hers had delusions of making a move against her crown prince. She naturally had to deal with them before they succeeded so as to avoid harming her son. After Empress Zhao killed another zombie crane, her right arm felt sore and limp, and it drooped down powerlessly. She chuckled self-mockingly as she looked at the flock of zombie cranes that kept pouncing toward her. It turned out that no one could remain calm in the face of death, because this kind of death was so unacceptable. Roar! After the giant ape's furious roar, the earth trembled incessantly. The giant ape kicked aside two zombie cranes and ran toward her with a thud. Empress Zhao looked up in shock and saw a stoic-faced little lady jumping down from the giant ape's head. After glancing at her, she directly started cleaning up the surrounding zombie cranes without a second word. Countless vines squirmed out from her sleeves and whipped at the surrounding zombie cranes. Accompanied by several hundred ice blades piercing through the air, all the approaching zombie cranes were severely injured by her thunderous methods. Empress Zhao only felt her eyes heat up, and an indescribable emotion swelled up in her chest. Sure enough, it was still better to kiss a daughter-in-law. A coquettish bitch like Ian really couldn't be trusted. No matter how critical she was of this little stoic daughter-in-law before, her daughter-in-law still ran over to save her without any hesitation for her son's sake when encountering such a crisis. However, Empress Zhao's heart contracted tightly. As she watched the little stoic plunging into the zombie crane flock, her palms involuntarily broke out in cold sweat. This was an encirclement of several hundred zombie cranes. However, Empress Zhao's state of mind soon relaxed slightly. Following the crown princess's appearance, several hundred hidden night pavilions guards also swarmed over. With everyone working together, it would only take minutes to clean up this flock of zombie cranes. Seeing that the situation was under control, the little crown princess quickly flashed to the queen. "Royal Mother, are you all right?" Empress Zhao shook her head with tears brimming in her eyes. She grasped her daughter-in-law's arm tightly. "I'm fine. Royal Mother is fine." This stoic-faced daughter-in-law of hers only looked colder than other people. But after interacting with her for a long time, one would discover that she was still very warm on the inside. "It's good that you're fine." The crown princess's speech, Empress Zhao's bang, Winz's a heavy blow. Ian's shriek erupted from inside, followed by the extremely sharp sound of fingernails crawling on the door. Empress TSS. Xiaomu pushed the queen to the side and kicked open that iron door with a vigorous kick. That iron gate weighed 500 kilograms, but his daughter-in-law was truly valiant. With this kick, that gate collapsed inwards with a loud rumble. Empress Zhao was shocked and couldn't help but sigh ruefully. If this kick landed on a person's body, it would definitely be a kick that could take that person's life. Following the iron gate's collapse, Ian's disheveled figure rolled out from inside, followed by two squawking zombie cranes. Two tan vines whipped at the zombie cranes, and with two bangs, the zombie cranes' heads exploded. Chapter 1486. These two zombie cranes had charged in from the second floor's fence and flew to the first floor's pavilion. They found who was hiding in the stairwell before launching an attack on her. At this time, Ian had lost all color in her face, and she was trembling all over. Meanwhile, Empress Zhao's expression had also turned very unsightly when she saw this woman. When she recalled how this woman had shut the iron gate tightly in front of her, selfishly not letting her in to hide, the fury in Empress Zhao's chest could not be soothed no matter what. Arbor drew an ice sword and aimed it at Commandery Princess Ian's chest. He asked with an icy expression, "You were caught?" Ian immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. She looked at the young crown princess in horror and screeched repeatedly, "No, no, no. I'm not injured. I'm not. Look, look." Ian hastily exposed her arms. Sure enough, there was not a single wound on her snow-white arms. I have a defensive mystic weapon. I won't be injured," Ian said hastily. Empress Zhao swept her a glance with a sneer before turning to leave with Arbor with a harumph. Ian's complexion turned ghastly pale at once. When she recalled what she had done to the queen, she couldn't help but beat her chest in regret. Great! Now that the Queen Dowager did not like her, even Her Majesty the Queen would not like her after today. Damn it! How could she maintain a foothold in the royal palace like this? Seeing Empress Zhao dragging her youngest daughter-in-law away without looking back, Ian was inwardly resentful. However, she had only taken a few steps down the steps with her head hung low. She suddenly paused when she felt a tingling itch near her navel. When she touched it with her hand, she actually felt several drops of blood. Ian was shocked and hurriedly lowered her head to look. With a pair of trembling snow-white hands, she slowly lifted up her torn clothes a little. Her pupils contracted. Sure enough, Ian saw that there was a small, shallow wound next to her navel, and there were even traces of blood seeping out. How is this possible? Ian's face instantly turned ghastly pale, and her legs swayed as if she was about to fall over. Could it be that when the two corpse cranes pounced on her just now, they were accidentally torn apart by their sharp claws? Ian's body swayed at once, and she looked like the sky was about to collapse. No, nothing will happen. Looking at her skin, it is still bleeding. Since it is bleeding, it means that there is no problem. If they were zombified, it was impossible for them to bleed. Yes, that must be it. Ian took a deep breath and kept consoling herself. When she looked up again, she saw that the little crown princess and Empress Zhao had gone far away. She didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly chased after them. Afraid that the little crown princess would discover the wound near her navel, Ian hastily moved her belt up to cover the wound. Fortunately, that wound was relatively shallow, and it stopped moving after a few drops of blood seeped out. As a result, no one would be able to tell that there was a small wound on her stomach. At this time, the stoic-faced little crown princess suddenly turned around and gazed at her suspiciously. Ian was startled, and she reflexively tensed up her body. She looked at her with slight trepidation. Grand Crown Princess, I think we had better leave this place as soon as possible. What are you panicking for? Arbor gazed at her coldly. She had already received the news. The well-trained hidden guards had split up into teams to clean up the corpse cranes. Meanwhile, Consort Chung, Lu Fei, and the other royal concubines had only received a bit of shock, and they had already been brought to the main hall by the guards. Chapter 1487. After all, they had made ample preparations beforehand. As long as anyone dared to cause trouble in Yating Court, regardless of whether they were corpse cranes or nightcaw birds, they would not be able to escape the fate of being exterminated. However, the other party had caused such a huge commotion just to scare these weak imperial concubines. Arbor frowned slightly as she escorted Empress Zhao and the others to the main hall to meet up with Consort Chung, Lu Fei, and the others. Xiaomi quickly walked over. Seeing that she was fine, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. How is it outside? There are still many corpse cranes outside. The guards have already formed teams to clear them out. Everyone, don't go out for now. Aoe, who was following behind the little crown princess, answered very naturally. Stay here. Arbor turned and walked out. Empress Zhao hastily grabbed her small hand. Where are you going? Stay here for now and wait for the commotion outside to calm down before going out. It's fine. Arbor calmly pulled Empress Zhao's hand away. I'll go out and take a look. I'll be right back. With that, her figure flashed and quickly disappeared out the door. Aoe naturally followed closely behind. The Crown Prince had guessed correctly that the organization behind the scenes had made a move, but that such a small-scale attack was unexpected. Arbor had originally thought that they would send hundreds or thousands of zombies to attack. Presumably, it was unrealistic to mobilize a large number of zombies within northernmost fortifications. Therefore, these corpse cranes that could fly became their best choice. Unfortunately, there were too few of them to achieve the desired effect. Arbor pursed her lips and quickly walked to the entrance of Yating Court to take a look. Ayo, did the Crown Prince say when he will be coming? Many corpse cranes were scattered at the entrance of Yating Court. They must have been in a fierce battle with the Hidden Knight Pavilion. After a while, Yi did not speak. Arbor's head slightly exploded. She abruptly turned her head and came face to face with a stiff face covered in rotten flesh. That zombie had grown a pair of incomplete wings on its back. It opened its mouth and moved very quickly to attack her. It opened its mouth so wide that it was almost as wide as its face. It opened to an incomprehensible extent, as if the only thing left on its face was that mouth. Crack! One of Arbor's ice blades was crushed by the undead hag's huge fangs. It chewed and swallowed the ice blade. Huh! Arbor sneered and quickly stuck a teleportation talisman on himself. With a flash of light, he was already several hundred meters behind the corpse puppet. A wood spirit flew up and instantly condensed into a giant man-eating flower. It opened its mouth and bit at the corpse puppet. The giant man-eating flower swallowed the corpse puppet in one gulp, and its mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth, began to chew. All of a sudden, the man-eating flower formed by the wood spirits began to tremble. It opened its mouth as if it had been choked and spat out the corpse puppet with red skin and green mucus. Roar! The undead hag seemed to be very sullen as it roared at Arbor. However, several dozen zombie cranes swooped towards Xiaomu, each of them attacking her without regard for their lives. It seemed that this gargantuan corpse puppet had already evolved to a fifth-grade corpse puppet. Arbor's understanding of zombies was broken. After all, in her previous life, she had only encountered fifth-grade corpse puppets at the time of her death. She did not know that the corpse puppets she had encountered in the lower star domain could only be considered low-level corpse puppets at best. Chapter 1488. The one in front of her was clearly on the verge of evolving into a mid-level zombie. This zombie had grown a pair of wings on its back. Although the wings were still very weak right now, they were basically useless. There was no guarantee that they would become extremely powerful in the future. In addition, this zombie was beginning to have the ability to command. In the past, the low-level zombies only knew how to attack without thinking. But now it was different. This zombie that was about to become a mid-level zombie could use its roars to command its subordinates to attack a single point. After Arbor used her vine to send a few corpse cranes flying, she leaped onto the giant ape's head. With a tap of her foot, she chased after the mid-level zombie that had retreated back into the flock of corpse cranes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arbor waved her hand, and countless ice crystals flew toward the zombie. At the same time, her slender figure had already arrived in front of the mid-level zombie. The startled swan dagger suddenly flew out of her conscious and directly attacked the zombie's head, flying over its head with a whoosh. The mid-level zombie tilted its head, dodging the startled swan dagger's attack. As if sensing the great danger of death, it suddenly roared like a madman, attracting even more corpse cranes. Suddenly, a shocking bolt of lightning and fire landed on the mid-level zombie with a boom. Without waiting for the zombie to struggle, it was roasted to cinders by the sudden bolt of lightning and fire. Arbor was slightly alarmed. She only felt that this person's attack was swift and fierce. This cultivation was probably on par with Mo Lian's that she quickly turned her head and first glanced at Aoyi, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up. When she saw that he was fine, she couldn't help but relax. Then, she looked up at the man who had suddenly floated in front of her. Arbor opened her mouth slightly, and her body inexplicably entered a state of alert in an instant. This was the first time she had met young Master Omega Kitoku face to face since leaving the Qin estate. Her heart trembled, and her small face turned slightly pale. The second young master in front of her was wearing a light purple robe. His flowing black hair was slightly scattered by the wind. It's this face. Xiao Mu was startled, and she suddenly reached out to touch the defensive boundary that had encircled her. This sudden feeling of restraint almost suffocated Arbor. He kicked the transparent barrier of the defensive barrier and said coldly, "Let go. Let's talk." A complicated look flashed across the second young master's eyes. He suddenly reached out and subdued her. Without saying a word, he grabbed her wrist and disappeared into the air with her in a flash. After a large group of guards appeared, they looked to the left and right with a puzzled expression on their faces. Many corpse crane corpses lay on the ground. Stay Up Late was lying on one side, unconscious. As for the crown princess, she was nowhere to be seen. Where'd he go? The guards anxiously shook Aoyi awake. Then, they started a carpet search around Yiting Court, looking for the crown princess everywhere. At this time, the young crown princess was no longer in Yiting Court. She had been brought by young Master Omega Kitoku to an old residence on the outskirts of the Mo Kingdom capital. At this time, she was glaring at the man in front of her with icy eyes. "If you don't let go of me, I can guarantee that you will regret it later." The second young master sighed, his gaze firmly landing on her. "Jojo, I had a dream. A very, very long dream. In the dream, I saw you, and I saw myself. Bye-bye." Chapter 1489. In the main hall of Yiting Court, all the concubines and noble ladies waited anxiously. The main door was shut for a long time until a guard pushed it open and entered. "What's the situation outside? Where's the crown princess? Why hasn't the crown princess returned?" Xiaomi hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Princess, your majesty the queen. The crown princess, she." Bang! A loud sound interrupted the guard's words. Sensing that the sound came from above, the group of powerless concubines and noble ladies involuntarily cried out in alarm and looked up. Kacha! A small piece of tile was stepped down from the roof. Everyone saw a sharp corpse crane's claw reach in through the crack and couldn't help but huddle together in fright. We can't be surrounded by a group of corpse cranes, right?" Fourth Princess Mo Shuang suddenly shrieked, startling her mother, Lu Fei, who was sitting beside her. Seeing the queen and consort Chung glaring angrily at her, Lu Fei hastily raised her hand to stop the noisy fourth princess. "Mo Shuang, shut up." "How can I shut up? Now that we're facing a great disaster, are you not even giving me the chance to speak the truth? Mo Shuang jumped up from her stool and paced back and forth in front of everyone. If this continues, we'll all be finished. Hurry and think of a way to charge out. Bailey Zhun withdrew the smile on her face and suddenly summoned a double-winged, golden-striped leopard. She turned around and shouted at Qin Susu and Duan Siren. Let's go, we'll kill our way out. Everyone, wait a little longer. We've already notified His Highness Group. I believe they'll come to rescue us soon. Bang, bang. The corpse crane's claw once again stepped down a few tiles on the roof. This time, the group of noble ladies looked up and saw half of the corpse crane's rotten face. Yang Fengyin jumped up in panic and grabbed Qin Susu beside her. Susu, what do we do? Hurry and take me out of here. Hurry and take me away from here. Miss Biao, you stay here. Qin Susu brushed away Yang Fengyin's hand with a serious face. She got up and looked at Bai Liz Hen, who was sitting on the back of the double-winged, golden-striped leopard. She nodded and rushed out the door with Duan Siren and the others. Qin Susu and Duan Siren both summoned their mystical beasts, the green-eyed spirit wolf and the fire-furred rabbit. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw more than 10 corpse cranes pouncing in their direction. The three of them worked together and shot their profound energy in all directions. Very quickly, they eliminated those corpse cranes that pounced in front of them. When he looked up, he saw 4 to 5 corpse cranes circling around the roof of the main hall. There weren't many of them, but these long-necked cranes had sharper claws and could tear the roof tiles apart in a few moves. In a flash, the three of them flew up to the roof at the same time. They were about to get rid of the corpse cranes. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Qin Susu, Duan Siren, and Bai Liz Hen immediately felt their hair stand on end as they turned around. The three of them instantly formed a triangle, allowing them to see the situation from 3 different directions. Following the loud roar was a corpse puppet with a pair of incomplete wings on its back. It was extremely ugly. As it moved, the rotten flesh on its body fell off piece by piece. Duan Siren almost vomited her dinner from last night. This corpse puppet gave people a very bad feeling. It was as if the 3 of them were working together, but it was still somewhat strenuous to deal with it. Qin Susu's eyes suddenly flashed. She instantly attacked, thrusting her long sword towards the corpse puppet's neck. Chapter 1490. However, the instant the sword landed, it deviated slightly and did not hit the zombie. Instead, it completely infuriated it. The rotting zombie bellowed angrily, and several dozen long-necked zombie cranes descended from the sky and attacked the trio while flapping their wings. After Duan Siren and Bailey Zhun chopped off the heads of 2 zombie cranes, they looked up and saw Qin Susu being kicked off the roof by a zombie and rolling all the way down. Roar! The zombie gathered all the zombie cranes and attacked the duo. Just as the dozen or so zombies were about to pounce on them, several whooshing sounds pierced through the air. The arrows flying over instantly shot into the zombie crane's head. The zombie roared angrily at the sky, but before it could leap forward, a purple flame landed on its body like a streak of light, roasting it into a chunk of charcoal that scattered on the ground. Duan Yu and Situ Yi flew to the roof in an instant and cleaned up the surrounding several dozen zombie cranes with a swing of their swords. Duan Siren gasped for breath and looked up at Duan Yu. She involuntarily called out with a wide grin, "Fourth brother." However, Duan Yu coldly swept her a glance and did not say anything. After exchanging a look with Situ Yi, the 2 of them flew down and landed on the steps in front of the main hall. When Empress Zhao and the others heard the sounds of rescue, they quickly opened the door and walked out one after another. The crown prince was dressed in a long black robe and had his hair bound by a jade crown, his back straight. With his back facing Empress Zhao and the others, he whispered to someone before waving his hand to have Yu Xiu lead a group of dragon saliva guards to investigate the situation. On the other side, the Royal Guard Commander Hui Feng and his younger brother Hui Fan also led a group of people over and were cleaning up the remaining zombie cranes along the way. When Empress Zhao saw that her son had arrived, Her eyes couldn't help but heat up, and she quickly walked down the steps. Mo Yin saw her mother running over when she turned around, so she went up to support her mother. Royal Mother, you must have been frightened. Empress Zhao quickly shook her head. It's nothing. Quickly bring more people to look for our daughter-in-law. Our daughter-in-law asked us to stay in the main hall. She ran out alone and hasn't returned yet. Mo Yin was stunned. She turned around and frowned at Stay Up Late, who was running toward her. What's going on? Your Highness, the Crown Prince Consort and this subordinate have arrived at the entrance of Yiting Court. Originally, this subordinate wanted to wait there to meet up with Your Highness, who knew that we would encounter an evolved corpse puppet with wings. During the fight, this subordinate was suddenly hit by an unknown mystic energy and fainted on the spot. Stay Up Late knelt down and blamed himself. I'm useless. I couldn't protect the Crown Princess. Please punish me, Your Highness. Mo Yin wasn't in the mood to punish him. She turned around and headed straight for the entrance of Yiting Court. His little Crown Princess had disappeared at the entrance of Yiting Court. That could only mean one thing. Someone had kidnapped his Crown Princess during the chaos. He suddenly felt a little apprehensive. Could it be that this farce in Yiting Court was actually aimed at kidnapping her? Follow him, Liang Qingqing hurriedly called out. A group of sect disciples with excellent combat strength followed the Crown Prince to the entrance of Yiting Court. However, when the Crown Prince and the others arrived at the place that Stay Up Late had pointed out where the little Crown Princess had disappeared, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a metal ghost mask leading a group of more than 3,000 men in black. They suddenly jumped in from outside the wall and attacked the group without a word. Chapter 1491. After exchanging a look with Duan Yu, the Crown Prince abruptly turned and dashed toward the back of Yiting Court's garden. His speed was so fast that it was like a streak of light streaking across the horizon. The man in the Iron Demon mask was taken aback. Then, he waved his hand and led more than 3,000 subordinates in pursuit of the Crown Prince's group. Hall Master, beware of trickery. The masked Raksha princess couldn't resist giving a reminder. Northern Prince Mo only brought 1,000 dragon saliva guards and 2,000 royal guardsmen on this trip. The man in the Iron Demon mask snorted. How could those good-for-nothings be our match? Chase. As soon as he said the word chase, the group of black-clothed men who were rapidly dashing after him all increased their speed, gliding past like cold stars. Under the dusk of the night, the Crown Prince, Duan Yu, Sita Yi, and a group of about 100 sect disciples were seen dashing to the back of the garden. The Crown Prince suddenly stopped. Duan Yu and the others also naturally stopped and turned to look at the group of black-clothed men who were rapidly chasing after them and surrounding them. Mo Yin's gaze swept up and down the black-clothed, iron-masked man's body before abruptly chuckling. You coward! Why don't you tear off your veil and let everyone see your true appearance? The man in the Iron Demon mask cracked a smile, and his voice was a bit rough. Does Your Highness the Crown Prince want to die knowing the truth? Unfortunately, you won't have this chance. Mo Yin chuckled. Haven't I told you before that overly proud people will die very quickly? With a wave of his hand, figures surged out from the surrounding trees and flowers. Under the leadership of Yu Xiao and Hui Feng, over 1,000 dragon saliva guards and imperial army guards swiftly surrounded these black-clothed men, forming 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. As a result, the man in the Iron Demon mask and his group became sandwiched between enemies from both inside and outside. However, he smiled mockingly at Mo Yin. You think these little guardsmen from the lower star domain can take us down? TSK. Duan Yu couldn't resist shaking his head. I don't know if you were born arrogant or stupid. Can't you tell even now? This is a trap set up for you. You're dead for sure today. What's the point of talking nonsense with an idiot? Do it. Liang Qingqing shouted and suddenly pulled out a silk net as thin as a cicada's wing. At the same time, a transparent net also appeared in the hands of the 2 sect disciples, including Duan Yu, Sita Yi, Bailey Shi, and Wei Nanfeng. The 100 people worked together and leaped into the air. They tore apart the net in their hands. An inescapable net covered the sky, and covered the earth as it flew towards the black-clothed men. Mo Lien also leapt into the air, shooting out hundreds and thousands of purple flames from her fingers. Once this flame fell on the inescapable net, it immediately emitted a purple smoke, which formed a fire net in an instant. The black-clothed men who were caught in it were so frightened that they jumped up and resisted. Right now, they were like turtles caught in a jar. There was a net of fire above their heads, and if they retreated, they would be annihilated by the well-trained guards led by Yushio and Huifeng. If they advanced, they would be even more miserable. If they encountered the two sect's disciples, they would either be roasted to death or shaken to death by the mystic energy. Mo Lien swiftly threw down a dozen purple lotuses, which abruptly exploded in the midst of the black-clothed crowd, causing the crowd of black-clothed people to suffer greatly. Chapter 1492. Strangely enough, no matter how the purple flames wildly scuttled and wantonly swept through the crowd, the inescapable net above them would not be destroyed. After a period of panic, the man in the Iron Demon mask hastily shouted, "Don't push and shove each other. Gather your strength and tear apart the fire net above us first." It could be said that his action was very wise, but unfortunately that web-like thing was actually very flexible. No matter how much firepower they gathered to blast open a corner, it was to no avail. The man in the Iron Demon mask couldn't help but feel terrified when he saw his black-clothed subordinates collapse one by one. There were already over 500 casualties. With a roar, everyone carried the fire net over their heads and quickly moved in the direction of the clear stream. However, his movement disrupted the formation instead, allowing Yushio, Huifeng, and the other royal guards to quickly pounce on him and swiftly kill over 200 people. The Raksha princess blended into the crowd and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She only felt that if this continued, their group would probably be wiped out by the crown prince and the others. "I'll leave it to you guys." Mo Lien was anxious to find his wifey, so how could he have the time to continue bickering with the man in the Iron Demon mask? Hence, he handed over command to Duan Yu and the others while he led a small group and swiftly left. When the man in the Iron Demon mask saw this, his lungs were about to explode from anger. Northern Prince Mo was completely disregarding his group. What did this mean? It meant that this lofty crown prince didn't treat them as opponents at all. "Kill!" The man in the Iron Demon mask roared angrily and waved his hand to instruct his subordinates to protect him as they continued retreating toward the clear stream. There was a bamboo forest at the other end of the clear stream, so he expected that the fire net above them would be affected by the bamboo forest obstacles after entering. However, he was truly too naive. 5 minutes later, when he discovered that his group was still trapped in the bamboo forest, he couldn't help but panic. He had already lost over 1,000 subordinates along the way, and there were less than 2,000 black-clothed subordinates left. If this were to continue, wouldn't they be tortured in this Yiting court sooner or later? Duan Yu involuntarily snorted as he looked at the flustered demon-masked leader. "What? Do you think my all-encompassing net is a joke? Like I said, all of you will die here today. Summon your mystic beasts to defend." With the ghost-masked man's command, all the mystic cultivators above level 10 in the group started to summon their mystic beasts. However, great mystic cultivators were still rare in the end. Among the 2,000 people, only 200 or so people could summon their mystic beasts, and a portion of them were support-type mystic beasts that didn't have much combat ability. It was a bloody battle, almost a one-sided slaughter. This made the eyes of the man with the iron ghost mask bloodshot. He suddenly took out a shining white bead from his pocket. Not good. Level 15 profound energy bead. "Situ," he shouted loudly, reaching out his hand to block the crowd that was charging upwards. "Everyone retreat. Die." The man in the iron mask viciously glared and abruptly injected all the mystic energy in his hand into that bead. After a huge boom, countless people were sent flying by the mystic energy bead's power and crashed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 1493. Waving away the thick smoke in front of him, Duan Yu gazed coldly at the giant sinkhole that had appeared in the center. Countless men in black had died in that sinkhole, and the ghost masked man had already disappeared without a trace. In order to escape, he completely disregarded the lives of his subordinates. Duan Yu's lips curled as he sneered inwardly. He sighed and said, "Did he think he could escape?" Cough, cough. Yu Xiu covered his face with his sleeves and waved away the thick smoke in front of him. He ordered sternly, "They can't have escaped far. 30 people in a team, and eliminate all the enemies that have escaped to every corner of Yiting Court." Everyone responded in unison and formed well-trained teams. Duan Yu looked up at the overcast sky and said to Sito, "Let's go. We don't need too many people. Let's go meet that half-dead ghost masked man." Liang Qingqing quickly followed. "I also want to go and see what kind of person is pretending to be a ghost over there. He even dares to tame something as disgusting as a zombie." In the outskirts of the Mo Kingdom capital, inside a pitch-black old residence, the sky had completely darkened and lightning flashed across the night sky. It looked like a heavy rainstorm was about to descend. Arbor didn't know how long she had been cooped up in this small room. She was so irritated that she kept kicking the defensive barrier in front of her. That damn Omega Kitoku. Why hadn't he died from mystic energy exhaustion after trapping her in this defensive barrier for such a long time? Creak. There was a light sound. The door was pushed open. Staring at the young sir who walked in, Arbor's eyes could practically shoot out flames. "What are you doing?" Sir Omega Kitoku leaned to the side and had the servants bring in dinner, placing it on the short table in front of Arbor. After the door to the side room closed, there were only the two of them in the room, and the air instantly stilled. "I said just now that I only want to have a good talk with you." On the other side, Mo Lien, who had led her men out of Yiting Court and was carefully searching along the lake, suddenly paused in her steps. She took out a green vine from her inner world and gripped it tightly. There was actually no reaction. Why? Logically speaking, as long as he didn't leave the vicinity of the Mo Kingdom capital, he only needed to hold on to Chiochio's vine to connect with it and be brought into Jojo's paradise planet. This situation could only mean one thing. Jojo was currently under someone's control, and his spiritual awareness was most likely sealed. Even Jojo himself could not communicate with the sapling. When she thought of this, Mo Lien became even more anxious. Just as she was about to turn around and ask Duan Yu for help, she saw Duan Yu, Sidit Yi, Liang Qingqing, Wei Nanfeng, and Bailey. She swiftly leaping towards her. "Jojo is really gone," Mo Lien said with a frown. "Let's find that ghost masked man first. I think Jojo's disappearance should be related to him," Duan Yu said coldly. Situi frowned and suggested another idea. Could it be someone took advantage of the ghost masked man's attack to rob little junior sister while the ghost masked man was leading his men? Emolien, you said that this organization that created zombies wanted to cause a great disaster in the Mo Kingdom capital. But why didn't they go to the downtown area to cause trouble instead of coming to such a desolate Lake Hard Island's Yiting Court? Wei Nanfeng shook his head and said, "Say, they couldn't have come for the little miss, right? Let's go." The more Mo Yen listened, the more apprehensive she felt. She didn't want to delay any longer. Taking out their communication jade tablet, the group identified their target and chased after Gale Forest after exiting the lake. Chapter 1494. The ghost masked man didn't know that his whereabouts had already been exposed. With the Raksha princess's support, he stumbled all the way to Gale Forest. At this time, the people lying in ambush in Gale Forest all revealed themselves and took out the clothes they prepared beforehand for the ghost masked man to change into. The Raksha princess's eyes flickered, and she cupped her hands in salute. "We will go our separate ways. You guys enter the city, and I will return to the Raksha ghost sect first." After saying that, she swiftly left. A woman wearing a white veil involuntarily gnashed her teeth in resentment. This woman is extremely slippery when she encounters trouble. Forget it. Let's enter the city first. The ghost masked man changed into scholarly attire with a scholarly headscarf wrapped around his head. His ordinary face didn't have much expression. Just as the group exited the forest, they heard gusts of wind whistling through the air. The scholarly man's expression changed, and he hastily yelled, Go. Unfortunately, he hadn't even dashed out a few steps when Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others rushed over and blocked his path. Your Excellency, Simon Manor's High Priest. Haha, so you really are an old friend. Duan Yu scoffed. He flicked the jade heavenly thunder in his hand and suddenly aimed it at the other party. He said with a smile, "It's best if you don't move. Were you the ones who captured the crown princess?" Mo Lien asked coldly. "Confess honestly, and we will give you a quick death. Everyone, is there a misunderstanding?" A faint smile appeared on the high priest's scholarly face. "The crown prince's consort? Our Simon Manor is heading to the Mo Kingdom capital on this trip, so we haven't seen the crown princess. Stop pretending, all right? We followed you all the way here. Take out your ghost mask." HM? Liang Qingqing folded her arms and smiled mockingly at the high priest. The high priest's frail face slowly turned gloomy. His face suddenly twitched, and he laughed sinisterly. "I really underestimated you bunch of juniors." Wei Nanfeng moved his fists and legs and smiled at the high priest. "So, it's one of the famous 4 great villas, Si Ming Villa's high priest. Now, can you tell us what organization you're working for?" "Huh, tell me about it. Let's chat." The high priest snorted and involuntarily took 2 steps back. "Do you think you can catch me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Yin's finger moved and a flame spirit whip shot towards the high priest. At the same time, Arbor stared expressionlessly at the Omega Kitoku through the transparent barrier. "Are you born to be so cold?" "No. I remember that when I carried you out of that secret room, you looked at me with a very grateful gaze. At that time, you were not as cold and emotionless as you are now." Omega Kitoku propped up his chin with one hand and looked at the girl in front of him in a daze. He seemed to have a lot to say to her. That strange dream, let's call it a previous life for the time being. That continuous and strangely sorrowful dream made Omega Kitoku, who had walked through the course of his previous life, feel very uncomfortable. "Jojo, tell me, was that dream real? You stayed by my side for a full 4 years." "It was fake." Arbor glanced at him coldly and mocked. "Second young master, you aren't so stupid that you can't distinguish between dream and reality, right?" Chapter 1495. "No, I don't believe it. The experience in the dream was so real. How could it be fake?" Qin Xen suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Arbor's wrist, asking with an agitated expression, "Jojo, tell me, all of this is real. It's real." "You're crazy." Arbor threw his hand away and coldly glared at him. "It's all fake." "What 4 years? What dream? I don't know anything about it." "You're lying to me. Your eyes tell me that you're lying to me." "You know," Qin Xen coldly stared at Xiao Mu's eyes, wanting to dig out some peculiar emotion from her emotionless and apathetic eyes. However, there was nothing at all. "At the entrance of the Qin estate, when I first saw you, I had a very familiar feeling. And you, I remember your reaction at that time completely showed that you knew me, right?" Arbor sneered and turned his head to glance at him indifferently. He said in a very sarcastic tone, "I took a few more glances at you because at that time, at the entrance of the Qin estate, a bunch of sick women were looking at you. I was just curious. Don't think too much about other things." "Liar." Qin Xin forced these 2 words out from between his teeth. He suddenly stretched out his hand and firmly grabbed her weak shoulder, shaking it hard. "You're lying to me. You clearly remember me. Isn't it? You're crazy." Arbor kicked him hard. Only separated by the defensive barrier, this kick landed on the barrier. Hateful damn man. His hands could pass through the defensive barrier and grab her at any time, and any attack she kicked over was blocked by the defensive barrier. Hateful to the extreme. Let go. This nightmarish man could actually remember everything from her previous life? Was he joking with her? How could it be? She was reborn, but this man wasn't. How could he remember those painful memories from her previous life? How could he? Scram! Arbor ruthlessly kicked the defensive barrier again, his eyes spitting out flames of anger. Why was this person so annoying? Why did he have to act like they were close friends and not let go of her shoulder? Disgusting. Arbor used all his strength to push away the Omega Kitoku's hands. He tried to kick it, but it was bounced back by the defensive enchantment. She took a few steps back and sat down on the stool. "Do you hate me that much?" The second young master stared at her coldly, and a self-mocking smile appeared on his lips. "But do you know how much I like you?" When Arbor heard the word like, it was as if he had been stung by a poisonous snake. His whole body trembled, and he subconsciously shrank back. She raised her head and stared at the second young master warily. Her eyes were filled with wariness and disdain. "Get lost. Never say the word like to me. Don't fall in love with me, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences." Chiao Mu coldly glanced at him, as if hearing the word like from this person's mouth was inconceivable and unbelievable. Why can't I say like? In my dream, you clearly looked at me with a like expression. Bullshit. Is it really good to think so highly of yourself? See you tomorrow. Chapter 1496. That was because in the beginning it was him. It was this elegant and calm man who had pulled her out of hell. She was grateful for that. Back then, it was as if she was grabbing onto a fleeting light, holding onto him tightly, wanting to rely on this person. She thought that he was a good person. However, in the end, it was just a joke that brought disgrace upon herself. Arbor's eyes were cold and filled with coldness. When he looked at the person in front of him, there was no warmth at all. Such a gaze seemed to provoke this person, causing him to suddenly laugh. "No, really no?" Arbor's pupils shrank, as if he was going to say something scary. She hurriedly interrupted him. "Shut up. Why don't you let me continue? What are you afraid of?" Arbor threw him a mocking look. "I just don't want to listen to your nonsense. Jojo, in the dream, you clearly had feelings for me," Sir Omega Kitoku said with certainty. Arbor looked at him sarcastically. "You think too highly of yourself. In the dream? What dream? Everything in the dream. How can it be real?" Arbor was too lazy to argue with him. This was no longer her previous life. She could only say that this person was too annoying if he insisted on harping on the past. Moreover, was there anyone who knew her feelings better than her? She had never liked him in her previous life. Rather than saying that she liked him, it was better to say that she had once seen him as her savior. Back then, she had been so desperate, and this person had suddenly descended upon her like a god, saving her from hell. However, the other party had only treated her as a little pet. If he liked her, he would touch her head. If he didn't like her, he would heartlessly starve her for 3 days and 3 nights. In order to tame this disobedient little pet of his, he could leave her there to fend for herself for many days. To let her be like a little worm, using her head to wander in the dark, so dirty and lowly that she almost couldn't believe it. That was her past. Such a cold-blooded and heartless man, just because of that so-called dream in her previous life, suddenly opened his mouth and said that he liked her? Don't you think you've blasphemed the word like? Liking someone meant treating them as a pet. Liking someone meant that they wanted to be their master. Liking someone meant that they could bully them, tame them, and make them obedient? This kind of liking, whoever wants it can take it. Arbor couldn't afford it. In her previous life, when this cold man starved her for a few days and nights and realized that he could not tame her, she did not know if something went wrong or if he suddenly had a conscience. But he suddenly changed his attitude toward her. What was the use of that? At that time, she had already been completely defeated by the loss of her dignity. At that time, she had already lost her heart. She had personally let go of the man she had once seen as her savior. She no longer had any feelings for him. Even if he treated her like a baby in the future, no matter how well he treated her, it would be useless. She didn't even want to hear, see, or ask anything about him. Even if she heard or saw anything, she would choose to forget about it. When they met in this life, she couldn't even remember his surname. In Arbor's eyes, this second young master in front of him was probably a little crazy. "I didn't want you for a long time." Arbor's cold words were like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly piercing into the second young master's heart. Chapter 1497. She had abandoned him a long time ago. The Omega Kitoku's pupils constricted as he stared at the young lady in front of him with a strange gaze. He did not know why, but at this moment, he really wanted to reach out and grab her. "No, He wanted to hug her. He wanted to hug this emotionless young lady tightly. No, let go. He just wanted to be willful and not let go of her for once. Bam! Seeing him reach out to grab her, Arbor kicked him away with all his might and dodged to the side. If he did not like her, then he did not like her. Why bother? Besides, it was useless to bother her. She should have thrown away these unhappy memories of the past. Shouldn't she? Not a single one of these unimportant people would be able to touch his heartstrings. She could not be pulled into the abyss by this person in front of her again. She could not be confined to the nightmares of the past. She had to break free. She had to break free and be reborn in her state of mind. Otherwise, it would not be beneficial to her future path of cultivation. That's the right way to think. Kill him. Kill this person in front of you, and you will be able to destroy your inner demon once and for all. The right path is right in front of you. A cold voice suddenly appeared in her conscious. It was chilly, like ice and snow pouring down from a high mountain. Under the falling peach blossoms, a tall red figure suddenly appeared beside her. It was so sudden that the Omega Kitoku could not help but be shocked. He looked at the venerable peach blossom immortal, who had suddenly appeared. Bam! However, in the next second, something even more shocking happened. The defensive boundary that was originally encircling Xiao Mu's body was actually shattered by the red-clothed man who had suddenly appeared with a powerful strike. A force of backlash swept over him, catching the Omega Kitoku off guard. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You are not from this star region. Qin Xian's eyes became extremely cold in an instant. She looked coldly at the man who had suddenly appeared to disturb her. Jojo, don't hesitate and be soft-hearted. Take this opportunity to kill your inner demon. The venerable peach blossom immortal raised his 5 fingers. Several thorns formed by the wood spirit suddenly shot out and flew over in a zigzag manner. Qin Xian was not surprised to see this. After all, it was not strange for an unknown expert who was not from Seikong planet to know how to use the power of the wood spirit. He quickly struck out a palm, and a thunder fire landed on the thorns. He had thought that this thunder fire would be able to block the thorns no matter what. But he was wrong. This red-clothed man who had appeared out of nowhere had a cultivation that was much higher than his own at this moment. The thorns directly passed to the thunder fire and wrapped around his 4 limbs and bound him tightly. With a tug, second young Master Qin was actually pulled into the air by the brambles, and he stared at that smiling red-clothed man with an extremely frosty gaze. Do you know what price you have to pay? This man had used the supreme saint power in the lower star region. Although it was only a little, it was enough to incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The venerable peach blossom immortal shrugged with a playful expression. He turned to look at the little girl who was clenching her fists tightly and not moving. Jojo, kill him quickly. What are you still hesitating for? The venerable peach blossom immortal came to her side in a flash. With a wave of his finger, more and more thorns wound around Qin Xian's body like twisting poisonous snakes. Now is the time to deal with your inner demons. Chapter 1498. Xiao Mu reflexively bit her small lips, her small face as white as snow. After hearing the venerable peach blossom immortal's words again, Arbor pulled open a transparent and shiny bowl made of ice crystals. That big bowl made of ice crystals spun in her fair little hand. In her other hand, a snow-white arrowhead gradually formed. She knocked it on the big bowl and aimed it straight at the Omega Kitoku's heart. You really want to kill me? The Omega Kitoku closed his eyes in pain. That's right. I owed you in my previous life. If you want me to pay you back in this life, I have no complaints. Xiao. In this world, only you can make me die willingly. Since you want me to die, then I will die. What am I afraid of? I'm so fearless. Death will only bring me closer to you. Arbor's hand that was holding the bow trembled slightly. Suddenly, she heard the venerable peach blossom immortal's indifferent voice. Jojo, don't hesitate. If you don't get rid of your inner demon, how will you grow in the future? Do it quickly. Show the greatest courage of your life. Yes, she wanted to kill him. She could not let him come into her life again. She could not let him become her inner demon. She could not let him have the chance to get close to her, whether it was Chin Xin or Fan Xioha. The nightmares of her previous life would be cut off by her own hands. Farewell forever. The nightmare of my life, don't ever think of bothering me. You have no value in existing anymore. That Arbor's eyes were replaced by a cold and resolute look. With a clang, the arrowhead pierced through the air and shot straight toward Chin Xion's heart. At that moment, her cold eyes fell on his smiling face. She stared at him with an incomparably cold gaze. She could not describe the feelings in her heart. Carefree? Yes. Release her anger? That seemed to be the case. Perhaps it was more of a release. It was an indescribable joy to be released from the nightmare of her previous life. She, Arbor, would never be disturbed by this nightmare again. It was time to walk out of it. Ciao, ciao. Chin Xion called out in a low voice. The last thing she saw was his scattered black hair and that slightly miserable handsome face. Xiao Mu's eyes abruptly widened. Boom! He looked at the Omega Kitoku in front of him. Like a cluster of broken stars, he suddenly shattered into pieces in front of him. Arbor couldn't help but frown. There seemed to be something wrong with this fragmented scene. How could a perfectly fine person disintegrate into pieces like a broken soul? Before she could think further, a large, warm palm gently stroked her head. Good girl, you did well. In the future, when you're faced with even greater despair and difficulties, you can think about it. You are a person who can personally cut off your own inner demons. You, fearless. Arbor turned his head to look at him. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he reached out and grabbed his sleeve. What's wrong with you? I'm leaving. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked regretfully at the invisible chains on his limbs. He couldn't shake them off and couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sky. All right, I'll go by myself. You don't have to use so many heavenly Tao chains to keep me hanging. Okay? Where are you going? Arbor grabbed his sleeve tightly in panic. Hey, I'm at a fun place. Don't worry. When you want to summon me again, I will appear. Chapter 1499. It's just that. The venerable peach blossom immortal tilted his head in embarrassment and smiled. If I don't respond for a long time, it means that I haven't come out of that place. Where did you go? Arbor tugged at his sleeves, her eyes wide open. Is it dangerous? Is it like what Chin Xion said, that you used a special ability to be targeted by the heavenly axiom? You're hiding in our Paradise Planet. That's right. If I hide in Paradise Planet, will the heavenly axiom still be able to find me? After the venerable peach blossom immortal said this, the dozens of heavenly axiom locks on his body suddenly increased to 50 to 60. They dragged him out of the courtyard. Damn, heavenly axiom, do you have to be so cruel? It's not like I don't want to go. Let me drink some good wine. How many years has it been since I last ate meat and drank wine? What joy was there in cultivating in that vast expanse of whiteness every day? I might as well not. Damn. Suddenly, the heavenly axiom locks on his back, hands, and legs increased to a few hundred. He dragged the venerable peach blossom immortal out of the door. Hence, Xiaomu hugged his arm tightly. She felt like her body had been stabbed by countless blades, and it was so painful that she wanted to die. The venerable peach blossom immortal's expression changed slightly. He tried to pull his arm out of her hands. Little girl, let go. Little girl, do you think you can stop the heavenly axiom? Let go. I won't. How could she watch a person who had helped her multiple times be dragged to some unknown place by the heavenly axiom? Silly girl, what can happen to me? The venerable peach blossom immortal, who was being pulled back by the heavenly axiom locks, looked down at her helplessly. I'm really fine. Isn't it just a trip to the punishment realm? I used to go there often too. Big liar. What punishment realm? It didn't sound like a good place. The venerable peach blossom immortal, who had successfully become a big liar, stretched out his hands helplessly. However, his hands were bound by the heavenly axiom locks, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even pat her head to comfort her. With a slightly regretful gaze, the venerable peach blossom immortal said, I'm not a big liar. My name is Hui Chun. Remember it. Also, The cultivation level of your inner demon's main body is actually about the same as mine. You have to be careful when you go to the upper 3 continents. Peach Blossom. The little fellow pounced with all its might and caught hold of a section of his sleeve. The corner of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's mouth twitched helplessly. I already said that you're not called Peach Blossom. You're called He-chun. This child is really thoughtless. Why is he so worrisome? In the next second, an open black door suddenly appeared behind the celestial venerable. The passage was so deep that one couldn't see the end of it. Arbor only glanced at it for a moment before he felt the world spinning around him. He was sent flying by a huge force. Heavenly Tao, why did you throw her? I'm not done with you. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shouted angrily. The moment the black door slammed shut, he and his voice disappeared without a trace. Rotten Peach Blossom. Arbor was about to lunge forward when he suddenly hit a thick wall. She looked up and saw that the great ape had suddenly appeared in front of her. Her head hit the great ape's fat belly. Her head hurt so much that tears welled up in her eyes. Chapter 1500. Rotten Peach Blossom was dragged to some unknown place. What should she do? She panicked for no reason. When she suddenly heard the words Punishment Realm, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if she had heard someone mention it before. Cho-chio, who was trying hard to play dead, did not make a sound for a long time. Cho-chio, Master. The little treant dodo hopped out from Paradise Planet and climbed up her left shoulder in a flash. The 2 little tree branches matched each other, and it lowered one of its branches and said, Master, you tell me what you want to tell me. Cho-chio will definitely tell you everything I know. That punishment realm that Rotten Peach Blossom talked about, is it really not dangerous? That's Heavenly Tao, in order to punish, what are you, about? Tell me quickly. He sounded like he was trying to think of a way to trick her into going over while talking. What kind of situation was it? And it still wanted to hide it from her. It was simply preposterous. The little treant raised its little head pitifully and did not dare to continue hiding from its little master who was about to go berserk. It hurriedly said, It's like this, Master. That's because powerhouses above the deity realm are all very powerful, and even Heavenly Tao cannot kill them wantonly. Therefore, Heavenly Tao specially set up a 17-story tower of punishment. It's just to suck in disobedient powerhouses above the deity realm like the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and train them. Actually, it's not that dangerous. It's just a little troublesome. Arbor turned and glared at the little tree. Before this, the venerable Immortal had always stayed in our Paradise Planet, and Heavenly Tao could not do anything to him. Therefore, when the venerable Immortal used his holy power this time, the Heavenly Tao could not tolerate it anymore. That's why he was dragged to the punishment realm. Little Master, you can't just imagine that punishment realm as. You don't even need to imagine it. It's just a 17-story tower. As long as the venerable Immortal passes this 17-story tower, he can come out. What if he can't pass it? Arbor stared at Cho-chio with a pair of round eyes and asked, If he can't pass it, he'll be locked up for 180 years. The little tree muttered to itself. What? Arbor's eyes widened. Don't be nervous, little master. Don't worry. This was definitely not the first time he had entered the celestial realm. Look at him just now. Indifferent, right? That cool and unrestrained, right? You clearly don't look scared at all. Little tree continued. Just think of the Tower of Punishments as a place for cultivation. Actually, it's pretty good. It can help people improve their cultivation quickly, right? What about Emolien? Your Highness, you don't have to worry at all. After going in, they would definitely be able to come out. At most, we'll spend 100 years in there. How can the Heavenly Tao not let us go? The sapling Cho-chio blurted out before realizing what it had just said. She immediately widened her beady eyes and looked at her young master's almond-shaped eyes. She hurriedly used the branch to slap her own mouth. 100 years? Darling Chiao's voice trembled, and her eyes turned red. She looked like she was about to cry. Cho-chio, who was tricked into telling the truth by her young master, immediately slapped her own mouth again and grumbled, "Nonsense, nonsense. Master, don't worry. Nothing will happen to His Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 1501. At the same time, Divine Province's Qin estate, inside a beehive-like cultivation room against a mountain. A handsome youth drenched in sweat abruptly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xin, who destroyed your clone?" A calm voice that contained a hint of anger suddenly rang out in his small cultivation room. "I don't know. Preposterous. Wait until Father sends someone to Seacone Planet to investigate. No, don't go. Cough, cough. Father, there are currently many powerful enemies entrenched on Seacone Planet. We'd better not send anyone there and make unnecessary sacrifices." What you say makes some sense. After all, even your clone that has already materialized is no match for the powerful enemies on Seacone Planet. It can be seen that sending someone else there will be of no help. However, this matter cannot be settled so easily. Whoever destroyed your clone will naturally leave behind some aura. As long as they set foot on the Divine Province's soil, Father will be able to sense it and avenge you. Xin shook his head with a wry smile. After sensing a wisp of his father's divine sense withdraw from his cultivation room, he once again coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He clenched his fists tightly. "You want to kill me so badly." He smiled rather bitterly, his lips curling into a faint curve. "You might not know yet, but we will meet again, outside Gale Forest." Simon Manor's high priest and eldest heavenly daughter were subdued by a net of fire. They struggled with all their might, glaring fiercely at Emolien. "Prince Emo, you probably don't know. As long as this old man dies, all of the corpse puppet armies lying in ambush outside the Emo Kingdom capital will launch an all-out attack on Guanlon City. You simply won't be able to avoid it." "Where did you take my crown princess to?" Emolien stared coldly at the high priest. "Ha ha ha." The eldest heavenly daughter suddenly looked up at the sky and cackled. "Which one has the leisure to look at your crown princess?" "Prince Emo, your question is rather interesting." "Pa." After slapping herself across the air, the eldest heavenly lady glared ferociously at Emolien, who had attacked her. "The entire northern Emo will be drowned by our corpse puppet army. This is your destiny. Anyone who goes against us will not have a good ending." This was called, "Those who obey the heavens prosper, and those who defy the heavens perish." Anyone who does not conform to the will of the heavens will be devoured by the will of the heavens. Heavenly fortune. Everyone was extremely sensitive, and they all caught these 2 words that were different from usual. This heavenly girl had emphasized the word heavenly luck several times. "Oh, so that underground organization of yours is called Tianyun." Wei Nanfeng couldn't hide the shock in his heart, but on the surface he had a carefree smile. Crossing his hands, he asked with a sloppy look, "Aren't you guys used to digging holes underground and living like rats?" "Don't worry. When we received Prince Mo's letter a few days ago, we started searching the entire kingdom for your rat's nest." "That's right. There will be a day when we can wipe out your rat's nest in one fell swoop." Liang Qingqing sneered, pointing her sword straight at the high priest. "Your Excellency, High Priest, why aren't you confessing honestly?" "Oh no, this person took poison." Duan Yu flashed over and grabbed the high priest's jaw, forcing him to open his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the high priest's eyes abruptly turned bloodshot. And at midnight. Chapter 1502. Emolien was slightly alarmed, and a streak of fire shot over. "Quickly move aside." In the blink of an eye, this streak of fire struck the high priest's gaping mouth. The high priest failed to bite down on Duan Yu's arm and staggered back 2 steps after being hit by the streak of fire. Duan Yu seized the opportunity to ruthlessly kick the high priest in the stomach, sending him flying far away before crashing to the ground with a bang. Disgusting thing. Liang Qingqing's mystic energy surged, transforming into a palm-sized giant hand that suddenly landed on the high priest's head. Exclamation point. A muffled sound rang out. The high priest howled in pain from the beating, and his small, blood-red eyes flickered with a ruthless glint. "Don't waste words with him. This thing mutated." Situ-E. Wei Nanfeng, and the others quickly attacked, bombarding the high priest's head with mystic energy as if it was free. In a flash, this person's head was blasted to the ground, completely lifeless. Seeing the high priest being surrounded and beaten to death by a group of youngsters without any explanation, eldest heavenly lady, who had been maintaining her graceful posture under the white cloth, suddenly panicked. Eldest heavenly lady hastily ordered the Simon Manor's disciples to block her and protect her. Meanwhile, she shrunk behind the crowd, looking like she wanted to find a chance to escape. However, how could Mo Yin's group be willing to let her leave like this? Bailey Shi and Wei Nanfeng pincer attacked from the front and back. Their long swords imbued with mystic energy released 2 streaks of light, respectively stabbing the legs of the fleeing eldest heavenly lady. Eldest heavenly lady shrieked as she toppled to the ground with a plop. When she turned around, she saw that Liang Qingqing and the others had already dealt with most of the Simon Manor's minions. This terrifying martial strength that eldest heavenly lady's pupils contracted, and she instantly felt that a calamity was looming over her head. The group closed in on eldest heavenly lady and trapped her in a small encirclement, making her inwardly resentful but unable to escape. Don't act recklessly. What the sacrificial heavenly master had said before was all true. If I'm also killed by you, then those zombies will definitely sweep through the Mo kingdom capital and launch an attack. None of you can think of escaping. Before she could finish her words, Emollien's raven moon pierced through her shoulder. You talk too much. Prince Mo coldly glanced at the woman and pulled out his sword from her shoulder. This is not what I want to hear. Eldest heavenly fairy immediately became listless. What do you want to hear, Your Highness the Crown Prince? We really didn't kidnap the Crown Princess. Situ Yi was silent for a few seconds before suddenly saying, Previously, Simon Manor's high priest announced that they were searching for phoenix eggs in the Mystic Beast Forest. Was it to attract everyone to the Mystic Beast Forest? You did it on purpose. Am I right? Didn't you guess it already? Why do you still have to ask? The great heavenly maiden said while trembling. Why? Situ Yi was determined to get to the bottom of this, as he coldly stared at eldest heavenly maiden. Speak. The high priest wanted to lure the 8 great patrician families and use sect disciples to the Mystic Beast Forest. His original intention was to release a group of zombie rats to infect you and then control you one by one. BB cultivators' bodies are different from normal people's, especially mystic cultivators. His Excellency, the High Priest, wanted to know if mystic cultivators could also undergo a certain degree of mutation after using medicine. Chapter 1503. What exactly do you want to do? Heavenly Fate. The essence of your research on this mutated poison is to accelerate the evolution of normal people. Mo Lien snorted. Isn't that so? In the beginning, this mutated poison only caused new corpses to mutate. Then, you weren't satisfied with mutating a bunch of corpses. Instead, you directly experimented on living people. Mo Lien coldly looked at Big Heavenly Maiden and said, Your research on the poison was very successful. You successfully wiped out a batch of weak normal people. You allowed some people to gain strength, while the others turned into ugly zombies. The most tragic ones were those normal people who didn't change at all, because such people have no value in existing and will become food in the stomachs of zombies. Isn't that the case, Simon Manor's Big Heavenly Maiden? Duan Yu added, as he turned to ask with a grin. Since you already know everything, then what else do you want to ask? Big Heavenly Maiden suddenly shouted agitatedly, a dark light flashing through her eyes. I was originally just a normal person, but the mutated poison you speak of allowed me to gain a powerful speed ability. Big Heavenly Maiden's chest was abruptly pierced by a mystic energy, and she fell heavily to the ground. What a pity. A speed ability user like you still can't withstand a mystic cultivator's attack. Duan Yu smiled as he lowered his raised hand and glanced at her without a trace of sympathy. Do you want to create a fair world where there are no normal people and only special ability users, mystic cultivators, and body cultivators? But do you know, in reality, This world is inherently unfair. Some people's talents are beyond your reach and beyond your reach. Duan Yu said with a sneer. Big heavenly maiden's body involuntarily stiffened as she trembled at their threatening and scorching gazes. She suddenly screamed with all her might. Long live the heavenly fate! Long live the heavenly fate! The fire of heavenly fate will not perish. Where there is heavenly fate, there will be hope. Heavenly fate! Heavenly fate! Heavenly fate! Emolien's sword flew up and instantly sent her head flying. She then turned around and said to everyone, Duan Yu, take them back and deploy them according to the original plan. Prepare for battle. I'll go check on Jojo first. You received news from her? Yes. Emolien nodded. Chocho had informed him of Jojo's location just now, so he had to hurry over and meet up with Jojo as soon as possible. All right. Duan Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. He ordered people to clean up the high priest's and eldest heavenly lady's corpses before immediately returning to the city. Emolien naturally followed Chiochio's directions and hurried to an old residence in the suburbs. Within the capital, he could indeed ask Sapling to bring him into Paradise Planet. However, no matter where he went in, he would still come out from the same place. It was impossible for him to teleport to Jojo's side in an instant. Hence, he still summoned Little Seven to give him a ride so that he could speed up. The little Trent's tone was clearly a bit dejected. He didn't know what happened to Jojo that he didn't even use the messenger talisman to inform him that he was safe. When Emolien rushed to the old residence, he saw the little fellow at the entrance as soon as he landed. This little thing was currently curled up into a ball and hugging her knees as she sat on a stone block at the entrance. Chapter 1504. She drooped her little head, looking especially dejected. Prince Mo's heart shrank slightly. He hurriedly walked forward and scooped the little thing up from the stone block, hugging her in his arms. What's wrong? When the little fellow raised her head, he could clearly see that the little thing's eyes were moist. It was obvious that she was about to cry. Prince Mo immediately panicked. He hurriedly hugged her and asked softly, Jojo, what's wrong? Who bullied our Jojo? Tell me quickly. I'll beat him up for you. You guys. Arbor tightly pursed her little mouth, trying her best to hold back the moist tears in her eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. Only weaklings cry so easily. She was someone who strived to become strong, someone who wanted to embark on the path of becoming strong. How could she be defeated by a little setback? Us. Emolien stealthily swept a glance at the little Trant, who was hiding behind the stone block. The cold light in her eyes hit the little Trant in the face. It was so cold that the little Trant shook its little body and sneakily hid in the crevices of the stone blocks. It hated that it couldn't hide its entire body. Woo! It was his fault for being nosy and saying the wrong thing. Arbor suddenly stretched out a pair of small arms and firmly wrapped them around Emolien's neck. She rubbed her head against his neck and cried out pitifully, I'll go with you, go with you. Where are we going? Emolien really couldn't understand what the little fellow was shouting about. Let's go to the Tower of Punishment together. When the 4 words Tower of Punishment were said, Emolien's cold eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of cold fog. She suddenly looked at the little Trant, who was hiding in the crevices of the stone blocks. Other than him, who else would mention the Tower of Punishment in front of the little fellow? I'll go with you to that 17-story bullshit tower. Let's go and bring the rotten peach blossom back. Arbor moved around his neck, and a small head moved back and forth on the side of his head. Emolien's heart was almost melted by her adorable actions. He reached out and picked her up by the waist and simply carried her to sit on the stone block. You can't go, Jojo. Why? Arbor's eyes widened, and then he drooped his small head and said softly, I know. I'm too weak. No. How can my Jojo be too weak? Emolien hugged her and shook her little body. He lifted her head and said, Jojo, Jojo, Jojo. You're still young. You can't go to that place. Give me half a year. No, 5 months. I promise you. I will definitely come to Shuntion Prefecture to look for you, okay? Arbor shook her small head like a rattle drum, and her hands firmly grasped his lapels. This person, this hateful man, in the past, When he stuck by her side all day long, she didn't feel anything. But now, when she knew that he was going to leave her, her heart was inexplicably flustered. Big liar. Arbor looked at him pitifully and shouted. Chio said that you will be imprisoned in the Tower of Punishment for 100 years before you can come out. Just like rotten peach blossoms. Rotten peach blossoms can't come out. You can't come out either. You can't come out. Chio. Mo Yin shouted angrily. Chio immediately stretched out 2 branches to cover his non-existent ears. Woo-woo. Chio was wrong. Chio's mouth was cheap. Chio didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore. Chapter 1505. How could that be? Don't listen to Chio's nonsense. He's just a deceitful tree. What would he know? He's just a guy who doesn't know how to watch his mouth. Mo Yin hurriedly hugged his little wife and comforted her. I swear, within 5 months, I'll definitely come to Shuntian Prefecture to see you. Jojo, my Jojo, how could I bear to leave you behind? However, this small separation was for a longer reunion in the future. He had already thought it through. Wasn't it just going to challenge the Tower of Punishment? He had nothing to fear. In addition, his seal was about to be opened in a few days. When that time came, his divine realm aura would leak out, and he wouldn't be able to hide it from the heavenly Tao. Rather than being dragged away by the heavenly Tao like a rotten peach blossom, he might as well go himself. He'd just make a trip to the realm of punishment. What could the heavenly Tao do to him? As long as he made it through, the heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to find trouble with him in the future. What if I can't make it through? Arbor hooked her 2 little claws around his neck and looked at him with an uncertain expression. How can you not make it through? Don't you know who your husband is? Mo Yin reached out and pinched her little nose playfully. Isn't it just a 17-story tower? Can't I make it through in 5 months? Besides, don't I have a rotten peach blossom to help me? Arbor thought that was true. In any case, Mo Yin went there and he had a rotten peach blossom to help him. But how could the little fellow know that Prince Mo was just coaxing her? Because in the 17-story Tower of Punishment, everyone who entered the tower would be separated and no one would be able to meet each other without anyone to help. If you made it through, the heavenly Tao would let you scram. If you didn't make it through, you would be locked up for 80 to 100 years. This was no different from going to jail. Who told you to break the rules? Who told you to be crazy? You're a divine realm expert, and you just had to sneak into a lower realm to make your presence known. Don't you know that great gods like you can destroy a star region with a flick of your finger? How could the heavenly Tao allow such an existence to stay in a lower star region? Don't joke around. Will the phoenix egg and little white snake be dragged away too? No, the phoenix egg has a contract with you, so it conforms to the laws of the heavenly Tao. As for little white snake, let's not let him show himself. Arbor wrinkled his little nose. I was thinking of forming an army of summoned beasts. Such a thing can never be achieved, right? The heavenly Tao was so lenient that he had to take care of everything that happened. How could he watch her form an army of summoned beasts and run amok in the world? That might not be the case. Mo Yin saw that she was in a bad mood and could only coax her carefully. Jojo, be good. Maybe the heavenly axiom is in a good mood and won't care how many summons you have. Liar. Arbor looked unhappy. After summoning the little white snake, I reached my summoning limit again. Now I can't summon anything. Chirp. Mo Yin couldn't help but plant a kiss on her soft little face. Don't worry. You'll definitely be able to summon more in a while. You'll really come and see me in 5 months? The little fellow raised her little head and looked at him seriously. You're not lying to me? I'm not lying. Liar. Rotten peach blossoms are also lying to me. How could that be? Mo Yin rubbed his face against hers. Rotten peach blossoms are rotten peach blossoms. I am me. Of course I won't lie to you. Are you sure? The little fellow asked again, unsure. Chapter 1506. Mo Yin lifted her small chin and solemnly nibbled on her lips. He chuckled softly and said, I really won't lie. Jojo, we've known each other for so many years, but have you ever seen me lie to you? Of course I won't lie to you. His cheek gently rubbed against the side of her face. Jojo, Even if I lie to everyone in the world, I won't lie to you. Arbor's heart settled a little. She understood Mo Lien quite well. As long as it was something he promised, he would most likely perfectly resolve it within the time limit. So that if he said 5 months, it would probably be less than 5 months. The 100-year prison sentence the sapling Chio mentioned was most likely to scare her. Where was Little Tree? Little Tree. She was going to kill him later. Okay, I believe you. Arbor nodded and said, 5 months, at the latest 5 months. You must come and find me. You're not allowed to be late, or else I'll ignore you. Okay. Mo Lien hugged this willful little fellow and nodded in agreement. Wait, since when do we start counting? Mo Lien was taken aback. Then he said exasperatedly, I haven't left yet. Of course, it starts counting from the day we parted. Arbor puffed up her small cheeks and peeked at him with her large, watery eyes. It's not today. Mo Lien, that he was originally feeling a little sad, but why did he suddenly feel like laughing? His little stoic baby was seriously so comical. Mo Lien hugged her lovingly the entire way and said softly, Let's return to the Eastern Palace. I still have something to tell you. On the way, Mo Lien told Arbor in detail about the high priest at Siming Manor. No wonder the high priest was willing to announce such an important piece of news like the phoenix egg to the public. So it was because of this idea. Arbor shook his head. It seems that those people from heavenly fate are no longer satisfied with the status quo. They want to extend their evil claws to mystic cultivators and body cultivators. Their experiments need to be improved. It's just a pity that there are too few mystic cultivators and body cultivators available in their organization. So they've set their sights on the 8 great patrician families and some sections. Mo Lien also nodded in full agreement to this. I also think so. Unfortunately, they underestimated your abilities. The entire underground base of the Mystic Beast Forest was swept clean by you in one fell swoop. Mo Lien curled his lips as he joyfully nuzzled Xiao Mu's petite body. Xiao, do you worship hubby a lot? Arbor nodded and praised. You are really the smartest person I've ever met. As he said this, he pursed his lips as if he thought of something. It's just a pity that high priest and the great holy lady are already dead, so we can't obtain any useful information. Mo Lien gave a MHM before saying with a chuckle, That's not necessarily the case. Duan Yu will definitely search their souls. Although they're already dead, and the soul-searching might not be effective, it's still better than nothing. The two returned to the Eastern Palace and wanted to rest for a bit, but who would have expected that the zombie army outside would be so impatient? Before it was deep into the night, the noisy group of zombies had already started attacking the Mo Kingdom capital. There was a small discrepancy between this time and the time Mo Lien calculated. It was early by more than 2 hours. However, it didn't matter much since their group had already made preparations. Chapter 1507. Speaking of which, it was strange that the zombies attacking the Mo Kingdom capital this time were like a well-trained army, advancing layer by layer towards the city walls like an ocean wave. At first, they only advanced on a small scale, but when they neared the northern city walls, a large number of zombies swiftly advanced towards the city walls, accompanied by waves of roars. It was as if there was some core in the zombie army directing them on how to attack and fight. However, for Mo Lien and the others, who had experienced Bailon City's crisis, they had already developed a set of very effective countermeasures to deal with the zombies attacking the city. Arbor stood on the city gate tower as he watched the soldiers push the large catapults up the city gate tower. He only glanced at them briefly. This catapult had been modified, and there was even a groove for storing kerosene at the end. When the fire started burning, the soldiers on the side worked together to lift up a huge rock and throw it into the catapult. Arbor only saw that huge rock instantly caught in the raging fire and rolled all the way through the groove. It abruptly flew several dozen meters into the air and was sent flying out of the city walls with a bang, crashing into the zombie horde outside the city. This way, they could conserve a large amount of manpower, such as mystic cultivators and body cultivators. With the help of this kind of catapult, ordinary soldiers could also enter the battlefield to fight against the zombie army as long as they hid behind the large catapults. More than 20 catapults were pushed up the city gate tower. However, these big guys were very cumbersome, and ordinary soldiers needed more than 10 people to push them up. This required a certain amount of time for mystic cultivators to attack from afar to fill in the gaps. Prince Mo and Duan Yu's group were currently standing on the edge of the city wall, coldly watching the zombie army that blotted out the sky and covered the earth below. There were probably several tens of thousands of them. Compared to the siege of Balon City, there were only a few more. We still underestimated them. Duan Yu muttered to himself. Where exactly did these things pop out from? Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but mutter. If the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. If the human territory really was captured by the zombies, then the entire Seacone planet wouldn't be far from falling. After all, the Mo Kingdom capital was the largest defensive fortification in the north. If even the Mo Kingdom capital couldn't resist this wave of zombies, then the problem was already very serious. Other smaller places were even more unlikely to resist. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be possible. With so many undead puppets appearing out of nowhere, there has to be a place to contain them. It's impossible to appear out of thin air, right? Liang Qingqing said. There should be a large, invisible underground village nearby. It should be under the Gale Forest. Mo Lin pursed her lips and said coldly. Bailey, she couldn't help but frown when he heard this. If even you guys can't immediately find out where the rat nests are, how are we going to clean up the rat nests hidden deep underground when we return? That's right. In this way, wouldn't the initiative be in their hands, and they can invade our country whenever they want? Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but say. At the side, Wei Nanchu's face had already turned pale. He hid behind Wei Nanfeng and shouted, Third brother, what should we do now? We're surrounded by zombies. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come to Northern Mo to join in the fun. So scary. How could they resist so many zombies? Shut up. Wei Nanfeng coldly swept a glance at this good-for-nothing thing. This coward, his reputation as the third elder brother, had been completely lost by this guy. Chapter 1508. Roar, roar. Waves of roars came from the distance. These terrifying sounds ripped apart the tranquility of the Mo Kingdom capital, causing all the commoners staying at home to become uneasy and tense. Currently, the streets outside were completely under martial law, and the commoners were all chased back home and prohibited from coming out. But this didn't mean that they didn't know what was happening. The fear of the unknown made people afraid, especially when the roars that came from time to time were neither human nor beast, causing people to feel even more terrified. Look, Xiaomi pointed at that batch of zombies below the city gate tower. Among these zombies that were bravely attacking the city, a portion of them seemed to be very intelligent as they followed those roars and walked towards the periphery of the city wall. They aren't thinking of circling around to the south gate, west gate, or east gate, right? Xiaomi asked in shock. Could it be that the zombies also had brains to think and knew how to change directions to attack the city? These things are starting to truly mature. Bailey, she said with a frown. Perhaps one day, they will evolve to the point where they are no different from us humans. Xiaomi instantly felt as if she had eaten a fly, feeling uncomfortable all over. It can't be. You all feel that these zombies can still think and have intelligence like us humans in the future? Everyone looked at her with a strange gaze. Does intelligence, Princess Me, this thing exist? Xiaomi glanced at them in astonishment before lightly poking Arbor's waist with her small hand. Jojo, just now, they looked at me with a strange gaze. What did they mean? They said that you don't have intelligence. Arbor translated their gaze for her and then added, they feel that you might not be any smarter than zombies. Everyone, me? Fuck. Xiaomi looked disdainfully at Bailey Shi, Wei Nanfeng, and the others. How is sister not intelligent? How is sister not smarter than zombies? Cough. Wei Nanfeng hurriedly turned his head away, pretending to discuss countermeasures with Bailey Shi, Sita E, and the others. They directly blocked out Princess Xiao Mi's noisy cries. You said that they, aren't they very overboard? Xiao Mi twisted her neck. She originally wanted to kick them, But Gong Sun Lai blocked her with one hand. "Princess, can we not court death? That's too much." Arbor nodded. When Xiaomi heard this, she immediately grinned and stepped forward to hold Arbor's arm. "I knew you were the best. Your Highness, second young Master Do, and a group of people from the Celestial Medicine Valley have arrived." And Mo Yin indifferently glanced at Hui Feng, who had come to report the situation, and indifferently nodded. "Invite them up." At the crucial moment, the Do family's second young master and those people from the Celestial Medicine Valley could be considered reliable. Accompanying second young Master Do were eldest young Master Do Fengmian, Celestial Medicine Valley's Wenrin Ningjing, Kong Rumio, and other physicians. As soon as they came up to the city gate tower, they hurriedly bowed to the crown prince before busily distributing mystic energy-replenishing medicines to the mystic cultivators. They received a lot of favorability from the mystic cultivators. Arbor glanced at Wenren Ningjing and the others. They had fought together several times and could be considered old acquaintances. "Your Highness, Dojo Master Ho Ping of Jushin Martial Arts Dojo has brought a dozen mystic cultivators and more than 20 body cultivators to help. Your Highness, the people from the Duan clan have arrived. Your Highness, the people from the Talisman Patrician family have also arrived. Your Highness, the Wu family and the Hong family have brought people over." At this very moment, their wills were as strong as an impregnable fortress. Chapter 1509. Everyone was well aware that if the Mo Kingdom base fell, the entire Seacone planet would inevitably collapse along with it. In the face of the greater good, all disputes and struggles could be temporarily set aside. Right now, they were faced with a major problem that concerned the survival of all humans on Seacone planet. At this very moment, Mo Yin had mobilized all of the capital's reserve forces. Tens of thousands of mystic cultivators, tens of thousands of body cultivators, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers guarding the city, and were converging in batches from all directions. She had mobilized troops and dispatched generals in practically half a day. This kind of power was both shocking and apprehensive. The restless Eastern Ing Kingdom's third crown prince, Ing Fa, immediately shut his mouth. He didn't know how to describe his current feelings. He felt that when he returned, he would sternly warn his foolish and muddle-headed father, "Don't ever try to come out of the small island." It wasn't without reason that Northern Moi had beaten them into an isolated island. Northern Moi was so powerful that even countries like Northern Wei and Southern Bailey had always been on good terms with it and never dared to offend it, let alone their tiny place. It was pretty good for the Eastern Ing Kingdom to stay on the small island. At least, their home country was still there. If they rashly came out of the island and wanted to counterattack the Mo Kingdom, then they might be swallowed whole within minutes without leaving a trace of their bones. Reorganize all the mystic cultivators. Go up the city gate tower in groups of 500 and rotate every hour. The rest of the people are to wait for orders and rest. Recover as soon as possible. Mo Yin gave her first order. Hui Feng immediately led his men down to do the job. "Everyone pay attention. Don't let the zombie army below move to the east and west gates. Just guard this place." This kind of once and for all solution was much more comfortable than running around the east and west gates. They only needed to keep a close eye on the north gate. Were the zombies trying to disperse their forces? That would depend on whether Prince Mo cooperated or not. Something's flying over from the sky. Archers, pay attention. Prepare to fire. Mo Yin reached out and swiped, forming the image of a fiery red bow and arrow in the air. Blazing fiery red flames tightly enveloped the bow. A shadowy arrow of fire was knocked on the large bow. Everyone only saw him squint his eyes and aim his bow and arrow at the sky. When a large group of cadaver cranes and cadaver crows flew over, the leader was actually a human-shaped cadaveric hag with wings that were more than a meter wide. This was a zombie that had completely evolved to the intermediate level. The wings on its back were no longer deformed and unable to fly. This zombie seemed to have evolved quite well. Swoosh! The arrow of fire flew through the air, heading straight for the wings of the flying corpse puppet. Everyone saw it clearly. The arrow pierced through the zombie's left wing and hit its right wing, skewering it like a piece of barbecued meat. Although the corpse puppet could not feel anything, with its wings skewered, it could not continue flying. Its entire body fell to the battlefield below, rolling on the ground. The arrow stuck in its wings made it unable to break free for a moment. Boom! It smashed into the sand, creating a 10-meter-long and several-meter-deep crater. Its fall caused the tens of thousands of corpse crows and corpse cranes behind the corpse puppet to lose their leader and fall into chaos. Fire! A sharp glint flashed in Commander Huey's eyes, and he suddenly waved his hand. The tens of thousands of soldiers on the city gate tower simultaneously released fire arrows into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of arrows glided through the air. Chapter 15:10. Things like corpse cranes, corpse crows, and the like continuously fell from the sky, landing on the ground with clangs of flames. The people on both sides of the city gate tower were mainly in charge of guarding and building a line of defense to prevent these zombies from having the chance to run past from the sides and take a detour around the east and west gates. Compared to their friends who were directly facing the zombie army at the main gate, the mystic cultivators on both sides were slightly more relaxed. In addition, the mystic cultivators who had been mobilized from various places were continuously replenished. After one group of people finished fighting, another group of people would immediately be replaced, and the previous group could rest for at least 4 hours. Fighting from dusk to dawn, the dismembered corpses of the zombies at the northern city gate of the Mo Kingdom capital's fortifications had practically piled up into a mountain. Arbor's eyes narrowed as she gazed at some sparkling things on the sand. Those were the crystal cores that dropped out of the zombies' heads after being killed. She could now confirm that these zombies with crystals in their heads were probably intermediate-level zombies. As for the winged zombie that Mo Yin had struck down from midair, she reckoned that it could already be considered a half-mature intermediate-level zombie. An intermediate-level zombie was probably level 2 or level 3. In her previous life, when she was about 18 years old, she saw these intermediate-level zombies with crystal cores in their heads. At that time, she still wasn't aware that these zombies that had part of the ability to think and could command in battle had actually already evolved to intermediate level. Because not long after, she was captured by Fan Shioha to be experimented on. Strictly speaking, her previous life's memory and cognition stopped at about elementary level 5 zombies. She was currently still in the groping stage for intermediate-level zombies. Moreover, even now, she still didn't know whether those sparkling crystals in the zombies' heads were useful to them or not. She only subconsciously collected these crystal cores based on her good moral character of experiencing poverty and hardship. Let's call them crystal cores for the time being. They looked similar to the crystal cores in Mystic Beast's heads. Of course, the crystal cores in the heads of intermediate-level zombies were clearly much, much smaller than Mystic Beast's crystal cores. Moreover, like Mystic Beasts, not all Mystic Beasts had crystal cores in their heads. The production rate of these crystal cores in the heads of zombies was also quite low. Therefore, all the more they couldn't be wasted. "Sister, what are you doing?" Xiaomi jumped in fright and subconsciously tugged at a certain child who was leaping down from the city. That he seemed to be a little too impatient. He didn't expect that when his mind was thinking, "I have to pick up all these crystal cores," his body would start to move involuntarily. Arbor turned his head and blinked innocently at Xiaomi. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to lower my head and look. Look at the scenery." Prince Mo, who was walking over quickly, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Looking at the little fellow's guilty expression, he didn't even need to guess to know what she wanted to do. Walking to her side, Prince Mo reached out and held her restless body. He lowered his head and looked down at the city gate tower. "Don't be impatient. Once the battle is over, we'll clean up the battlefield. These will all be yours." Xiaomi, who was forcefully stuffed with dog food, was speechless. "May I ask your Highness the Crown Prince and your Highness the Crown Princess, what the hell are you two talking about?" Why didn't she understand? Xiaomu coughed in all seriousness and waved her small paw. "I don't really want it either." Yes, that's right. It's your husband who must give it to you." "Xiaomi, are you two still not done yet?" Chapter 15:11. How infuriating. Xiaomi glared at Northern Prince Mo disapprovingly. Your Highness the Crown Prince? What did you come here for? Hurry and go back. I'll take care of sis here. For some reason, when she saw their honeyed state, her heart felt very, very stifled, as if her mouth was stuffed with dog fur. Even her breathing felt a bit heavy. Why couldn't her Bailey she learn from his good brother, Prince Mo? In terms of treating his girlfriend, the second prince of the Bailey family truly couldn't compare to Prince Mo. Mo Yin looked at Xiaomi strangely. What was the meaning of this woman's can't-breathe expression? Right now, the situation on the battlefield was basically under control. He came to find his wife, but she didn't like him? Humph. Wife, your friend is a bit. Prince Mo pulled Arbor to the side and was about to say a few intimate words to his little wife. However, Huifeng swiftly floated in front of him. Your Highness! The crown prince glared fiercely at him. Tactless. Huifeng glanced at the crown princess, standing to the side, and hastily coughed. Your Highness, this subordinate has disturbed you. The death row prisoners are all outside. Should we let them out now? Mo Yin curled his lips. Those familiar with him could practically sense the bloodthirst in this smile. Wait a bit. Let's waste another half an hour. After saying this, he looked up at Huifeng again. How are things over there? They're starting to make a move. The crown prince nodded in satisfaction. The day he had been waiting for finally arrived. On a day when the entire city was resisting zombies and all attention was focused on the northern city gate, the vassal king of an inn finally couldn't hold back anymore, right? Arbor glanced at the crown prince's pensive expression and curiously asked, Did something happen? Nothing. While holding her small hand, Crown Prince Mo slowly walked towards the tall tower erected on top of the city gate tower. He then carried her up the tower together. How's the view here? With tens of thousands of corpse puppets, we should be able to collect a few thousand crystal cores. Arbor nodded. I just don't know what it's for. Mo Yin lowered her head to look at her and couldn't help but laugh. So, you're only aiming for these crystal cores because you don't want to waste them? Okay. Bow bow. You're such a thrifty daughter-in-law. Mo Yin shamelessly praised her. Arbor immediately nodded in agreement. I also think I'm very thrifty. Actually, I've tried. That crystal core can increase my medicinal efficacy. Arbor's eyes widened when she heard this. No wonder she couldn't feel the slightest energy fluctuation. That was because she wasn't a superhuman. Naturally, she couldn't feel the power within the crystal core. But Mo Yin was different. Did Mo Yin mean that the crystal in the zombie's head could increase the power of special ability users? What level has your medicinal efficacy increased to? She herself didn't have this kind of special ability, so she never knew how this ability was classified. I probably crossed into the intermediate level. If the entire intermediate level medicinal efficacy is classified into 5 levels, I feel like I should be at the 3rd level right now. The devil grass that could paralyze my body before should already be ineffective if I get hit again. Arbor's eyes brightened. Then your resistance to poison is already very high. Chapter 15:12. One must know that the devil's grass was an extremely potent neurotoxin that could paralyze a person's nerves in a short period of time, which would then affect the limbs and body, causing them to stiffen. But now, even this neurotoxin could do nothing to Mo Yin. Arbor's little head rubbed against his chest. Then she suddenly reached out and gave him the small bag of crystal cores that she had collected earlier. All for you. No, you can keep them. If I need them, I will go and collect them myself. I have no use for them. I'll give them all to you. These below are all for you too. Arbor tilted her little head, then pushed the small bag into his arms. You're not allowed to refuse. Okay. Mo Yin laughed as he took the bag and put it into his inner world. He reached out and hugged her, then said softly, Jojo, do you want to see how strong my medicine is? Arbor nodded her little head repeatedly, her little face full of curiosity. Mo Yin smiled mysteriously at her, then suddenly looked up at the sky, at a corpse crane that was flying unsteadily. This corpse crane had separated itself from the group and was flying towards the east, looking like it was running for its life. It had some brains, but unfortunately, in front of Emo Yin, it had no ability to resist at all. Prince Emo raised his hand slightly, and a strong wave of spiritual energy sucked that unlucky corpse crane over. The corpse crane let out an unpleasant and hoarse cry. Before it could viciously pounce over, Emo Yin's eyes turned cold, and he directly reached out his hand. A strong medicinal fragrance spread out from his body, and his right palm was covered in a layer of white light. Very quickly, that corpse crane's body underwent a terrifying change. It turned from a half-rotten, half-bone-like corpse crane into a pile of rotten minced meat. And this process did not take more than 5 seconds. Arbor watched as this corpse crane rapidly rotted under the effects of the medicine, until it turned into a pile of rotten minced meat, mixed with the dust, and scattered at their feet. She looked up at Emo Yin in shock. However, the man's cold expression faded. He lowered his head and winked at her. Smiling, he asked, "Is your husband awesome?" Arbor nodded vigorously. This was the first time he realized that special abilities could be so powerful. No wonder Fan Shoha, that pervert, captured 2 pharmacists later on and locked them up in a small dark room, just like her, groping and studying their secrets. "Jojo, your husband is so powerful. You don't have to worry, okay?" Arbor looked at him and thought of the 17 floors of the Tower of Punishment. He nodded reluctantly, but still said, "I'm worried." Emo Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she rubbed her little head. "Trust me, okay?" "I do." Arbor nodded. "It's good that you believe me. I'll let you watch a wonderful show later, okay?" Emo Yin lowered his head and smiled at her. "I guarantee that you won't worry about me again after you watch it. A mere Tower of Punishment is nothing to me." Arbor looked at him curiously. "What show?" At this moment, the battle below had already reached its climax. The fireballs thrown down by the catapults had already ignited rows of flames outside the northern city gate. Fireproof ditches had long been built at the city gate, so there was naturally no need to worry about the fire burning the city walls. A portion of the dismembered zombie corpses that could be seen everywhere had already been burned into piles of ashes. "Huifeng, you can release them now," Prince Emo said indifferently. Chapter 15:13. Release what? Everyone watched as the several dozen people, who had lost all color in their faces from crying, were herded toward the small side door at the northern city gate. Wei Nanfeng, Bailey Shi, and the others on the city gate tower were all stunned, and they hastily descended the city gate tower. Prince Emo held Arbor's small hand and floated to the side of the northern city gate's small side door, where he was met with a pair of wolf puppy-like eyes. He looked over and shot him a contemptuous look. ACI, this wolf puppy, was truly very persistent. Thankfully, his darling was a very strange little girl. ACI had been her enemy from the start, and she had never liked this person. Moreover, this hostile relationship was very difficult to change in the little girl's heart. "Prince Emo, what are you doing? Pushing these fools out? Are you trying to feed the corpse puppet army?" Yas laughed mockingly. "Feed them?" Assie's words startled everyone, and they abruptly turned to look at the group of crying men and women. Most of them were in the prime of their lives, and there were also a few women among them. However, the most eye-catching one among these people was a slender woman wearing a thin red muslin dress. She should be a rather beautiful woman, but her hair was disheveled and her body was unbearably filthy, as though she had been viciously abused. "Release these baits." Huifeng waved his hand, and soldiers immediately came forward to drag away the crying, screaming, begging, and even fainting men and women. Wei Mingli was among these people. When she discovered that her group was about to be thrown out of the city, her entire face turned pale with fright. She frantically struggled with her arms and screamed under the escort of 2 soldiers. "You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. I'm one of the second prince's people. Wei Mingli was about to be scared silly. She never knew that a person could be so unlucky when they were down on their luck. Ever since she failed to seduce His Highness the Crown Prince, she actually went downhill. First, she was mercilessly thrown into the death row prison by the second prince. No matter how she begged him, she was still mercilessly abandoned. It was only then that Wei Mingli realized that in the eyes of the second prince, no, in the eyes of those in power, she, Wei Mingli, was nothing more than a tiny ant. She didn't even have the chance to fight against fate and say no. Her life was worse than death. She was captured and sent to the death row prison. She was such a beautiful and powerless woman. It was obvious what would happen to her. She was repeatedly humiliated and abused in that dark prison, and her cries for help were ignored. Now that she finally had the chance to see the light of day again, she never imagined that these people wanted to use them, these death row prisoners, to feed the army of corpse puppets. Wei Mingli struggled madly and shouted harshly, "Why are you pushing us out as bait?" A whip landed on her body. The jailer who had escorted them out smiled mockingly at her. "You're a group of prisoners on death row who were originally going to be executed. Do you think you still have a way out?" "No, I'm not a prisoner on death row. I'm not. I'm Wei Mingli. Wei Mingli turned her head and immediately saw Arbor, who was standing on the side with a slight frown. Without thinking, she pounced toward Arbor's side. "Little sister, Xiao Qiao. Save me, I'm Wei Mingli. Do you still remember me? It's me, Wei Mingli, Granny Nio's granddaughter. Wei Mingli. It's over." Chapter 15:14. Little sister Xiao Qiao. Save me, save me, save me. Before Wei Mingli could reach Arbor, 2 soldiers rushed over and forcefully pinned her arms behind her back, forcing her to kneel on the ground. "How dare you offend the crown princess? Take her away." The soldiers held their knives to Wei Mingli's neck and pulled her with brute force. Don't pull me. You bunch of bastards, scram. Scram." Wei Mingli probably used every ounce of strength she had as she crazily pushed aside the 2 soldiers beside her and pounced at Arbor, toppling over. "What are you doing?" Arbor looked at this woman who abruptly rushed over in bafflement. He couldn't figure out why this person acted as if they were close friends and knew each other. How could this child still remember Wei Mingli? For a little girl who had faced blindness since young and had grown up slightly better, she could even forget Issa, let alone this Wei Mingli whom she had only met once. She completely couldn't remember, okay? She wasn't the crown prince who could instantly recognize any random Tom, Dick, or Harry that she had met before. Her little brain was only so big, and she still needed to remember more useful techniques. There was really no need to remember the faces of Tom, Dick, or Harry. There was no way she would admit that she was actually just a little face blind, that the little fellow stood there in all seriousness and silently glared at Wei Mingli. After the crown prince tugged at his little hand, Arbor also took a small step back. "Take her away." Mo Yin coldly swept a glance at Wei Mingli. The latter shuddered and suddenly went on her knees as if she had gone crazy. She kowtowed loudly and said, Your Highness, please let me go. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really know." Wei Mingli wept like a pear blossom with tears, looking extremely miserable and pitiful. "I shouldn't have obeyed the second prince's orders and thought of ways to block your path and lure you in. It's my fault. Please be merciful and spare me this time." She was so regretful that her intestines turned green. His Highness is wise and mighty. How could he be so easily fooled? Second Prince Mo Lu had a hole in his head. He had thought of this lousy idea to trick the crown prince, but in the end, he had tricked her, Wei Mingli, instead. Now, the second prince was angry that she didn't keep the secret and told the crown prince everything. He was so angry that he chased this traitor out of the second prince's residence and even threw her into prison. But what could she do? She was only a weak girl. If it was anyone else, they would have been tied up in a dungeon by a group of vicious people and tortured to extort confession. Other than confessing properly, they would have no other choice. Actually, Wei Mingli didn't know that second Prince Mo Lu was in a much more miserable state than she was. This fellow's scheme against the crown prince failed, and after being seen through by the crown prince, he embarked on a pitiful path of self-destruction. Now, the few remaining profitable businesses in his hands had all been exterminated by the crown prince. There was no way for him to survive. Rui Pavilion had already changed owners. Even if the second prince wanted to do something else, he probably wouldn't have the money to spare in the future. Wei Mingli also didn't know that second prince Mo Lu hated that he couldn't tear her to shreds right now. The crown prince didn't have much of a reaction to Wei Mingli's sobbing. On the other hand, Arbor's small face completely scrunched up, and his gaze landed firmly on Wei Mingli's face. "So you're that female scoundrel who blocked the crown prince's path?" Arbor's gaze instantly chilled as he sized Wei Mingli up. Chapter 15:15. Woman? Female scoundrel? When Wei Mingli heard Arbor call her that, she couldn't help but shudder in anger. However, she kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything. She didn't dare utter a single word to refute Arbor, because she knew very well that the crown prince's current expression was very unsightly. It was a grim expression that said he wanted to immediately push her out to feed the zombies. She really was a bit scared. Why is she among the prisoners on death row? The crown prince was also perplexed. He had indeed ordered for a portion of the extremely vicious prisoners on death row to be gathered and pushed out of the city gate tower as bait. However, although this woman, Wei Mingli, had offended him, her crime didn't warrant death. He was just curious as to why she was among the prisoners on death row. Replying to Your Highness, this woman was sent here by His Highness, the second prince. She has been staying in the Ministry of Justice's death row prison for this period of time. One of the jailers who came along quickly and cleverly replied. There were two meanings behind his words. Mo Lu had sent her over, and Mo Lu hoped that this woman would die. They didn't act on their own and followed the crown prince's instructions to bring out a portion of the prisoners on death row. Unfortunately, this woman, called Wei Mingli, just happened to be among this group of prisoners on death row. Mo Lien frowned slightly and waved her hand. Since it's second royal brother's intention, then push her out as bait as well. When Prince Mo said this, his expression was placid without the slightest ripple. When Wei Mingli heard this, she instantly felt like the world was falling apart. She originally thought that His Highness the Crown Prince would definitely release her after learning the truth. After all, from the Crown Prince's tone, he didn't pay much attention to an insignificant minor character like her. Besides, she was just a pitiful woman. Shouldn't His Highness the Crown Prince take pity on a weak woman like her? Of course, as long as she left this wretched place and found a way out, why would she worry about not finding a chance to exact revenge in the future? She remembered every detail of how the second prince treated her. There was also the crown prince and this stoic-faced crown princess in front of her. Also, there were also those stinky men in prison. There were too many. There were truly too many people who had wronged her. She would definitely get back at them one day, but now she actually didn't have a chance. Why? Wei Mingli struggled in terror as she glared at the crown prince in astonishment. Second imperial brother wants you dead, Prince Mo reluctantly explained. Of course, I can't let my brother down. The corners of Wei Nanfeng and the others' mouths twitched. Could this brat be any more shameless? TSK, since when did this master value his own brother so much? He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Pull him away. Mo Lien waved her hand, and Wei Mingli suddenly acted as if she had lost her mind. She pushed a soldier to the ground with all her might and rushed to Arbor's side. You bitch! I really didn't expect that you would disregard kinship like this and incite His Highness the Crown Prince to deal with me. Arbor! Exclamation point. Everyone was speechless. What did I instigate? I really want to ask you, how did I instigate the Crown Prince? From the beginning to the end, she had been standing here and watching the show. She hadn't said more than 3 sentences. How could she burn her head like this? Xiaomi couldn't help but burst into laughter. She felt that from her angle, Miss Xiao's small expression was very comical and amusing. Chapter 15:16. Also, what was with the kinship she was talking about? Seeing that Wei Mingli was lunging over, there was no need for Arbor to do anything. The Crown Prince directly sent a flying kick over without the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex, and sent Wei Mingli tumbling over, landing head first on the ground with a thud. Arbor was perplexed and looked up at His Highness the Crown Prince. She's your relative? Everyone turned their heads away, speechlessly. Prince Amo couldn't help but laugh. She seemed to be lunging at you just now. I don't know her. Arbor shook her head solemnly. Everyone was well aware of her temperament and rolled their eyes one after another. Especially Xiaomi. She knew her younger sister too well. How could a child who couldn't even recognize young Master ECI recognize a passerby in front of her? Wasn't that a joke? You don't know me? You said you don't know me? Before Arbor could finish speaking, Wei Mingli turned to look at Arbor furiously. The Crown Prince's kick, just now, was a bit heavy, and she couldn't get up after lying on the ground for a long time. She could only turn her head to glare at him. I said I'm Granny Nyo's granddaughter. Granny Nyoa is from the same village as your mother, Wei Ziqin. What kind of relative was this? There was no way they could even reach the end of it. Arbor's originally stoic little face instantly turned incomparably sinister. There's always some baffling people coming to me to claim kinship. The Qiao family was like this previously. The Mu family of China was like this later on. This Wei something in front of her was also like this. It was as if she was some cat or dog. It didn't matter if she was abandoned, but when she was happy and wanted to claim her back, she had to be deeply grateful. It was as if she had to happily acknowledge anyone who was her relative. Was that the case? Was she such a casual person? Have you asked for my opinion? Have you respected my wishes? Who do you think you are? Do I have to acknowledge you just because you say you want to claim kinship? The sudden cold anger, the icy tone, and the emotionless eyes instantly made the group of children who wanted to laugh all suppress their laughter in their hearts. The little guys seemed to be angry. Wei Nanfeng and the rest felt that it was better for them not to laugh, lest they add fuel to the fire and be ridiculed by the little thing for no reason. However, her words didn't seem to be completely targeted at Wei Mingli. It was as if she was venting all the pent-up anger in her heart at Wei Mingli. Do I have to happily acknowledge someone who I wouldn't have contacted for hundreds of years when they suddenly pop up and claim to be mine? Do we still have to serve you? Do you think there's such an easy thing in this world? Arbor's cold gaze swept over Wei Mingli. Relatives? Huh. Arbor sneered. The Kayabin family who claim to be my relatives are probably all dead in the Western Wastelands. There are also some people who claim to be my relatives. Sooner or later, they will die in my hands. What about you? What do you think as my relative? What kind of fate awaits you? Those Tom, Dick, and Harry relatives of mine don't seem to be people with long lives. There was absolute silence all around. There were so many people on the city gate tower fighting the zombies downstairs, but when their little crown princess released an extremely icy aura, everyone silently shut their mouths and even started to lower their breathing. Throw her down. Chapter 15-17. A furious rebuke exploded in everyone's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone's hearts inexplicably trembled along with it. They didn't know. It was their misconception. They kept feeling that every time the little crown princess got angry, it was as if the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, scaring everyone so much that they didn't dare to move a muscle. Wei Mingli's pupils contracted, and she hastily shrieked, "What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go. You can't treat me like this. Arbor, you slut. How can you face your mother by doing this?" Wei Mingli only felt as if she had suddenly lost all gravity as she was abruptly thrown down from the city gate tower, smashing into the battlefield. The last thing she saw was the little girl's icy gaze, which contained a trace of mockery and was looking at her without any warmth. How could there be such a ruthless little girl in this world? She had already brought up Wei Ziqin, this great Buddha. Logically speaking, on account of her mother, she wouldn't touch her, Wei Mingli, no matter what. Why? Why would she still throw her down? How could she know that the thorn in Arbor's heart called the Divine Province's Mu clan had truly pierced her too deeply? Upon hearing the word relative, she thought of the Divine Province's Mu clan's 7th Master Mu and that repulsive Old Bai. Although Old Bai was already dead, the Divine Province's Mu clan absolutely wouldn't let her off. Therefore, she needed to construct a large-scale shielding talisman array above the Mo Kingdom capital. After this talisman array was constructed, it could effectively prevent people from the 6 prefectures, in 3 provinces from using special passageways and spatial transportation talisman arrays to come to the Mo Kingdom capital for at least 5 years. There were only a few fixed locations in the capital that could allow people from the 6 prefectures and 3 provinces to transport over. She had already asked Emolian about this. This location wasn't random, and it was normally within the capital of several large countries. In addition, in order to avoid Heavenly Law's eyes, 99% of the cultivators from the upper realm who used special passageways and spatial talisman arrays to transport over were very low-key and wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. Thus, when the time came, she only needed to draw a few more talisman arrays and hand them over to Wei Nanfeng, Bailey Shi, and the others. At least, she could be at ease for 5 years. As for 5 years later, thought Arbor, sneered in his heart. If 5 years were not enough for her to grow to the point where she could fight against the Mu family of the Divine Prefecture, then her growth was too slow. Previously, when he made a bet with 7th Master Mu and said 10 years, 7th Master Mu's eyes revealed a very incredulous look. She must have thought that it was impossible for her to catch up with the Mu family of the Divine Land within 10 years. However, the real number of years she had set for herself was 5 years. The Mu family of the Divine Prefecture, Humph, is nothing more than this. Compared to her, she had only one at the starting line. Who said that she couldn't catch up to her later? If he wanted to completely control his own fate, he had to stand above all the other forces. At that time, it would be up to her whether she wanted to recognize this family or not. No one could force her, because forcing her would be useless. It would only deepen her reaction. I don't know if you're prepared to die. Arbor turned around and walked to the edge of the gate tower with a frosty expression. Wei Nanfeng and his group inexplicably trembled their small bodies. What a scary girl. It wasn't easy being her family's relative either. And at this moment, that group of death row prisoners had already been thrown outside the city, attracting the attention of a large group of zombies in the front row. Chapter 15:18. Now was the time. Mo Yin stroked Arbor's head and instructed her to stay here before walking towards the side door first. Open the side door. Team 1's body cultivators, follow me. Yushio raised his arm and shouted as he quickly followed behind the Crown Prince. The leader of the Dragon's Saliva Guard, Yushio, led around 500 robust body cultivators out of the side door with the Crown Prince. This team was like a sharp knife that cut straight into the middle of the zombie army. Immediately, the corpse puppet army, which had a rather large lineup, was scattered in 2 directions. The mystic cultivators on the city gate tower quickly filled in the gaps and bombarded the zombies that were scattered to the sides with mystic energy. Everyone watched excitedly as the Crown Prince led his team forward and disposed of no less than 100 zombies in a matter of minutes. His Highness the Crown Prince's strength made people feel a bit puzzled. This man who appeared gentle on the surface was like an abyss. No matter how deep you dug, he always gave people the feeling that he was bottomless. Huifeng jumped down from the city gate tower and handed the latest news from the Hidden Night Pavilion to Prince Mo. Your Highness, the 12th Prince has already led Huifan and 2,000 royal guardsmen to intercept them. A cold smile surfaced on Mo Lian's lips. Suddenly, he creased his brows and looked up at the indistinct purple-crimson lightning bolts on the horizon. Heavenly Law, what's the hurry for? That's right, now was the time. The Mo Yin seal that he had suppressed for so many years was finally going to be released. An hour ago, Commandery Princess Yin had suddenly been taken out of the vassal prince's court and locked up in the woodshed. This made Commandery Princess, who had been feeling very vexed these past few days, feel a deep sense of despair. She threw herself at the woodshed's door hysterically and pounded on it with all her might. She could only hear Su-er's intermittent cries outside the door in annoyance, but it was completely useless. At the same time, the vassal prince of Anan's court was filled with rows of men with red kerchiefs on their heads. The great king is licentious and tyrannical. The crown prince dotes on his treacherous consort. Now, he has caused the people of northern Mo to be destitute and zombies to run rampant everywhere. It's time for us to retaliate. The vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu commanded, "Red Scarf Guards, my brave warriors. Are you afraid of death?" "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid." "All right." The vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, shouted angrily. "Then let's pick up our weapons for Baimois. For our poor people. Kill, kill, kill." The 2,000 Red Scarf Guards were slowly nurtured by him over many years. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Since the great king was unrighteous and gave him a withered woman to be his wife, he had no choice but to accept it. Then he naturally didn't need to talk to them about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Of course, the current Cho Fu completely did not remember that he had previously wholeheartedly wanted to marry Commandery Princess Ian. He could only think of the humiliation he had suffered from that woman when he had consummated his marriage with her. No, it was the crown prince who humiliated her, because that damned woman actually called him crown prince when she was making love with him. It really dealt a blow to his self-confidence as a man. He also occasionally recalled the unfair treatment he had received on the day of his wedding, as well as how the entire vassal prince of Anan's estate had become the laughingstock of the entire Mo kingdom capital. It was all this muddle-headed great king's fault. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for being heartless and unrighteous. Chapter 15:19. At this time, the northern city gate welcomed a spectacular black fire burning down the city. Everyone standing on the city gate tower had already stopped what they were doing and collectively stared dumbfoundedly at that tall man with a frivolous back below the city gate tower. Wasn't this too powerful? In that split second, just now, Crown Prince Mo had soared into the air, and layer after layer of black fog had floated around him. After Wei Nanfeng and the rest took a closer look, they realized that it wasn't black fog at all. It was clearly ink-colored lotus flowers revolving around him. These clusters of ink-colored lotus flowers abruptly spread out in all directions like the mark of death. Soon after, everyone heard a series of explosions that made them sick to their stomachs, coming from all directions. The black bone sword in Duan Yu's hand nearly fell to the ground. Even his Jade Heaven's 9 Thunder didn't cause such destructive power. All right? Look at what this Prince Mo did. Just like a primitive, destructive maniac, he towered in the air and looked down at the horde of zombies. Clusters of black flames rose from his fingers and gathered to form the lotus seal of death, instantly attacking the zombie army below. In that instant, everyone only saw the black flames crisscrossing back and forth, dancing in the air. Anything that dared to come into contact with it didn't have a good ending. Their bones were instantly roasted until they broke apart like a pile of shattered bones. This indiscriminate group attack simply stupefied everyone. Terrifying. One person's strength could actually be this strong. Duan Yu blinked and suddenly threw away his sword before charging down as well. Fuck. I also want to kill these zombies to vent my anger, because that person is too infuriating. Why is the difference so huge? Brother Duan Yu, don't be rash. Situ Yi also hurriedly chased after him. After Mo Yin's lotus seal of death annihilated a large batch of zombies, more than half of the zombies on the battlefield had already been eliminated. After Duan Yu and Situ Yi jumped down, they each released mystic energy and directly tore a small group of zombies into ashes. Upon seeing this, Arbor also hastily dashed down. While the others were fighting corpse puppets, she followed behind them and picked up essence crystals. Her small face was full of seriousness. These cores were all going to be given to hubby, so naturally, the more the better. After Situ, he chased away the zombies. He couldn't help but be amused when he turned to see the little fellow happily picking up cores. Little junior sister, what are you picking up? Why aren't you giving senior brother some? It's useless for you. Arbor threw the cores one by one into the brocade pouch and very quickly collected more than half of the pouch full of cores. Situ, he pursed his lips and elbowed Duan Yu. Go ask little junior sister for a few. What's the use of the cores? Xian Beast Crystal cores, at least they could be absorbed and used. Although Xian Beast Crystal cores were filled with explosive energy, at least they were still somewhat useful. The crystals in these zombies' heads are useless. As he spoke, Duan Yu purposely flipped through the heads of the zombies under him and took out 2 or 3 crystals about the size of a grain of rice before running to give them to Arbor. Situ, he speechlessly rolled his eyes. This punk. Gagaga. The North City Gate's main gate was pulled up by the winch, and the entire North City Gate was gradually being opened. Hui Feng led a group of armored soldiers and rushed out into the battlefield to clean up the mess. Seeing that there weren't many zombies left, Mo Yin sent Arbor a look. Let's go. Chapter 1520. Northern Mo's Royal Palace. Under Kong Jian's signboard building, dressed in black armor, the vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, coldly gazed at the youth in front of him. The youth was dressed in a purple and blue cloak and wielded a sword. He crossed his horse and blocked Cho Fu's path with a dense mass of people behind him. Everyone formed a circle and howled as they aimed their spears at the red scarf guards behind the vassal prince of Anan. Vassal prince of Anan, are you plotting a rebellion today? Aside from the frivolous look in M.O. Er's eyes, there was a bit of graveness. Your 12th Highness, let me give you a word of advice. It's not too late to withdraw now. I really don't know where Vassal Prince gets his confidence from. M.O.U. sneered. The old Vassal Prince of Anan accompanied Ancestor Father to conquer the world, but you juniors want to completely ruin his reputation for loyalty. Unfilial descendants like you probably don't have any meaning in existing. M.O.U. raised his sword and roared with an icy gaze. Everyone, listen to my order. The Vassal Prince of Anan, Cho Fu, has brought troops into the palace with malicious intentions. He is now under the Great King's orders to kill all those who rebel on the spot. Behind him, the tide-like soldiers charge towards the Red Scarf Guards led by the Vassal Prince of Anan. The two sides collided with each other like tidal waves, abruptly crashing into each other. At the same time, the Great King was pacing back and forth in his bedchamber. Seeing that he had already paced back and forth more than 30 times, the Empress Dowager couldn't resist roaring at her son. Sit down. Royal Mother, this son truly can't figure it out. Why would the Vassal Prince of Anan bring troops into the palace with the intention of rebelling without rhyme or reason? The Empress Dowager inwardly rolled her eyes, but she still maintained a straight face. There are many things you can't figure out. Sit down. The Vassal Prince of Anan's family had long been involved in all kinds of subtle actions. It was just that the Great King was busy with his beauty every day and reciting poems and painting with his concubines in his spare time. So he didn't have the leisure to pay attention to them. The old Great King of the M.O. Kingdom lifted the corner of his robe and sat in front of his mother with an embarrassed expression. At this time, in his bedchamber, other than the Empress Dowager and Empress Zhao, He Jiaoyi, noble Lady Ying, and a few other beauties that were more important to him had been summoned by him. The imperial concubines sat there staring at each other, their faces filled with panic. From the sound of it, it seemed like there was a commotion outside. Not long after, Gong Chong trotted in with his 2 chubby little legs, panting. Great King, Empress Dowager, what's going on outside? The Great King jumped up from the stool in a hurry. Cho Fu brought 2,000 Red Scarf Guards and barged into Kong Jianmen, but was stopped by the 12th Prince. What? The Great King slapped the rack of treasures beside him and roared angrily. This disloyal, unfilial disciple dares to risk universal condemnation and come here to force the abdication. Sit down. The Empress Dowager exasperatedly berated him. This was the consequence of not properly educating him from a young age and worrying about him when he was old. At this time, the Empress Dowager was filled with regret as she fiercely glared at the Great King. The Great King sat back down on the stool with a stifled heart and used his gaze to signal Gong Chong and to quickly continue speaking. Gong Chong was a shrewd person. As soon as he received the Great King's gaze, he immediately understood and continued. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, the Great King. No need to worry too much. Chapter 1521. The 12th Prince led 2,000 royal guards to block them outside Kong Jian's gate. Chofu won't be able to rush in for a while, Gong Chong and hastily explained. They're already at Kong Jian's gate. The great king grumbled. This Chofu, isn't he worried about bringing disaster to his family by doing such a thing? Where is the vassal king of Anan? Does the vassal king of Anan know that his son committed a grave mistake? When the Empress Dowager heard this, she wished for nothing more than to immediately go up and give her son 2 heavy kowtows without any regard for her image. Was there even a need to ask? Anyone would know that the vassal king of Anan must be in the know if he still hadn't shown up after such a major incident happened. All right, she and the late king had a heroic reputation in vain. How did she give birth to such a pig-headed, pig-brained son, truly a pig-headed teammate? If this guy wasn't her only son, perhaps she would have long crippled him. How could he be so stupid? Seeing that his mother was glaring at him with a hateful look as if she expected better from him, the king immediately shriveled up. The great king subconsciously shifted his stool back and coughed lightly. Royal mother, for safety's sake, let's stay here and wait for the crown prince for the time being. The Empress Dowager grunted in agreement and placed her hands on her knees, not saying anything else. Rather, it was Ijawi who said, somewhat anxiously, Great king, when this concubine came out, little 15th was feeling unwell and was still in the bedchamber. Could something have happened? The great king couldn't help but be startled. He then looked at the little boy in Hijawi's hand. Royal father, Mo Shirlu sprinted toward the great king's leg and called out with a yearning expression. Royal father. The great king lovingly picked up his youngest son. At the side, Hijawi also looked at her son with a smile, her eyes brimming with motherly radiance. Don't worry, Chofu was stopped by little 12th and can't enter the royal court's inner court at all. The moment the great king finished speaking, a burst of rampant laughter came from the door. Mo Lei was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look at the door. Vassal king of Anan. The great king of Mo stared in shock at this man who had suddenly appeared at the entrance of his bedchamber. There was some uncertainty in his eyes. Why are you here? The vassal king of Anan gazed coldly at the great king and suddenly raised his hand. The great king subconsciously hugged his son, Mo Shirgio, and took a step back. Hijawi, Empress Zhao, noble Lady Ying, and the other royal concubines also turned to look at the vassal king of Anan at the entrance. The old prince was dressed in black armor and had a long saber at his side. He looked just as mighty as he used to be. Just as he was about to step through the door, over 1,000 red scarf guards holding long sabers suddenly rushed in behind him. I've waited for so long, planned for so long, and finally, this day has come. The vassal king of Anan sneered at the people in the hall. Great king, do you still think that His Highness the Crown Prince will rush back to save you? The great king quickly nodded. Don't do anything rash. My prince will be back soon. Heh. The old prince sneered at him. Stop dreaming. Do you know how many zombies are congested at the northern city gate? You fatuous ruler. You also have a day like this. You. The great king of Mo was furious. He pointed at the vassal king of Anan and finally roared after holding it in for a long time. Impudent. Swish. The sabers in the red scarf guards' hands were uniformly pointed in the great king's direction. Chapter 1522. This scene alarmed Empress Zhao, and she subconsciously rushed forward. She abruptly grabbed the great king's wrist and dragged him back a few steps. Vassal king of Anan, you truly have guts. Were the guards outside? The great king also bellowed. Guards? You're talking about those good-for-nothings? The vassal king of Anan narrowed his eyes in disdain. Your Highness the Crown Prince still thinks that by placing the 12th prince outside Kong Jian's gate, he can withstand my vassal king of Anan's estate's elite troops, the Red Scarf Guards? Ha. Truly naive. At this time, the Empress Dowager spoke with an unperturbed expression. She didn't shout herself hoarse like the great king and only said very calmly, all these years, the vassal king of Anan's estate secretly nurtured 5,000 red scarf guards? Ha. The vassal king of Anan laughed arrogantly. How about it? The Empress Dowager also didn't expect it, right? That's not the case. The Empress Dowager shook her head and still said calmly, "We already knew that your vassal king of Anand's estate is constantly making big and small moves. There must be a conspiracy. According to your daily expenses, we can more or less speculate that you might be secretly raising private troops," the Empress Dowager said indifferently. Such a simple logic isn't hard to understand. The vassal king of Anand's expression instantly darkened. He felt that he had lost all his face after hearing the Empress Dowager's words. Empress Dowager, why argue with this humble subject again? He didn't come today to reminisce about old times with this Empress Dowager and the great king. The vassal king of Anan unsheathed the sword at his waist and walked step by step towards the terrified great king and the royal concubines. The Empress Dowager suddenly flung open her sleeve, and a long and continuous mystic energy wrapped over, instantly erecting a defensive barrier in front of everyone. The vassal king of Anan involuntarily sneered and clapped his hands twice. Two men in their early 50s, one tall and one short, walked out from behind him. They looked like mystic realm experts. Empress Dowager, don't blame this humble subject for being vicious and merciless. It's just that you're a hindrance here. If he didn't get rid of this eyesore Empress Dowager, how could he free himself to deal with that incapable ruler? The vassal king of Anan had long arranged for two mystic realm experts whose cultivations were on par with the Empress Dowager's to fight to the death. He had just captured the muddle-headed great king. As long as they had the great king in their hands, what was there to be afraid of? At that time, the Empress Dowager would naturally be captured. Immediately after that, it was that hateful northern prince Mo's turn, as well as the culprit who had killed her daughter, the crown princess. These people should not have a good ending. However, the vassal king of Anand's idea was pretty good. However, Prince Mo and Arbor had both arrived. Upon hearing the vassal king of Anand's disrespectful words to the Queen Dowager as soon as he entered, Arbor raised his brows and turned to look at Mo Lien, seemingly puzzled. He was in a hurry to return to the palace because such a big show was being staged in the palace today. As expected, the vassal king of Anan, this sly old fox, was good at scheming. He wanted to take down the Empress Dowager and the great king in one fell swoop, while the crown prince was leading his troops to resist the zombie army. This way, he could indeed coerce the Son of Heaven to order his vassals. Unfortunately, even though this plan was well thought out, it still had to be destroyed when he encountered the crown prince. At this time, the vassal king of Anand's gaze was slightly dazed, and he turned his neck stiffly to look at the smiling His Highness the Crown Prince. He kept feeling that when His Highness the Crown Prince smiled at him, there seemed to be a glint and shadow of a sword flashing past the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1523. A gloomy and eerie feeling. Terrifying. The depths of this man's eyes were ridiculously sharp. As an elderly prince who had been on the throne for a long time, he could be considered His Highness the Crown Prince's senior, yet he didn't dare to look him in the eye. The little stoic didn't have any other expression. The two of them rushed back from the city's north gate. When they passed by Kong Jianmin, they also saw little Twelfth and the vassal prince, who were engaged in a lively fight. The unscrupulous couple only took a few more glances at Twelfth before they flew away with a wave of his hand in delight. The little stoic looked back. She probably wouldn't be able to forget little Twelfth's expression even in a year. It was a bit similar to the expression of a small animal abandoned by its owner. His pair of watery eyes were about to shed tears on the spot. Arbor shook his small head. You must be very protective of your younger brother normally. Look at what you've taught him. Weakling. Wasn't it just fighting with 2,000 Red Scarf guards? And he actually cried from being beaten up. He really was too weak, all right. Emolian, though what could he say? That punk, Emu, clearly didn't cry for being beaten up by the Red Scarf guards. Rather, it seemed like he cried from being angered by his unscrupulous brother and sister-in-law that, however, Prince Emo didn't say anything. Since everything his wife said was correct, he nodded and affirmed his wife's opinion. Younger brother is seriously too weak, don't worry. I'll take this opportunity to have royal father order younger brother to go to the military camp to train for a year and a half. That place can temper a person's character. In the future, younger brother will definitely become someone who can shoulder great responsibilities. Little Prince Mou, who was still fighting with the red scarf guards, suddenly coughed and rubbed his nose with a strange expression. Confusion. Who was it? Who was talking about him behind his back? Arbor glanced at Prince Mo and nodded. Very good. Speaking of which, our family Shao Sun has also grown up. How about we have him and Mou become partners? They can go to the military camp together to spend some time. It'll save them from being muddle-headed in the future. Son, brother-in-law can't help you. If your older sister wants to trick you, brother-in-law can only comply with your older sister's wishes. A certain son, who was studying in the school, suddenly felt cold. He shrunk his shoulders and heaved a sigh of relief. It must be an illusion. Seeing the young couple exchanging flirtatious glances with each other, the vassal king of Anan was infuriated and was just about to raise his hand. She then heard Prince Mo's apathetic voice say, "Vassal king of Anan, do you admit to absorbing private troops, transferring treasuries, and even dispatching private troops to secretly plunder some villages? Does it matter whether I recognize it or not?" The vassal king of Anan sneered. "It's not a big deal." Mo Lien nodded. Looking at his slightly raised hand, she mocked with a sneer, "Vassal king of Anan, from the moment this crown prince stepped through this door, it means that you've already lost. Do you understand?" Mo Kingdom's old great king, who was enveloped by the defensive barrier, immediately cried out in surprise and delight, "My kinger, hurry, hurry, and apprehend this heartless and unscrupulous thing. To think that we treated him so well and have always respected him as a blood brother. In the end, he actually dared to take advantage of the zombies attacking the city to force us to abdicate. This is simply preposterous. Great King, sit down." Seeing her son jumping up and down, the Great King's awe-inspiring demeanor was practically gone. The old Queen Dowager glared fiercely at him in dissatisfaction. The Great King sat down listlessly. The vassal king of Anan sneered, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is too overconfident." Chapter 1524. Overconfident? Was that so? Emolian glanced at the old prince with a smile. However, the smile in this glance was mild and didn't reach the depths of his eyes. The little stoic pattered forward to the Queen Dowager. "Grandmother." The Queen Dowager hastily removed the defensive barrier and pulled her granddaughter-in-law inside. "Jojo, how's the situation outside? What about the zombie army?" "It's more or less taken care of." Arbor comforted. "Don't worry, those aren't problems." The Great King couldn't help but sigh in relief when he heard this. At least those repulsive zombies didn't charge into the royal palace to wreak havoc. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. The old vassal king of Anan abruptly raised his hand with a cold expression. The two Mystic Realm experts who were on par with the Queen Dowager shot forward with a whoosh and grabbed, without hesitation, the old vassal king of Anan. The two Mystic Realm experts instantly pressed down on the old prince's arms and firmly gripped the back of his neck as they kicked him to the ground. He knelt on the ground with a stupefied expression and stared straight at the little crown princess who was indifferently watching him. He bellowed in disbelief. "Cho Hu, Cho Bao, you actually dare to betray your master?" The two Mystic Realm experts disdainfully swept him a glance and smiled faintly. "Old Prince, the two of us were originally His Highness the Crown Prince's men. It's you who was too blind. We've been hiding by your side for as long as 10 years, but you actually didn't know. TSK, TSK. Anyone would be angered to death by these words. All right? Not to mention the proud and arrogant old prince. He simply couldn't believe his ears. 10 years? 10 years. In other words, the scheming little crown prince had dispatched these two to his side when he was 10 years old? The old prince was about to explode from anger. You. The old prince turned around and saw a group of black-armored royal guardsmen emerging from the roofs in all directions under Hui Fan's lead. Sharp leech-like arrows whizzed toward the 3,000 red scarf guards without explanation. The old prince's lungs were about to explode from anger. How could this be? How could this be? Actually, He and the vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, had come in two separate directions. The red scarf guard in his hands were 1,000 more than the 2,000 red scarf guards in Cho Fu's hands. However, these 3,000 red scarf guards were completely surrounded and had no room to fight back. After the first volley of arrows, the second volley of dragon saliva guards emerged from the rooftops, all holding firearms in their hands. The second round of attack was even more inhumane. The old lord could only stare at the rows of soldiers outside the door who had been killed by firearms with his scarlet eyes. These red scarf guards began to panic under the 2 rounds of extermination. They became more and more like a group of ants on a hot pan. They wanted to flee in all directions, but they were caught like turtles in a jar. The great king couldn't help but feel shocked. The large square outside the king's palace had already been bathed in blood. None of the 3,000 red scarf guards were spared. Yu. He watched as the private soldiers he had single-handedly nurtured were mercilessly slaughtered by the royal guardsmen and dragon saliva guards. The old prince spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He pointed a trembling finger at the crown prince and stammered, You demon. You actually dared to make 3,000 soldiers bleed on the spot without even blinking your eyes. What do these human lives count for in your eyes? Chapter 1525. Yin suddenly laughed and gazed at the old prince with an apathetic and icy gaze. Vassal king of Anan, it's not like this is your first day knowing this crown prince. Is this your first time experiencing this crown prince's methods? You privately amassed 5,000 soldiers. In order to feed these private soldiers, you secretly dispatched people to plunder villages and killed more than 1,000 innocent people. You still have the face to talk about human lives with this crown prince? This crown prince thought you already knew the words life is worthless. The old prince plopped down on the ground and stared blankly at Prince Emo. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. You think you've won? Men, bring everyone from the vassal king of Anan's estate here. With the crown prince's command, earth-shattering cries immediately traveled over. More than 200 people from the vassal king of Anan's estate, masters, concubines, young misses, young masters, servants, and servants, were all pulled to the blood-soaked plaza. The great king, the queen dowager, the queen, and all the royal concubines followed Prince Emo out. They stood on the steps and looked at the group of people from the vassal king of Anan's estate kneeling before them. Yin, you dare! The vassal king of Anan glared at the crown prince with wide eyes and tightly clenched fists. Kill! Yin coldly threw down a word. Immediately, dragon saliva guards stepped forward and pulled out the old vassal king of Anan's concubine sons and daughters from the crowd before ruthlessly tossing them to the ground. Cries and screams came from the mouths of those concubine sons and daughters. None of them had their usual spoiled, willful, and lofty attitudes. At this moment, they had all become fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered, struggling and thrashing. The dragon saliva guards slashed a few times, and several heads flew up, dyeing the old vassal king of Nan's eyes red. Yin, the old vassal king of Anan bellowed. Schemer, this crown prince thought you were already prepared to have your entire clan exterminated. What are you crying and yelling for? Don't throw away your old vassal king of Anan's pride. Yin coldly interrupted him. The crown prince gazed icily at the old vassal king of Anan as he sneered, The winner takes all, so you don't have to be unconvinced. If today I, Yin, was the one who lost, how many people do you think you will let go of? When he said this, the old king swallowed the words that were originally at the tip of his tongue. Right? If it wasn't for his son's foresight and early preparations, his group would have long fallen into the hands of the old vassal king of Anan. The consequence of being held hostage would definitely be to blackmail the crown prince. At that time, it would really be hard to say what the outcome would be. Zhao He, who originally felt a little sorry, tightly held her son in her arms. The crown prince was right. If they had fallen into the enemy's hands today, how could they have spared her son? They would not let Emo 16th off just because he was 3 years old. They would only kill him. If the rebellion succeeded, None of the old great king's sons and daughters would survive. Zhao Yi's gaze instantly turned icy. She sneered and said, "Scheming to rebel is a path of no return in the first place. Vassal king of Anan, are you still unwilling to surrender without a fight?" Ha 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 ha! The old vassal king of Anan laughed arrogantly and suddenly stumbled up from the ground. Good, good, good. He suddenly turned to look at the old great king of Mo kingdom. I didn't lose to you today, but to your son. Let's make up for yesterday's 2 chapters. Chapter 1526. This Prince Mo was truly formidable. Back then, when he was only 10 years old, he already knew to send people to infiltrate the old prince's side. It could be imagined that the crown prince had already set a trap for the old prince at that time. He was waiting for others to walk into the trap step by step. The old vassal king of Anan instantly felt that the situation was already hopeless before he even made a move. Wasn't it a little too frightening to fight with such an opponent? It was just like when you took your first step and suddenly turned around to discover that your opponent was already 100 steps ahead of you and had long reached the end. He was just standing there leisurely watching you, waiting for you to foolishly walk into the abyss. The great king, Mo, gazed at the old vassal king of Anan. He wanted to ask him why he was plotting rebellion, but in the end he sighed and waved his hand. Imprison him first, then send the vassal king of Anan off with dignity. The Empress Dowager glanced at her son. Compared to this resolute grandson of hers, her son was much more soft-hearted. Although the vassal king of Anan's ancestors had rendered meritorious service to the country, the Empress Dowager couldn't tolerate him scheming against the Mo clan's power no matter what. For such a grave crime, there was no other choice but death. Perhaps the old vassal king of Anan had already thought of such an outcome before taking this step. Your Highness, the Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yushio hurriedly walked over and saluted. The great king's son led troops in from the back of Huashan Gate. He originally wanted to coordinate with the vassal prince of Anan from the inside, but he was forced to retreat by the 12th prince and fled to Grand Consort Shu's Chaoyang Palace. The great king's son charged into Chaoyang Palace and took control of over 100 people in Grand Consort's bedchamber. What? The great king Mo roared angrily. This unfilial son, he actually dared to interfere? This fool, didn't he know that rashly leading troops into the palace had completely sealed off his last path of retreat? Royal Father, I request to see Royal Father. Second Prince Mo Lu's impatient voice came from afar. Mo Lu. The old great king frowned and waved away the guards blocking Mo Lu. Let him come over. Royal Father. The second prince was wearing a set of tattered armor, and behind him were more than a dozen soldiers who had fought a bloody battle and were covered in wounds. From the looks of it, His Highness seemed to have brought dozens of Mansion soldiers and fought all the way here to save the Emperor. His face was filled with unconcealable anxiety and panic. He hastily stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Empress Dowager, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, are you all right? When this child received the news that the vassal king of Anan had raised an army to rebel, this child hastily led men to escort you, but we were still a step too late. This child asked for Royal Father's forgiveness. The old great king nodded at him with relief. I'm fine. Your grandmother and the others are fine too. Mo Lu pretended to heave a sigh of relief, then hurriedly turned to the crown prince and cupped his hands, saying, Sixth brother has done meritorious service in protecting the emperor this time. If not for you, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Mo Yin curled his lips at him as he remarked indifferently, It's actually all thanks to 12th brother this time. He managed to obstruct the vassal prince of Anan first. Ah, that's right. Mo Lu hurriedly smiled and nodded. Who knows what eldest brother wants to do after taking control of the Rising Sun Palace? Mo Yin's eyes were filled with coldness. Detain the vassal king of Anan and these people. We might as well move to the Rising Sun Palace. At the same time, the great king's son's estate. Shu Quan ordered her personal maidservant to close the door before turning around to fish out a medicine bottle from her sleeve. She steeled herself and poured medicine into her 3 children's mouthfuls before finally drinking a mouthful herself. Chapter 15:27. By the time everyone rushed to Choyang Palace's entrance, they saw the great king leading several dozen startled shrimp soldiers and crab generals to kidnap Grand Consort Shu out of the palace. Grand Consort Shu's face was filled with terror, and tears streamed down her face when she saw the Empress Dowager and the others. Consort Chung, Secondary Consort Wu, and Secondary Consort Zhang followed behind Grand Consort Shu. Each of them more or less had a trace of terror on their faces, especially Consort Chung. When she saw the great King Mo, she hastily knelt down and pleaded in a tearful voice, "Great King, Mo Jiao was instigated by someone to do such a foolish thing. Please spare his life, great king." The flock of orioles and swallows around Consort Chung then started sobbing. The vassal king of Anan, who was forced to kneel at the side, couldn't help bursting into laughter when he heard this. "Consort Chung, you're still begging them at this time? Do you think it's useful to beg like this?" Today, even if this old man is on the road to the Yellow Springs, Consort Chung and the great king can't be left out. Ha ha ha! The young crown princess blinked and supported the Empress Dowager to stand at the side. She merely watched the huge commotion and didn't utter a word or express any opinion. The vassal king of Anan's wishful thinking was pretty good. He wanted to take advantage of the time when the crown prince gathered all the soldiers and headed to the city's north gate to resist the zombie army. He wanted to take control of Mo Kingdom's royal palace and use it to blackmail the crown prince. Unfortunately, this old fellow didn't know that the crown prince had been guarding against him since he was 10 years old. Prince Mo didn't kill important ministers who had rendered meritorious service to the country. The people that Crown Prince Mo killed were only traitors who were despised by everyone and hated by everyone. This point was very clear. This was also the source of the vassal king of Anan's resentment. He didn't expect that after living for several decades, he still couldn't see through things as thoroughly as a young fellow. What was laughable was that he obediently walked into the hole that others had dug and then buried himself. This kind of ending made the old king vomit blood. "Bring them all up," Prince Mo said coldly. Cries and shouts could be heard as 400 to 500 people were pushed forward and forced to kneel on the square. The old vassal king of Anan was startled. When he turned around to take a look, he shockingly discovered that apart from the 200-plus people from the vassal king of Anan's estate, the people from the great king's son's estate had also all been escorted over. "Reporting to your highness, this subordinate has brought a group of people who escaped from the great king's residence 300 miles away from the outskirts of the city." The old vassal king of Anan couldn't help but smile wryly. Just like the great king's son, before he made his move, he had already sent his concubine's daughters and sons away from the vassal king of Anan's estate in order to preserve a bit of the bloodline of the vassal king of Anan's estate. But now, half of his pitiful children had been ordered to be killed by the crown prince. The rest of them were already trembling in fear and on the verge of fainting. "Why don't I see the great king's son consort?" the crown prince asked as he scanned everyone with a sharp gaze. The great king's son, who was currently holding Consort Dowager Shu hostage, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, and he hooted at Yushio and the others. "Were you the ones who killed my wife and children? Where did you take my wife and children?" This subordinate and the others found the princess consort and the 3 young masters and young misses in the great king's son's estate. "Impossible," the great king's son immediately refuted. "I personally sent my wife and children onto the carriage, so how could I not know? How could they still be in the estate?" Yu Xiu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the hooting great king's son and waved his hand to have people move the corpses of Shu Quan and her 3 children over. Chapter 15:28. When Consort Chung saw that her 3 grandchildren's bodies had stiffened and their faces were deathly pale, she immediately fell to the ground and wailed bitterly. You killed my grandchildren? Ah, great king, great king." Consort Chung scrambled to the great king's feet and tugged at the corner of his robe as she wailed miserably. "Great king, those are also your grandchildren. You're just going to watch them die for no reason and have no one to complain about the injustice you've suffered. And my daughter-in-law, such a good child, was disposed of by the crown prince's subordinates just like that. My heart is in so much pain. The great king couldn't bear it and turned to look at his son, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. This gaze didn't mean much to Mo Lien. The crown prince had known for 100 years that his father was easily swayed and unreliable, so this gaze couldn't sway him at all. However, it infuriated Arbor all of a sudden. "Shut up!" Arbor abruptly interrupted Her Highness Consort Cheng's screams and looked at her coldly, saying, "Poor Shu Quan, who was intelligent all her life, was in the same company as you fools. Who exactly killed her? Doesn't Consort Cheng know in her heart? Don't you feel ashamed to be this kind of pointlessly good person in front of the great king at this time? I don't usually see you dote on this daughter-in-law that much." The young crown princess suddenly took a few steps forward, and the guards who were originally standing beside Shu Quan subconsciously retreated upon seeing this. The young crown princess squatted down and rummaged through Shu Quan's sleeves. She took out a letter and threw it to Gong Chang'an, who was standing at the side. "Read it. Read it out loud. Read it for everyone to hear." Gong Chang'an's hand that was holding the letter trembled just like that, startled by the young crown princess's imposing manner. There was complete silence. Only the smell of blood spread through the crowd's noses. Father, your daughter-in-law is small and powerless. I was unable to persuade the great king to rein in his horse at the edge of the cliff. I watched him step onto a path of no return. Your daughter-in-law's heart was filled with fear and unease. I know that I have committed a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths, and I don't dare to live in this world. Unfortunately, the 3 children are still so young, and I'm really worried about them. I have no choice but to. Everyone looked in shock at the great king's second consort, Shu Quan, lying beside the 3 children. According to what she said, could it be that the great king's second consort had committed suicide while hugging the children? No wonder he looked like he was poisoned. Impossible. Impossible. The great king's son, Mo Jiao, trembled all over and screamed in shock. This is impossible. I clearly saw the 4 of them get on the carriage. How could he return to the great king's mansion and write such a suicide letter? It's you. You did it. The great king's son pointed at the young crown princess and then placed the saber across old consort Shu's neck. Don't come over. If you dare to come over, I'll let her blood splatter on the spot. Archers, get ready. The crown prince's cold words not only stupefied the great king's son, but even the great king and the queen also turned to look at him. Father, don't blame your son for being ruthless. This person must be captured at any cost. Prince Mo indifferently swept a glance at the old great king and slightly raised his hand. The archers lying in ambush on the eaves instantly drew their bows and waited to shoot. When the gazes of the people from the vassal king of Anan's estate and the eldest prince's estate landed on the archers moving in an orderly fashion on the eaves, their lips trembled and they started crying in a panic. Chapter 1529. Great King, spare my life. Great King, spare my life. Great King, we weren't aware that the vassal king of Anan would actually lead troops to plot a rebellion. That's right. This servant is only a lowly watering servant in the great king's estate. This servant is innocent, woo. For a moment, all sorts of cries and shouts intertwined, interrupting the great king's arrogant shouts. The great king's son was indeed stunned by the crown prince's actions. After staring blankly for a while, he angrily rebuked in a trembling voice, You actually don't even care about Consort Dowager Shu's safety?" As he spoke, he pressed his saber tightly against Consort Dowager Shu's neck, as if he wanted to confirm whether Mo Lien truly didn't care about Consort Dowager Shu anymore. He even drew out a small, bright, bloody mark on Consort Dowager Shu's neck. However, Mo Lien's gaze didn't change in the slightest. He merely sneered at the great king's son and spoke resolutely and callously. Consort Dowager was able to contribute to the Mo kingdom by putting herself in danger and cooperating with this crown prince to subdue you. this traitor, so her death was a worthy one. In the future, there will naturally be a place for her in my northern Mo royal mausoleum. Of course, royal father can also confer her the title of virtuous, and virtuous Empress Dowager. Everyone, the Empress Dowager. As expected, this grandson of hers had a venomous mouth and a venomous person. He could actually speak so bluntly in front of Consort Dowager Shu. But by then, Consort Dowager Shu would already be dead. So what was the point of conferring a posthumous title? Cough. The Empress Dowager coughed lightly in a timely manner. Since Shu Quan has already committed suicide by ingesting poison, and the 3 children are indeed innocent, then, at this time, Gong Chang, and had also read the letter to the end. In the letter, Shu Quan said that she had no other requests and only wished to be buried in a quiet place outside the palace with the 3 children. The Empress Dowager sighed. According to the ancestral rules, people who committed suicide indeed couldn't enter the royal mausoleum. Then, he would fulfill Shu Quan's wish of becoming a mother. She was also a pitiful child. She was originally so sensible, but she didn't expect that the ending would be so miserable. The Empress Dowager shook her head and then nodded. Then do as the great king's consort wishes. Find a few reliable people to do this properly. Let that child rest in peace. Yes, Empress Dowager, Gong Chang, and receive the order. However, Prince Mo glanced at Shu Quan's direction with a slightly strange expression before thoughtfully withdrawing his gaze and conversing with Hui Feng in a low voice. After dismissing Hui Feng, the crown prince looked up at the great king's son, losing his last bit of patience. How long do you plan to keep up this act? Brother Wang, don't you know that your acting skills are really clumsy? Old concubine Shu and the great king's son were stunned. Even Consort Chung and the others standing behind them were stunned. If you still don't surrender without a fight, this crown prince will give the order to execute you on the spot. Prince Mo raised his hand and made a pressing motion. Upon hearing this, the great king's son shuddered. Old concubine Shu sensed the great king's hand going limp and quickly pinched his waist. They were currently fighting for their lives. Yet this pig of a teammate was actually frightened by His Highness the Crown Prince and immediately wanted to reveal her true colors. However, this small action already allowed the Crown Prince to confirm that the 2 of them were indeed on the same side. Seize them. Old concubine Shu colluded with the vassal king of Anan and the great king's son to plot against the great king. Her crime deserves 10,000 deaths. With the Crown Prince's command, the Imperial Guards swarmed toward them like a tide. Chapter 1530. Previously, because of Grand Concubine Shu, the soldiers were somewhat restrained. Now that they had captured Grand Concubine Shu as well, they naturally didn't need to care about their lives. Mo Jiao was personally subdued by Hui Feng and kicked to the ground. He raised his head and shouted at the Crown Prince, Mo Lien, you greedy bastard, quickly let me go. I'm Royal Father's eldest son. You can't treat me like this. Who do you think you are? Mo Lien. Everyone knows that you were merely adopted by the Queen. You're not Royal Father's biological son at all. I'm Royal Father's biological eldest son. Shut up. The great king roared furiously. He hated hearing such words the most. After so many years, he had watched the little crown prince grow from a cute ball-sized child to such an outstanding youth. This was his biological son. No one could part with this father-son kinship between them. All of these people, including those bastards from the Divine Province's Elder Courtyard, all of them wanted to snatch his son. They were simply shameless. Second Prince Mo Lu's eyes flashed. He immediately stepped forward with his sword and chopped at the great king's head. Mo Jiao, you colluded with outsiders to force the emperor to abdicate and rebel, and now you dare to slander His Highness the Crown Prince. The facts are irrefutable. Do you still want to deny it? Today, let me clean up the household on Royal Father's behalf. Ding! A streak of mystic energy swiftly bounced off the second prince's sword, causing it to deviate. Thus, the sword that was originally aimed at the great king's head chopped down on his shoulder. The great king's son roared and tried to get up, but several soldiers held his arms down tightly. He couldn't move no matter how hard he struggled. Second royal brother, you're quite impatient. Mo Yin's eyes were gloomy. She looked at the slightly embarrassed second prince and sneered. In any case, brother great king is our eldest brother. Even if we want to punish him, grandmother, royal father, and royal mother are present. It's not up to us brothers to do it. The second prince immediately smiled awkwardly. He nodded respectfully and retreated a few steps. The crown prince is right. It was I, royal brother, who overstepped. As he spoke, the 12th prince walked over in high spirits while escorting the vassal prince and the defeated soldiers in a purple and blue cloak with holes. When the old vassal king of Anan saw his son limping, he immediately wanted to pounce on him. He roared, "Fu, father! Cho Chow's Cho Fu's son." He chouses his son's son staggered, and Cho kneeled. When the old vassal king of Anan saw his son like this, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. He felt like a hero who had fallen from grace and was bullied by a dog. Royal father to royal father and royal mother. Grandmother, the 12th prince is back. The 12th prince immediately ran to his mother and grandmother to act cute. The queen test to Cho is. He chows and Cho. The king. The queen dowager couldn't help but sigh softly when she recalled what the crown prince said when he came to the longevity palace. Even if she was reluctant, the child had grown up, and the little northern moi couldn't keep him. Fua, Princess Anam Wuhonma, was in tears. She was restrained by the soldiers and couldn't move to her son's side. She could only look on helplessly as her Choer was trampled on the ground. She couldn't suppress the hatred in her heart, and she glared at Prince Mo. Chapter 1531. Since everyone is here, then let royal father speak. Prince Mo turned around and pulled the young crown princess to stand beside the great king of Mo, hinting with his eyes. Royal father? The great king of Mo took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before saying, "The vassal king of Anan has colluded with the great king's son, Consort Dowager Shu, and the Shu family to plot a rebellion. All of them are to be sent to the Supreme Court as prisoners. We will decide how to deal with them after discussing this with the Empress Dowager." Yes, waves of weeping shook heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was the servants picking vegetables or sprinkling water in the vassal king of Anan's estate or the great king's estate, they were all sent to the prison because they were implicated. Wu Hongma cursed loudly and almost fell to the ground after being shoved by someone. She turned around, wanting to see the crown prince and crown princess clearly. However, the crowd was too turbulent, and those two were standing high above, so how could a prisoner like her see them clearly? Her heart tightened, and tears uncontrollably welled up in her heart. She didn't expect that her and the old king's lifetime of planning would be completely ruined overnight. Should she blame herself for being incompetent, or should she blame the enemy for being too strong? Wu Hongma couldn't say for sure, but she felt sorry for her son. Soon, the several hundred people were all escorted away, and the farce of forcing the emperor to abdicate officially came to an end. The Empress Dowager looked a bit tired after being disturbed for so long, so Arbor supported her back to the longevity palace to rest. When the crown prince saw that his little wife had abandoned him to show filial piety to her grandmother, he immediately followed without another word. However, before leaving, he glanced at the old great king and said, "Royal father, you must not be soft-hearted to prevent a comeback." The old great king was silent for a long time. This matter was already very clear. The vassal king of Anan had probably given the great king some sort of guarantee, which was why the great king took such a risk and made such a bad move out of desperation. Old Consort Shu and the Shu family were clearly standing on the side of the great king's son. They colluded with the vassal king of Anan's estate and played a pivotal role in this laughable rebellion. The old great king had been in an important position for a long time. He was just a little confused, but he wasn't really stupid. After understanding this, he sighed and left with Empress Zhao. It wasn't that he didn't understand his son's intentions, but he couldn't bear to order his eldest son to be executed by his own hands. Great King, Your Majesty." Concubine Cheng was half lying on the ground. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling. Great King, please show mercy. Great King, please show mercy and spare Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao is your son, the Great King, the Great King. Shut up. Empress Zhao paused and turned to look at her coldly. This unfilial son colluded with outsiders to plot a rebellion. Before he did this, did he ever think that the Great King was his biological father? Consort Chung, the Great King, and the Empress Dowager dismissed the matter of you instigating your son to covet the ink bamboo shoots with a smile. Who would have thought that you would go from bad to worse and actually want to plot a rebellion? What? Her Majesty the Queen had already reported the matter of the ink bamboo shoots to the Empress Dowager, but the Empress Dowager didn't order us to be punished. What Empress Dowager and the Great King meant was to let us off. Consort Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, regret welled up in her heart, and her heartache was almost indescribable. It was precisely because this matter was exposed that they hardened their hearts and ultimately agreed to the vassal king of an end to step onto this path of rebellion with him. After all, the ink bamboo shoots were the best in the world, and only a small amount had ever been supplied to the royal family. Now that the Great King's son had diverted it to raise his private army, how could the Great King and the Empress Dowager let them off? Chapter 1532. She didn't expect. The Great King and the Empress Dowager didn't want to bicker with her and her son. Woo-woo. Consort Chung covered her face and wept bitterly. She didn't expect anything. She should have thought of it long ago, right? The Empress Dowager and the Great King had always been benevolent people. If they hadn't committed the great crime of rebellion, they simply wouldn't have killed her and her son. It was already useless to regret now. Her stupidity harmed herself, her son, and even everyone in the Great King's estate. If she had listened to Shu Chuan's advice back then, and also persuaded the Great King's son to set aside the struggle for fame and fortune, then wouldn't everything be different now? Consort Ching knew but didn't report it, so she's even more guilty. Guards, lock Consort Ching up in the Supreme Court and await her punishment. After saying this, Empress Zhao supported the Great King and left first. The 12th prince was instantly dumbfounded. They had all left. Could it be that so many things had been left behind in this matter? Had been thrown to him? Why was his life so hard? He had to follow behind a group of people all day long and clean up their messes? Granddaughter-in-law, is grandmother getting old? The Empress Dowager suddenly lamented after walking for a while holding the young crown princess's hand. The young crown princess shook her head. Not old. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but turn around and smile at her. You silly child who doesn't age. Grandmother is someone who wants to break through to the spiritual realm or even higher. She has a long lifespan, so she naturally won't age, the young crown princess said with a wink. On the side, Fenggu couldn't help but laugh. Precisely. Your Majesty, the crown princess is extremely right. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but burst into laughter. You only know how to amuse grandmother. With grandmother's aptitude, reaching level 14 phenomenal success in this lifetime is already considered her limit. As soon as the Empress Dowager finished speaking, the young crown princess reached out and stuffed a talisman into her hands. Grandmother, there are 10 sets of mystic guiding talisman arrays in this storage talisman, which I gave to you. There are also many pills that I have labeled with their effects and usage methods. Grandmother, you can take a look at them before you consume them. After grandmother stabilizes her realm, she can take the level 14 mystic breakthrough pill. Who knows, maybe she will break through. Oh, didn't you say that the Yushio Villa is rich in profound energy? Then let's go to the Yushio Villa and go into seclusion. The Empress Dowager looked at her little granddaughter-in-law in confusion. She subconsciously dripped her blood to open the talisman under the guidance of the little crown princess. Then, she turned to the little crown princess in confusion. Granddaughter-in-law, you? The talisman arrays and elixirs here were simply an eye-opener for her. Could it be that the little granddaughter-in-law had given her all the pills that she had refined in her spare time? That's too much, child. You have to leave some for yourself. Refining pills was very time-consuming. His granddaughter-in-law had to cultivate and refine pills at the same time. Where would she find the time to refine so many pills? This was probably all she had to give him. Not much. I still have a lot for myself. Grandmother, I might have to leave for a while. The little crown princess supported the Empress Dowager's hand as they walked toward the Longevity Palace. You have to take good care of your body. When I return, if I see that grandmother has grown an extra strand of white hair, I will pluck it out for you. Fongu burst into laughter and repeatedly nodded as she said, Crown Princess, don't worry. This servant will definitely look after Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and won't allow her to grow an extra strand of white hair. You child. The Empress Dowager glanced at Arbor with a gratified smile. Don't be fooled by this child's stoic face and icy demeanor toward others all day long. Her heart was very soft. Chapter 1533. Bang, bang, bang. Inside a remote woodshed in the vassal king of Anand's estate, after someone knocked away a protruding stone slab, a figure covered in grime abruptly rolled out from within. Cough, cough, cough. Commandery Princess inflicted the dust in front of her with all her might as she coughed uncomfortably several times. She then turned to look at the sobbing Sewer. Cough, 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 Commandery Princess. Sewer hastily stepped forward to support Ian. She exclaimed, Commandery Princess, are you all right? Are you hurt? Are you hurt? I'm not hurt. Commandery Princess angrily flicked away Sewer's hands as she declared angrily, simply outrageous. This damned Cho Fu actually dared to imprison this Commandery Princess in that kind of woodshed for a day and a night. I'm not done with him. In the middle of the night, that woodshed suddenly collapsed for some reason, burying Ian for most of the night. It was only now that she finally crawled out from the pile of wood with great difficulty. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. A dignified Commandery Princess was actually buried in the woodshed for a night. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Cho Fu, this damn man. Not only did he have a bad character, but he also didn't even have the basic respect for his wife anymore. Just thinking about it made her furious. Ian angrily waved away the dust that drifted in front of her as she led Sewer toward the forecourt. Commandery Princess, we had better pack up and escape quickly. Escape for what? Could it be that I, the dignified Commandery Princess Ian, would be afraid of the vassal prince of Anand? Ian rebuked angrily. No, Commandery Princess, right now, the vassal king of Anand's estate. Ian didn't have time to listen to Sewer's words as she arrived at the forecourt in a huff. Only then did she discover that the estate was empty. What's going on? Commandery Princess Ian looked at Sewer in confusion. Where did everyone in this household go? A lot of people came last night and took away everyone in the vassal king of Anand's estate. Sewer explained while wiping her tears. This servant also doesn't know what happened. This servant didn't even dare to run to the front to take a look. I only heard a huge commotion while hiding in the corner. Ian had been locked up in a remote woodshed by Cho Fu, so she was unaware that she had avoided a calamity. As for Sewer, it really was all thanks to Commandery Princess Ian. After she discovered that something was amiss while hiding at the base of the wall, she quickly ran over to the woodshed to hide. Fortunately, the woodshed was very remote. The soldiers who passed by only took a few glances and left immediately after discovering that it was a woodshed. Last night, the soldiers had focused their search on their master's backyard. They had practically dug up every brick and tile, and no one knew what they were looking for. Ian was suspicious as she glanced at Sewer and suggested, How about you secretly go out and ask around? I will wait for you here. Sewer could only nod her head. As Ian sat in the quiet courtyard by herself, small goosebumps actually appeared on her small arms. She kept feeling the gloomy wind around her. Even sitting in the main hall made her feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, she lowered her head and looked at the small wound next to her navel. It had already been 3 days, but the wound still hadn't stopped bleeding. This made Ian feel like she had seen a ghost, and she started to feel anxious. After a few minutes, Sewer ran back in a fluster and said, Commandery Princess, let's quickly pack up some valuables. We really have to escape. What exactly happened? When Ian saw her ghastly pale complexion, looking like she was about to faint, a bad premonition surfaced in her heart. Chapter 1534. After she came out, even her reliable personal maid, Ming Qian, had disappeared. It could be seen that something big must have happened at home. Commandery Princess, royal notices have been posted all over the streets. Last night, the vassal prince of Anan and vassal prince Cho Fu colluded with the Shu family and the great king's son in an attempt to rebel and force the abdication. They have been captured by His Highness the Crown Prince and His 12th Highness, and have all been imprisoned in the Supreme Judiciary. They are not to be visited without a royal edict. Commandery Princess Anne's eyes bulged. What? Then? Then what about me? The maid Sue burst into tears. Miss, you and I have both been put on the wanted list. Our arrest notices are all over the streets, saying that we, master and servant, have absconded in fear of punishment, adding to our crimes. If we resist during the arrest process, we will be killed without mercy. Smack! Commandery Princess Anne's legs gave out, and she fell heavily onto the stool. She shook her head repeatedly and said, No, no, Her Majesty the Queen Dowager wouldn't be so heartless. She definitely doesn't know about this matter. I want to enter the palace. I want to see the Queen Dowager. I want to see the Queen Dowager and tell her that I was completely unaware of this matter at the vassal king of Anan's estate. Commandery Princess, don't be silly. How could Her Majesty the Queen Dowager not know about these wanted posters being posted all over the streets? If she wanted to help you, she would have already had the wanted posters removed, right? Commandery Princess slapped the table beside her forcefully. I'm only a newlywed who has just married into the vassal king of Anan's estate for a few days. Why should I shoulder this blame? Why? Sue said while wiping her tears. Miss, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's quickly return to our room and see if there's anything we can pack up. We will leave quickly after packing up. We can't stay in the Mo Kingdom capital any longer. We have to escape far away. No, I won't escape. Commandery Princess Ian declared furiously. I want to enter the palace. I want to see the Queen Dowager. I have to explain this matter to her clearly. I have been by the Queen Dowager's side for so many years. The Queen Dowager knows my character the best. Why should I be buried with those idiots from the vassal king of Anan's estate like a stray? I want to divorce the vassal prince of Anan. I have nothing to do with him at all. Sir was both anxious and irritated. Your Highness, what else could he say? Don't forget, you are the legitimate vassal prince consort of Anan. Now, even the crown prince's 18 concubines have been thrown into prison by the great king, let alone you, the principal wife of the vassal prince of Anan. Besides, how are we going to find someone to refute this? The vassal king of Anan had indeed rebelled with his son. Now, the old vassal king and the old vassal consort's family of 3 were all in prison. As soon as you show your face, not to mention refuting, you'll be arrested and executed on the spot. Ian collapsed onto the stool and cried in fury. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? God, how dare you treat me like this? From beginning to end, I never wanted to be the vassal prince consort of Anan. Why is my life so bitter? Ian was still weeping endlessly, but Sue suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her up from the stool. Let's go, Your Highness. What are you crying for now? If you continue crying, there really won't be any more time. At this juncture of life and death, Ian was actually not as decisive as a little girl. The master and servant duo quickly ran back to their room, and they nearly fainted when they saw what happened. They were so infuriated that one Buddha ascended to the heavens and 2 Buddhas left their bodies. Chapter 1535. As it turned out, all of the rooms in the vassal king of Anan's estate had been swiftly ransacked, and the valuables had long been moved back to the royal storehouse. Right now, not even a single piece of clothing had been left behind for them. No wonder she kept hearing people going in and out in the middle of the night, rummaging through every master's court. So it turned out that they were searching for supplies buried underground. Looking at the room that had been ransacked, Ian couldn't resist covering her face and sobbing. This was truly intolerable. How could she continue living like this? What was she supposed to do when a delicate woman who had gotten used to living a life of luxury had to wander the pugilistic world like duckweed? She couldn't bear to live on when she thought of those terrifying days. On the side, Su-er's eyes flickered, and she hastily pulled in towards the rear door of the vassal king's estate. "Commandery Princess, we can't stay here any longer. This place is not safe, and those people might come to search again. At that time, we really will have nowhere to run." Commandery Princess Ian wiped her tears as she caught up to Su-er. She lamented, "Su-er, we are penniless. What are we going to do in the future?" "It's fine, Commandery Princess. After we pawned our jewelry and clothes, we reckon that we can still last 3 to 4 months. At that time, this servant will find a job, and it will definitely not be a problem for us to survive," Su-er said with a loyal and devoted expression. Ian was gratified. She didn't expect that Su-er would still be willing to follow her in such dire straits. Su-er took out a cloth bundle from her waist and said to Ian, "Commandery Princess, let's put in the precious jewelry and bright clothes." "That's right, miss. Do you have any valuable magnetite on you? Let's exchange them for mystic currency as well. It will be easier to buy and sell things in the future. After we leave the vassal king of Anand's estate, please wait for this servant, Commandery Princess. This servant will go to the pawn shop to exchange for mystic currency before we continue." Commandery Princess Ian nodded. This was the only way now. She then took the bag of magnetite hanging from her waist and handed it to Su-er. She then took off the hairpins and other valuable items on her head. Now that a calamity was imminent, she could only wait for the future and plan for the long term. However, the wound next to his navel was like a hidden danger. Why didn't it heal after so many days? Commandery Princess Ian took a deep breath before sneaking out of the vassal king of Anand's estate's back door with Su-er. Fortunately, after such a major incident, no commoners dared to pass by the vicinity of the vassal king of Anand's estate. After all, everyone was in danger. Ordinary people were also worried. If they passed by the prince's mansion, they might be arrested as accomplices. The two of them took off their gorgeous clothes and purposely smeared some mud and dust on their white undergarments. They walked miserably toward the pawn shop, stealthily. "Miss, wait for me here. I'll come out immediately after I pawn the items," Su-er secretly instructed. Seeing that the road was filled with patrolling soldiers, Su-er was worried and pulled her young miss into a small alley. She reached out to grab a tattered bamboo basket from the corner of the wall and wrapped it around Commandery Princess Ian's head. Su-er had the Commandery Princess squat in the corner before instructing earnestly, "Miss, you mustn't come out. I'll come back to find you immediately after exchanging mystic currency. Don't worry, these jewelry and those magnetite that you gave me can probably be exchanged for 20,000 mystic currency. It's enough for Miss to spend for a while." Chapter 1536. "Su-er, hurry up. Come back quickly. Don't make me wait too long." "Emachum." Su-er nodded vigorously before sprinting toward the pawnshop's entrance. Ian couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw her nimble movements, carefully evading a row of patrolling soldiers and successfully entering the pawnshop. Although the days were tough, they had to go on, right? Fortunately, Su-er treated her loyally. As long as she survived, she would have a chance to complain to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager in the future. Presumably, that elderly lady would forgive her on account of their past relationship. After all, she wasn't the one who wanted a rebel. She was just a newlywed who had just entered the vassal king of Anand's estate, yet she was implicated by the old prince and his son for no reason. She truly was too innocent. She pondered as she waited for Su to come out of the pawn shop. However, as time passed, Commandery Princess Ian's legs were numb from squatting, but Su still hadn't returned. After less than an hour, the Commandery Princess, who was wearing a tattered bamboo basket on her head, finally sensed that something was amiss. She hastily lifted the tattered bamboo basket on her head and hid in a corner. She stealthily waited for the patrolling soldiers to pass by. Then, she found an opening and hastily ran to that pawn shop across the street. However, when she entered, she saw that Su was nowhere to be seen. Ian hastily walked up and asked anxiously, "Shopkeeper, Did a delicate and pretty young lady come to pawn a bag of magnetite and gold and jade jewelry just now? Oh, you're talking about that young lady. She pawned 20,000 mystic currency and left long ago. What? As if struck by lightning, Ian's body swayed before collapsing limply on the ground. Sue, that damn lass, actually ran off with the money. Ah, the heavens were actually treating her like this. On the second floor of a tea house in the M.O. Kingdom capital. She came out. Young master, that dumb woman came out of the pawn shop. Ha. She actually only discovered a clue after such a long time. She really is dumb. Cult Master Ding, who was dressed in a gorgeous long robe, lazily leaned against the window. He glanced indifferently at Commandery Princess, who was walking on a main street in a daze, and his lips curled up into a mocking smile. This servant thought that young master really didn't want Princess to return the 20,000 profound coins. So you were waiting for it here? Bao Yin giggled and clapped her hands with a carefree expression. Previously, when young master had disguised himself as Exaigneur to get close to that Commandery Princess Yin, she had almost been disgusted to death. That Yin was two-faced. She clearly wasn't of much help to the young master, yet she dared to demand an exorbitant price, asking the young master to forgive her 20,000 yuan debt. She was simply crazy, penniless, falling from the clouds to the bottom of the mud. TSK, quite pitiful, Cult Master Ding murmured. His fingers pinched the white jade cup, and he raised his head to drink the wine. Let's go. He stood up and brushed his sleeves. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bao Yin was right. Since it wasn't of any help to him, why should he benefit from it? Bao Yin simply did not know that her young master had transferred all of his anger from Prince M.O. onto Commandery Princess, and that's right, that's what Cult Master Ding was thinking. This Ian didn't help him to the end. She had said that she would let him enter the palace, but before he could properly speak with darling Xiao, that damn crown prince had rushed over. It was all this Ian's fault for not arranging everything properly. If it was her fault, then it was her fault. That's why she deserved this outcome. As for that loyal and devoted maid, Cult Master Ding's gaze was meaningful. He wished her good luck. Chapter 1537. Young master, don't disguise yourself as a lowly servant girl next time. It will only bury your identity. Bao Yin nagged as she followed him down the stairs. She was very disapproving of young master's disguise in order to get close to Commandery Princess Yin. It was fine if he had pretended to be Miss Exaigneur, since Miss Exaigneure's identity was still rather noble. But this time, in order to get close to Yin, young master actually pretended to be Sue, that lowly servant girl. This really disgusted Bao Yin to death. That damn servant girl. What right did she have to dare to make young master pretend to be her? Her death was not in vain. Bao Yin's eyes flickered. 2 hours ago, Sue, that servant girl, had hastily gone out to gather information under the Commandery Princess's urging. Just as she was about to squeeze into a small alley, Cult Master Ding, who had followed her, knocked her unconscious. Cult Master Ding squatted down with a grin and personally undid Sue's outer garment. After a series of crackling bones shuttling back and forth, Ding Yun's body suddenly became as tall as Sue, and his appearance also became identical to Sue's. He unhurriedly put on Sue's outer robe, buttoned it up, and tied his hair into the same bun as Sue's. Only then did Cult Master Ding turn around with a smile and say to Bao Yin, who had a fuming expression, "All right, go to the tea house and wait for me. I'll come over when I'm done." Young master, why go through so much trouble? We can just knock that Commandery Princess Yin unconscious and rob her of all her valuables. Bao Yin scoffed. In any case, that woman only has a very low cultivation. If we want to rob her, she can only obey obediently. What do you know? What's the point of doing this? Cult Master Ding's gaze turned cold as he gave Bao Yin a warning look. If you continue to point fingers, don't follow me anymore. Bao Yin quickly said, "Young master, I know my mistake." It was Bao Yin's slip of the tongue. Humph. Cult Master Ding creased his brows before suddenly chuckling. This is what called fun. Look, Ian originally thought that she wouldn't sink in the short term by grabbing onto the last sewer. Who would have expected that her personal maidservant would pack up her bag and run away? Ayaya, just think of how spectacular Ian's expression would be at that time. In the future, I will have nothing. He really didn't know what kind of wicked taste this cult Master Ding had. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Go to the tea house. I'll go meet Ian first. Young Master, what should we do with this girl? Let her be. When she wakes up, she can leave on her own. He's also a poor child. After the young master left, the girl Baoyan lowered her head and glanced at Su, who was lying on the ground. A trace of disgust and anger appeared at the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly ran onto the street and blocked a patrolling guard. Big brother, I saw a wanted criminal over there. Night fell. Prince Mo finished giving instructions to the 12th prince in the study. He looked at him and said, do you remember what Big Brother said? With a pitiful expression, Mo glanced at the crown prince and said, Big brother, you really have to leave? The crown prince nodded. This matter could not be delayed any longer. He had originally wanted to hold out until he personally saw his little fellow climb the heavenly stairway. But from the looks of it now, it was clearly too late. These are the edicts of the Hidden Night Pavilion and the Dragon's Saliva Guard. Keep them well. Emolian tossed 2 jade pendants into Mou's hand. Chapter 1538. Big brother, please reconsider. You're really not afraid that I'll squander away all the good things you've left in my hands. Mou gazed pitifully at his older brother with a mournful expression that said, Please don't go. Prince Mo couldn't help but laugh and flicked his head. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think I don't know how capable you are? Yushio will lead 7 members of the Hidden Night Pavilion to escort Jojo to the middle 6 prefectures. The remaining people will be under your command from now on. Properly preserve the token and make good use of it. These resources in your hands will be your future reliance. Big brother, how about you bring me along with you? Mou continued to plead. When your cultivation reaches the 13th level and you comprehend the power of the 5 spirits, Big brother will bring you along. Really? Mou's eyes brightened. Big brother, then it's a deal. Emolian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After exhorting a few more words, she then said to him seriously, did you have any comprehension from leading the army this time? Mou nodded and said, The vassal prince of Anan is an expert at commanding troops. If it weren't for you Xiao and Hui Fan helping me afterward, the vassal prince might have escaped. Don't worry, big brother. You will definitely properly learn from General Shi during this trip to the barracks. Emolian nodded with gratification in her eyes. You will follow General Shi to the border to guard the border this time. Second young master Shi will also accompany you. Although second young master is sickly and frail, he has his own unique points in commanding troops and arranging formations. You must not be ashamed to ask for guidance, understand? Amen, big brother, your will. Holding his younger brother's hand, Crown Prince Mo sat down beside the table with him. After eldest brother leaves, you have to visit royal mother frequently. You mustn't be like before, running away everywhere like a wild monkey and worrying royal mother deeply. Got it, big brother. Mou's eyes reddened, and he suddenly hugged Prince Mo. Big brother, you must remember to come back. Truly a silly child. Big brother is only leaving home for a period of time. I'll come back no matter what in 3 to 5 years. What are you crying for? A man bleeds, not tears. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Mou hurriedly got up and wiped the corners of her eyes. Imperial Mother must have a lot to say to you. I'll leave first. He was worried that if he continued to stay here, he would be like his mother, hugging his big brother and crying. If that happened, where would he put his little face? Emolian stood up to welcome her and led Queen Zhao to the small table to sit down. Empress Zhao dismissed the servants. As soon as she saw her son, her tears fell uncontrollably. Emolian hurriedly stepped forward and obediently knelt in front of his mother. He softly comforted her. Imperial Mother, your son will only be away from home for a period of time. It's not like I won't be coming back. Don't be sad, okay? Empress Zhao wailed. My child, Imperial Mother knew that this day would come. When your father told me this morning, I couldn't believe my ears. It turns out that the elders of the divine land had found you long ago. Why didn't you tell me anything? It's just a small matter. There's no need to bother me. Imperial Mother, I promise you that I'll come back in at most 5 years, at least 3 years, okay? Empress Zhao choked with sobs. My child, do you know that although you're not my biological child, I watched you grow up little by little? From Tuan Zi's age, you grew up to be such an excellent young man. I've engraved my child in my bones and blood. Mother and son are connected by heart. If you leave now, you're gouging out my heart. Chapter 1539. The Crown Prince walked up to Empress Zhao on his knees and held her hand as he said softly, Mom, I promise you that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles await me in the future, I will always remember you. I will always remember that father and mother are waiting for me at home. I will definitely come back with my wife. Empress Zhao hugged her son and bawled loudly. Mom was muddle-headed. Mom didn't like your wife at the start. I always felt that she was cold and heartless and didn't even smile at her elders. How could Mom be so muddle-headed as to fancy a woman like Ian who has a Buddha's mouth but a snake's heart? It wasn't until that day at Yu Ting Court that Mom realized that your wife, that girl, is actually a good child even though she is cold on the outside and not good with words. What was the use of Ian's glib tongue to amuse her? When danger came, it was still that little stoic daughter-in-law of hers who saved her. The little stoic was just a person of few words. Rather than bickering, the little stoic used practical actions to express herself. This was the difference. One was gaudy and unrealistic, while the other was practical and kind-hearted. Empress Zhao was only regretting that she didn't build a good relationship with her youngest daughter-in-law from the start. Now that her daughter-in-law was about to leave, she didn't have a chance to get along well with her. She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought of this. Jojo, this child, is also leaving in a few days. Mom doesn't feel good about not being able to get along with her. Mom, don't be sad. No matter where we go, you are Jojo's and my greatest concern. Besides, Jojo won't be leaving for a few days. Mom will bring Jojo around these few days. Mom, I'm telling you, it's the easiest if you don't want to see Jojo's stoic face. You just have to tell her, daughter-in-law, since you're about to leave, just smile for Mom. She'll definitely smile. Empress Zhao glanced at her son and pointed at his forehead with a smile through her tears. You're always teasing your mom. While the mother and son were chatting, Qiaomu also made 3 consecutive promises in front of her parents. She promised to return home within 3 years. She promised to send a message back within half a year. And she also promised that she absolutely wouldn't get hurt. Wei Ziqin asked Xiao Zhongbong to open the ancestral hall, and the couple brought Arbor to Long Chuyan. Child, you have to keep the jade pendant that mother gave you. That's the symbol of the Mu family status. Qiaomu pursed her lips non-committally, but she did not refute. She would never take the initiative to get in touch with the Mu family of the Divine Prefecture. These so-called relatives, Hey, Mother doesn't care what you think in your heart. In short, promise Mother that you must not be angry with your biological mother, okay? Mother, I'm not angry at her. Then why didn't you take the initiative to visit her these days? Wei Ziqin glanced at her daughter's stubborn side profile and suddenly reached out to pull her into her arms. Mother knows that you're upset, but Mother wants you to face it, okay? Arbor nodded. Mother, what happened to Long Chuyan? Why was I implicated by her? I'll face all these and find out the truth. Mother, don't worry. Those people from the Mu family can't hurt me anymore. Because before they hurt her, she would let them die. Wei Ziqin's heart trembled, and she and her husband Xiao Zhongbong looked at each other. The couple was baffled, and a bad premonition emerged in their hearts that why did their daughter have such a murderous look when she talked about the Mu family? Was this okay? Chapter 1540. 976 Arbor didn't know if she was good or not, but she didn't have a good impression of the Mu family. How she would treat them in the future would depend on how they treated her. Moreover, she was bound to meet Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Gung Pengcheng, on this trip to the middle 6 prefectures. At that time, it would be clear who was the god and who was the ghost. At the end of the quiet hill, Arbor stood there with Haitang. Arbor didn't move, and her gaze fell on Haitang, who was digging the soil. After digging deeply, Haidang quickly dug out the coffin of the great king's consort. She turned to Arbor and said, "This isn't good, Crown Princess." Of course, digging a grave wasn't good, but it depended on whose grave she was digging. "Open it." Arbor glanced indifferently at Haidang. This child was a blockhead. She didn't talk much, and every time she spoke, she would be in a daze. No matter how much she disapproved of her master, she would obediently complete the task. Haidang cupped her hands 3 times at the coffin before opening it. She was very fast. With a light pat on the coffin lid, the nails on the coffin lid flew up and bounced to the side. The coffin lid opened, revealing 1 adult and 3 children. 4 pale faces were revealed. If normal people saw this, they would probably be greatly shocked and scared half to death. However, Xiao Mu's expression did not change in the slightest, without the slightest ripple. Haidang picked up a sword and was about to stab it into the coffin. Arbor couldn't help but twitch her mouth. "Stop, what are you doing?" Haidang turned to look at her blankly, her little face full of confusion. "Crown Princess, didn't you dig up the grave of the great king's consort to kill the corpses and whip them out?" "Arbor, I have no grudges with them. Why would I do that?" Xiao Mu gazed at Haidang exasperatedly. "Moreover, even if you have enmity and grudges, you can just take revenge when you're still alive. Why do you have to compete with a corpse? Boring." The little crown princess naturally had her pride. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flashed slightly. She wondered if Ian was doing well. The little crown princess's lips curled into a sneer. He dared to show off his culinary skills in front of her to please the queen, and even dared to insult her to her face. Naturally, he had to pay the price. He wondered if she had been feeling unwell recently after eating the pastries with added ingredients. The funniest thing was that the sumaru seed that Ian had placed inside the jasper begonia to trick the queen dowager had been turned into medicinal powder and given to Commandery Princess Ian to eat. This kind of poisonous powder had a very strange use. Once a person's body was injured, the wound would never heal. If it wasn't detoxified within half a month, the wound would fester and spread until there was no blood left. Poison? Poison is right. Didn't they know that she would get angry if they kept coveting her men? Haidang blinked. "Then, Crown Princess, why exactly are you digging up graves?" The little Crown Princess walked up and squatted down in front of the great king's consort. She pried open her lips and poured down 2 mouthfuls of the medicinal liquid. She then poked her throat with 2 fingers, and that medicinal liquid slowly trickled down. Haidang looked at her little Crown Princess in shock. She wouldn't be so bored as to ask the Crown Princess if she wanted to poison the great king's consort again. The Crown Princess wouldn't be so bored. The little Crown Princess definitely had her reasons for doing this. However, she didn't know what the Crown Princess meant by this. Cough, cough, cough.